I saw most of their parents, not really that many, but some, and those that I did, you wouldn't know the difference. You go, okay, really, yeah. Hey, cheese here. Chilling like that. Really, yeah, pretty good fitness.
Holding their hands in meditation. Some leaving the home, and some standing in frenzy while breaking flower vases.
Good.
They all took off with the rising sun.
I think he had a mom as well, but
this scene of utter desperation has hardly been.
he had a really good stepmom.
I observed it with my own eyes as I took care of them.
Musk said that Twitter was spending an estimated $400 per lunch serve.
No way.
So roughly like $13 million a year for feeding lunch to the employees.
We were in Boy Scouts.
That's wild.
Or Weed Boys.
That kind of waste is
And
gone. Count on to reliably kill themselves, trying to kill the enemy wasn't just their point. Something that was a human torpedo.
we were
Bombs that they dropped,
making something for our parents. He was leading the crap. And so this wasn't her child. This was basically her scholarship child. And she was teaching a class. And she was doing a very good job of it. And what we were making a crap, these pumpkin holders that had like their square, their name on the side, Michael,
Elon Musk is also in court.
a pumpkin smiley face.
In court as well. We can we'll tell you what that's all about. But that could cost them a lot of money.
Was there anything else in
Over
it?
$50 billion package to Tesla. Oh my God, the guy was on fire. He was the wealthiest man in the world, enjoying himself. Now he's got nothing but headache.
He used a pumpkin
We're live on KFI AM and 640 hertz everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. 1 hour
I listened to this.
Around 48,000 employees have gone on strike across all 10 UC campuses. They're teaching assistants and researchers who are educating after they want better pay and benefits. The Supreme Court says the January 6th House Committee can get phone records of Arizona Republican Party leaders over election 2020 election interference with President Trump. Black Panther Wakanda Forever took in $180 million at the box office for its highly anticipated opening weekend. But Adams came in second with
they've not been used to.
We'll check the freeways. Where heat or cold come into your home through leaky windows. Leaky windows, right? So don't be talking with generic windows that don't complement the look of your home. Replace them with new windows from American Vision Windows. Bill and Kathleen created the company decades ago, with love and dedication to their employees, believing happy employees lead to happy customers. They're also American Vision Windows is AAMA certified. That's American Architectural Manufacturers Association. And everybody that's installed is AAMA certified. So they use sun matrix technology. That's cool, right? Prevents dark mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive noise. Bill and Kathleen revolutionized the home improvement industry one customer at a time while changing the lives of their employees for the better.
Let's just acknowledge something.
Right now, through November, 0% interest and 0 payment for 12 months.
And these kind of bombing attacks are in some ways scarier than what you might face today, although it depends on whether you're the target or not.
Phone
Because
them
these
up,
bombing attacks have a lot more pains and a lot less accuracy.
877-318-3757,
Part of the reason you have so many more planes
or
is
the
because you
website,
are so much less
AmericanVisionWindows.com,
accurate. You need lots of
AmericanVisionWindows.com,
planes and lots of bombs and hope to hit your target.
Clear cool tonight.
They don't often, for all sorts of reasons, the jet stream and a bunch of other ones included. But then there's the lesson of if you're
Grade school, I really worried. Or like I really hope it's okay. We're okay. Brandon knew her ticket.
Most of the
Why?
planes that drop those bombs are getting away. That puts the credibility of the government's accounts on how the war is going
I
rather
think he came
stark.
from a single parent household. He was like the only
Along
kid that
night
we knew
when he's done pushing plays on
who did, he did, I shouldn't say that. I'm talking about step families and
KFI in the
things.
sky, let's get you there faster. I mean, come on,
What was
yeah.
it?
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blind
This was an
Center.com.
interesting one.
I sell custom
What?
blind shades and shutters that are easy to
Because I'd never hear
install
this.
across
I would never hear the term X, step, or anything. There were no baby mamas. Like when I was a kid, nobody ever had a child ever with it. Never. Really? No one I ever knew. Really? But, and I don't want to say that's what this was, because it wasn't. If I recall correctly, parents weren't together, but he knew his father, he knew his mother. His mother was really great. And, but here's what I remember. He had, his boyfriend was not a bad influence on him, just any influence that I recall. But taught him a lot about cars, trucks. This kid knew a lot about Chevy. He loved Chevy. Really? And wow. Like that Chevy boyfriend? No, I think his dad or someone,
Casualties are getting worse.
mother's boyfriend.
Casualties are starting to happen.
But this wasn't like a hit and miss kind of relationship. It was like when we were in
Thinking about it as a whole instead of the subject because
kindergarten,
you're waking up reading your morning
first grade or something. There was that.
you're trying to get a handle on the situation. You're going to have updates on the
I
front page
remember
of each of these
there's another
places,
kid
either
that came up.
something about to begin
I
and
don't know,
preparations
remember
going
everybody.
on, or fighting continuing in this other spot, or mopping up operations in this other place. There's a bunch of things that are not happening at the same
His
time.
dad and my aunt had dated,
And competing
and
over resources with each other.
it was
There will never be enough U.S. fleet
It was
assets
like
Arthur will be one of just
my aunt.
but so all of this is happening at the same time. If you're in the Japanese high
That wasn't,
battered,
I mean, wasn't
incident after
crazy
incident
weird
after
or anything.
incident, and it seems to be having
But I do remember that these kids were
on the
friends,
main
and I
leadership.
think it probably had to do with something that they came from divorced homes to some extent. They were into some of the same things.
Start with MacArthur.
But I'll also say that it was funny, so kids like stand up to them. Not really. I think they're both heterosexual men. I could be wrong. But back then, they could have been gay. Why? They were together so much, but they were kind of physically
W camps on
close as well. They'd be like, they'd touch each other and be like, oh, what are you doing? Really? Yeah. Why? I would try to explain this from like a psychological, sociological standpoint. Kids want to feel good. It doesn't matter what it is. Or they want some kind of feedback. And so these two kids, wow, we were all very heterosexual, seemingly. These kids were as well. If you put them in a situation where not everyone was so heterosexual, I'm not saying these two kids in particular would have been gay. They would have been gay together because they were such close friends. Really, I mean that almost as a compliment to their friendship. But I just remember it was kind of one of those things like, are people born gay? I think there is that to some extent, but I think people can develop sexuality is
in the Grossman Burn Ward.
It's a scale, or it's where are you on the paradigm, basically. And these kids, I would say, wow, I would just try to say it like as an example more than anything, not to make fun of them or anything like that. If you gave someone a situation where they were
now he's fighting a lawsuit when it comes to
like, how would I say it? They couldn't have been gay where we were. It wouldn't have been allowed. They would have separated them or something would have happened. But they were just close friends. But in a situation where in today's day and age, I could see how they would think that they were gay when they weren't. They were just boys who were close friends. We would call them gay.
So they're looking at
the mental health will allow me to
because they were very close friends. But I was friends with Phil as well. I mean, like, so we weren't like enemies or anything. But I do like
over there. Tesla, Twitter, SpaceX, the boring
quit spending so much time with Brandon. He's like, quit spending so much time with Danny. I mean, the same fucking argument right back at you. I'd be like, yeah, but I don't hump Danny up against the fucking chain link fence with my tongue out. He used to do this. So, like, people remember Phil Jackie and his tongue. He used to stick it out all the time. Oh, why did these kids? No. I misspoke. It wasn't because they killed me. It might have been something. They both had speech impediments, slightly, and I did as well, but I wasn't allowed to go there. Really, yeah, it was slight, and I hear it myself, but so Phil had a stutter, which I'm sure he went through it through work, and as did Brandon, slightly. Really, and Brandon, I can even hear myself doing that, wasn't Phil's was really, and they worked at it. Really, yeah. And we never knew where these kids were going. Like, where was God damn it, something bit me on the hand, and it was so bad. They're like, oh, they're going to Switch. Anyway, and I remember they sent me there once, and I should have been there. I was pretty advanced. I was a pretty advanced reader at the time, and so I never worked on enunciation. I just really, yeah. So I have a little bit of work, and I just been messing out. Really, why?
But let me ask you, do you remember running these through a scanner?
They're so big.
Clearly looks like somebody whose head was almost chopped off.
Well, but I would say these two kids, if you put them in a situation where they were with only girls, they would have been very effeminate boys. And if you put them only with boys, they would have been very macho boys. They were like whatever the.
This is where his experience begins to get
Yeah, they're all
they were very. They went with their environment, kind of. So in a society where people are really pushed towards LGBTQ, you have very like a lot more gay people than in a society where that wasn't pushed. Do you think they're gay? No, I don't. I actually think they were both probably are either married or had very successful relationships. But I don't think they're gay at all. They were very close friends, but we used to kind of tease that they were spending so much time together, and then they would tease me back, and I would come back, whip back, and yeah, but I don't pump my friends up against the wall. Really? Yeah. Why would they? They would both do that, but what would it be? They were both very funny, Phil particularly, and he would use his body to like make jokes.
The Japanese tied the adults together with a long
The other thing was he was super horny kid, really both his
left arm of each woman.
and
Guards herded the
I just
circle around the children.
I'd make jokes, but I wasn't.
Where's the bar around here? Well, we're
To San Juan's horror, Scott writes,
it wasn't
the soldiers
like
began
that.
to bayonet the children,
Super
and even
horny.
the infants.
Anyway,
So,
so
Celia Fajardo,
and these
wrapped in a
kids,
gray
what
flannel
else?
swimsuit.
Oh, damn, I got fucking bit, and
Some
it
of the
hurts my
babies were
itches so
grabbed from
badly.
the arms of their mothers and were held by their two hands in midair by one of the Japanese
They get in
soldiers.
trouble.
At that instant, he says, the executioner had stabbed them in that position. The orgy of violence escalated. Hidden in the dark thicket, barely 8 feet away, San Juan
I could give you
watched
the
a
same
soldier
example.
plunge his
I have a
bayonet
cousin
into
of
the
mine
chest
who
of his
became one of
5-year-old
the great
son, Crescencio.
interior designers.
He heard the boy
Everyone
cry
always
out.
knew. I haven't talked to this kid,
The
but
same
on the other
soldier
side,
that
I can say this
snatched up his
kid
infant
was
son, Jose.
had a
That
lot more
baby of mine,
maternal
San Juan
influence.
recalls, was thrown
But
into
again,
the air,
not to
then
say
caught
he
with the
did
point
not
of a
have a father there. Shout out to his dad. I mean, I know his father's name.
Soldiers
John,
likewise killed his 3-year-old daughter,
He took care
Corazon.
of son
Her
the
name
best
was
that I knew.
Spanish.
Maybe it
But
wasn't
San Juan
perfect. It was
did
not
not see
perfect at all.
That was the
It was a
only
really
mercy
tough
he
sentence.
experienced
That's
that
why he
night.
lived
When the children littered on the
But
ground dead, The Japanese pounced on the mothers.
I could see how a child could be
The same
molded.
soldier who had tried to cut off
They allowed
his
him to
head
have Barbies.
ran his
They allowed
blade
him
through
to
the belly
have
of San Juan's pregnant wife.
What are you gonna do? We're gonna work around.
really colorful
You're not having
clothing and
anybody
jewelry
over?
things,
Nah.
and
It's a tragedy.
more
Dad's
feminine
birthday's
things.
the next day,
And
so we're gonna have her parents over that
he
next
was
day.
much
That's nice.
more,
Whatever she wants to eat, good for you. But yeah, we're gonna be working on the house. I got a party to get ready.
could
Yeah,
have been much more.
We're not doing anything. I
influence
think we're
the
going
more
Saturday
feminine.
and Friday.
We'd always
On
try when he'd come
Thursday,
over. We'd always try to make
around
him
watching
more
football.
They're
There's
all too
look
common
at
both
turkey
in your
breast,
history
not a whole
books
turkey.
and amongst the Japanese.
Nice
aggressive.
Here's the
gravy,
thing.
I don't know what to say.
If we were talking
I love
about
it.
something
My
that
favorite
happened in the Bengal
Thanksgiving
area,
every
More
year
said
where
that
it's
one
macho,
of the
more
treated the civilians
masculine.
in areas that it held captive.
And
Soldiers
he would
fell into its hands.
do it for a little while.
Hardly blink.
Like what?
Yeah, we're going to Corona.
We'd be like, let's go. And he'd be like, I don't play football.
Century
We're like,
major power.
well, you're here all fucking weekend. You better fucking learn. He's like,
Examples that are easily as off the charts.
okay. And it would be like, Tommy, why does he do that? And he'd be like, that's just how he is. And I'd be like, yeah, but that's not like how other kids are. And
Those
he'd
are
be like,
just
I mean, he's our cousin. What do you want me to do about it?
You can
And I'd be like, Tommy was always very, very rational. Even though he's younger than I was. He was always like a
He
50-year-old
has a
man.
section, in the index. And
He was very, very smart.
massacres and atrocities. It goes
And
down
how,
the whole
like, as a
page
kid, I
in
would always
small
debate
print.
him. He'd be like younger than I was, but he
This is
was
just mostly in the Philippines.
I can't change. I would be
Behind
like,
the Shell service station. Massacre behind the Shell
well,
service
so I'd be
station.
like, Tommy,
Against
let's play
civilians suspected of guerrilla ties.
what he wants to do,
De La Salle
which is
massacre.
play with
Fort
Barbie.
Santiago
Which I
Sea
love
Dungeon,
to do.
mass starvation, German club
I love
massacre.
making little
Philippine
worlds
General
for
Hospital
things, so I
killing
like
men.
action figures,
POWs
really.
on power
But if these
line,
were just
Red
girl
Cross
action figures, it
Santo
was no
Domingo
big
Church
deal.
massacre.
Really? Not at all. So instead of killing each other, which they still could do, we could have a break-in in the fucking Barbie dream house. It could be like beer. You know, like, my bad. Really? Yeah.
Right after.
I,
46, 47,
feels like that fucking
sorts of stories of this kind of behavior filtered
that
down
tribe
the
in
public
Amazon,
health.
not the one that fucking bumped up, like they put their hands in these gloves with bullet ants. Feels like my hands in that fucking glove, at least a pinky version of like a Chinese finger. Anyway, oh, I just remember though, as a child, could have been very influenced to be gay if that's the kind of environment I was in. If I was in an environment where it was less masculine, would you have been gay?
There's tens of thousands, I think it's like 50,000 men still under
But
the
I'm
same
also very
Japanese general
competitive,
who have to
and it, in my head, it clicked that it was okay to date men or
McCarthy continually
cross-dresser
fighting
or
hard slogging for the rest of the war, as I said. So while
something like
that's
that.
going on,
I would be competitive about it. Really? Yeah, so I'd be like, I'd want to be super gay. Anyway, would you?
That's over in the Atwater Village area.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
fuck
up
it,
there.
I'm
Looks
just
like
those
the
everything
Tree
is
on Fire,
just
Fire Homeless Encampment in that near
super
vicinity.
gay, like fucking Ace and Gary, ambiguously gay duo. Really? Yeah. Which, what does ambiguous mean?
Okinawa is like a southern area of the moat.
It means not obvious. It means
Eastern area of the moat.
The conversation that we're having
Was a
right now,
tiny
you
little
and me.
place.
But I didn't know what that meant. It was a big fucking word back then.
I want to help you have with your future
So
customers.
ambiguously,
And as America's #1
was like,
audio company
this is,
across
as
radio,
we've said,
to me, I
podcasting,
thought
digital
air has to
radio,
be
and social,
these guys are
your
not
next customers are listening
really
to
Having
us.
or not having an airfield
Anyway.
make a huge difference. They're the ultimate strategic location of the
That's
vast distances.
iHeartAdvertising.com.
What was that?
Beneficiary,
Any
Master
more about that?
Japanese election period with CIA Cal A.
Well, I could just see how someone
health plan representatives and
to have
brokers
these places
to
be
choose a
built
health
up,
plan that gives
and
you
they've had more
access
time.
to
Well, I remember going to my uncle's house and wanting to play with Barbies.
Really get the defenses the way they hope to get them.
But-
Held them. He had the guns.
Because it was like,
Sneaking out from behind
well,
steel
why?
doors. He rotates it the
My
next
cousins
step.
had a ton of their shit, so it was like a whole new world of shit. I was bored, basically. I would have played with anything. Fucking Lego, G.I. Joe, anything. But I knew all those worlds. Maybe there'd be something cool about this world I didn't know. But
We have more ways
But
to
the
get the
reason
cash out of
for
your
that
home
is
than
because it
anyone
was
else.
so nightmarish.
We have more to get
That's how
started in
you
the
I remember
reputation.
my cousin and I could not see eye to eye with these Barbies. So I remember one day we're at his house. They had a really big house. He had a really cool room. And what were we doing? We were like swimming and playing video games. And he's like, "You want to play? You want to play in my room?" I'm like, "Yeah." Sure. What do you have? He's like, "Well, we could play Barbie." I'm like, "I don't know." He's like, "But your parents probably wouldn't want you to play Barbie." Well, you have Barbies? He's like, "Yeah."
Don't be house rich and cash
Like
poor.
Kelly? Like our cousins? He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Why the fuck do you have Barbies?" He's like, "Well, they're like G.I. Joes, but I like Barbies. They have a lot of accessories."
All the other island fighting I'd experienced. Coming to Ewo
Like
was
what?
a different kind of
He's like,
fighting.
"Well, they have a dream car and there's a dream house." And I was like, "Oh, wait, there's a bunch of shit in this. Let's go see what you got." Really? Yeah, because there's a car and there's like a Jeep and like a dream house. So what? We're just in his room, and did he have all that kind of shit? Kelly had that kind of shit. He had them in like a shoebox, and they were all like very organized.
What was a massacre. I never expected.
I didn't. I wanted to. How did you want to do
Dying
it?
left and right.
You wanted to fucking groom their hair and shit. I was like, no, I want to play these fucking people out like The Sims, I guess is what it would be. It's what I wanted to play was The Sims. And just because it was all pink and shit, it would just be seen by the bigger world as that
I
type of
can't
being
even begin to describe
homosexual. It wasn't at all. I just like living out people's lives and having different scenarios and role playing
getting killed left and right.
adulthood as a child. I think that's very normal. People used to do that with those little paper cutouts. I remember my cousin had those. And did you ever play with them? No, but they'd have like a thing. You made like a tape. You put them on your finger as well, but they could also stand up like a little.
Clearly it is. And the Japanese had 8 months to prepare for this.
And you color them.
And this does go back.
Anyway,
in many
so
ways,
what?
everyone's critical of Japanese strategy.
I remember
I
wanted to have G.I. Joe. And I wanted to have all the fucking, I think I had G.I. Joes or something. Or he had some kind of other toys. I wanted them to play in the Barbie dream house. And he's like, absolutely not. That does not fit. Now, he's an interior designer today, so that totally makes sense. He's like, absolutely not. You can't have G.I. Joe in the Barbie dream house. You can't have Joe in the I'd be like, why not? They could have like a party. Absolutely not. So what happened? He went and got my uncle, and my uncle was like, "I heard you guys are fighting. I don't know if this is what. Not like you were doing anything wrong. But he's like, I don't know if you guys are going to get along playing this right now, because it seems like because he was very democratic about it. He's like, so tell me what's going on. I'd be like, well, I want to have G.I. Joe and this wrestler figure and these other guys, and I want them to go at to have, I don't know, he wants to have a fucking tea. I'm calling it a cookout. That's just fucking in this house, and they got a car and a Jeep and everything, and he says that they can't play because they don't fit. They don't fit. And I'm like, well, it's a big fucking Jeep, and like G.I. Joe's sitting there, and he's like, yeah. And then like I hear my cousin going like he doesn't even buckle in. Like, that's not how he is. That's just my impression. And it's like, I mean, and my uncle would be like, well, I mean, Corey's right. It's not. They're not made for the same thing, but Corey, don't you think that they can share the real estate here? And absolutely not. Absolutely not. What else did I want to do? Oh, I know what it was too. I was like, oh, that's not the only thing he's doing. He's taking off all the Barbie's clothes. That's what it was. I was taking off all the Barbie's clothes, off all of his fucking dolls. I was like, no way. They have tits on these things. taking off all their fucking clothes. That's what it was. Really, yeah. And then I got in trouble for that. Why? Because it was like, you shouldn't be taking off all the clothes of the dolls. Like, why? Because it was like, first time I've ever seen, I never had dolls that their clothes, they never had clothes. G.I. Joe's clothes, the old ones do, but the ones that the little ones, G.I. Joe's clothes are from all the Star Wars little figurines. So, so for someone to have clothes on was a thing, and then but the old G.I. Joes did, they're like that. But anyway, but I got in trouble for that, for taking off all their clothes. Yeah, why?
And many of those good folks are Dr. injuries.
Honestly, I can't thank you guys enough.
I mean, if you're gonna put fucking little figurines in front of me, and I'm like,
And many of those good
8,
folks are Dr.
I'm gonna take off the clothes. I think all kids do. Why? They just be like, well, what the hell's going on under here? And had you ever seen what was under? I think I might have seen Kelly's clothes. Even if we had fucking Kelly's dolls, even if you had dolls, or she had, kids had dolls, they never had, like, they weren't naked or anything. It was like a modesty thing. Fucking 390s. Like, nobody had dolls that were naked. Really? You did, but it would be like, something's wrong with your fucking household. You got a naked Barbie running around. Why don't you have clothing on your Barbie? Really? Yeah, first thing the girl, any girl's gonna say is, why didn't your Barbie have clothing?
For me, I was hit on March 14th. My hip
Naked
joint was shot
Ratchy
all
ass.
to pieces. 4 Marines from the Marine
Trap
Corps
house hoe.
helping me to the rear, and one of the men was
Like
killed
that
in the
fucking-
process.
Who, Angelica? Angela? Angelica?
To a wheelchair and have tried to live a good life. However, I relive the war every day.
This girl was reminded my cousin, but
Andres and his family
she
own
wasn't. My
AM
cousin was
landscaping,
only
a
ever very
business
nice.
they've owned since
Really?
Andres graduated high school.
Angelica,
the
well, there's Tommy.
Here's the latest on that GoFundMe. Work truck that was stolen with the tools.
70+ years ago.
$102,000. $102,125. That is wild.
Angelica.
If you want to go
No,
look at
she
it,
had a
GoFundMe,
doll.
just put it in work truck stolen with tools.
You begin to
What
notice
was his doll?
similarities and differences, and the differences begin to stand
And
out.
the guy who
Samantha?
owns the, let's see, it says,
So,
hello,
these bitches look like
my
fucking
name is
Cynthia.
Andre Benitez.
Naked Cynthia doll. What the fuck?
And myself, along with my
Like with the
brother and
crazy
father,
hair
have a
and shit.
landscape.
Really? Look like this
And I've seen all sorts of
fucking
reasons.
outlet. Get those fucking things for so your kids don't do that. Yeah, safety. Anyway, also put that little, that fucking face, that frown face on like chemicals that children should not drink. Really?
750
Why?
pound
Basically, you tell your kids, if you see something with one of these frown faces on it, you don't drink it. But I think they could just make that on the product. Really? If it's a chemical that goes in your house, they put that fucking frown face on. And whenever kids see that, they know don't drink that. And they don't fuck around with it. At least not in Israel. If you fuck around with it, it's like, well, you deserved it. But because it had the frown, but kids know to look before they drink anything. They know to look to see this fucking frown face. And if it's on there, it's not on food. Food doesn't need that. It's on chemicals that go in your house. So what would they be? Like soaps and bleach, and parents already do this. They put that little frown face guy.
And their job is to kill Americans.
It's a pit bull. It is a pit bull. They go with them. That's why you have a pit bull.
It's a
They
pit
have
bull.
to be taken out.
Yeah.
One Japanese reviewer said that it was like
Poison time.
Was a good
So I
boy.
think they just said they do this in Israel. They put this on those chemicals, and kids know if they see that, they're not to drink it. Really? Yeah.
sealing up caves.
But if you do, you call that number.
Lots of
Really? Yeah.
flamethrowers,
Anyway.
which turned out to be very
Are you done?
dangerous. A lot of the time, you find Japanese out here
fuck was that?
Seeing the bright side, it just gave me like so much hope.
By all this equipment are terrible and
And
want
it's
to
just
offer.
Seller news.
Life
Yeah, so they're gonna
magazine
get a new truck.
Bob Sherrod
That's kind of cool, right? Everybody got together.
Watch that
you know,
motherfucker
figured
just
out,
let it
got the
ride
family
and
out.
fucking
add some
Really
wins,
context.
doubles his money. Let's ride it usually.
In the first 5 days of the battle,
And
the
doubles
Marines
that
suffered an average
And
of
then-
more than 12
And then goes to the let's ride it again.
People are giving.
The
And
beaches and the
doubles that
flat
one.
terrain around the
But once it's
airfields
like
were
over
strewn
$100,000,
with
you're like,
dead. Shell craters left records of direct hits. Some contained the mashed up remains of 10 or 12 Marines. Explaining the terraces above Red Beach, Bob Sherrod observed, quote, "Nowhere in the Pacific War had I seen such badly mangled bodies. Many were cut squarely in half. Legs and arms lay 50 feet away from any body.
You're in my fucking
In
house.
one spot on the sand, far from the nearest cluster of dead, I saw a string of guts
Yeah, I
50
didn't lock the
feet
door
long.
for it. There's not like a gate or something.
Another Sherrod narrative.
Well,
Or
somebody
the
just
same
jumped in
one
here and
later
fucking
in
it up.
the was picked up by
Yeah, but I live with like half a moth and random ass people. No one knows the fuck
Francis
about
Pike's account, by the way, picks up after the Marines get off the beach on the first day and start moving in. Pike used a word I'd never seen before, so I looked it up and I was substituting
Even
the
after they were told to stop.
more commonly used term.
Clear and cool tonight, fair and warmer tomorrow, cooler Friday.
Pike
This
gives his
report
own
brought
version of
by
context on the first day.
Hughes.org from the Southern California Toyota.
Advancing toward Chidori Airport, the leading Marines were suddenly cut down by concealed underground positions. General Kurabayashi's death machine roared into action. It turned into a battle like no other in World War II. Japan's defenders had the advantage over attackers. Mobility, which characterized the advantage usually afforded the attacker in this situation, was entirely nullified in a fight that had to be won hole by hole, pillbox by pillbox, and cave by cave. By the end of the first day of fighting, 600 Americans lay dead, and a further 2,000 more had been wounded. Unusually, some of the highest casualties were engineers of the 133rd Seabees. The western beaches, he writes, were strewn with wrecked machines, body parts, and mangled bodies. At 5 p.m., a sickened Keith Wheeler told Robert Sherrod of Life magazine, quote, "There's more hell in there than I've seen in the rest of the war put together." The noise was almost unbearable, Sherrod noted. About 40, Sherrod was an eyewitness to this. Quote, "As the shells burst, as they crashed and shrieked, one of the wounded rose from his stretcher. He rose slowly, bending at the waist. His head was bare, and his arms were straight and reaching at his side. He sat, mouth open, and screamed, 'Oh my God, my God, good God Almighty,' sobbed into the dirt."
What is it called? Getting big during.
In the cartoon called G4 by Dan King,
Call 800-4NZENTAL today.
the Japanese veteran
Medicare beneficiaries,
comments on the fact that
NASA
the
believes
Marines
that
named
this
one
year's
part
annual
of
election
Iwo Jima
period,
the
the
Navy.
CIA top
Getting
A,
big during.
attend the
King
Medicare
says that
Forum,
Omagari
B, browse options
easily
and speak with health
understand why
plan
the Marines
representatives and
called it
brokers,
that,
C,
saying,
the health plan that gives
men
you
didn't
access
just
to the
die
full
on Iwo
CIA
Jima.
health
They
network
were
of primary
ripped
care and
apart,
specialty
torn to
physicians.
shreds and
Visit
scattered. I saw torsos with no limbs, dismembered legs, arms, and hands, and internal organs splashed onto the rocks. End quote. The author of this is Captain Fred Haynes, Major
Did you
General
hear
Fred
what I
Haynes,
hear?
the operations officer for the 28th Combat
From the
Team.
Valpath Holiday
He says he
Workshop
believes
this
summed it up
November,
best when he said,
Valpath is
quote,
teaming up
"Each
with
day we learn
iHeartRadio
more
to bring you a
ways to
special
die."
holiday edition of the Blue Envelope. Together, we're giving you an easy-to-scan
These are
QR
the
code to
American
stream
accounts,
all
the
your
Japanese
favorite holiday
accounts.
tunes through the iHeartRadio app. Plus, check your envelope to see if our elves have snuck a $100 check inside. Gas to the mailbox for your Valpath envelope. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited. Especially marked Valpath envelope or Valpath.com for details.
Know they're going to
Right
die
now,
living
find an
amongst the
efficient
dead
truck, powerful
and are
truck,
dealing
or
with every
versatile
time they
SUV
come out of
at
their homes just outside
SoCalChevy.com
their
with inventory from 44 dealers.
No,
All
so is
in
it the end of
one
your story?
place.
But their
From
job
an
What are you doing?
incredible selection of new and certified
was
pre-owned
always to
Chevy vehicles.
die.
It was like,
Get
I
financing in a perfect
don't
choice.
see eye to eye with this
Check
kid
out
on
trucks
the
like
thing.
over
How
others.
many
Once
Americans
again,
He doesn't like
number
dogs,
one
and
selling
this is how
full-size
he
pickup in
likes
California.
and they're taking
Now
enough
with no
Americans
APR
with
financing
them
or a big cash allowance.
which was a large part of their goal, right? To get the home front asking the questions of whether or not all this is worth it. Reminds me of the Tet Offensive in the Vietnam War. That was intended to have some stunning victory over South Vietnamese and U.S. forces in the field. It was intended to influence public opinion back on the home front, to tell those people that you've been told the war's almost over, well, you've been lied to, otherwise how could we do this still? Japanese are kind of sending the same message back to the United States.
Magical
And the Americans on the home front
a
are
luxury
hearing it loud
resort
and clear.
like no other. Discover Terranea,
The
located
Americans
along the
take
coast of the
almost
Kalisperi Peninsula
29,000
in Southern
casualties
California.
and need more
Book
than
your
a
getaway
month
to
to
Terranea
take an
now
island that's
at
4.5 miles long
terranea.com
and 2 miles wide.
or call
That most
310
Americans
265
don't even know where
2800.
it
That's
is.
310 265
The
2800.
Japanese, of course, as is their trademark now, and that something that no one else does on a regular basis, lose almost everyone again.
So we're familiar
And
with the
between
local
21
laws,
and 22,000 guys on the island,
but just as
slightly
importantly,
over
we know the
200
judges, juries,
will be taken
and
prisoner,
insurance
and most of those, as
and they
usual,
know
are
our
Korean
reputation for
and
winning
Taiwanese
complicated,
workers who were
serious
generally
cases,
impressed
and
into
given
service
10
and don't want
times
to be
the
there to begin
original
with.
insurance company offers. So when who you know and
So
what
here we
you
are
know
with the
really
war,
matters,
seemingly,
call
certainly in the end stages here, right? We're approaching Japan proper, and yet the fight is getting harder.
Spectrum Business. Thousands
The
of
people back
consumer-initiated
home
tests confirm Spectrum
notice,
delivers the
and
fastest
they
speed
want
in the nation.
answers.
That's right, Spectrum delivers the fastest
And
internet
a
speeds in the
wonderful,
nation.
implacable
Switch to
foes
Spectrum
historians
Business and
will
get
have
600
market
megabits
like
per
you
second internet for your business.
write
Only
this quote.
$49.99 a month when bundled. No hidden fees,
The
no
toll in
contracts,
lives
no
lost on
nonsense.
Iwo
Just
Jima
the
produced a
fastest internet
strong
speeds in the
reaction
nation.
at home
Visit
and weighed heavily on the minds of those who directed the war. On March 15th, in the midst of the battle, the Navy released an anguished letter it had received from an unidentified woman pleading, quote, "Please, for God's sake, stop sending our finest youth to be murdered on places like Iwo Jima." She continued in the letter, quote, "It is too much for boys to stand," she wrote, "too much for mothers and homes to take. It is driving some mothers crazy. Why can't objectives be taken in some other way? It is most inhuman and awful. Stop, stop."
Conway Show. We're here every night till 10 bells. Heard everyone on the
It's interesting that the
iHeartRadio
Navy
app.
released
A
that,
couple big stories
isn't
working
it?
on Jay Leno's
But
burn.
according to these historians and others,
he's
a lot of it
recovering
has
soon.
to do with an effort
Amazon
to begin to
is
curb
going to lay
the
off a
public
bunch
for
of
what
people,
is to
and Dolly
come.
Parton receives $100 million
They are starting to almost
award
celebrate in advance
from Jeff
because the war
Bezos,
in Europe
about
against
$100 million
Nazi
to
Germany
charity.
is clearly winding up,
Nice to have that
right?
kind
And
of
the
dough.
defeat is imminent over there. So the tendency is to think,
All
yeah,
right,
victory is near, we
people
can
heard about
celebrate, we can
this,
stop all
plane
this
crash
rationing, the
that
boys can
happened
come
over
home, the killing
weekend
can stop,
in
and all
air
that.
show. I think it was in
Not so
Texas.
fast.
It was a Texas air show, right? Authorities say
The Japanese just inflicted 29,000 casualties for a tiny little volcanic rock in the middle of nowhere. They're not showing any signs of being ready to surrender.
We had an air collision down
And
on the airport.
Hamilton to the key.
660, there is
And by the way, Forrestal is the Secretary of the Navy. Forrestal's willingness to publish the unidentified woman's letter and his acknowledgement that many others like it had been received suggests that he and his advisors recognized that they were reaching a critical moment in the war. As the letters made clear, a significant segment of the public was beginning to find the war's cost intolerable, just as American forces were drawing closer to Japan. Harder fighting lay ahead, and that reality had to be confronted directly, Forrestal seemed to say. Towards that end, they write, the armed forces were aiding newsreel companies in producing more realistic reports of the fighting in Europe and the Pacific. During the battle for Iwo Jima, raw footage was dispatched back to the newsreel companies in New York and was ready for distribution within 2 weeks of the initial landings. The newsreels produced from the film displayed the horror of war with disturbing candor. Bosley Crowther, a writer for the New York Times, observed that, quote, the newsreels, thank heaven, are getting tougher. They're letting us have it right between the eyes, end quote.
On American military aviation.
Historians finished by saying, quote, Of particular note, Crowther added, was Pacific Fury, the name of the film, a forthcoming film on the capture of Peleliu and nearby Anwar. That looked closely into the faces of the men who fought these battles, and thus personalized the strain and suffering they endured.
It was actually really fun. Why?
That was a long quote.
I worked nights. Drove to Las Vegas.
To weigh in on this because trying to gauge what a public mood might have been like at a time like this is something that historians are continually
They were opening at like.
and it's funny how this dovetails to the original Japanese
They were opening at like 7
concept here. We factored it down to the basic question of who was going to win the wars, could be whoever was willing to suffer more casualties from larger places that really didn't mean that much to Americans. It's not like we're talking about the Japanese conquering a U.S. state in North America, right? Then you're going to fight to the death for that, but do Americans care about Hiroshima that much? Because the Japanese care for it a lot.
I think I had a close friend of mine who,
Not only is it public, but the story too.
uncommon that you could leave early if you came in early, or you've been working a lot during the week.
We're going to lose people in the future if this
So it
continues.
was totally fine for me, and I had it worked out where I was leaving at like 5:30 instead of 6:30 to go there, and I showed up at like 5:30, and the line's out
This is
the
bad
door
leadership. Right?
No, no,
Quarterback, you were going to say. MacArthur was in
around
charge of this. This
in
wouldn't
the
happen.
middle of fucking winter.
Right? He's a genius. He's known for saving his troops' lives. If he was
It's
here,
like, it's out
in
the
other
drive
words,
through
casting blame on this idea
into the
that
parking
you
lot.
divided it all.
They're like
Anybody
shutting
but MacArthur should have been in command.
And
No,
the thing was, like, the first 300 people got a beer supply of something. When I hear a beer supply or unlimited supply or some kind of supply, I'm fucking down. I just love unlimited amounts. So, or year supply or whatever. So I was like, oh, it's a challenge. So I remember
we're not fighting it right.
going
We shouldn't
as
fight
it
it at
was.
all.
We just like cruise
This is
around
a
at a
great
normal
sign
speed with
for a
normal
country
speed.
about to see a skyrocketing
They're
of casualties.
and
You have to have it
it's
in order to get this over with. Look at what the
accelerator,
Russians are starting to
then
do.
it's like,
The Soviets in their last push toward Berlin. It's horrifying.
but the cool thing was I was
And what the
working.
Germans
So it's not like I had to wake up in the morning. Other
process as
people
well.
like awoke in the morning. I was already working, so it was like, and
Grinder,
and what?
they're getting it done in the European theater a couple of months before it's going
Well,
to happen.
didn't the person who with whom you were or your employees or anybody? I mean, I was
Have you ever done that, Billy, where you get up
allowed
a little jet?
to do that
No, I have
at
not.
that job.
Have you done any of
Really,
them?
yeah. I'd come here.
I haven't. I totally would if I had the opportunity. I
And,
haven't.
Short.
So what?
But because there's not enough data for one side or another to whip out there in support of their argument,
But
it becomes sort of a he said, she said, wartime situation. I believe that weapon already exists. It would make
In fact, I'm not
dreaded
even done that.
1946
What?
invasion of Japan scenario go up in a puff of
I
smoke.
might have said because we never really took lunches, or if we did, we had to like force ourselves to take it because there's so much to do that
Take it or send you to the flower
end up not
to
taking
go
it, and
dive
night we
between
go.
those places.
And I
Well,
think
what if you had a
one night I said I'm gonna take it, but I'm gonna take it at the end of the night, if that's okay. But I'll be right there, and I can still hear the race. So I think really, yeah. And what? So I remember it was like a really quick process. I got there, I parked my car, I waited in line, not at 5:30. It was like 5 to 6 or something like that. And
enunciation of the hypothesis I've
so
ever
it was like
seen.
5 minutes. I only waited 5 minutes in line. I walked with all this huge line of people. They give you these fucking stack of cards. I walked out and then went right back to I think for like 30 minutes or something like that. It took me like it was like 15 minutes.
Well,
But
my
I
answer
say
to
that, but I don't
is that
think
it
it
has never
was
been
that
tried
easy.
yet.
I do remember standing outside for a little bit of time being cold, but I do remember I wasn't. I don't think I still had my radio. I think I had taken off. Really, yeah. But I remember thinking,
In Germany, you're starting to finally see bombing make a difference. It kind of
I
looks in the
very
statistics
well
of these arguments.
could have. It was close enough. You could still hear the
The
radio.
bombing was sort of something that was a pinprick for Germany for a
Because we
long
used to
time,
go
that they could work around. And then all of a sudden, late 1944, early 1945, you reach
There were only so many places that
capsize
were
moment
open there
where it
24
starts to
hours,
be having a huge
and if you had to
impact.
get gas or some other things,
Let's be fair, there
you
were
could hear the
other
radio
things
pretty
happening
far.
to the German military.
Yeah.
But also
How far could
played
you hear it?
turns out to be like
I
systemic
think at my
failures.
parents' house one time I
Parents
remember
remember for contextual reasons
Los Angeles, Orange
what
County.
I was
area
testing my
happened
vehicle.
what is doing to Germany late in the war.
Really, yeah. It was like an old version.
Book choices
And
and
it had like all leather in it, and it had like a
I'm Michael
sunroof
Rosek,
and like
live from the KFI 24-hour
it was
news
nice. It was a huge car.
On February
Anyway, I
3rd,
just randomly
1945, the
I
U.S.
just showed
Air
this on
Force sent
and I like this
937 bombers
but
and 613 escorting
this
fighters over
and
Berlin. They leveled large parts of the city
where the
and killed some 25,000 persons. On February 14th and 15th, 800
no,
British
I just
and
had I had a
400
different
American
car,
bombers
and so I
flew in
wanted
over
to test
Dresden,
drive it. I showed it
igniting
to my
a
parents' house.
firestorm that burned for a week
I think
and killed at least 60,000 known combatants.
Those Motorola were great. Really well. But,
Now, I've seen a much lower casualty figure, but even if it only killed 25,000 or 25,000, and this in a country that has relatively sophisticated civil defense facilities. I mean, these people are mostly in bomb shelters. Look at those kind of casualties. How horrible would they be? They're running out the other
I'm sure I'm gonna get yelled about it. Motherfucker.
Germany is getting hit
You're taking up
multiple times a week. And by the end of the war, I believe
we did last time.
the large-sized German city that is not decimated by the bomb damage or really completely wiped off the map. Go look at photos. It is shocking. You are not seeing those kinds of results in the Pacific Asia theater yet. This is how total war turns things morally topsy-turvy, right? Is that the people who are running the B-29 Super Fortresses out of the Marianas Islands since 1944 bombing Japan, they're in trouble for not doing the sort of damage that we just mentioned in Europe. But today, people look on that as horrifying. But in a war, if you had, I guarantee you, when the Allied populations woke up in the newspaper and read about those bomb raids in Germany that I just quoted from Michael Bess's book, those are good things to them, not bad things. There's a difference between, they say in cold blood or in hot blood, the murders and the crimes. War is hot blood. Us today trying to make sense of their decision making is done in cold blood, and it's a very different thing. The idea that the commanders of the American air assets in the Marianas are in trouble for not doing more damage to Japan, not more effective, gives you an idea, though, of what the priorities are. In January 1945, they bring in new leadership to see if they can shake up the results here. And the guy who comes in to do that is one of the famous proponents of aerial bombing. He is a guy who is as much of a caricature as MacArthur is or General Patton is. And he's a lot like Patton. The kind of guy who has those sort of can-do, almost heartless toward the enemy, sorts of attitudes in wartime, and then when we go from hot blood to cold blood, they look horribly out of place. There are a couple of figures in the famous movie Doctor Strangelove where if you mash them together, you get one General Curtis LeMay, and that's who gets brought in to shake things up with the B-29 Super Fortresses, or incidentally, the most expensive weapon in the U.S.
So don't settle with
paid
folding
for
if you
this
desire
war. I
a
mean, it's the
full
most
head of
expensive
hair.
weapons program in a trivia contest with a line like that. But that
You're
puts a
not
lot
so
of
hands
pressure
to regrow the
on the
very
people
next
that were
day,
out
and
there
it's all
risking their
backed by the
reputations to
advanced
promote this
very
thing.
thing.
Right, this is going
It's
to have a decisive
tens of
impact on the
thousands
war.
of people,
Well,
including
in
myself,
a couple of months of bombing Japan, it hasn't done squat.
and advanced hairs, top-rated physicians
said
are the best.
After he took
To
over
work for both sponsors,
air
receiving
assets
airlines,
in
sending
Marianas,
hair,
quote,
women,
this
young
outfit has
men,
been getting a lot of
older,
publicity
wiser,
without having really accomplished a hell of a lot in
it
bombing
doesn't only
results.
change the way you look, it makes you feel more confident, more proud,
So he changes
more useful.
strategies,
It's life
adopts doctrines and ideas that have been
regrow your own
percolating
hair
in
where
the
you're once
U.S.
balding is absolutely
Air
life-changing.
thinking might
I'm
be a good
telling
way
you.
to put it for years now, all
Schedule a
the way
free
back to
consultation
1939.
right now by
Noticing
phoning them up. You're going
that
to get
Japan
$250
might be
off
extra
and
vulnerable to setting fires from the air.
phone
They
number
do experiments in 1943 where they
844-33-hair.
lock up cities
Don't
of
forget to ask
German
about
and
the
Japanese
advanced hair
cities so they can test stuff out. LeMay had spent some time in Indochina with another American air general named Chenault, who was a proponent of incendiaries, mixing incendiaries in your bomb loads, which is a pretty common thing for most countries to do, by the way. And they burned down the Chinese city of Hankow to deny it to the Japanese, and learned quite a bit about how the Asian construction materials like lots of wood, for example, how they could best be set on fire. So when LeMay gets to the Marianas and sees the meager results and the high casualty rates that they've been suffering on these raids to Japan, he changes things up. He puts a bunch of different things in place, some his own sorts of ideas, others that he grabbed from years of thinking about this most American thinkers. And he launched a couple of preliminary raids using these new methods, and then he puts together, looks at the data from those smaller raids, and then launches one in March. That is what nightmares are made of. It's called Operation Meeting House, March 9th, 1945. About 300 Japanese Sun B-21 versus takeoff from the Marianas Islands heading for
The more
Tokyo.
you want to do, the more we
We
want
carry
to
a
do.
bomb load.
Boosters designed for
And it
COVID-19
would take
variants are now
1,000
available. If
B-17
you've had your
flying
primary series,
fortresses that
schedule
make
an
American
updated
bomber the
COVID-19
career.
booster appointment
It would
as
take
soon as you're
1,000 of them to carry the
Sponsored by
bomb load of
Pfizer
these
and BioNTech.
230-ish
If you came across someone
B-29s.
struggling with hunger,
And the bomb
how
load
would
has
you
been
recognize them?
tweaked.
Would you
A
know
lot
that
more
the 15
incendiaries
boys
added, certain particular incendiaries with napalm, which is a relatively new
or a
development,
mother who's in
certainly in
between
terms of
jobs and
deployment,
sometimes
that
feels
we
to get
discovered
hungry
back in
for her school
1942.
dinner?
But it's
I am
jelly
the one
gasoline,
Native
kind
Americans
of,
who
and
struggle with
like so
hunger.
many of the incendiaries used by the major powers in the Second World War, if it splashes on you, it just continues to burn. Phosphorus is like that too. You can't let it
Prime
out.
Choice
It's very
Solar.
difficult.
Get started with zero out-of-pocket expense to make the switch
So
to
these
solar.
planes are
Visit
going to come
PrimeChoiceSolar.com.
low, which is against everything they were designed
More
to do. This is
stimulating
a
talk.
fantastically high-level bomber, the B-29. That offers protection and all kinds of other benefits to bring them in always to go against the design ideas.
So they'd be like, oh, it's like Capricorn
It's
Love too.
Japan,
You're like,
crazy.
oh, it's in
Cloud
Berlin.
cover crazy. Constant.
You think she,
And
oh, like
instead of
the
25,000
whatever you fucking call it.
problems.
Really?
Yeah,
man.
Americans
Why?
learned
And what do they call it? The University of Dublin and
suicidal.
did these two, oh, it's in Dublin and Belfast.
Really? In Japan,
Yeah.
always crashes out.
especially
Over the weekend, the
because the
NFL
Japanese air defenses
played a
at
game
night
in
are
Germany,
significantly worse than
and
they are in the
it sold
daytime.
out.
The
There
problem
were
with
close to
going in at night is you kind
85,000
of
people there.
expose the fallacy
Huge sellout for
of the
75,000.
basic idea Americans
And
celebrate with their
They
bombing
must
doctrine. The Americans
all
are
be
a
fans
precision
of
bomber
American
country.
culture.
They have these
Because
great
during
bomb
one of the
sights and optics
intermissions
and these
or
tactics that
period
they've developed
between
to try to hit
quarters or
installations
very
and
halftime,
factories and
they
railway
played
yards and
John Denver's
infrastructure and things
song
that help the
Country
war
Road.
effort, but not
And
target
without
civilians, not
exception,
bomb
everybody in that
indiscriminately over
audience
whole
looked like
areas.
everybody in that
But in
audience
the
was
mid
singing
20th
when
century,
the Buccaneers were playing.
precision bombing in the
Listen to
daytime
what it
is
sounds
hit
like
or
in
miss, if
German.
you'll pardon
I
the
think
pun.
they were singing in
At
English,
night,
but
you're
in
just
Germany,
kidding
to
yourself.
listen to
You're not even trying.
75,000
It's an area attack at
people,
night.
most I
To
imagine are
use
Germans
incendiaries
singing
in an
American
area
songs.
attack
Kind of
at
cool.
night is to decide that you want to burn down a city. How do you measure the effectiveness? What's a good outcome for you if you launch a bombing raid on a city with the goal of burning it down? You get congratulated if you burn it down. And there's not a country in the war that use in their propaganda or their public statements the idea that they're deliberately trying to kill civilians. So everybody has a sort of a rationale, logically insane, they would call it, for why they do what they do and what they're targeting. The Americans never, ever waver from the public pronouncement that they're going after military targets. And they can defend that in Japan because the military targets have all been decentralized. I mean, they have a lot of little workshops aiding the defense effort mixed all over Tokyo. One after the other, bombing raid, target, a classic mixed target, meaning you have the infrastructure, industry, and civilians with homes and schools and hospitals all mixed together. But in a flammable city, if you can set it on fire and burn everything down, you'll get all those military targets. But you'll get everything else too. March 9th, which will continue into March 10th, almost 3-hour raid by these more than 300 bombers, takes out 16 square miles of Tokyo. Remember, this is an experiment. Wondering how this is all going to work. For all LeMay knows, he's going to get tons of planes shot down. And when the results come back in, everyone's overjoyed because this is the most effect these B-29s have been able to have so far. I think in all the raids up till now, they killed less than 2,000 people in Tokyo. But in this less than 3 hour raid, they killed 100,000. The U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey said that probably more persons lost their lives by fire in Tokyo in a 6 hour period than at any equivalent period of time in the history of man.
Oh, is that right?
Let that sink in for a minute.
There's not a lot of songs that would bring a
Military
group that
attack
size together
ever,
to
the
sing.
most costly, the most damaging.
Yeah.
And that 100,000 number is an estimate.
New Diamond,
Various B Jensen says it's closer to 120,000. No one knows the very records that might help shed some light on that burned up in free fire that took people's lives. The number of official injuries of people seeking help and documented is over 40,000. Many of them are statistical. Surveys I've taken at TRUMAN the photographs of the 16 square miles, I think 40% of Tokyo's main area. It's ash. You have brick and stone and metal buildings sprinkled here and there. And you can see the outlines of the building. Everything else looks like the bottom of a barbecue, including the people. The people inside those buildings, by the way, did not find sanctuary. Those buildings turned into ovens. And the accounts that are available are, it sounds like gratuitous stuff to even mention it. I've always wondered about what I like to call the worst places to be at any given time. Like this battlefield, that disaster site, whatever it might be. And I always darkly joke that the worst place to be is like a tie for 100 different incidents. But how is this not? Today's biography of the General Kozak gives you the rundown of how this goes. Weapons are the technical side of this, right? Because remember, the Americans are trying to figure out how effective this weapon system. They're trying out different mixes of things, different tactic strategies, altitudes, bombs, the composition there. Each plane would fly individually in 3 staggered lines between 5,000 and 7,000 feet. The first planes to take off would fly at slower speeds in order for the later planes to catch up. It would be unlike anything yet seen in the war. 3 long lines of bombers coming in at very low altitude. The bombardier's job would be greatly simplified because a small group of planes coming from a different direction would drop incendiaries in the front and back of the target zone before the lines of bombers arrived, similar to lighting up both ends of a football field at night. The planes coming after them from another direction would see the fires that the lead bombers had set and then bomb the area in between. The plan, he writes, was brilliant in its simplicity. The human cost, he says, would determine later. End quote. He continues. LeMay decided to drop E-46 clusters, but cluster movements that he used to say they were like bananas, all clustered on a tree. Drop bananas would split off separately. So he says LeMay decided to drop E-46 clusters that would explode at 2,000 feet above the ground. Each cluster would release 38 incendiary bombs of napalm and phosphorus, creating a rain of fire over the city. In all, 8,519 clusters would be dropped, releasing 496,000 individual cylinders weighing 6.2 pounds each, resulting in 1,665 tons of incendiaries to be dropped on Tokyo that night.
That's crazy. Freeway there. They've opened up another location in Burbank on
about strategic bombing to this point.
Yes,
Burbank
wait.
Airport. is that sometimes you get lucky.
And Randy
Yeah,
Jonas
why-
celebrated
Unlucky,
his
depending on
70th
if you were looking
year
at this
with
from
special deals.
sometimes
70
the
years of
climatic
making donuts.
conditions
7 decades, that's how long Randy's
sometimes
Donuts
you
has
have
been
some
around
really
in
windy
California.
region.
The business
You
is
have
celebrating its
everything
70th
to
anniversary at its
conspire
iconic
against the
Inglewood
civilians
location
in the city.
on the shores of 1952.
Bombs
That's right.
mixed with the
Earlier
wind,
today,
mixed with the
Randy's
climate, and all
offered
that
its
could
classic
create
donuts
something
for
called a
70
firestorm.
cents. There were also free pink
This
hot
happened in
dogs.
Germany
It's
several
our way of
times.
doing it. Free
Dresden,
pink
we just
and
mentioned
Randy. There
Hamburg's
were
a famous
also
one.
free pink hot dogs.
And what that
It's our
does
way of giving back to the
is
city and to the
take the
community that has
casualties
treated
from
us so
something
well all these
that
years.
might
Yeah,
be
Randy's is great.
6,000 or
That donut
8,000
shop
or
is terrific on
12,000
Hollywood Way.
dead
Just a
civilian
little
night,
bit
which sounds horrible,
northeast of the Burbank
and
Airport.
converted into
Since I was
something
a kid, we'd always
amplified into
drive all the
something
way
like
down to follow the rainbow
25,000,
on the
30, or
roof. Randy's is an LA
35,000 dead
staple,
civilian
so
night.
I'm always supporting anything that's original LA.
It sure is. All of Randy's other locations, including ones in Santa Ana, Bakersfield, and Las Vegas, are also marking the
reliably
milestone
create these
special
firestorms, and whenever they wanted to, the war would be over in 6
including ones in
months.
Santa Ana, Bakersfield, and
That
Las
sounds
Vegas.
like convenient
Yeah,
to
they
me.
just went bourbon.
But
Also
it's an
marking
interesting
this
idea being able to
milestone
create
special offer. This woman's
these
seems angry.
equivalents
So
of a
I'm
natural
always supporting
disaster,
anything
right?
that's
A
original LA.
global
Supporting
weather-oriented disaster, for example, a flood, a volcanic eruption,
Randy,
a tsunami, something like that, right? A freeze, whatever it might be.
Man, they are good.
To be able to do this as a weapon of
Randy's down
war,
in Burbank. Probably like
well, it's interesting to speculate what that might mean for the war
They
effort,
know how to
and
make
that's
donuts.
exactly
It's not
what people
what's
do.
the place out near you, Crow? Donut
But how do you
Donut Man.
Why?
raid
Donut Man.
Still?
that might kill
Work with the guy,
100,000
Ray.
people?
I get it right.
Just a married
How does
guy.
one live with oneself?
So is that
But
closer
sure,
to the station or
What do you
further?
do
Yeah, it's a little
I
bit.
think he dated some lady or something like that
You say
on second shift who worked at Krispy Kreme, which is
as an
kosher,
aside here,
and
I've done
they used to wait in the parking lot until they turned on that fucking neon sign that says that they were fresh, and then you go inside and eat
as
the freshest fucking donuts that you could ever want. Really, yeah.
the jury is still out.
Right when it opened, they had like a
Nothing has
hookup.
been
Really,
decided
was
yet
gonna have
whether the
a
people suggest
I'd be like, Phyllis, what's your hookup at?
nasty
Frankie, she's gonna say, wait in line.
more
She's
merciful
like that.
humanitarian than a longer or the decent. The idea being throwing the monkey wrench into the human being lawnmower, right? That anything that short circuits the ever functioning conveyor belt of death here is the greater good in the minds of
Do you ever get
humanity.
anything at Fat Daddy's?
Manage to sleep at night.
Those Army surplus, I think we got some shit from there. Would you have a canteen and a helmet with a bullet through it?
Over, as did a lot of
Really?
people
Yeah.
we work with, that this was going to shorten.
Like an army helmet?
Shortening the war was the most
Do you have a real army helmet with a bullet through it?
It was so
134
hard
making their way
to
westbound
not
where a crash
judge
at Cahuenga
this
still
sort
taking out the
of
car
action
Did somebody really get
by
shot
the
for it?
standards
Traffic's
of
pretty
now.
I don't know.
getting
I
away
think
from
so.
Olive.
What I
So
constantly
watch
try
out
to
here. Get
remind
your
myself
southside
is
feeling
that
just fine without any
1945,
problems getting through.
by then,
It
they're
was
not
like-
the way through
operating by
downtown
our
It was,
LA,
rules.
I think it was from my
110
cousins.
northbound.
There's
That's
suggestions
living
to
the way
tell
from
So I got it.
8th Street, looking better
survival,
just before the
extermination,
101.
the very highest
Feeling
possible
okay
stakes,
without
and all
any
sorts of terrible things
slowdowns at all.
up until this
Being
point.
a
I mean,
little bit
how
of
do you
a
order
delay.
to burn 100,000 people? Well,
241.
a little at a
And
time,
if
you
you're
work your way
continuing
up to
down the
it.
241,
We
the
shouldn't
driver's
forget
really
that
good all the way
the
to
side
the
that's being
15.
bombed here were some of the early proponents of bombing
It's
cities.
Starbucks. You know what
The
Starbucks
Germans
is?
did it to
This
Warsaw,
report
they
is
did it to
sponsored by
Rotterdam, they did it to
Unbound.org.
Britain
Right
for
now,
9
young people
solid,
across the world
heavy
face
months
a
and killed more than 40,000
continue their dream of
non-combatants
education or drop out to help their
In 1945, they're launching V-2 rockets at
Every
Britain,
$10
killing
Starbucks.
sometime around
How far
10,000
your
Yeah,
people.
why?
V-2s had to be ones that is worth 10,000
Remembers
people.
it
So nothing to stop. The Japanese were bombing Chinese cities and killing civilians before the Second World War had started for most countries.
with 9 out of 10
Let's remember,
Americans
let's remember, this is a war where the Japanese are infecting fleas with the plague via the plague bacillus and then dropping that on Chinese cities from the air to see what happens. Once this is happening, you drop incendiaries that kill 100,000 civilians. You say you work
Visit
up to it.
iHeartAdvertising.com.
$2, $5, Starbucks.
California, you deserve more.
Kind
And
of
with United
insane
Healthcare,
sort of
you'll
level.
get more.
I
But
always forget all
nobody
that.
feels that all this killing 100,000 people in Tokyo is tons worse than killing 60,000 in Hamburg. 35,000 in Dresden. See what happens.
It's been since you said you're more than a decade.
It's easy to forget to that these numbers are possible to conceptualize
Did you hear what I hear? It's the sound of exclusive offers made from the ValPass Holiday Workshop. This November, ValPass is teaming up with iHeartRadio to bring you a special holiday edition of the Blue Envelope. Together, we're giving you an easy-to-scan QR code to stream all your favorite holiday tunes through the iHeartRadio app. Plus, check your envelope to see if our elves have snuck a $100
The selected zone of attack covered 6
for your
important
ValPass
industrial
envelope.
targets and numerous smaller factories, railroad yards, home industries, and cable plants. But it also included one of the most densely populated areas of the world. End quote. He goes on to say 135,000 people were square miles. Before Operation Meeting House was over, between 90,000 and 100,000 people had been killed. Most died horribly, as intense heat from the firestorm consumed the oxygen, boiled water in canals, and sent liquid glass rolling down the streets. Thousands suffocated in shelters or parks. Panicked crowds crushed victims who had fallen in the streets as they surged towards waterways to escape the flames. Perhaps the most terrible incident, he writes, came when one B-29 dropped 7 tons of incendiaries on and around the crowded Kokotoy Bridge. Hundreds of people were turned into fiery torches and, quote, splashed into the river below in sizzling hisses, end quote. One writer, Crane says, described the falling bodies as resembling tent caterpillars that had been burned out of a tree. Tail gunners, Crane says, were sickened by the sight of hundreds of people burning to death in flaming napalm on the surface of the Sumida River. A doctor who observed the carnage there later said, quote, you couldn't even tell if the objects floating by were arms and legs or pieces of burnt wood, end quote. Crane then says, quote, B-29 crews fought superheated updrafts that destroyed at least 10 aircraft and wore oxygen masks to avoid vomiting from the stench of burning flesh. By the time the attack had ended, almost 16 square miles of Tokyo were burned out, and over 1 million people were homeless.
To learn more, just dial 877-75-WORLD, 877-75-WORLD, or go to RealWorldSocial.com. The podcast, Survival in a Year with Jack Graham, is a moving and inspiring biblical audio experience that will help you master wisdom from the world's greatest book. In each episode, you'll learn to apply biblical principles to everyday life. Each cinematic episode is a journey through the Bible's most profound stories that will strengthen your appreciation of the Word
contribute to create these sorts of firestorms.
Listen to the
And there was
Bible
already
in a Year
something
with
like a
Jack Graham
30,
on the
gusting maybe to
iHeartRadio
40
app or
mile per hour
wherever you
wind
get your podcast.
in Tokyo when this happened, so the fire danger already in Tokyo was known as a city prone to fires. Japan had a problem with that. Tokyo had a very specific problem with that. That's why the U.S. had identified it years before as prone to incendiaries. And it really burned.
The policies of all his acolytes, they
It's already
created
went
this
through,
climate.
just like the firestorms in Dresden and Hamburg, where the winds start turning into almost a tornado when you read account after account of people being swept away by an invisible hand of wind that just pulls them away. It's so bad that you can't see anything because it's blowing pebbles and rocks into your face.
Workers go on strike. Amazon's going to lay
The
off
accounts
thousands of
from
workers.
some of these German attacks talk about the asphalt melting, and that happens everywhere. So you try to run down the streets and you find yourself sinking in molten asphalt. They talk about the wind sucking all the oxygen out of things. You'll find these air raid shelters in Germany where everybody's just
Has a
suffocated.
new song out. Is that true?
Yeah,
The
and it's getting
temperature
hot.
reaches 1800
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
degrees
made you look.
in the center of some of this fire area, and people just start
Megan
exploding
Trainor,
in
make
flame.
remember her.
You read
She
over
wrote that
about
song,
people just
All About That
like
Bass. About
matchsticks
that bass. So
explode.
good.
A lot of people
All
who found
about
themselves
that
their avenue of
bass.
escape
About
cut
that
off in every direction, just sat down in the
Well, she already
street.
had 12 million
One of my
views on this
sources
thing.
said faced
I told
the
you,
Imperial
it's,
Palace and
hitting
waited
up
to
the
die.
charts. What's that with the
Found
bullet?
Wow.
photographs.
They going like that,
Are not
like a gangbusters.
And the photographs, to be honest, the photographs of the bombing bodies in Europe too are hard to handle. We're talking about large piles of bodies in the Tokyo ray. They're all carbonized. In The Rising Sun, author John Tucker follows one person who lived through this, a father who loves his four children.
She's seen as really pretty in the picture. I'm not saying she's not pretty now, but she's
trying to get away. They pushed their way across the bridge to escape the roaring blaze that was pursuing them, quote, end quote, like a wild animal. A strong wind sucked into the flames, swept a stinging storm of pebbles into their faces. They turned back to the gale and plodded slowly away from the conflagration, fascinated at the sight of oil drums rocketing through the roof of a cable factory near the river and exploding into balls of fire 100 feet in the air. The center of Tokyo, he writes, was as incandescent as the sun. Billowing clouds of smoke surged up, illuminated below by orange flames. Thousands crouched terrified in their wooden shelters where they would be roasted alive.
I've never heard of a woman write so many songs about how great she is. About how great she looks, all about that bass, no trouble. Yeah, there are a number of songs where she's like mentioning like high-end items purchased and things like that. And I'm just like, I don't know, it's catchy though, Belly, right? You probably like that. Ability ain't quite there.
It's both fascinating and repellent at the same time. He has one eyewitness encountered by a captain. The other says they had just gone to his bridge to check out conditions there. Because people were running towards water wherever they could find it. The other says, quote, and there they were stunned by the sight of countless dead bodies that lay everywhere around. They were in a forest of corpses. In every direction, bodies were crumpled so closely together that they must have been touching when they died. They lay there now, mute evidence of the fury of the American attack on Tokyo's civil population. The captain looked out over the Ichido River and shook his head. What a pitiful situation it was. So appalling that it exceeded the imagination's ability to deal with it. What could rescuers do in a situation like this? There was no one to rescue.
What do you think?
Touch one of the roasted bodies and the flesh would crumble in the hand. Humanity reduced to the essential, turned into carbon.
Hair to it, get ready. I love it.
All right.
The account continues, and this is not to be
What
gratuitous.
do you think, Food?
This is to give us an idea
Like
of exactly
sounds like every other making kind of
mankind's
song.
capabilities, what our human
I
capabilities
kind of like the melody to it. It's fun.
achieved what levels now of damage we can do. This is the sort of thing you read about after a giant, act of God, natural disaster type thing. Not something that someone targeted at someone. He then talks about the captain looking at the bank and seeing how the waves that had been wind-driven had pushed all of the corpses, he says tens of thousands of them, up against the beach and stacked them like cordwood. It was this weird sight.
You're a pop star. You're an icon. You're the moment.
Read the accounts of Operation Meeting House that resulted afterwards. It sounds like the American Secretary of War Henry
There's
Stimson
a lawsuit.
and the
I know
General
it's actually not a
the Army
lawsuit
George
yet,
Marshall
but it might
both
become one.
quite bothered by the
There's
civilian casualties in the bombings in Europe and the
Curvy
Pacific.
women who are
They
out
seem
with
to
their
be amongst a very
friends who they
small
said are
group of people
skinnier than
who
they
are.
are. And the skinnier gals got in the
Not
club,
only is this
and
considered to
the
be
plus-size models
a
did
better
not.
than expected
The
result,
curvy women
but
were
LeMay
denied
will
entry
turn the
to
bombers
the club.
around 2 days later,
So the curvy women are speaking out
and then turn around a
about
couple days after
their
that,
incident.
do them again,
I guess they're curved.
and will continue to
So it was
firebomb
in
Japanese
New
cities
York
until
Post.
he
New
runs
York
out of
Post.
incendiaries to
These
use on them.
buxom beauties
And there's a
are blowing
temporary
a whistle
lull
on
while they
alleged
try to
body-shaming
give more
bouncer.
to his
Plus-size
plane. They'd
models
underestimated how many
are
bombing runs that he
blasting
could do.
Los Angeles
Plus, task
hotspots.
mass
That's
not
The
not
training
highlight
how he
room.
gets
fucking
things
years to
done.
fucking.
Is that one of the places where Morgan goes to
These are
highlight
very
rooms?
much
I don't know.
what
It's always out there, right?
especially
Yeah.
modern war,
The
mid-20th
highlight
century
room
war boils down
for
to.
allegedly denying them access to the club because of
Again, I
the
said earlier,
size of their
caricature, but
body.
not a caricature
Well,
like
that's
a
kind of
cartoon
embarrassing.
character. A caricature like a
People were feeling
two-dimensional
absolutely
figure
sick to our
that doesn't
stomach
seem like a
about
fully
what
fleshed
happened.
out human being,
And
because the
the women
caricature
are
isn't, but
Gabriel
the caricature said about
Halikis,
the bombing in Tokyo,
H-A-L-I-K-A-S,
quote,
and Alexa J.
This is going to be
And one of them was that Gabrielle.
We were going after military targets. No point in slaughtering civilians for mere sake of slaughter. Of course, there's a pretty thin veneer in Japan, but the veneer was there. It was their system of dispersal of industry. All you had to do was visit one of those targets after we roasted it and see the ruins of a multitude of tiny houses with a drill press sticking up through the wreckage of every home. The entire population got into the act and worked to make those airplanes or munitions of war. Men, women, children. We knew we were going to kill a lot of women and kids when we burned that town. Had to be done.
The biggest person online at the party.
People that order those
I didn't say that.
done. Sleep at night.
So the club promoter
Maybe if
starts
they have
letting the whole group
sleeping
in,
at night,
whole group of
they
girls,
don't figure out
and
some
then when
way
it gets to
to
Jay,
end this whole
the
thing by
bouncer puts
throwing
the
a
rope
monkey
up
wrench
Well,
in the
it was a nice conversation. He was like, "Good chat, man."
Cossacks.
And that's all we ever had. That's our only discussion.
He
Really, yeah.
describes a letter.
And I was like, "Oh
And then
man."
I guess
LeMay described his
that you can get
memoirs
into
as sticking in his head
$4,000.
something he thought about.
I don't know if that was this
And
club or another
Kozak
club.
says, quote, in
So
his
even
memoirs,
after
LeMay
Jay
makes
explained
more
that
than
he was
one
with that
reference
party
to a
with
letter
him,
that
and
continually
and I
weighed
didn't
on
get
his
used to the
mind.
time. No, I wasn't, but I just was like,
Dear General,
I just remember.
this is the anniversary of my son
kid.
Nicky being killed over Hamburg, Berlin, Tokyo. You killed him, General. I just wanted to remind you. I'm going to send you a letter each year on the same date, the anniversary of his death, to remind you.
And so when
Kozak
Worry
says
about
this.
You're fucking
intervened,
LeMay's
Oh,
only
it
way to
just
stop
happened.
these types
Oh
of
my
letters
God,
from happening was to end the war. He rationalized the potentially significant loss of Japanese life on the ground with the following logic. Marines were suffering horrendous casualties on Iwo Jima in a slow, agonizing fighting, evidence that the Japanese were becoming even more ferocious the closer Americans came to the home islands. And unlike the U.S. or German industry, which was factory-centered, Japanese manufacturing was greatly decentralized. Individual parts for airplanes, tanks, and bombs were produced in homes and in backyards. This is LeMay talking. No matter how you slice it, you're going to kill an awful lot of civilians, thousands and thousands. And if you don't destroy Japan's capacity to wage war, we're going to have to invade Japan. And how many Americans will be killed in an invasion of Japan? 500,000 seems to be the lowest estimate. Some say 1 million. We're at war with Japan. We were attacked by Japan.
End the door effective immediately. Our company does not tolerate discrimination
Pretty much every
of
major
any
country
kind.
in the Second World War
But on Instagram,
decried
the
the idea
lookers
of bombing
insisted
civilians.
that it wasn't an
By
isolated incident. I bet it's not. I bet it
None of
happens
those
all
countries have a
the
moral
time.
leg to stand
I
on
bet it happens
anymore
every
because
single night in
either
LA,
they've
New
already
York,
done it
Chicago,
themselves,
where
or they've done things you might even see
big guys and gals
go worse.
go to get into a club,
Now it is
and the
unfair
promoter's like,
to
it's not
judge
going
the
to
moral
happen.
sensibilities of a
you
guy like
I bet it
Curtis
happens
LeMay
way more.
in a vacuum. I mean, you have to
Did
really
that ever happen
Way
one
try to
time?
figure out where he was on the
It wasn't because I wanted to
scale.
look at their cool
Day, how did that
had the advisor's hat on. I was really starting to be observant, and so I was like, well, I guess I just will not take off my fucking hat.
They're bombing campaigns,
Yeah.
just like the
So I go-
Czech Republic.
I go to this bar downtown.
They're bombing
Doesn't tell me.
campaigns, just like the Japanese
And
public
I'm like, okay,
organs.
this is
They're
really
bombing
cool. And I go
campaigns.
to wait in line, and the guy's like,
Services and
can't wear a hat. I
All
go,
of these
part of my religion.
populations, of
He
course,
goes, the
are
Dodgers
having
party
their
religion.
information constantly pruned and redacted and filters only just get what the government wants them to see.
in LA, like trolling.
And they're being heavily propagandized to feel a certain way and adopt a certain view. That's uniform. It's happening in every country.
Taken from their owners during a Welcome 6
For example, the
Friday.
hundreds of
One owner
newspapers
said
in the
someone
United
got out of a
States
black
that celebrate and tout
put
this
a gun to
firebombing
his
of
face and took the
Japan.
dogs. The
They
owners
don't
are
show
offering a reward to
mounds
anyone
of
who's got
charred
info on
human
where
corpses.
rhino and
They don't
blue sky
play that side of it up. They may not even know how many people died. It's all about how many structures were burned, how much damage was done to the war effort, and all those kind. How many of our own planes got home safe? This is exactly how other countries would portray a similar situation involving their forces.
lanes and over the embankment, hitting and cutting a utility
What's
pole
more,
in
we have to
half.
recall the amount of propaganda out there making sure
One of the biggest
that
decisions
people
you'll
were
ever make
prepared for
is
this
selecting a
level
senior
of
living committee for a
commitment
parent or
and
a grandparent.
nastiness.
Decision. Much easier for you.
Facebook bombs
Roundtree
cities
Garden.
and civilians.
I've been there
Conrad
dozens
Crane
and dozens of times.
quotes
I know
a
some
little bit
people
of the
work there, some
dialogue
people live there. And
from one of these
personally,
movies they made
Roundtree
in
is by
1944.
far and away
One
the
of those
finest
partnership
senior
deals
living
between
community I've ever
Hollywood
seen. And I
and the
think they're great.
government. Right?
The
These are
campus is huge, gorgeous,
propaganda
lots of
films or
trees,
films
lots of
that have
greenery.
a
You'll feel like you're
message
in
that
Canada or Alaska,
bolsters
not
up the
Southern
home
California.
front.
And
And it involved a film with Dana
also the
Andrews, who was
cottages and
playing
apartments are very
a
spacious,
dual
very
pilot,
clean.
one of those
And the
pilots that
food,
symbolically bombed
God, the
Japan
food.
back in
It's the best.
1942,
So
got
the
captured, was
biggest
going to be
reason
executed.
to
And
choose
so they put
Roundtree is
these
the
words
fact
in
they're
his mouth
caring,
just before they're
compassionate,
leading
and
him away to
committed.
have, I guess, his
So if
head
your loved
cut
one
off.
can live independently,
The film,
or
by
they
the
need
way,
a
was
little
called
assistance or skilled
The
nursing,
Purple Heart.
Roundtree
And
offers
this is
a
the kind
wide
of
range of
dialogue
care.
that
Roundtree
preps one
Garden
for an
knows
air
what you're going through,
campaign like
and they can
this.
help you with your search.
Quote,
The right place.
"It's true
for
we
someone you
Americans
love.
don't know
They
very
can help
much
you.
about you
Visit
Japanese,
their
and
website
never
and
did.
check it out there.
And now I
Confidence makes
realize you know
suppose.
even less about us.
RoundtreeGardens.com.
You can kill us, all of us, or
Also
part of
clear,
us.
cool tonight, below
But if you
50
think
degrees,
that's
clear
going
and a
to
few
put the
degrees warmer
fear of
tomorrow
God
through
into
the
the United States of
Be cooler
America
again Friday
and
for the
stop them
weekend.
from
Get back
sending
to
other flyers to bomb you, you're
Some
wrong,
good news
damn
here on the
wrong.
134. This
They'll
is
blacken
heading
your
westbound
skies
coming
and
up on
burn down your
Tooele
cities to the
as
ground
Iraq has
and make
wrapped
you
up.
get
So
down
all
on your
lanes are now
knees and
open.
beg for
Traffic's
mercy.
looking a lot
This is
better,
your
getting
war.
away
You
from
wanted it,
Olive.
you
So
asked
looks
for
like
it,
the
and now
delays
you're
are
going to get
pretty much
it. And it
dissipated.
won't
It's
be
moving
finished until
nicely
your
now
dirty
post
little
direction.
empire's wiped
Also
off the
checking
face
out the
of the
drive
earth.
as you make your way through Pasadena. I was seeing just a little bit of a
And then they lead the
slowdown on the
hero off,
134 eastbound
execute
coming
him,
up on
make you feel
Fair Oaks.
extra angry, and
Beyond Fair
you're
Oaks,
ready
the
to go
drive
burn
opens
down
up
some
looks
Japanese
good as you
cities
continue
yourself.
towards Lake and a little
Those who
crowded
actually
in
had to do
Anaheim
that,
Hills.
though,
Nothing major. It's
are
only
to be
91 eastbound,
pitied.
just approaching the 241. After
There are a
that,
lot. You never get the
it's
stories of
Treasure
people who
City,
return just fine.
baby,
Never thought
all the way
another day
out to
about it
15.
and moved
KFI
on.
in
But
the
you do
sky.
hear the
Help get
stories
you there
of
faster.
those who
I'm Angel Martinez.
were traumatized by it.
Imagine
Lots of
air travel
tales of
that's
people
simple,
returning back
hassle-free, and
to
fast.
their base with their
That's
clothes
Earth Air.
smelling like burnt
Save
human
hours
flesh.
on every trip. Avoid
Pilots and
busy,
crew
crowded
members turning
terminals,
in
and
after
fly
action
from airports
reports with
closer to
shaky
your home.
hands.
No crowds, no long lines, no stress.
Matthew A.
With
Rizal's book,
Earth
The
Air's
Things Our
private
Father
flight,
Saw,
you're in control
one
of
of
your
the crew
travel day,
members
not the other way
said
around.
this, quote,
EarthAir.com.
"We had to
The most
kill in order
convenient
to
way to
end the
fly.
war.
Get a free
We
quote
heard
on
about the
women.
thousands
Flight
of people we killed,
EarthAir.com.
the Japanese
There's a better way to
wives,
fly
the children, and the elderly.
Get cash
That
out of
was
your home
war.
while you still can.
But I know
Raise
every
the rest and
B-29
continue
air
to
crewman for the
climb.
next 2 or
Yeah.
3
Equity in your
years
home
will
is
wake up at
vanishing while
night
property
and start
values drop.
shaking.
Don't be house
Yes, the
rich
raids were
tax
successful,
poor. Hi, this is
but
Ken Tyler,
horribly so.
president of Right Choice Mortgage. We have more ways to get the cash out of your home than anyone else.
People don't like
We
these
have
questions, but I
mortgages
wanted
starting
to
in the price, not
position
Rabbi.
mortgages. We have second
is
mortgages. We have
basically
mortgages for the
you're going to
self-employed. We have second
do
mortgages for the
this to you,
self-employed.
and you
Hard
can't
to place
stop it
mortgages, reverse.
until you
If you
say
have
you've
equity,
had
Rabbi,
enough.
chances are we're the ones to help you get it out. Call now at 833-886-3863.
As crazy as it
833-886-FUN.
as
We'll run
bad
the
as
numbers,
things already
refinance
are
you first,
for
what it
Japan,
looks like to
I
get a
want to say
second,
car, but
and
it's
help
not.
you make
they're
an
not
educated
done.
decision on which way to go. If you
And
need to get
Herbert
cash out of your home
makes
to
us
protect your
Uh,
family
It's
or
raising
business
Hirohito
during what is likely to be a
for
really
making a
deep
modern
recession coming,
Japan.
call us. Don't be house
Is it
rich
Z
and
Hirsch?
cash poor.
2
Call
days
now at
after Emperor Hirohito's inspection of
833-886-3863.
bomb damage in the capital, that means after the big Tokyo
How do you
firebombing,
solve your water
no
problems
less
at
a
home
person
Wait,
than
he has a
retired
question
foreign
on
minister
drinkable water
Shihara
from water
Kijiro,
from the water
once the
softener?
very
There
symbol
is
of
another way.
cooperation
A
with
light
Britain and
source,
the
full
United
house water
States,
system. Hey,
gave
please
expression
don't
to
Yeah.
a
tell you about
feeling
these salt
that was
free
Yeah, I
widely
don't like
held
them.
by
Fuck you. I
Japan's
want
ruling
available
elites
in
at this
Southern
time.
California. Light
Namely,
source water.
Japan
Light source
had to
provides
be
the
patient
luxury of
and
clean,
resist
delicious
surrender
water
no
from
matter
every
what.
tap and faucet in your
Shihara had
home, and
earlier
our tide
advised
water
Foreign
better than
Minister
softener, and
Shigemitsu
does even
that the
more by
people would
eliminating
gradually get
99%
used to
of
being
chlorine
bombed
and other
daily.
contaminants.
In
And
time,
unlike a water
unity and
softener, a light
resolve
source
would grow
system
stronger,
requires
and
zero
this would
maintenance,
allow the
no filters,
diplomats,
no
quote,
salt, no
room to
mustard
devise
services. They
plans
install
for
it,
saving
you
the
push
country
it. And
in this
now,
time
for a
of
limited time,
unprecedented
purchase a light
crisis.
source system
And
without paying up payment for 6 months. No interest, no
X then
payment
goes on
for
to
6
quote a letter
months.
from the same
Credit
former
approval.
minister
Call
10 days after the Tokyo
800-803-2696
firebombing,
for a
which
free
said, quote,
consultation. That's
if we continue to fight back bravely, even if hundreds of thousands of non-combatants are killed, injured, or starved, even if millions of buildings are destroyed or burned,
Get the Spectrum Internet with
Expeditious is thought by saying there will be room to
advanced
produce
Wi-Fi with
a more advantageous international situation for Japan.
unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G.
That's the same line we've been hearing for a long time now, isn't it? That
Spectrum
just
Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and
shift
one line of Spectrum
the
Mobile
momentum
Unlimited for
here, change our luck a little bit, get lucky, have one victory, we can go to the negotiating table then, and not be without something to use to bargain with, right? But way back in February, some of the people, it's very hard to define what was really for peace and what wasn't. Some of the people that are often credited with being more of a peace faction and trying to sway the hardliners, knowing that the hardliners' biggest fear over any eventuality was communism. I say, if this keeps up, you're going to get the people overthrowing the government and the emperor and everything else, and that'll be worse than what the Allies would do to us if we surrendered. And with all that hanging over the heads of the Japanese leadership, we lead here like a sword of Damocles with more fire bombings, to continue.
Her mother is
Japan fights
Sudan,
on.
and she is
And when the first Allied troops land on
the most
Japanese
prolific
soil
parties of all time.
on the island of Okinawa, and not only the Americans are in on it this time, but elements of the British Navy, the British Pacific Fleet are there now. I mean, Germany's almost had it. No reason to keep the fleet in the Mediterranean. Italy's out of the war. No reason to keep it in the North Sea or the Atlantic. Bring it here to the Pacific with those aircraft carriers, with the armored flight decks. That'll be useful against kamikaze attacks and help us take the first of the Japanese home islands, although it's if you really consider Okinawa one of the home islands.
In a
Some of the Okinawans wouldn't consider it one of the home islands, but it turns out to be a battle that acts as a preview,
somebody paid
a
more than
version, a
$200,000
miniature
for Steve
of what the
Jobs'
Allies
old
can
Birkenstock.
expect as they continue to move toward Japan.
And
And
John Anderson,
Somebody
Days of Our
was
Lives,
looking
star
inside
died. He was 89 years
Kyushu,
old.
right?
His daughter is Jennifer Aniston.
Okinawa has something
Interesting.
similar to Japan also that the Allies will have to deal with.
The new song by Meghan Trainor came out. We listened to that earlier. That was a lot of fun. I mean, we just all had a lot of
They're
fun.
not running off to some refugee
Oh,
camp. They're not fleeing to another part of the country.
If you missed
They're stuck there on an island 60 miles long,
if
but
you
only
missed
about
it,
10 to
it
12
sounded a
miles
little like
wide in
this.
some spots.
About, well,
And
I
you're
guess
talking
about
hundreds of
20
thousands of
minutes.
people.
Maybe less.
More than 100,000 Japanese soldiers, more than 100,000 American troops.
I like that part where she talks about
Okinawa is going to produce the highest casualties of the Pacific War, some of the worst casualty rates in American military history.
Leo, I think you're onto something here. You really like her.
By the end of the ordeal,
I like her.
Okinawa
Okay. All right.
and the Japanese and the U.S. military is showing cracks in their psychological facades. At first, it goes better than anyone on the Allied side has a right to
The
expect.
last two people that are being discriminated against and nobody ever says
April
anything,
1st,
those
and
plus
there
size
is
models that
seemingly
didn't
little
get
to
into the
no
highlight room,
resistance.
I think that happens all
You still
the
have the
time.
big
I think that is
American
just the tip of
bombardment
the
of the
iceberg.
beaches,
I
the
bet that
entire
happens every
choreographed
night
military
in
ballet
big
goes
cities.
the way it has for several islands
Plus size
now.
models, or even
The
just not even
Japanese are in the
models, just
interior,
plus size
staying
people.
away from where the big
are
guns can hurt
excluded
you, and are
from
planning to let the
events like
Americans
that.
come to them,
And
and then
another
they're going
one,
to take as many
that
of them
discrimination
as they
happens
can.
all the time. And if you're a
But for
parent,
4 or
you'll know
5
this, but if
days,
you're
the
not a parent,
Americans
you have
don't
no
really
idea
hit
what
it
goes on.
by and large. I mean,
Sitting
the
in a
Marines will sweep up toward
restaurant
the
with
north
your
of the
kids,
island and take
they
a
always
few of
put
the
the
smaller
kids
islands just offshore of
in a
Okinawa.
booth
The
back
Army
near the
units, for the
bathroom
most part, will sweep
and
south.
away
It's
from
not
everybody
until
else.
like the 4th or the 5th
It
of
happens
April
to when I
until
was
they
doing
run into the
when my
prepared
daughter was
defenses
younger
on both ends of
and
the
we go to
island,
a place for
especially
dinner,
the south.
we always would get a crappy
And
booth
around
way in
the
the
time
back near
they
the
do is
bathroom.
when the big
And I asked the guy, I
Japanese
said, hey, how come we always get this
suicide,
booth
air
for
and
nobody's
naval
around us?
suicide attack
Because I always
that's
just we
meant
always
to
put
be
kids section. Like, oh,
the
they
answer
always
and response to
about
this
it.
U.S. Okinawan invasion.
But my
Hence,
daughter was one of those ones
you
that
get a
was
chance
just
to see
screaming and running
how
around
things are
in
going
the,
to be
in the
amplified
restaurant.
as you
We
get
didn't allow
closer
them.
to the Japanese homeland, which
Some
is
kids,
less
some
than
you didn't
400
let
miles
her
away
get
from
out.
Okinawa, by the way.
No, we did not allow that.
And what
Like
was
get
a
up and run
trickle,
around the
for example,
restaurant.
of suicide
That's not how we
planes
play.
earlier in the
But
war
I
when they
remember
first
my
showed
daughter,
up becomes an
when
absolute
she was young,
flood
she was only
at
about
Okinawa.
5 or 6.
And there's
She
all
went to
kinds
buy
of
a
suicide things ready in
mattress.
Okinawa. The
And it's
Americans
one of those mattress
find
stores
several
where they're all,
hundred
there's like 7 of them,
speedboats loaded
and
with
they're all, you can
explosives
jump from one
before
to
they can
another.
be used
And
against
she
the
saw kids
Americans. Japanese
from one
ruse and
to
guided
another to
bomb,
another. And she
where a
said,
person
"Boy,
guides
and
the
I
bomb
jumped
after they
with those
drop it
kids
from a
on all the
giant
mattresses."
aircraft
I said, "What do you
in
think?"
this encounter. But the
And she
main
looked down. She goes,
assaults and damage
"No,
is going to be
that's
carried out by
exactly.
your standard
Exactly
kamikaze
right. No,
planes,
you
and
can't
the
do that."
tactic's going
She
to
was, "But
be
how can they get to do it?"
the
I
tactic
said,
of
"Oh, they got parents that will let them
to
do that.
mix
But you're not
kamikaze
doing that."
planes
I
in
mean, when
with
you get
planes
when
that
you're
aren't
18
doing
and
conventional
you're not living at
detection,
home, if you want to do that,
bombers.
knock
So if you're
yourself
an
out.
American
Like, go to the mattress store and
anti-aircraft
dump all you
gunner,
want.
how
But
do you know the
while
difference
I'm
in who
with
do
you
you shoot
and
at?
you're
It becomes
5,
confusing.
there'll be no jumping on mattresses
And there's going to be, I think,
at
10
a store. It's just
full-on
But I bet you were
kamikaze
the same way with
assaults
Sydney,
during the
right? I
whole
mean, you know, you
open-hour
drew the line.
campaign. But
I
in
was a
between
little
the
hardcore
big
about it early
assaults,
on. I
you'll have
told
a single
anybody that,
kamikaze here
well,
and there, a
I
couple
said
of them
she will
attacking
not go out
in
to
a
a
140-day
restaurant
period
and
in the
like or
U.S.
anything like
hit
that
by
until she
some
understands what
kamikaze attack every single day. Can't
so
relax for
that's
1
true. So
minute.
I was not. I
And
was
it's
down
hard
there
not
from.
to
I was
look at
not going to be
this
that parent that has a
as
screaming, crying kid.
perhaps the
I'm the same way.
first
And
real
even when I
test
got
of
to
what
the point where it
modern
was like
naval
a couple
combat's
years
going to
in,
look
where I was
like.
like,
Because there
okay,
hasn't been modern
let's
naval
try to go out
combat
to a restaurant because I
between
was
two
feeling pretty
first rate
hardcore about
naval
it.
powers since
And
the
when we
Second
eventually
World
did,
War.
I was like,
The little
if
bits
you
that you've
start
gotten
crying,
have shown how
leave it
important
immediately.
missiles are
I'm
going to
not going to
be
be that
in
parent.
naval
It
combat.
just
Well,
drives me.
we haven't had
I
a
never
war.
understood how parents can let their
Hundreds
kids
of
stay
naval
there
missiles have been
and
launched at
scream their lungs out.
fleets
And
of
they do.
ships.
I forget who
The
it was.
closest
Like,
comparison
so
you can
you don't
find
get a practice on
is what's going
anybody in
on
the world but yourself.
off the
I'm
coast of
exactly the same
Okinawa,
way.
when sometimes hundreds of kamikazes mixed in with
Our
hundreds of
daughter always
bombers
had
will show
one
up and
public
attempt to get
meltdown.
through the American defenses,
And
screening
it
and
was
sink
it
American
was such
ships.
an unusual
Really sweet
case
lady.
that my wife and I
They
still
have
remember where
remarkable
it
success
was.
setting them on
It was at
fire
the
and then
It was
sinking
when
them.
they had the first
But they
cabin.
may
I think it was
whittle
named.
down
It was in
My
my
the
daughter's
American
out,
strength, and not in a way where you
Oh,
have a
I didn't
danger of
really
the whole
know.
fleet being
I
sunk or
remember
anything
we were
like that,
playing.
but it's costing a lot of sailors' lives who are getting horribly
playing.
burned, the ones who survive. It's
no,
taking out a lot of smaller ships, and a
At
bunch
a
of
restaurant,
American
or
carriers
and
end up
we were
getting
little.
injured enough to
And
go
what?
back
We would
for
always just want to go
repairs.
to the
you can't pick them
And
up
one
because
observer
that way
was
it's
comparing
almost
the
like
fact
video
that
games
most
and
countries
just
have
play video
lines
games
like
over
this
there.
for the Japanese
Really?
and Americans. But the
Why?
British, who we had just mentioned, had
That's
shown
what
up here
parents
with
do.
their fleet
They go to the
for one of
restaurant,
those to the
give
Pacific
your
Fleet,
kids a fucking
and
roll
their
quarters, and then
aircraft carriers have armored flight
you wouldn't hear
decks,
from them. And they'd have like a fucking real dinner, and the kids would have a fucking blast in the fucking arcade room.
in it. The observer
And
had said that if this happens to
why
an
did that
American
change?
vessel, it's back to work for 6 months of repair,
Yeah,
but
like
after
fine
it
dining
arrives, British
thing.
vessel,
But
just
anyway,
call
piece of
wires
pizza
away.
like this, where it's like
Just goes off the deck here.
people have
The soundless kamikaze, what's left of this
And they have, like,
kamikaze can't ride into the ocean.
Okay, is that the end of your story?
The
No.
Japanese
My thing though, I think it's really important
thousands of aircraft
to
taken
give
out
video
campaign.
games away. If restaurants gave video games away, meaning like have the machine, but just have it so that you don't have to put any quarters in it.
Somewhere north of 7,000, somewhere south of 8,000.
Well, how do you get it so that people don't abuse that system? You can
They
put
also manage
limits on it or
to
something,
sink
but
36 of the
people
US
will just go there.
ships.
Like for instance, McDonald's had the play pods. McDonald's won an entire generation of children because they had the play pods, and even if you didn't
all
eat
these kind of
McDonald's,
things on the home
you might go
islands
to a
are
McDonald's and
so
somebody might get a cup of coffee just to have something so that you could fucking play in there for 6 fucking hours. And
kamikaze attacks and the interesting
that was one of our favorite
aspect of
fucking
that
things.
is that
Really?
these
My aunt would get one cup of
our
coffee,
sister ship was sunk
my father would get a cup of
years ago
coffee,
to Musashi,
and we'd go to play
and
place and
neither ship having done much in this war. Both ships
and he'd be
had
back.
every right to be the queen of the seas when they were launched and commissioned.
And
Only the technological wheel of
but
fortune
like
passed them
McDonald's
by.
probably didn't go to
And over the course of several hours, the American aircraft, sometimes
and some
hundreds of
McDonald's
times,
are
will sink her just as easily as this other sister ship to Musashi.
Everybody
Lots
in
of
the family,
bombs,
make
lots
it
of
a tradition.
torpedoes.
Go
But
every
No.
year. Kids will love it. They'll
But-
talk about it for a long,
Oh,
long
but
time.
like same with video games.
They're gonna be singing
Like
all those
if you're
songs.
always trying to
Not
get
just
money out
the
of people,
Amano, but the
okay, that's
cruiser
fine.
stars with its
But if kids can go there and they know they have unlimited amount of something, anything, whether it's like pizza or breadsticks or soup and salad or fucking video games, it costs or soda drinks. It costs nothing to give you the unlimited soda. It costs nothing to give give people unlimited videos.
And
Just
now
basically,
traffic
very,
is
very,
loading
very
up all
little
the way
amount
from
in
Main
comparison to
Street.
people.
Come checking out downtown
Really?
LA.
Just
Lots
as
of
things
debris
are
on the
really
110
starting to
northbound,
get
coming up on
nasty
3rd
and
Street.
So what?
Halverson Lane,
So basically,
Canal,
places I
Wood,
think in the
Nail,
future
the
would
whole bit. So
have
why
like a
Jefferson
thing,
comes
2
away
hour
from
scan
Park
kind of
Oregon
deal,
just to miss
where
the
like
dump.
you'd have
Also
like
in
24 hours,
Glendora,
you can
more
be there for as
debris.
long as you want,
Just
for
at the
24 hours.
210 westbound,
Really?
coming up on Grand
Yeah, you want to
Avenue.
come back the next day,
Permits
just
are
pay
all over
another
the right
fucking admission
lane.
fee.
So, not sure if it's a
getting a little bit
filter,
of strength back.
maybe a
Okay.
couple
Warm Springs,
chairs, who
Georgia,
knows?
where
If
he's
you
having
see it,
his
pound
portrait
250,
painted
keyword KFI
and
traffic.
tells the people
KFI in the
he's got a
sky
terrible
helps get you
headache.
there faster. I'm in from
Succumbs very
Martinez.
quickly to a
This
cerebral
report is
hemorrhage
sponsored
stroke
by
type incident.
Unbound.org. Right now, there are
This
young
is not a
people across the
surprise to
world facing a
anyone
tough
who
choice:
is around the
continue
man
their
at
dream of
all.
education
You
or
read
drop
account
out to
after
help their
account
family
after
put food on the
account
table.
for a
You
good
can help
year
change their
before his
future
death
in a single moment.
that he looks
See
like
how far
death
your
is at his
support can
door.
go
A lot
at
of people
What
thought he was
Unbound.org.
responsible for the way
If
he
you run a business, we know how confusing it can be to evaluate pricing options. And at iHeart, we're here to help.
What's more,
We're America's
if you're
number
in the
one
middle of a
audio
war,
company,
especially and
number
you're
one
a
in
road
radio,
leader,
number one in
know how sick you
podcasting,
are, we
digital
should be
radio, and
really
much more.
concerned with who your
With all those
successor
great
is.
sites and all those potential
That's part of
customers,
the interesting
we can help you
angle
find
here.
new and more
The
efficient ways to
President
grow
of the
your
United
business.
States has
So
only
reach out, let's
recently
chat,
picked a
and learn more about
vice
how we can
president.
help
So
your
guy
business
who's in
find new growth.
office for 4
Visit
terms.
iHeartAdvertising.com.
So
That's
long that
iHeartAdvertising.com.
It's
the
going
Hello, I'm
soldiers on the
Jonathan,
ground have
founder
no
of
memory
Riverville
of any
Plumbing
other
and Air.
president in their
Last week we
lives.
found a leak in my
He's
furnace
got a
that
new
could
vice
have
president
filled my
as of
son's
January
room with
1945.
carbon
So it's
monoxide.
to
April.
Can you imagine how
Something
bad
like
that could have
82 or
turned out?
83
It was
days
a
he's had
reminder
this
to me
guy,
that regular service
and
to
he's
your
not
furnace is
someone
one
that
of the best
really anyone
actions you could
knows. His
take
name's
for the
Harry Truman.
safety of your family. Carbon monoxide
It's
is
interesting, isn't it,
odorless
that
and
of the
deadly,
so-called
and more than 50,000
big
people are
three
hospitalized by it every year. That's why
sounds
my
violent,
company
odorless,
takes
and
extra
deadly.
steps
Stalin.
for every
Only
system they
Stalin is
service
still in
to
power.
Damn,
protect you. Call now for a
Why
thorough
is
furnace
this,
safety check
Who
for
is
only
this?
He loses the
$77. Call
election
866-DRINK-77. And during the months of
so
November
he has to
and
give him
December,
power, and
my
Roosevelt
team at
dies. So
Riverville
Harry
will install a carbon monoxide monitor for
essentially
free in
cried on
every
someone's
home
shoulder
service
saying,
as a thank
he's
you
not
for
big
your
enough for the
business.
job.
Call
When he hears
No,
that
I
it
want
is
to
his
go back
job,
to that. Why
he'll
can't
say
I go
to
back?
Theodore Roosevelt,
It's like, hey, look at it in fucking different.
is
Oh,
there
it's right up.
anything
Oh, it's right down to
he
right.
says, is there
Right.
anything I can do for you? You're the one in trouble now.
If I use fucking food, son. No,
Did you hear what I hear? It's the sound
What's
of
better than that?
Made from the Valpad Holiday
Fucking dream
Workshop.
song.
This November,
This is a
Valpad
guy
will team up with iHeartRadio
who
to bring you a special holiday edition of Blue
as
Envelope.
vice president
Together,
of the
we're
United
giving you an
States,
easy-to-scan
met
QR code to
alone
stream all
with
your
the
favorite
president of
holiday
the United
tunes
States
through
a year, 2
iHeartRadio app.
times.
Plus, check your
And oh
envelope
yeah,
to see if our elves
that
have
guy,
snuck
the
a
guy
$100 check
dying,
inside.
where
Yes, to the
everyone knew
mailbox
he
for your
was
Valpak
dying,
envelope. No
didn't even
purchase
mention to the
necessary,
vice
void where
president
prohibited.
that they've been
Especially
working on
must
a secret
Valpak
weapon
envelope.
that
Or
he might now
Valpak.com for
inherit.
details. It's time to celebrate the holidays
Borderline
with each other safely.
negligent,
No matter what's going
and
on out there,
Truman is no
your
Roosevelt.
loved ones are
If you're going to
protected.
take over
Michiana?
time, especially if you're going to take over at this kind of a critical moment in wartime, I
Michiana?
think you have some
From
really
your
august
carpet to your
people,
air duct to your
troops,
upholstery and more.
opponents,
We'll help
people
keep
who
your
didn't
home
like
healthy for the holidays.
failed
Call
to have it
800
assured.
Court today and
He
save
is not someone
35%.
who you look at and you think, okay, this is going to be one of the really powerful,
Lots of
august
things can help decrease stress
movers and
hormones and
shakers.
prevent health problems, like healthy nutrition, regular exercise, restful sleep, practicing mindfulness,
What to
building
do
social
for
support,
the rest
and
of
getting
the
mental
Where
health
in the
care.
fuck?
This
darn
Count
big
Hopeful Moments
decisions,
is
as you
brought to
can
you by
imagine.
CalHope.org. Life is uncertain.
Actually,
It's okay to feel stressed,
in the stages of the
worried, or
Second World
frustrated.
War, not a good time to be one of the leaders of the Second World War on either side. As we said, Churchill loses an election, he's going through Roosevelt dies, Mussolini will be executed by partisans on April 28th.
But after being diagnosed
Hitler
with
will
metastatic
die
breast cancer or
in
MBC,
early
which is
May.
breast cancer that has spread to other
Germany
parts of
will
the body,
surrender, by the
and
way.
even more.
Early May.
I take Ibrance,
7th or
Palbociclib.
8th.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase
So things are
inhibitor. It's for
clearly winding
postmenopausal
down.
women or for men
What this
with
means
HER
is,
positive,
in the
HER2
middle of
negative,
the yoga now in
as the first
battle,
hormonal-based
Japan
therapy. Ask
becomes
your doctor about Ibrance and
the
visit
only one still
Ibrance.com.
fighting.
Ibrance may
And
cause
the major
low-white blood
powers
cells
still on
that
the
may lead to
Axis side
serious
fighting.
infections. Ibrans may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death.
Fighting
Tell your
is
doctor
getting
right away if you have new or
more
worsening
vicious
symptoms,
all the
including
time.
trouble breathing, shortness
The
of breath, cough,
Japanese
or
have
chest
several
pain. Before
lines
taking
cut
Ibrans, tell
across
your doctor if you
the
have
width
fever, chills, or
of
other
the
signs of
island,
infection, liver or
and they're
kidney
forcing the
problems, are or
Americans to
plan to
take
become
them
pregnant,
on
or are
head on
breastfeeding. Common side
You can
effects
see the
include
kind
low
of
red
combat
blood
that
cell and low
lines
platelet
were
count, infections, tiredness, nausea, poor mouth, abnormalities, and liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Join
us on Thanksgiving Eve for iHeartRadio Holiday Special 2022, starring John Legend, Alicia Keys, Backstreet Boys, Meghan Trainor, and Dan and Shay, November 23rd, starting at 7 p.m. on the free iHeartRadio app.
You'd be hard pressed to say that
What
was
else
the
is on?
Go to JCPenney's
Fucking
Facebook
chick.
page on
It
December
just looks
1st
like
for the
giant
world
piles
premiere
of
of the Backstreet
dirt
Boys
with
Christmas
some
in New
roads
York
cut through
music
it.
video.
Nothing
Watch
big,
live
not
performances,
no
more
trees,
exclusive
no
offers, and more.
stumps, no
That's December
grass,
1st, at 8
nothing.
p.m. Eastern on
All of a
JCPenney's
sudden around
Facebook
the
page.
troops are
Portions
trying
of the following
desperately to
program will be
not
recorded.
be
The whole
killed
city
by
is in
mortars
limbo.
or
Anxious.
artillery
You're the
shells.
one person in the great city of
And
angels
just
whose
like the
better
first World
angels
War,
are
because
waiting to
the
be unleashed.
situation is so dangerous that people can't
to
go
get
about their
out of
business,
office.
including things like going to the
Jerry and Ted, that's
latrine
meaning
in
of
the
mayor.
rear
I
area.
have no damn
Everything
idea.
stays where it is.
Nobody does.
Excrement, trash, bodies, and that
I'm on vacation
contributes
every
to
single
something
day because I
which,
love my occupation.
first of all,
AM
shattered
640
the
Sunlight Show heard
sensibilities
everywhere
of
on
a
the
lot of people who
iHeartRadio
used to live
app.
in
Jay
those
Leno is
circumstances
still in the burn ward recovering from
with the
accident
old
over the
green
weekend.
and aluminum
California
canal.
reports the
EV
first death of a
sledge,
child
Eugene
under
Sledge,
5 due
was
to
at Okinawa and
RSV.
describes just what it was like over on the
And
Shuri line.
48,000 University
remember,
of California
Sometime
academic
in
workers
this
are on
conflict, the rain
strike.
starts and
Seems like
makes
the whole
everything
state's
worse.
falling apart.
If you're already living
Christine Applegate,
in a
very
latrine,
funny
what happens when you
actress,
add water,
got
right?
her star on the
Sledge
Hollywood
rates
Walk
won't.
of Fame.
Everywhere
Going through
lay
a
Japanese
fairly
corpses
public
killed in the
struggle
heavy
with
fighting.
MS.
Infantry equipment of every type, U.S. and Japanese, was scattered about. Helmets, rifles, BARs, packs, cartridge belts, canteen shoes, ammo boxes, shell cases, machine gun ammo belts, all were strewn around us up to and all over Half Moon. That's one of the battle areas.
She really
He
is
says, quote,
a
the
very
mud
funny
was knee deep
woman.
in
She's not
some
old,
places,
she's
probably
48,
deeper
49.
in others if one dared venture there.
So
For
good,
several
so
feet
talented.
around every corpse, maggots crawled about in the muck and then were washed away by the runoff of the rain. There wasn't a tree or bush left. All was open country. Shells had torn up the turf so completely, he writes, that ground cover was non-existent. The rain poured down on us as evening approached. The scene was nothing but mud, shell fire, flooded craters with their silent, pathetic, rotting occupants, knocked out tanks and Amtraks, and discarded equipment, utter desolation. The stench of death, he writes, was overpowering.
The most important person in this world is my daughter.
With that, Sledge says, quote, I existed from moment to moment, sometimes thinking death would have been preferable. We were in the depths of the abyss, the ultimate horror.
Oh, that's great.
During the fighting around Rogel Pocket on Peleliu, I had been depressed by the wastage of human lives. But in the mud and driving rain before Shuri, we were surrounded by maggots of decay. Men struggled and fought and bled in an environment so degrading, I believed we'd been flung into hell's own cesspool.
I take you to your school and do what I have to.
How old is her kid? How old is
What happens
you know,
when
older
they're
daughter?
killing lots of Japanese, which they were, and then the shells come in and shoot all the bodies that were lying on the ground, which is the environment that the Marines and the Army troops have to actually live in.
where she talks about her
The situation was bad enough, but when enemy artillery shells exploded in the area, the eruptions of soil and mud uncovered previously buried Japanese dead and scattered chunks of corpses. Like the area around our gun pits, the ridge was a stinking compost pile. If a Marine slid down the back slope of the muddy ridge, he writes, he was apt to reach the bottom vomiting. I saw more than one man lose his footing and slip and slide all the way to the bottom, only to stand up horror-stricken as he watched in disbelief while fat maggots tumbled out of his muddy dungaree pockets, cartridge belt, leggings lacings, and the like. Then he and a buddy would shake or scrape them away with a piece of ammo box or a knife blade. We didn't talk about such things. They were too horrible and obscene even for hardened veterans. The conditions taxed the toughest I knew almost to the point of screaming. Nor do authors normally write about such vileness, unless they've seen it with their own eyes. It is too preposterous to think that men could actually live and fight for days and nights on end under such terrible conditions and not be driven insane.
and your love.
but I saw much of
And
it there.
thank you for all your hard and beautiful work in this career. It's a gift to me, and it's a gift to people all over the world.
The actual fighting,
You're absolutely
trying to get
deserving
people out
to
of
be on
caves
this
and
walk
defensive
stage.
positions.
And I am
If
so
you
proud
weren't
and so honored
actively
to be here
involved in
with
the
you.
kind of combat
I love
Sledge was
you.
just talking
Thank
about,
you.
baby.
And congratulations.
was a
Remember when
kind
they
of
Of all the people on the
horrific
walk
Who
of
told
fame,
you?
yeah,
John,
extremely
that fucking
dangerous
told him?
tediousness.
really
And
rough
E.W.
couple years.
Toll says,
Nice. He got
But that's
it was
I
slow,
don't know,
treacherous
daughter
work
will always have that.
involving
That's just
flamethrowers,
Yeah,
grenades, satchel charges, small arms, bayonets, and even
horrible,
knives
man.
and bare
Gotta deal with that.
hands. General Buckner, the American commander, referred to these tactics as the blowtorch and corkscrew
Oh, by the way, I have a
method.
disease.
End
Oh, by the way, I have a disease.
And she always rolls her eyes because people didn't really laugh. And when she says, you know, that you're supposed to laugh, so she kind of like
both sides
rolls her eyes
were
like
in
a
fighting for things like
That's
high
right.
ground positions,
That
is
which would
52
often
too?
change
anyway,
hands,
okay.
change hands again, change hands again, sometimes 10, 12
I'm not
times.
even wearing shoes.
Tall writes, quote,
Anywho, you're supposed to laugh.
naval gunfire and air support were valuable on Okinawa, but they never superseded the bravery, initiative, and grit of individual infantry units. In the end, the soldiers and Marines had to dig their enemies out of the ground and kill them. There was no other way. Rarely could they gain an advantage through flanking maneuvers. On the constricted terrain around the Shuri ridges,
Grace Kelly
each
ever peed?
battalion
I don't
was
think she ever
wedged into a
peed.
densely populated section of the line. On average, 1,000 troops
Is
for
she the
every
best it ever
600
was?
yards.
Grace Kelly was
And the only way to hit the enemy was by frontal assault.
It
They
better
put
be a
briefcases
hazard than it
controlled
never
on the
was.
top of a facing ridge,
Grace Kelly
but
was
then
better
were
than
driven
never.
back by heavy artillery fire from positions farther south, or by Japanese infantry counterattacks in superior force.
What?
That was a recurring pattern on
45,
Okinawa. The
65,
high ground
45.
often changed hands in a succession of attacks and counterattacks, sometimes as many as a dozen times. American and Japanese dead, he writes, were splayed side by side on the battlefield. All foliage had been blasted or burned away from the once verdant landscape, and the zones between the opposing lines were a scarred and denuded wasteland. Artillery and mortar shells fell relentlessly, shaking the walls of the trenches and foxholes. Japanese infiltration attacks were a nightmare. More than on any previous Pacific battlefield, infantrymen suffered psychotic breaks and had to be evacuated as quote-unquote psycho cases. The war correspondent John Lardner saw a soldier led away from the front line by two medical
That's really
He
adorable.
was uninjured, but wide-eyed and shrieking. They'll get every one of you. They'll get every one of you.
190 years
And
old.
in Anaheim for a big
But it's not
charity
just the
event.
conditions that will drive you crazy here.
29.
I mean, the soldiers are put in the kind of position
Come on out, we'll
that
be
I
there live
remember,
from
and I think I
6
mentioned
p.m.
before,
We'll
the
see all out there.
Vietnam class, which
It's
is all the
show
rage
that we're
when I was in
doing.
college. They
You know,
told all
usually
the
do a
campuses to
Candle,
bring
and
in
then
Vietnam veterans to
Jerry and Shannon,
talk to
and then John and Ken, and then us. But they decided to scale it down, so it's just going to be us
problems
from
happened.
6 to 10
The
p.m.
soldiers were
2
forced
weeks
to
from
deal
tomorrow
with
at the White House
people that did not
restaurant
fit the
in
line.
Anaheim. And the whole
Is
crew of
preparing
people,
themselves to
Elio,
fight, boot camp, and all these other things, right? An enemy soldier, kill or be killed. It's different
It is
than an enemy
characters who
soldier
wrecked on
is
it. I wrote some
12 years
I
old.
think Steve Gregory might pop out. He always makes an appearance. People love that
Hundreds of
guy.
thousands of
Chris Little,
civilians
the news director, might come out. Especially if there's anything given away, free food or anything.
hurting these people.
His dance will be out there. So with them,
I said earlier, there was nowhere to run.
taking
They
his
had
to-go
been evacuated.
bag
Actually, some had
all
been
the way back to,
evacuated. Sometimes
I don't know,
like
wherever it
80,000
is,
had been
Diamond Bar,
evacuated.
wherever they go.
There have been others moved to other parts of the island by the Japanese who considered to be safer, but several 100,000 were still in the way and in caves and trying to stay away from the combat. Others had been drafted by the Japanese because remember, as far as they're concerned, Okinawa's been under Japanese control for a generation, so they press people into the sort of the home guard. They have calling them handler youth is perhaps not right, but they have sort of a militant youth organization that has boys 14 to 17 years old, and they get thrown into things. Girls 14 to 17 years old, nurses, nursing students get thrown into this, and everybody's going to take casualties.
Right?
He's moved to battle for Okinawa. Survivor and higher command official Colonel Hiroichi Yahara describes running into some of these, and girls as the young women, I don't know what you would call somebody, 14, 15, 16, running into them who are doing work in one of these caves. All of them very aware that they're probably on kind of a suicide mission here.
At UC Irvine, more big
During the construction, I often visited Sukasa to encourage the workers. Young civilians, including many boys and girls, had been conscripted to work on the tunnels and the airport. Deep in the tunnel on one of my visits, I found several girls repairing a water leak. When I praised their effort, one girl stood and said sweetly, quote, "We'll do our best until the end." End quote. I was deeply touched, he writes, by their devotion to duty. The end, of course, means we all die.
One-party government.
A lot of those people will end up being killed by being stuck in the crossfire. Just like the soldiers who die from children or orders, they will sometimes be trapped in caves with military people, so everyone dies. Sometimes they will be trapped in caves and too afraid. The civilian population is absolutely terrified, just like the people outside there, the Americans they were fed. This idea that they're going to be tortured, raped, and killed in horrible ways. And so they're trying not to surrender to the Americans, but then some American calls out in the cave and says, "Come on out with your hands up," and no one does. They
God's right. Why?
Keep going.
Shooting 3 fellow football players on a bus on
that
the way
way.
back from a field trip yesterday. The man also hurt 2 other people in the bus. They're in the hospital.
Civilians sometimes with Japanese will usually at night rush American lines. The soldiers had orders not to let anybody do that for obvious reasons.
Student says when he realized how close he was to the shooting yesterday, he brought the front and back door, hid under his bed, and stay away from the window.
It's a lot harder, as I said, with the Vietnam veterans. When it's something you're not ready to ever think of yourself having participated in.
Roberta Black has ALS. The representative of the legendary singer says the disease, also known as Gary disease, has progressed to the point that Roberta Black can no longer sing. The announcement comes ahead of Thursday's debut of the documentary
These
Roberta.
incidents that they remember, you can just see how the killing of civilians can sometimes get through the psychological defenses that the soldiers have that might have protected them, and they've been able to say, against the other soldier, fair fight.
Yes, they are absolutely the best. We have 3 windows in our house, American Vision windows, and my 3 better windows. You don't mind me observing them? So, don't let
One night there was a bunch of firing. They passed the word, "Be alert, they're coming through the lines." The next morning we found out it was the civilians that had tried to come through the lines. And they were out in this open field, all killed. Jesus Christ, dead children, women, old men. They said there were Japanese among them, forcing them to go. We were putting out pamphlets every day telling them, the Okinawan civilians, to stay on the main roads and not to come through our lines. There were a lot of them killed. It was horrifying to see dead babies, dead children. We didn't have anything to do with it. Another group accidentally didn't. Just the thought of home was painful. We tried to get them, civilians, out of the caves also. As we were advancing, we knew they were in there. We tried to get them out. We couldn't. We didn't know if they were soldiers tossed in afterwards. In a cave, you don't know who's in there.
2022, this November, that's right today. 0 interest and 0 payment for 12 months.
Similar situation.
Phone them up,
They told me over and over again, stay away from the lines, you're going to get hurt. But he says that the Japanese were wearing civilian clothes, trying to find the crowds, or using
AmericanVisionWindows.com for details.
Things were quiet for a while, and all of a sudden, just everything started. Machine guns, rifles, you could hear the screams. I wasn't right next to it, I was in a foxhole 20 yards or so away. After everything quieted down, it was a solitary baby crying. Just a little tiny baby, no other sound. The baby was crying in the night. Everyone was dead except this poor little baby there. The mother was probably dead.
Things are slowly in Corona.
I don't think this is
Outside of the 90 run, the rains are starting to fill in on approach to the 15 from just past Main Street. And that's due to some big work that's going on there. Looks like Calcan's already setting up
Face
on the
another
west side
soldier
of the
in
90 run
combat.
between
two
the
random ass things like a fucking hey, a chair and a helmet, backwards.
it's also starting to slow down if you
I mean, like when you really want to sit, but then stand very quickly, lift your head and back,
Was this
sort of
particular
control.
sniper?
This is the
He killed 3 or 4 of my men.
then you need a bunch of
We
them.
located him by the sound of the bolt on his right ear. They flushed him out with a grenade.
Oh, dude, this
He was a
is
12-year-old.
fuck.
His magazine spring was broken, so he was only able to slowly fire 1 shot at a time. He was a damn good shot.
I've seen. What would you do?
His size now. Since the range was only 50 feet,
Look at
the Japanese had left him
Dave
there.
Grohl's face.
He did what they left him to do. We shot him.
Look at it's. I swear to God, Dave Grohl, it looks like you've never been touched by a black person in your entire life.
It's powerful technology, actively fund and invites qualified candidates to apply your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com.
If you click the link, looks crazy.
Maybe that's why we get orders from 93% of Fortune 500 companies. So what about the other 7%? So sorry that they would say, you should have an indicator. Professionally delivered on time and as ordered. Totally would. But these are for my people. Just get
We buried General Oshima
movie?
and his men inside a
Why don't all
cave.
companies order
This was the worst
Yeah,
part,
that thing's
which I
crazy.
didn't like about it. They were hiding in caves all the time. Women, children, soldiers.
I
We'd
mean,
get up on a
he's gotta
cliff and
get
lower down
1,
barrels
2.
of gasoline
He's going.
and then shoot at it. It would explode and just bury them to death.
Just use a helicopter. People with that kind of money
I
just use a
personally
helicopter.
shot one Japanese woman because she was
Is
coming
this that same
across a
Turkish
field at
motherfucker?
night. We kept dropping leaflets not to cross the
His
field
hands
at
up.
night because we couldn't tell if they were soldiers.
Yeah.
We would set up a perimeter. Anything in front, we'd shoot at it. This one night, I shot. And when it came daylight, there was a woman there and a baby tied to her
Look at
back.
the snow
The
graffiti.
bullet had gone through her and out the baby's back. That still
Oh,
bothers
is
me.
this cocaine?
That hounds me. I still feel like committing murder. You see a figure in the dark and stooped over. You don't know if it's a soldier or a civilian.
And HelloFresh is using coconut milk.
I was drinking about a fifth and a half of whiskey every day. Sometimes homemade, sometimes what I could buy. It was the only way I could kill. I had friends who were
Is
Japanese,
that good?
and I kept thinking every time I pulled the trigger on a man or pushed a flamethrower down into a hole,
Remember where they hit that? Did
what
they
is
have the
this
thing
person's
that the thing we
family
hit
gonna
out the
say when
side?
he doesn't come
Where they
back?
hit the thing
He's
on
got
the
a
side?
wife, he's got children.
What is that?
Somebody
It's like a lawn jockey.
Oh, I still lose nights of sleep because of that woman I shot. I still lose a lot of sleep. I still dream about her.
No lawn
I
jockey.
dreamed about it perhaps 2 weeks ago.
No lawn jockey. Is that a racial term?
She has ALS, commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. This is according to her rep. The disease has made
No,
it
it's that thing.
impossible
It's like a
for
lawn
her to
jockey.
speak and not easy for her to speak.
May have come home with
Oh.
invisible wounds on his body.
And the first time I ever saw your face, that's
It
the
can be, but it's like
premiere of Roberta, feature-length documentary.
today lawn jockeys are often depicted as Caucasian boys who did
Violence and maybe a better question to ask whether
Yeah,
one
but
should
those become
One of the great
what is an
well,
invasion of the home islands
I
going
think
to
the
do to
old
the
fashioned kind of a long
civilians?
time from
called
now.
Killing
Because
Your
we know
Sauce.
what
But yeah,
it did to the one
I think
Okinawa.
No,
there was
we
a
stand
5-year
back,
period where it was
and
the
the
most
hair on the
played
back of
song
your neck
throughout the
stands
they
world.
were front yard just hitching
The
posts. So
entire
those
world.
Who knows how many
footmen
died, by the way?
bearing
We know
lanterns,
Lanterns
engines,
and
gnomes, and
people during
guards.
this time period,
Beautiful.
and there may
They're
have
the
been as
purpose
many
of
as
the black lawn
150,000 of them
jockeys
killed. The low numbers
the
are going down
items
by
on the
30,000.
about
So that shows you the range here. But so many of them die in circumstances that absolutely break your heart. And if you want to read a very disturbing book, in the early 1980s, that's my audience, we want to read a very disturbing book, yes, of course we do. In the early 80s, an Okinawan newspaper went around and collected the stories of survivors, sort of piecing together little bits of the mosaic that is this whole affair on a memory-by-memory basis, and the results are horrific. And every story its own personal Reader's Digest survival or not story. The story of the nurses, 14, 15, 16 years old nursing students, and what they went through and how many of them died, and the horror of that. The killing of their own wounded, which was happening on a widespread basis. And again, maybe that's a little glimpse of the future here when the Japanese home islands are invaded. One of the survivors, one of these nurses quoted, talks about one of those incidents, and in the book it says, quote, "The American artillery bombardment continued throughout April and May, so at the end of May, the naval units moved temporarily down south. There were many seriously wounded men in the shelter, and those who were unable to move by themselves were euthanized with potassium cyanide. At the start, it was mixed in with their food. The wounded just lay there, writhing in agony. After one of the group ate some of the food and died, none of the others would eat it. So the next method they tried was injection. Many men dying from what were passed off as injections for, quote, the good of your health, end quote. After watching one of the wounded men die from his injection, the other patients struggled violently and were held down by several staff while they were given their injections. Toshiko, who's one of the nurses who witnessed all this, talked about this as the most horrific of her war experiences. Quote, they died almost immediately after the injection. They just let out a little sigh or groan before both hands started to twist and contort. End quote.
What is it called?
This was happening all over the island, and in other circumstances, the soldiers are being reported as being resigned to this fate. But the part that, if you're looking at Okinawa as a preview of the Japanese home islands, that most takes your breath away, it's the group suicides. And I should point out that you can find examples of this. I mean, there's a lot of people in Germany killing themselves as the Red Army approaches their territories. And there's whole books on that. But the experience in the Pacific is different. Those are spontaneous things. In the Pacific, it's not always clear whether this is what the people who are killing themselves want to do, whether they feel compelled to, would rather live, whether they've been fed a bunch of propaganda that makes them think they have no choice. But one of the most horrific things I've ever read in my life involves one of these caves where these civilians are holed up. The Japanese soldiers give them all a bunch of grenades to kill themselves, but there's not enough grenades, and a bunch of the ones they get are duds. So they have to figure out a way, without any weapons, how they're all going to kill each other. And they're all related. These are family members.
I didn't even know there were 5 million.
And just to make matters worse, by the way, as soon as the first grenades do go off and these people start committing suicide, Americans outside the cave think that they're being attacked, so they start shooting into the
I've
cave.
only actually
So the
ever
civilians are
seen
caught between people blowing themselves up in one part of the cave. Americans shooting into the
And
cave,
another thing I could
they're
think
being
of,
attacked.
what you're not allowed to depict
The man's name, by the way,
on
is
camera.
who's having this memory, and he says
There are some things in American law you cannot depict on
from the
camera.
other.
I think they go against the
State
First
of shock, but then as his eyes clearly
Really?
notices,
What are they?
the former
They're like
official
the most
activist
decrepit of
on
things.
it started bashing his wife and children with it,
Let's see here. Pornography.
saying that the bizarre, suicidal environment
What-
in that
like, what
cave
can't
obviously
you show?
turned that man into a madman. That he would
You can't-
bash his own
can you
wife
show
and children to
children?
death with a piece of
No,
wood.
should anyone, no minors.
They all
Can you show
realize that they
people
need something
who act like
to
children?
kill
Yeah.
themselves and their loved ones.
And you can
This is
show
where it gets
virtual children,
mind
or like
he gets better.
Can you imagine
digital
having
children.
your family
It's
members?
like
Can you
very
imagine
gray
how it
now.
tore
What,
my hand?
you can have people fucking
Can you
kids
imagine
now
how hard it would
digitally.
be if they just sat there and told you they loved you
This is 20
and then
years
waited
ago.
patiently for you to
And
do
that's
it?
legal, so with deepfakes, it's pretty easy to do. Pornography.
Those people who had not been able to take
Law,
their own
and it's like
lives
a
with
thing.
grenades were worried about being left
I
alive.
know when I
They
see
had to find other ways to
is
kill
the
themselves. And
law
the former
essentially on
board
it.
chairman's
It's
behavior, the guy
that
who bashed his
motherfucker's
wife,
dead.
had set the example. Some used scythes and razor blades to slash themselves, while others strangled themselves with lengths of rope. As the mayhem
This is
unfolded, they found all sorts of ways to kill, including bashing others to death.
So we don't even know what he would know. So they
bashed their
changed all the
wives,
law.
and parents
If you have
bashed their
pornography
children.
anywhere in your
Young people killed the
contract,
elderly,
all
and the
contracts
strong
have to be
killed the
thrown out.
weak.
Because nobody
What they
knows
all
what that
felt in
means.
common was the
Why?
belief
Because
that they were
nobody,
doing
one
this out
person's
of love
pornography, no
and
different.
compassion.
So long as somebody's not forced into it,
Then King
like
Joe
there are other
would
laws
rather
to
have
protect
to do
people,
the same thing
but like
to their
no,
family members.
I don't think. I'm basically
King
saying
Joe
that
and
like
his elder brother also had to fulfill their role.
you should be able
Everything
to.
that was happening around them made them understand that they had to carry out their duty as well. King
I
Joe
don't
said,
get into a whole
quote,
argument.
I think it was
what
our
you should be
mother
able to
we
do.
hit first, end quote. As he and his brother began bashing her in the
I
head,
feel like you should
King
be able
Joe
to do anything
screamed
you
out
want
until she became
in
a
normal
blur
society
through the
on
tears
camera,
flowing from his
and
own
it shouldn't be
eyes.
any worse
For
than
the
the
first time in his life,
And pornography is the one thing, or like child
I have never
pornography is a
wailed
different
like
thing.
that since.
I don't even know what that is because again, they show like naked kids from the Amazon on National Geographic, and it's like, okay, no big
blow
deal.
after blow on
Well,
their
why aren't
mother,
they getting in trouble
watching
for
her
that?
from
Well,
behind
because it's like
as their
for
pounding sent
educational
her step
purposes.
by step
Well, then why
towards her
can't
death.
somebody say it's
They
for
still
educational
live in
purposes
the
to have
image in King
two
Joe's mind.
XYZ age
However,
children have
it says he has no recollection of what he did
That's
to
why
his
it's just
sister
slippery
or
slope.
brother after that.
I would say
You will have the furthest distance to work.
it affects those children. So until they're able to legally consent, 18, that shouldn't be legal. However, if you want to use a virtual version of that with today's technology, you can do that. You could have always done that. You could do it with a stencil. You could do it with claymation. Do whatever the fuck you want. If you really like seeing kids fuck that much, I'm not going to stop you from getting your kicks. The second that you put your hand on a child, though, that's what you're going to do.
He was a colonel, and he
Really?
the book started to ask real
But what if it's,
great
what if we get in
questions
this situation right
about
here?
Japan's leadership and how they can let this happen. And all throughout this series, we've been
He's
talking about
19 and
that
she's
this idea
17.
that leadership is
Those are
just
different situations. It's a slippery slope.
sometimes to the
but
suffering of their own people, their own soldiers.
People.
Howard talks about how this
So what
idea
should be age of
of the
consent?
Japanese not
I think
surrendering
it gets
but killing themselves instead.
and women are fine with that. I mean, they kind of
And then says by the second
actually, I think for girls, it's
stage,
12
which they
and
call
boys.
it, this was sort of ingrained in order to not be taken prisoner. But he's asking
Anyway,
years.
and I think it can get as low as 10, but nothing more than
Japan
that.
had never
Why?
lost a war. We had also
Tom,
never
what if I
waged
could
a
get
war in
3
which
and I
large forces
absolutely
were
fight that?
isolated from main
So,
support. Thus, not to be taken prisoner
13, but people
became
become
a
much more
fixed
educated.
principle,
They're much more
part of
mature
our
in the
military
future. They're
education.
able to get all this
Since the
education
middle of the
between
Great
ages like
East Asia
3 and
War,
10,
most
and they're
Japanese
ready to get
garrisons in
married
the
at
Pacific
10.
Islands adhered
That's
to
how
the
they would have been
supreme
in a
Japanese
village.
principle.
But between
Never
10 and 13, it's like
surrender to the
it's time when you're preparing for
Officers
adulthood,
and
and
men,
then
he writes,
you
usually
have your
committed suicide
10 and 12.
as a
You have
last
your
resort to
bat
avoid the
mitzvah, bar
ultimate
mitzvah, and then
shame
there you
of
go.
capture.
Right, are you done?
Our 32nd Army was now faced with this situation. Must
I think
100,000 soldiers die
not that I
because of
want to
tradition? From this point on, he writes, it was but a battle to kill the remaining Japanese soldiers for nothing. We could cause the enemy little damage. They could walk freely on the field of battle. The war of attrition was over. We would simply be asking the enemy to use his formidable power to kill us all. Indeed, he writes, it is a high ideal to fight to the end to maintain national morale. But were our leaders worth the sacrifice of an entire people? With the end of the
Okay,
war in sight,
obscenity laws. What
they
the fuck
shouted
are
us,
obscenity
millions of
laws?
people must die for our nation. Why? Are they really aware of the
Make it
entire war
illegal, the
situation?
citizenship shall be
It was foolish, he writes, to force everyone to die simply because Japan
What
had
is
never
that? What is
lost a
considered
war.
obscenity?
End quote. He
It's
says
refers to
this.
narrow category of pornography that violates contemporary community standards that has no serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. For adults, at least, most pornographic material or sexual nature that arouses many readers and viewers receives constitutional protection, but some does not. And I argue it should. Whatever your fucking kink is, man. I'm not gonna say I don't want to put law. I am against laws. If they
stepped up here.
become subjective to me, objectivity is make contact with someone. That's bad with intent, those kinds of things. And you could argue if there was an intent and things like that. Okay, but there's some objectivity to it. When it's like someone's definition of what sexuality meant from 1930s, from the 1930s, it's like, what in the fuck? I don't know. Times have changed. Can you do it in real life? If you can do it on real life, then you should be able to do it on camera. The fact that it's on camera should have nothing to do. And you should be able to depict it. It's part of art. So this is going to open you up to a bunch of shit. Like what?
American propaganda was transmitted from small craft offshore. There were daily broadcasts in fluent Japanese. Okinawan civilians will guarantee lives.
So here's the thing. Here's the test. Whether the average person applying contemporary adult community standards, terms of matter taken as a whole, appeals to prurient interest and erotic, lascivious, abnormal, unhealthy, degrading, shameful, and morbid interest in nudity, sex, or excretion. I'd say Yoshi. What did I just say? He'd be like, I don't know. That's Yoshi, the average person? No, but we'll play. Okay, so like the average person applying contemporary adult standards finds a man to describe sexual conduct in a patently offensive way. Ultimate sexual acts, normal or perverted, active, actual, simulated, masturbatory, excretion function, lewd exhibition of the genitals, or sadomasochistic sexual, and whether a reasonable person finds that the matter taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific lacks serious value. What is serious artistic value? What is that? Any real artist with their fucking salt would say everything is art. So serious artistic value is everything. It could be everything. Throw this out. This is bad law. Really? I haven't even gotten to what it is. Okay, obscenity including language. Federal statutes specifically prohibit obscenity involving minors. Convicted offenders generally face harsher statutes. If you're able to do it, here's what happens, kids. It's a fucked up world. Let me think exactly what happened. This has never happened to me. It's just because my friends and I were just before their age of cell phones and things where we would have done this, where it's like, let's say an 8-year-old kid, but an 8-year-old kid takes a picture of their genitalia and sends it to their whole school. Now the whole school has child porn on their phone. Literally every single person on there, every single person would go to jail for that. And the 8-year-old nothing's going to happen to them. Every single person in the fucking school could go to jail for that. Really? And some people would say they absolutely should. It would be like, I just got a random fucking text message from this fucking 8-year-old who sent me a picture of his dick. How does that? Okay, so what about make that argument? So the kid does that, which I'm sure has happened, and people just delete it, and it doesn't become a thing. But I'm sure it's happened thousands of times now that we have these fucking cell phones, that some kid under age 18 has shared a picture with someone who wasn't 18, who was over 18, and that becomes child porn. Happens all the time. Or this happens. Here's a big one. If you take a picture of a 17-year-old girl and a 24-year-old woman, sometimes you can't tell the difference from ever. Some women look really, really young, some look older. Sometimes you can't tell the difference. So there's no like extra sexual thing about it, whether it's a girl 17 or 20. They look the same. It's exactly the same picture. It's the person who there's damage being done to them. Okay, so why is child porn a thing? It became one of the world's biggest weapons. You weren't able to use it before. So basically, people could accuse you of porn or having child porn on your internet. And there's no way to defend against it. It was an indefensible thing. There's no way to basically say, I didn't know she wasn't 18 or whatever. And a lot of times, we got 50 terabytes worth of naked kids on psychological casualties. Well, there are some differences there. But there's also this. I have terabytes of shit. You see this. No one's more honest with their life than I am. And I have, let's say, a terabyte worth of data of like videos and stuff of myself just here. Okay. Let's say I had one picture of a kid who was 17 and that one friend, my friend Shana, who was 17 years, 355
replacement soldiers, and they can last a little bit in combat, will develop the skills necessary
54 days old when she had sex with my friend. Consensually, that girl. She's, let's say she's saying, all of us, everyone on earth,
tie the monkeys up.
a naked picture. She's already 18 now. She's like 30. She's in her 30s now. But let's say she did that. Now we all go to jail because of this. This is bad law. Anyway, well, what's the punishment?
It cuts right through the emotion of a personal life.
Because deepfakes are a thing, and there will be very soon technology that, and the Supreme Court has already ruled, this is already law, that you can depict children in a sexual manner using an electronic device, basically using computers. They ruled on this 20 years ago. That child porn wouldn't be a thing anymore. It would be like, now there would be some other things. They'd have to change the law to say you could not
not have a lot of deaths. That's how Americans
I was like, yeah, we raise this money and
like I think there would be some kind of law like
writing this, by the way,
for someone under 18 you could not I don't know, I don't want to get into what all that would be, but because I want to let laws, but basically to protect children, you could not force them.
One of his daily war journal
Well, it would be the same as like that would be like child molestation. Yeah, just put them on camera. So we still have those laws. If you possess
the mother
it
of a soldier on Okinawa, asking why
in the future, I don't think it would be a big deal at all. Why? A court would have to say this can be made with a computer, or it can be the real thing, but no longer can eyes tell the difference. We don't know. There's going to be that kind of pornography that's produced. There's pornography that's produced of women who are like,
why must the same troops fight
I mean, it's
for
what the
5
teen
days?
category of porn
Why
is.
only
Basically
6
women
divisions
who
in
are
the first
18
place?
to
Why must every
30
battle
who can
be
play
bloody?
younger
Bloody.
chicks.
It was bloody Tarawa, bloody Saipan, bloody Peleliu, bloody Leyte, bloody Iwo Jima, bloody Okinawa, bloody Mindanao, all of 3 divisions there, she writes. Bloody Luzon,
That same thing would be able to be done with a computer, and you won't be able to tell the difference.
Doesn't it ever enter anyone's mind that we are paying a
And
needless, too high a price in human blood in the Pacific?
courts aren't going to be like, well,
our listeners have raised
so how are you going to protect children?
In charge.
Is that right?
Well, when it comes to the nudity thing, I don't think it's a big deal to be naked. So
His decision to go head on into the defenses of the
it wouldn't be like
Japanese
laughing at them. It would be like they were at the beach. Now, what if somebody forced them into that situation? That's a different thing. Now you have laws to protect children from those types of situations, and you put out hotlines and things like that if this were happening to you. But when it came to possession of it,
Yeah, we had a couple kids last year
because
fighting
computers can
kids that were part of the program years and years prior. Is that right? Yeah.
recreate that, and that's legal to have, but to me
But
shouldn't be illegal to possess either of a real person or a fake person or a digital person. There's another thing too. It is legal to possess, and then from an artistic standpoint, and it's a really good argument. So I was in 7th grade, and I was with my friend Mike and John, and we were in the art lab, and we were looking through this art magazine, this National Geographic, and there's a picture of a kid in a loincloth, and another kid who, I think he just had his dick out.
There can be no
Like,
peace in the
now,
world
was it a real picture? No, it
until
was
the
a
military
stencil
power of
of
man
it.
is
But they had
destroyed.
real pictures of children who were just like from from Africa. I mean, there are tons of kids from Africa who have been in National Geographic, and we never considered any of that child pornography. And I guess we had tons of it because we had tons of National Geographic. Nobody, it's like one person, and guys who kill women, and people get off to that. Now, what? How did we treat that? How did we treat those National Geographic? Well, what happened in that case? So what happened? My friend John, I think knew this girl Kelly, and knew she was really stuck up and approved, and he was like, "I dare you to give this to her." And I was like, "Okay." And I went later that day when we were all in the locker room. I walked up to her and I gave it to her, and it was a stencil of a guy. And I'd have to ask her, did he ever pick out? She might have just been in a loincloth like Mowgli. But I gave it to her, and I turned back, and all my friends were laughing. And what did she do? She turned red, I think, and went and told the teacher. Teacher went and told the dean brought, I think my parents and told them, and my parents were like, "You gave a girl a picture of a guy at lunch?" And I was like, "Yeah, I mean, my friends were just, they dared me to do it." And I remember my parents were alleviated the stress a little bit when there was a lot more going on about which I didn't know. This was like the mail that
as part of the unifying efforts that the country,
and so I just gave her this
put together for the war effort. A lot of this stuff is starting to rise up to the surface again for the Americans, and the Allies have reached the war's finish line here, right? Just because Germany's defeated us and Japan is, and as we said earlier, the Americans really have to gird themselves for what's to come.
It was a boy. He was not a man.
Japan are heroing.
And I gave it to her anyway. She was very, very
late 1945 to the more important islands or places like Tokyo. By 1946, the casualty estimates are horrific.
Anyway, that's about it.
The high numbers begin to look like 1 million men, maybe will be casualties.
She wasn't there long, so but I did do that. No, it wasn't like there was other stuff going on. I remember
has been to underestimate the casualties that they'll suffer.
it wasn't like a standard detention where you did something wrong. It was like you didn't say anything to her. No, I just walked up to her and handed this to her, and then turned around and walked away. It was like
ships just keep everything.
she didn't have to take it. I just was like this,
Food, everything starving to death.
and I just walked back. And my friends were the ones laughing, but I didn't say
By the
anything
way,
to her.
like a merciful strategy, blockades
Anyway,
often do
is that
so.
your story?
The lesser of two evils.
No, I remember we were in the music
Asking
room,
the
and
live through one. When you start denying food and medicine to people, you have a horrific circumstance without any bombs exploding.
we were all in trouble because of this that happened.
Stone Japanese things burned out. The other idea
We were all
is to
like,
bomb them the way you're
man,
bombing
this
them
is
and then invade.
bullshit.
Both of those ideas have
Why?
huge
Because it's like, what are we
downsides.
doing? This
The
we're in
Navy
all
certainly understands after
they're
opening
calling
out
on
that they're
parents in.
facing
They've got
constant and withering attacks from kamikazes.
they had like 5 or 6 of us in there
straight days
over this one little issue, just this
That's
picture.
going to be
Why they get in trouble? Because they were laughing and they put me up to it, and they asked me, why did you do this? And I was like, I was just in the art annex
This is terrifying.
in this little fucking cabinet. Why did you have these? You had National Geographics through which we would look to get pictures of animals, and we would draw them or paint them.
Change the situation. Someone had clarified somewhat.
So somebody grabbed this fucking picture of this naked kid or whatever and thought it was funny. Hey, let's paint this. And somebody was like, I think it was my friend, both my friend John and Mike had both gone to school with Kelly and knew how fucking stuck up she was. They set me up.
His last election was the election during it and replaced by his successor midway through the
And they got in more trouble.
At
Why?
this conference, it's mostly about
They asked me what happened, and I said,
like, oh yeah, and what about the Japanese who are still
I was in
fighting?
the art annex, and they said, hey, you should give this to her.
Something happens
I
back in
said,
the United States
why?
that
And they said
changes
it'd
the
be
whole
really funny.
equation. Churchill has to be informed
All right.
about this.
hospitals and high-rises, data centers, and school districts, every form of
I
business.
saw it. It was a funny picture. I was like, all right, well, maybe this is funny. I don't know.
It's
kind of boring. And then it was at the end of school. I just went up, and so they got in trouble for that. Yeah, why? For putting up to it. And I don't know. I think there was other stuff going on. So, yeah. So was this the exact same time that happened? I don't think so, but it was around the same time. So then we're in second floor of
invited me to confer with him forthwith. He had with him General Marshall and Admiral Leahy. Up to this moment, we had shaped our ideas towards an assault upon the homeland of Japan by terrific air bombing and by the
So the
invasion of
kids who
very
weren't
large
involved are like
armies.
getting taught
We had
music,
contemplated
but
the
like those of us
desperate
who are in trouble,
resistance of the
the dean's
Japanese
in there, he's
fighting to
going
the
back
death
and forth and
with
like
samurai
interviewing us all. And
devotion.
so
Not
there's nothing
only
more to
pitched
this than just you
but
thought it
every
would be funny
cave
with
and
this picture. Was
dugout.
like,
I had in my mind, he writes, the spectacle of Okinawa Island, where many thousands of Japanese,
he's like, well, why'd you pick
rather
that
than surrender,
And I was like,
had
it's the
drawn up
picture
in
that
line
was
and
just a cutout.
destroyed
And it was
themselves
a
by
funny
hand
picture.
grenades after their leaders had solemnly
So it's like,
performed the
you
rite
know,
of
kids naked
suicide.
in it. It's like,
we made it through.
To quell the Japanese resistance man by
So I
man
gave him the
and conquer
picture.
the country yard by
Anyway.
yard,
He had a picture, it was all crumpled up and shit. He was like, well, you think this is funny? It's funny to you? And I'm like, well,
if we could get them there, for
it's
we
like
were
a fucking
resolved to share
it's like
the
Mowgli.
agony. Now all this nightmare picture
This is funny?
had vanished.
This is funny to you?
Its place
I'm like,
was the
he
vision,
looks like Mowgli.
fair and bright indeed it seemed,
So,
of the end of the
anyway,
whole
he
war.
goes and like
Two
interviews every
violent
fucking person
shocks.
like 15 times.
I
We're
thought
trying to get more and more
myself
fucking information.
how the
He's a fucking
Japanese
former
people,
prosecutor.
whose courage I had
Just
always
pulling out
admired,
everything. And at the end of the day, it's like, okay, you just gave a girl a fucking picture. How do you punish someone for that? I mean, they're going to punish you, but what's the punishment? We already called their parents in,
to the last fighting man.
so that it's like a big deal. But like, it's not like there are set scales. 15 minutes, you had your shirt tucked, untucked, or like, you know, if you cussed or something, it could be like double 45 or something like that. Like, so like this would have been like giving a picture to someone of the opposite sex, or like giving a, you're not supposed to have that much interaction, but it was like brothers and sisters, giving a picture to someone of the opposite gender. And it was like, it's not like I got this, it wasn't a hustler, like fucking Keith Lamont, the second one giving me. It wasn't pornography. I mean, we didn't consider it pornography. It was in the National Geographic. That's right. It was this borderline thing. It was like, it was a picture of a naked kid, but it was, and that was the other thing too. It was a sketch. So it wasn't like a picture. They couldn't get, I didn't get an attention for it. I just remember it was like a borderline thing, but it was a sketch. It wasn't like so, but here's the thing, if you can do a sketch very, very accurate, which this was, you can get in trouble for it. Okay, so anyway, sorry about that. And she would have been like, look, I didn't know what to do with it. It was a picture of kids.
To shock the stubborn Japanese leadership into finally seeing the likelihood that they've lost the war, like slapping a hysterical patient, to get them to calm down enough to take in reality. You want this bomb to be as horrible and terrible as possible. The worse it is, the more likely it is that it's going to do its job, being a monkey wrench into the gears of this conveyor belt of death.
Time changes, it's still light
It's a
out,
really
and
weird
it's
place
out
that
overlooking the
logical
ocean at the
chain
TRILLIONAIRE
of
resort.
thinking can get you to arrive at, isn't it?
I don't know if they'll
Called
have
Oh,
it.
yeah.
insanity.
I don't know.
Evolution, logic, and things like strategic bombing, but this is a lot bigger than that. This goes to the human experience on so many levels. Gwen Dyer in his book War said that what's being done with things like atomic bombings and fire bombings, that this is just the natural extension of what human beings have always done. The weapons are just a lot more horrific
But
than
that's
they
a
used to
beautiful
be.
resort out there.
But
And
I
right now they're
can't
doing this thing third
stop
night free.
thinking about
It's at the TRILLIONAIRE
the
resort.
idea
Yeah.
about
Use
personal
that promotional code
experience. All these people making
free,
these
and
decisions
you
are
poke around
doing
and
so
get third night
from a
free. That's a big
theoretical
deal.
background. As
All
far
right,
as I know,
we got
none
some
of
more
them have ever
news
lived
to
through
get
a fire
into
bomb.
you. Nice
God
news.
forbid an atomic
This
attack.
is interesting here.
What if
Disney
they had?
is also, I mean,
Would
everybody's
they
laying
still
people
feel
off
like
at
this was the
Disney.
right decision to make? Would they
What,
still feel like
holidays?
this
Was
was
that the end of your story?
right in the conveyor belt?
What was I saying? Oh, about this picture. So let's get into obscenity laws.
Logic has gotten us.
Hiring freezes in place.
and there will likely be
reactions
some
to something
staff
like an
reductions.
atomic bombing
This
could
comes
read
after
their
So
day.
convicted offender generally face harsher sentences than
And
$1
$1
million above as adults.
logical
It's like
decisions that seem crazy.
this isn't a clear-cut law within the states either. It's like whether somebody's 16, 18, it's not clear-cut. You want to protect children? Make a law where you can't hit children anymore. That's a law. That's clear-cut. This bullshit where it's like obscene and it's like child exploitation. And
Trying to understand the complexities of
it goes
the
against the First Amendment.
becoming
Is what it
more
is.
to the underlying realities. This psychological
Sex trafficking
distancing
is
from our
different.
subject, no doubt, reflects
Obscenity
in
and
a small
pornography.
way the manner in which the wartime leaders themselves gradually
There's a
became
list of like
calloused
11 things
to
you
the
can't.
dreadful
That's what I
acts
want the
that
fucking
they
list of shit you
perpetrated
can't see,
all
right,
around
Rabbi?
them,
Yeah.
and that they themselves were perpetrating.
What
As
was
we
it?
analyze the wartime decisions, we catch ourselves, to our shock, tossing around numbers of dead human beings, 10,000 here,
Whether the
100,000
average
there.
person. I look at these fucking tests, whether the average person, those are not. I mean, sometimes they're good, but
and perhaps unavoidable.
whether the reasonable person test is very important. But
We must keep
what is the
reminding
reasonable
ourselves
person
what it
considered
really
as pornography?
means
That's too fucking much of a thing.
to speak the words firestorm or Hiroshima, for hidden beneath the abstraction of the words grown customary from heavy use, lie the unimaginable cruelty and madness of what actually happened. End quote.
Obscenity is trails.
Twilight of the Gods gives one of the better overall descriptions of this when on August 6,
Fuck you,
1955,
New York Society for the Suppression of
terror
Vice.
bombing attack in human history occurs.
Contact lab, which made the criminal
Little
distribute
boy,
obscene materials through the
the
forest.
rain bomb dropped in Hiroshima. That's the nickname. Little boy exploded at 8:16
It's a
a.m.
suppression of freedom.
1,870 feet above the ground, only 550 feet wide of its aiming point. The nuclear chain reaction it
Even like
triggered created a core
what
temperature of
exact
about
acts to be
1
classified
million
as seen
degrees
outside the legally
Celsius,
clearing court cases.
igniting the air around it
Title
to a
18, Chapter 7
diameter
of
of
the
nearly a kilometer.
of
The
the
fireball
UFC deals
engulfed
with
the center of the
obscenity
city,
workings out as
vaporizing about 20,000 people on the ground. Thermal and ionizing radiation killed virtually all people within a kilometer of the surface of the fireball, burning them to death or rupturing their internal organs. Farther out, in successive concentric
We've just
circles
been
around
studying
the
this for
epicenter,
fucking a long time, and I still don't
exposed to
know.
gamma rays,
But
neutron
you can't show
radiation,
everything.
flash burns,
Well, what
the blast
people
ray,
are going to be
and
really
fire
surprised by that.
storms.
They would be like,
Shockwave
"You mean I've seen every kind of fucking porn? You
Raced
see
away
everything,
from the epicenter
but you
at
don't."
breakneck speed of sound, some
Here's one
984 miles per hour.
inside.
Street
Everything is
cars
stepped
were
for a
lifted from their
reason.
tracks
Why?
and scattered like toys. Clothing was
So,
torn from bodies. Nearly
right.
all wooden
The life
buildings
is
within
having
2.3
sex, even in a
kilometers were
simulated
completely
manner.
leveled,
Why?
and about half of all such buildings to a radius of 3.2 kilometers. Later, investigators found the shadows of people caught within the inner radius around the hypocenter. They had been vaporized, but their bodies had left faint silhouettes on the pavement or on nearby walls. Basically, the atomic attack
That's so raunchy, it's
the bad side of the firestorms, because the fires from the superheated everything exploded very quickly with horrific concussive blast damage like you have in major bombings, and then added just as a sprinkle of extra specialness on top. Horrible dispersion of
And I said
radioactivity.
to Belio, I said, "Hey Belio, I got my
The
eye on an
stories
old Mercury
all
station
sound
wagon,
like
and
people
I need to
were
borrow
living
some
through
money."
a
Oh,
natural disaster,
Oh,
but
'cause I'm
now
gonna pay
human
$4
beings can
million
create the
for it.
equivalent of natural disasters.
Wouldn't you? Wait a minute.
The effects of the bomb
Yeah.
managed to take
And
out
why-
most
why you
of
paying
the
$4 million
first
for a car
responders, the
worth
hospitals, the
25
doctors, the firefighters,
I don't know, I
everyone
just
who
really
might
want it.
actually go out and improve the
And then Belio said,
situation,
"Well, why don't you offer
which leaves
25
the
grand?"
people in a
Like, yeah, because I
horrific
wanna be
situation
sure I
for
get
weeks
it. I
afterwards
want to offer $4
as
million.
they die from radiation.
Obscene
The
material that's
heartbreaking stories.
That's exactly
This is
what
what I
happened.
mean about if you could take these people
That's crazy.
who
About
saw
the
this as
44
such a
million.
wonderful,
Everybody knows that.
logical way to
Even
get the
Sabu,
Japanese
who I
to
don't
end
believe
the
has a
war.
business
If you
background.
could
Is
put
that right?
Winston Churchill on the ground there,
No business background. You think
let
you
him
overpaid for
watch the
I
scene
think
going
so.
on
Yeah, right?
as people
Seems like
trapped
it.
in burning buildings
Oh,
with
go
their
back
loved
and
ones trying to
George
get
Jones, see
them
what that
out
guy's going on.
had to be abandoned because the flames were coming.
We're not project.
One of
Okay,
the
by
most
24 hours.
horrific stories connected with the Hiroshima bombing involves kids.
So there's a estate card catalog of Carnegie Library that like comes into question. There's like a lot. When you start to suppress speech,
There's the theoretical
it's
understanding
a slippery slope.
city,
Which is why I say that you cannot.
yes,
When it comes to fucking saying whatever the fuck you want to say.
survivors of
Now, when it
Hiroshima
comes
and
to
Nagasaki,
video, it can be different. Like a lot of speech is a lot.
these
So
survivors
anything you can picture.
Otsuka talks about.
The average person. It's too much the average person. I'm sorry. Too many people have too much kink in today's day and age. Why?
An explosion reverberated around
Because
us.
my idea of what the average
The
person is in
moment our house
1950
collapsed,
person,
we found ourselves
most
buried in
anything
its
today is so
As my husband and I worked
crazy to
frantically
them
to free ourselves,
that they would
I heard a
consider all
cry
of
for
it
help from the woman next door. I called back to her. If we get out before you, we'll come and help you. When we did finally pull ourselves free, we saw
You
the
can't
city of
just, what the
Hiroshima
dictionary
and
defines
around
obscene
us.
as, you can't do
Nowhere
that.
was a building left intact, and in several places tongues of fire had begun licking outward. Suddenly panic-stricken and completely forgetting about our neighbor, I began searching for my children.
I just heard about a problem.
So
As I
what
was
broke?
calling their names, a voice
1973?
emerged from a spot 2 or 3 meters away. Help, Mommy, help! It was my 6-year-old daughter, Kazuko. Hurrying to the spot, I found her tightly wedged from the chest down by fallen plaster and timber. I screamed to my husband to come quickly
In
and do
light of the
something.
proliferation
He,
of
however, could
hypermotion
hardly
and
move,
critical
being
war held
badly
10 years
bruised
after
and
the
bleeding
event.
from the shoulder.
Detailed portrayals of genital
He had no
sexual
strength
installation
left.
and
It was all he could do to walk.
in light of community standards prevailing in New York City. So, like, New York City is changing the fucking thing of, like, so, but that's still not what it was considered a middle
My
America.
daughter kept calling to me.
Is that
It
good
hurts,
law?
Mommy. My
No,
legs
I'd
hurt.
still
I
feel
can't
like
move. Hurry
that's
and
still
get
not
me
good
out.
law. That's just
tugged
based
at her, I
on
could not
this
move.
little area of New
No
York
matter how
City.
desperately I tried, I
Really?
just could not
But then
free her.
they're not going to be
The
able to
fires
push
were
this
moving
as
closer
well.
and closer.
Really,
We
yeah.
would not be able to stay there much longer. Finally, when the
Chief
flames began to
Justice
lap
argued that
around us, we were stirred
Miller
and
that
moving.
community
No
standards
longer
designed
able to
locally
stand
rather
the
than
intense heat.
in order to
I
avoid
realized I
imposing
was
on Las
afraid to
Vegas or
die.
New York City
I could not
the
let myself be
standards of the
burned
people of
alive.
Maine or Mississippi.
Tears
And that
streaming from my
is
eyes, I
bad law
clenched
as
my
well.
hands together as if in prayer and asked my daughter to forgive me.
Community standards should
I
not
am
be
a
defined
godmother to
locally
you.
rather than
Please forgive
nationally.
me.
Why should we
I
have
don't
fucking,
want to die
oh,
either. I
wow,
know.
you guys like
Mommy isn't brave enough to
tiddlywinks
stay
in the
here and
middle of
die
the street.
with me.
Okay,
I'm
well, we
afraid
like
of
to
the
drive in
fire.
the middle of our
Forgive
fucking
me,
streets,
forgive me.
but we'll wait for
Though
your
I
fucking
chose an area
tiddlywink
that
game.
seemed to be safe
If
from
that's a
fire
fucking
and fled
federal law,
towards it.
we are driving
Pulling my
fucking through your
husband
game.
along by the hair.
Anyway,
I kept looking back at the ruins of our house as if I were being dragged by the hair from behind.
1985,
There had been no time to rescue any other children.
clarify the question about if I appeal to prurient interests, for good old-fashioned healthy interests of sex. You cannot define that. It's so you just can't define this. I'm sorry. You cannot define this. I'll know it when I see it, and that motherfucker's dead. Really? Yeah. Because computers can make anything now.
The mosaic, you get a picture. It's a lot of individual stories, but look at the stories and imagine if maybe
Because if you don't, here's what the law is going to be. Well, that arcade character looks like they're 13 versus, or they look like they're 17 versus 18. And we can't depict underage characters in a sexual way. So
house to house fighting.
it's going to be like, that character is blue. What do you mean one looks 17 and one looks 18? You're going to get into stupid arguments like that. No, absolutely not. I refuse.
Thousands of consumer-initiated tests confirm Spectrum delivers the fastest speed in the nation. That's right, Spectrum delivers the fastest internet speed in the nation. Switch to Spectrum business and get 600 megabits per second internet for your business. Only $49.99 a month when bundled. No fees, no contract, no nonsense. Just the fastest internet speeds in the nation. Visit business.spectrum.com.
Pornography is so
The area around
prevalent in today's society
was completely burned out, and the heat
that these
prevented
little
me from
cases, they're all like,
It was
oh,
not until early
these
the
are
next
cases
morning
about
that
it.
I made my way
These
to
are
the
irrelevant
neighborhoods
cases
of
into
our
those
house.
things.
The whole
They're like
area was
cases of a
fire
small
and desolation. There was not even a charred
adult
remnant of
film
the huge camphor tree
retailer.
behind our
It's like,
house.
no, you have something
All around
called
were
fucking
skeletons, scattered
mine.
bones, and torsos of ebony ash. I sank down exhausted. When I recovered somewhat, I began looking for my mother. rather, her bones. All I had to go by was the fact that she had gold teeth. I held skull after skull in my hands and peered
They
into
own
jaw.
everything.
I wonder how many people's skulls I picked up during my search.
Brazzers,
I continued
Pornhub,
searching
Red Sheet,
frantically. There
YouPorn,
were times
X.
when, squatting,
Now
leaning
that's a
raised,
relevant court case. No one ever
to
talks
look at
about
the tape.
those because it's been such a slippery slope. Why? Because to get these cases actually into fruition, it's like it takes 10 years to get a Supreme Court case going. At least. The amount of time the technology has advanced in 10 years over these obscenity laws, they're like, we're not touching these things anymore. Why? What these laws are, on which they're based, everything that you'd see on the internet right now is breaking these laws. All these ladies are breaking these laws. All these men are breaking these laws. Everybody. Why? You're not allowed to transmit anything obscene. And I, who beat off allegedly all the time to so much obscene, I define it obscene. My particular porn case are obscene. Why? Some of the fucking things I've seen these MILFs do is ridiculous. So, to the people who wrote these laws, everything that I would watch, a comb facial. They say fellatio, is like fellatio used to not even be okay, but like a comb facial, that would be completely obscene to all these people. Now, that's one of the highest compilations on any one of these. Absolutely. So it's like we're in two different fucking worlds. No. So what does it mean? It means if this kid can be on TikTok and TikTok says you have to be 13 years old to be on this thing, and people are literally like, here's my fucking kid, and TikTok doesn't do anything about it, very easily they're going to be able to take that kid's face and put it on some adult's body and sexualize it. And there's nothing you can do about that. So in my opinion, if you want to be a child and you want to have that child be naked on camera, is that okay? I would see it as just like it is right now. This person is trying to take advantage of their kid for views. They may think it's cute or something as that as well, but I mean, is it really helping anyone? Really? It's cute, but it's not helping. They're trying So what? There are already people beating off that card. Really? Sadly, I'm sure somewhere. So you can't control people. But I want to get away from laws that are like,
destroyed.
What does it seem to the reasonable person? Get that shit out of here.
But also,
because I'm going to tell you this, I'm as reasonable as anyone gets. I have proof of this online.
Sewing clubs, boys clubs, girls clubs, love
and my particular interest in porn, I think, is really, it's graphic. It's like
family heirloom.
I want to watch
radios, classmates, books, courts of law,
60 different girls get 60 different facials from 6 different fucking
letters,
angles, all at the same fucking time. Judge Potter Stewart isn't fucking here to tell me whether that's porno, whether that's art. Honestly, it's both.
Public transportation, street signs,
and that's why
works of art.
The term pornography within contract law needs to be removed because it's too vague. It's like saying, I don't know what this is, by the way.
I think that people with the same name feel comfortable with our heads.
I think maybe open it up more, be more not so myopic, maybe.
No.
It is perhaps a sign of
I'm not really sure
after this ferocious attack in Hiroshima, the Japanese government still isn't ready to surrender. And before they can even come up with some decent conversation about the matter, they get hit with another hammer blow. 2 days later, the Soviet Union declares war on Japan. This is extra nasty because the Japanese hardliners believe in this fantasy war.
said,
They thought
to
they
get
could use
ready
the
for the
Soviets
next wave.
as a way to get a better deal from the Allies, but when the Soviets declare war on you,
there's a lot more opportunity for
hard to deny
Yeah,
that
and
that
people
deal's now
flying
dead.
too. Are you be
And
flying
then the
this
day
winter,
after
Billy? Are you
that,
going to
well, the
Colorado?
Japanese government is still figuring out how to
Oh
respond to
man,
this.
I hope so. You bring a
Atomic
man.
bomb drop on us, and 2 days later, the Soviet Union declares war on us, and then on August 9th, they came with another atomic bomb attack
better than
in
its original
Nagasaki.
formula against variants like
If we can have
Omicron.
100,000,
Good.
maybe 200,000
Okay. All right.
people
Well, we'll
killed
find out that.
in Hiroshima, the numbers in Nagasaki are
All right,
lower
Steve
because of
Jobs.
the way the
Somebody
terrain is
paid
laid
more
out
than
and some other things, but
$200,000 for his old
45,000 to 65,000.
Birkenstock. A pair of
These are not
Steve Jobs'
insignificant
old
numbers, needless to
Birkenstocks
say.
just sold for an astonishing
And
price.
even
I wouldn't bring
after
those home if
Nagasaki,
somebody gave
you
me those
can't get
shoes
the
and a
Army
$100
ministers on
bill.
board to surrender unless
But
they
yet
can have
somebody paid
4
$200,000
conditions, and all
for
4
those
conditions
old,
are
cracked up,
unacceptable to the
leathery,
Allies. I mean, there are things like you can't
sandals.
occupy
According to
Japan, we'll
Julian
try our
Johnson,
own
the
war
Apple
criminals,
co-founder
all kinds of. I mean, it wasn't going to happen, but they're not going to surrender till it does, and the U.S. and the Allies are not going to stop attacking until they do. In fact, there are bombing raids launched on Japan after the 2 atomic bombs are dropped, because nothing is going to stop until the surrender happens.
So then, what does that do to society?
And in a way that's hard to figure
Well,
out
I'm
really
technically
happened, because
now,
the Cold War
people, if they wanted,
in interest
have
of certain countries like the
pornography
United States to maybe hide
made
some
by
of the
computers
emperor's
that depict
decisions.
sexually children having sex. You have
The emperor steps
3-year-old
in
kids having sex.
says we have to
You could have a 500-year-old person having sex with a 3-year-old. You could have dragons have sex with 2-year-old dragons, whatever you want. That's why it's art. You're not going to get in the way of that, and that's why I like the freedom to do whatever you want, to have this canvas of to do whatever you want in art. Okay. Well, what's going to stop somebody from going out and videotaping their kid naked and putting it on TV? Okay, if they do that, they already do that. With their fucking, the kids has clothes on, they already do that. So you just have to see it as take, take away the power of the nipple. I mean, it's like, okay, so they showed skin. It's like they're showing a little more skin. So basically, it's exactly what people are doing right now. On TikTok, they upload pictures of their kids at the pool for views or just to share with family. I'm truthfully not saying the people who upload their kids, it's generally not. I mean, yeah, they like views and there's something to that. But it's a way to archive their kids, and it's a neat thing that they have. There's a lot of creativity. I'm not saying that it's necessarily bad, but you just have to see it the same way. So those people, let's just take those cases who upload pictures of their, so what, they're at the pool, who gives a shit? Imagine those kids were naked. Okay, so they were naked. They were sunbathing. So what? Greg Rajatowski has pictures in his parents' basement. Well, his parents had a basement from a nude beach, and we saw them. Did anything happen? No, I mean, it was like naked people, but it was like, he'll show you, it's in his parents' basement. But yeah, is that the end of it? No, it's just like, well, so what? I mean, so then a child, what about a child who has this? Well, is someone physically penetrating the child? Yes, that's rape. Is someone forcing or coercing the children to do it? If the answer is yes, according to that child, we would make opportunities such as if you feel you're being abused, call this fucking number. Child Protective Services will be there to take that. But when you have that show terrorism, tiaras and whatever, and there are, I'm sure, men who get off to little girls like that. It's disgusting. Why? I mean, is it disgusting? Yeah, I mean, I think so. It's like they should be innocent. I mean, it's I would say it's repulsive to me, to each their own, but that's not like a cool thing in my opinion. Don't lust after children.
public announcing that they're going to surrender before it can be broadcast.
But I'm a person who likes women who are older than
Die.
me.
The
Coup plot
The general public.
failed. They'll try to take
I was
over
gonna say
radio
older guy,
stations
but I'd
so
take
they
a
can be
fucking
able to explain their
35-year-old.
motives and deny that they killed themselves so other people commit suicide.
Anyway,
But you see the last gasp of
And so
these
we'll
people
talk to Mark
trying to make a play for
and then
things
2 weeks
to
from
prevent
tomorrow
this
is our
surrender,
big
which they've had a large hand in
Costa
delaying to this
Is
point.
that the end
And
of
there
your
are
story?
generals we should
Well,
point out on the mainland who've been beating the
So it's
Chinese
about
who were
the
going to
abuse.
this
Is the
surrender.
child being
The surrender
abused? Just like any other
trains are gonna have to
situation.
go over and surrender
It would just
those
be.
members, but we've been kicking.
So what
I
would
don't
it be?
think so. Don't forget,
here
Hiro Onoda and
Could you
a ton
depict
of
two
other
children
Japanese
kissing?
troops on these Pacific Islands
That
aren't
one
gonna go anywhere
baby, that one piece of art did,
no matter what
whatever,
the
that one
does.
thing had these two kids kissing a lot, and it kind of disturbed me a little bit. Not really. I don't want to say disturbed me. Those are the wrong words. It caught me. I was taken aback, or I was caught aghast. But not that it's unnatural. I was actually kind of shocked that they did it. Why? You normally don't see children, anybody kiss on television. It's PDA, they don't even do that. Usually you don't see children kiss. It's usually not interracial. I don't want to say I was taking a guess in a negative way. I'm talking about in a positive way. I was surprised.
Investigators quickly honed in on a computer pet. Sarbab Ali, Mr. Ali was arrested yesterday afternoon at his parents' home in Victorville in connection to Rachel's homicide. Ali remains in custody on $510,000 bail. Gregory Sigafino is reported by ROTHSCHILD Resort and LA County Sheriff Commander suing the county. He says he was reassigned to a less prestigious position for questioning why deputies were not disciplined for an incident in which nearly 7 stunts were fired. Deputies were serving a warrant last year. 2 tourist spots in California had made the no-go list.
They may be beautiful and picturesque, but Lake Tahoe and Mendocino have made Voters Travel Guide's 2023 list of places to avoid.
So,
Its annual no list.
I mean, I guess I'd be saying, like, people still, don't forget, right now, people can make, on their computers, 2 pictures of kids having sex, making out, or do whatever they want. There are currently no laws against that, and nobody's going nuts over it. It is on the internet. I've seen it on the internet. Really? If you're on the internet long enough, and I've been to the furthest roads of the internet. I've been on the deep web, the dark web. What's the difference? The dark web has a lot of illegal.
Well, the alert will last through tomorrow for the Santa Clarita Valley, through Wednesday for the Mount Wilson area, and through Friday
Opportunities.
in the Antelope Valley. Health officials say they're
Dark,
seeing more
the
cases
deep
of
web
RSV
is,
and the flu earlier and faster than normal. Stanford Children's Health Dr. Ayla Patel says hospitals are also reaching capacity. As in the weather gets colder,
a lot of
potentially start to see influenza move from the heart.
like good example, like old technology, old computer equipment that has
Patel says parents should make sure their kids are drinking enough water.
like
allied
that's just out of date and just stored somewhere. That's deep web. Like it's not archived in the certain. It's not all connected to the internet. But it's still available.
Military casualties are significant just in that theater. The Allies lose 4 that the Soviets
I
play.
heard that.
Mayor of Butler and one of his challengers,
Deep web
the
is
majority of the damage and keep the
third
enemy
person got
occupied.
only 15 votes. State law in Kentucky says
Those
I
forces
election
hold on a
must be
second.
decided
2.5 million
randomly.
Japanese
So a coin was
military
tossed.
deaths approximately.
The surface
The
web.
current mayor,
Million
Dark
civilians.
Southland weather from KFI mostly clear through the night, lows below 50.
No, I was right. The deep web is like net banking, research papers, medical records. That's detailed. It's like stuff that's not connected to the internet usually. Sometimes it is, but sometimes not. And then dark web is Tor,
Great powers
non-web,
75 years
legal
second
information.
Head out to the freeway.
First one.
This is a work zone in Woodland Hills. This is on the 101
So,
southbound
I
Valley Circle.
think of it this way as well.
Two left
You got
lanes are to be shut down for road work until 6. Watch for delays throughout that
stay
Dark
by
web's
it.
illegal.
Glendale. This is on the
Illegal
west
shit.
shore, westbound to Athens.
Deep web is like.
Crash there, out of lanes and on the right shoulder, but
I always thought of it like
some
this.
delays in
The
that area.
structures and changes that
Eric,
were
there's a full
Dark web is
by
the
the
shit
second
that
war.
was the black market shit that I'd always want to
The
get.
Japanese are thrown out of
Deep
places
web
like
was like,
Korea.
we used to have this
What moves
network
into that
at my
vacuum?
grade
The
school
Koreans
where
just
my first computer website was, and that website is still indexed somewhere.
15 to 25
Where, I
years
don't know, but it's likely somewhere on some piece of the internet archive somewhere. Perhaps it's not though, but it might be. And I remember it had a site page, it had a tree, so you know where you were going. It was very good. Good. I spent a lot of time after school on that.
Throwing out the colonial overlords when they initially took over those areas, and the amplification and acceleration of trends toward independence that were already underway in most of these places. If they weren't,
We took a picture
by the time the Allies
of the
tried to
building.
retake
This
control
is
of
Mr.
the
Akana.
Japanese at the end of the war,
And it was a digital picture in the 90s, way before digital cameras. But we had gotten one
a couple years after
for
the
school,
they get
and or she had gotten it for school, and we cooked it up. And I remember we had a picture from outside on a computer. It was the first time we ever seen it. It was mind blowing.
contributing to the death and destruction of the human being conveyor belt of death. Even the subsidiary Second World War version for decades to come.
90% of the internet content
The part though
is not
I
accessible
tried to
via
reconcile
subscription.
and I never have.
These are government
If
resources.
the end result is something that
Subscription.
right, a nation independence from outsiders, for example, is dependent on all these terrible things.
Food ordering.
Nice to meet you.
Unfortunately, she gets paper notice and
So I would do like,
Destruction.
I'm gonna miss her.
I don't get into TV porn. Why?
Order 24/7 from over 95,000
That's not really
restaurants
my
on
thing.
Indicator.com. Indicator.
If you did want to get into porn, you like that,
Host of the hit
people who are
podcast.
younger,
Join me on my new
there's certain
podcast.
words which would look like a safe one I always felt. And I think I just kind of break the internet with this. Is jailbait. Why? Because if you get arrested for jailbait porn, it's in the name, jailbait, that it's basically enticing someone to go to jail. I think you walk in 99 out of 100 times in America that you're able to make that. But I don't really get into that because it's not my thing. Though I can get into anything, just about. But
militarily defeat the colonial overlords. Is there
Go ahead, so jailbait.
a place where you can listen to all
And if there is, how does that change the morality of the overall situation, right? You say that you can't put price on national political independence, but if you're the Chinese and it costs you 20 million civilians to get yours, and the people that killed those people are the Japanese, are you thankful for that? It's Italian. How about another? Because if you play that game by taking the first step of ordering the Japanese at the tip of the spears, these other people, could you make the argument that the Allies are the equivalent of the democratic tip of the spear doing the same thing for the Japanese people that they were doing for other Asian peoples elsewhere, freeing them from an oppressive, authoritarian, totalitarian, pseudo-fascist state? In his book Embracing Defeat, historian John Dower looks at the post-war situation in Japan, and one of the elements that he focuses on is how some Japanese viewed it that way. Usually the people who had been most oppressed under the old regime, artists, freethinkers, liberals, communists, socialists, leftists of all kinds, people who'd end up in prison or tortured or censured, watched victims of the secret police of the state.
Look, I think he might
They
be onto
often
something,
made
right?
Dower's
The Tim Conway Jr. show. I've always felt like I've had a stroke ever since I was like 20.
themselves as having been freed by an alliance of other countries, which is the way the United States will often portray its interventionist activities after the Second World War. Right? We don't have a problem with the people of this place. It's their government. Their government's not free. We're going to come in there and defeat their military, give them the freedom that they didn't have before, let them run their own country. We did it in Japan. And we did it in Japan. Revolution as a gift was the way some of these Japanese portrayed it in his book Dower Represents reference a cartoon from Japanese
I'm
cartoonist
actually not gonna judge it. I'm gonna go to this trap. I'm
portrays the
Vinny be like, I
Japanese
told you.
as
I told you. I'm like, no, I mean, Shovel's not my thing.
human being whose hands are
Oh.
tied behind his back.
Oh my God,
Just
Vinny.
had the bonds severed by
I
a
can
giant
see why. I mean,
pair of
this
scissors
isn't my thing.
is
It's
over
thin.
his head, and a piece of
This
artificial
is
scissors
I see why it's trapped.
in the stars
Why?
and stripes
You can no longer be like,
of
oh,
the
that girl's
scissors
so hot.
represent
No,
the United States.
it's over.
The Japanese person who'd been in bondage represents Japan, and in the distance running away from the scene of the crime, you can see
Why?
the two figures.
Well,
Those
I mean,
dressed as
just be
military
prepared.
high-level muckety muck represent
If I ever say that, then it's just a compliment to your
the
fucking surgeon and or
represents the fat cat
makeup.
rich elites who are the puppet masters in the society, and how the outside powers that
Yeah.
the United States in this case
Then
have
he'd be
freed
like,
the Japanese people and
I'm outta
pushed
here.
them back to the
I'm out of here.
It's interesting
Hold on.
to contemplate because
Why? Because it used to be like you knew,
evolved politically,
but now you don't know.
bloodshed. I mean, how
Oh,
countries are independence from other
hold on,
countries through
hold on.
bloodshed.
I'm going to it,
How when you get
but
independence
what?
from
Everything happens.
oppressive governments by political revolution,
my
like the
pants.
American Revolution, the French Revolution,
That's
there's
it.
just a different
No.
vibe, isn't there?
I just,
People from outside your country who have to kill your
I-
soldiers, your civilians, destroy your cities, occupy your
I kind of think it's fun to get not to get tricked, but kind of to be like, oh, the way that's not going. Oh my God, that's kind of fun. Really? Yeah. That's how good they are.
How many loose ends here leave us wondering one more question. I mean, how about
Really?
the number one question that often comes out of this time period?
I mean, I could just tell you, looking from like belly button up, I can't fucking tell it a lot of difference anymore. Really, it's hard, man.
Ethical, sorts of circumstances one can ask themselves about, something that the entire potential future of humanity could rest on, and its importance becomes clear anytime the issue actually raises its ugly head, like in the middle of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Everyone instantly understood
Yeah,
the
I just
import of this moral issue as
I'm trying to see. I'm not like I'll
Shakespearean
check the video on one of
atomic
these.
bomb or do not atomic bomb. What is not helpful, useful, satisfying, or in any way instructive the next time we reconsider using such a weapon is to take it out of the context of times.
Alright, window. Like this lady. Anybody want to cut on the back? We see this, we're like, oh, that's
It's as though you
a
have
quick
plan
look in the eye. You're like, oh yeah, that's
atomic weapons on
that's
Hiroshima
a
and Nagasaki.
that's a girl.
Plan B.
Little did you know,
Drop
kid.
atomic weapons on them and they can live happily ever after. But that was
Really?
never
Yeah,
Plan
it's
B.
just
Plan B is the one that makes Plan A something that people would consider. Plan B is not to drop the atomic bomb, but to continue with the firebombing, which continued after the atomic bombs were dropped, is well historically. Continue with the firebombing, tighten the blockade on Japan, and they're already dropping sea mines from the air on Japan's harbors.
What is
To
the
get them to a
difference?
point where
Well,
millions are dying from starvation,
Jail bait is a
medicine,
trap.
and
Yeah,
then
the
after
trap.
the landed
It's
invasion,
a trap.
it gets to a bunch of civilians who are
Really,
treated
really
like
good
taxpayers in
Overall,
1945.
person, I guess.
That was the ethical choice, and it becomes a lot more murky when those at the Plan A and Plan B choices.
Are you done?
What should be pointed out sometimes is that our views on these things have
Will
been
face
colored
attack?
by the intervening history, and when you read what historical participants on the Allied side saw these weapons like, sometimes you might compare them to Excalibur, a super weapon that has fallen in the hands of people who see themselves as King Arthur, and a weapon like Excalibur in the hands of an individual like King Arthur is a potential awesome force for good. See how murky? Anyway, this is the ethical dilemma of Sauron's ring, right in the Lord of the Rings, isn't it?
Longtime talk radio host and a friend of ours, Jim Bohannon,
once
died at the
again,
age of 78.
somehow,
No, I love
Yes,
Jim Bohannon.
Was aired on 500 radio
seeing
stations
a
across the
silver
country.
lining
Back
to
in
the dark cloud
1983,
that
Jim
is
joined
the
the
atomic
Mutual
bombings of
Broadcasting System,
Japan.
later
And it's a
renamed
similar
Westwood
silver
One.
lining to the one
He
I see
has
for the
anchored the
Holocaust.
hour-long America in the Morning News magazine while
think
hosting the Jim Bohannon
that
Show on
after the
Saturday Night
Holocaust, the
Beth.
fact
He
that
also
there was
filled
a
in on Larry
Holocaust
King's radio
saved a
show
lot
when
of
King Rush
lives.
nighttime
I
radio
think
in the
those who
early
died
90s
in
to go to
concentration
CNN.
camps
Jim Bohannon
probably
became the show's
created
permanent
such an
host. He
international
hosted the Jim
historical
Bohannon
shock.
Show until
How long
shortly
it
before his
lasts, but
death.
it certainly
He
lasted
had
pretty
esophageal
strongly since.
cancer.
It
Truly a
created
wonderful
an
guy. I met him at
international
several
moral
Hall of
line in
Fame
the sand
radio events where
that has been
he
violated
was
many
the
times
MC.
since. I mean, look at
And you
Rwanda,
can't
for
find a nicer
example,
guy. Jim Bohannon
that has
dead at the age
created
of
a
78.
situation where
The
it
most recent
is
data from the Centers for Disease
radioactive
Control and Prevention
to
shows over 7
commit
in 10
genocide
U.S.
on people.
adults aged 20 and
The
older are
Uyghurs
either overweight
notwithstanding,
or obese. The
perhaps,
problem is
I
bigger in
think
some
the
states
genocides
than
that
in
would have
others.
happened had the
West
Holocaust
Virginia
not
ranked the
happened,
most
haven't happened, and
overweight
therefore
state, followed
I
by
think the Holocaust
Mississippi and
saved some
Kentucky.
lives. I feel
Colorado
the same way
finished
about
as
the
the
atomic
least
bombings. I
overweight
don't know if
state.
humanity
What's
ever
going on in the
collectively
skies these
learns
days? Let's
lessons,
check
but
in with
if
Dr.
we
Sky,
do,
Stephen Case.
I
Hi,
often
Stephen.
think it
Hello there,
comes
George, and we
with
open
the
up our report
approval
here
to
with
us
news from
by
astronomy.
touching
We
history's
hear so much,
hot
George, about
stove,
black
and in
holes
this
and how
case,
powerful they are
in
and distant.
1945,
Now,
maybe the hot
astronomers have
stove was an
discovered the
atomically
closest black
heated
hole
one,
to the Earth. This was all done by the
and
Magellan
had
6.5
we
meter
not
telescope in
had an
Chile. It
example
confirmed this
of
object,
what these
first detected
weapons
by the
do
European
to
Space
people
Agency
and to our
spacecraft known as
societies
Gaia,
and the
the
things that
Space
we
Telescope.
build.
But
You know,
like the
the power is
supermassive
that
black
one
hole at the
historian
center of the
said
Milky Way,
to turn everything into
27,000 light
nothing.
years away,
That's a
the object is known
theoretical
as
power
Gaia,
until you see it.
CH1.
And seeing it is
Black hole
shocking.
could look at this
The
George
shock of it may have
1,600 light
prevented us
years away.
maybe
How
from
it's
thinking
formed is
we
still
ever
up in the air.
had to try
I'm
to
sure
use
you and
these
the
weapons
listeners and
again.
I
I mean,
agree.
think about
Let's hope
had
it
the
stays away from us.
weapon been
We continue
delayed
with
another
space news.
year,
NASA's
and the
little
war
CubeSat
ended
satellite
before
known as
nuclear weapons
Capstone
were ever
officially goes
used,
into lunar orbit.
do you think,
55
given what
pound
you
space
know
craft
about
about the
how
size of a
we
microwave
are,
oven. This
that
little
we
space
will
paves the
use
Are
way
you
that
done?
to
commander
NASA's
Oh,
future
that's
just to
orbital
see
space
what they
station
do?
known as Gateway.
Who attempted
And it's
many
perfecting
times,
its
and it was
orbit.
always Hiroshima and Nagasaki's
I just want
example,
my shot
Ours
some
obviously
created,
awaits a big
if not a feeling on the parts of the military or the political leaders, maybe as strongly as we wanted certain understanding on
to
the
open
parts of
around 1
global
a.m.
humanitarian
Standard
public
time.
opinion
But more
and the
space news.
pressures
Here we go. The
exerted
Spaceport is
by
space
them
flying.
and
So-called
the
secret space
images
flight
that
known
were
as the
certainly, for
X-37B
example,
completed
cascading
its
through
record
President
flight.
Kennedy's
The
brain
sixth mission of
as he
more than
contemplated the
908
decisions
days
he was
in orbit.
making
Dude,
What's
in the
the fuel?
1962
The
Cuban
secret.
Missile
There's a
Crisis,
service module
when he
attached
was
to the
looking at
stick of the
There's
craft.
600 or
Some believe
700
it's
million
converting solar
people
power into
dying,
microwaves and
in
doing
a
some
few
experiments
days.
with radiation on seeds. But the
Is it
rest,
possible
very secret. How small is it, George?
that
27
Oh,
feet long,
humanity
14
and the
foot
Japanese
wingspan,
specifically
and early
suffered
morning risers of people still asleep in Florida heard
150,
two incredible
200,000,
sonic booms that came
250,000
back to the
deaths
Kennedy Space Center.
from a couple
We
of
find out
10
more information from the
kiloton
live
atomic
sky, always
bombs,
great
maybe
information as
15
we wrap it
kiloton
up.
one in
We find the
Nagasaki's
planet
case,
Mars, which right now, super bright,
to teach
rises in the
us
northeast,
not
getting
to
closer to the
use
Earth by about 53 million miles right
dozens or
now.
hundreds
This
of 30
object is
megaton
about as
ones.
bright as the brightest star in the heavens at
I
night,
mean,
minus 1.5
if that's the
on the
case,
magnitude scale.
is
Topping
this
that
the
is the bright
atomic
star
age
Sirius.
beginning
The best is yet
nightmarishly
to
so
come.
that it doesn't have to end
As we
that
look
way
into this week, we
someday,
wait the annual
so
Leonid
that we
meteor
don't have
shower.
to have
Look early
the
Friday
war
morning
after
into
the
the
next
eastern
war
sky from about 2
occur
a.m.
with our
to
very best
sunrise.
technological
Open sky watches
capabilities
with clear skies get
and
to
those
see possibly
being
up to 10 or 15
sticks
or
and
maybe more
stones.
meteors per hour. It's one of the best meteor showers as far as its regularity, but patience is a virtue. More information always at
Hi everyone,
theskylive.com.
Dan here with just a
Emails,
couple
we
of
love
quick
them, but we
words
thank all
before
the
we leave
listeners.
you.
Dr. Sky
The first
Show
one
at
is, if you were
gmail.com.
interested enough
And what do we
in
always
the
say, George?
ideas
Always remember to
surrounding
keep your eyes
strategic
to the
bombing,
skies.
that's the bombing
I'm
of
your
cities,
navigator on the
or
highway to
the
the heavens,
early
and
history
looking forward to the
development
big events
news
coming up with
theories
you and the
trying to
whole
come to
coast
grips
crew.
with its
Coming up
potential
what in
destructive
March
power
of
of atomic
2023
and
in
nuclear weapons. listeners. We do have past shows
Looking
on
forward to
both
that,
of
and we'll
those
talk to you next
subjects.
Monday, the week of
One is still
Thanksgiving.
in the free
Thank you
feed
very
as of
much,
this
Dr.
recording
Scott.
anyway.
We're going to
That
talk
is the
more about
Destroyer.
space and that
So
film
it's
from
6 hours
Richard
of
C.
subjects
Hoagland
that
next on
we
Coast
made
to
from the hard
Coast.
drive. But we also have in the payphone archives on the website, they're like $2 or $3, I think. Logical Insanity, the
Real
title, which
people,
we referenced in
real
the past show you just
I
heard,
had a cute
twice,
eczema. I had been
and
to
autological
almost
insanity,
3
extra fear
different
stuff that didn't fit into
dermatologists. I
logical
had tried
insanity, and those are
every cream and
available on the
ointment
website
that
if that
you can
sounds interesting to
imagine
you.
the skin is.
Once again,
So I
thank you for
started
being this
taking
patient
carnivora,
audience on the
and
planet. We
at this
appreciate
point,
you.
I don't
Allows us
want to
to
ever be without it. I don't want to go back there again.
Our little dog
Also,
developed this
another
lymph
announcement for
problem,
those of you
but the
who
chemotherapy
didn't get to
lasted
see
for
and want to
6
see
months. He started
our
developing
first
more lymph nodes that would slow down.
exhibit
So I thought
more
I'd
remains.
just try
Just want to
carnivora.
let
The
you know
lymph
that
nodes
it is
started to go down, swelling did. Then I took him into the vet to have him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My cat had issues that developed into the
this is
ice
the
from
full set,
there,
by
and he
the
said,
way.
you know
We're
what,
talking
just go
there's
ahead
a home
and move
version
the
of this,
ice.
but
So
it doesn't
that
have
night,
the
how's the
actual
carnivore
set. It
advertising?
doesn't have the
So I
giant
said, you know
speakers
what,
under
I'm
your
going to order
feet to
this
make
from him.
the
That way,
sound of
at
things like
least I
shells
tried.
vibrate
They did
through
the
your spinal
procedure, they
column.
did
There's a
all
whole
the
bunch of
tests, so
things
they're
that the
supplying
actual,
me, and they
you said
said,
it
I don't know,
combined
when
like
you did
virtual
this
reality, a
product,
haunted
they
house when you were a
die.
kid in
George
terms of
Norrie here.
you
I'm
could
pleased
reach
to
out and
announce
touch
that
things and
Carnivora
they're
has
there.
officially launched
Right.
its pet
Barbed
division.
wire,
That's right.
rats,
Both
everything
you and your
feels
pets
just the
can
way it
benefit
should.
from nature's nutritional powerhouse. Try Carnivora, and you'll see for yourself. Call 1-866-836-8735.
If you have the home
That's
edition, that's great too, but there's nothing like standing on those speakers
1-866-836-8735.
and just
Or
having
visit carnivora.com.
your socks off. So if you find yourself in Kansas City,
Did you get in trouble? I did have, I think I did have a detention for that.
Check it out.
What did they
Tell
say?
them I sent you.
I think it was giving inappropriate picture to
Right now, save up to $800
classmates,
on
something
Support
like
us on
that.
Patreon by going to patreon.com/Dan Carlin or go to our donate page at dancarlin.com/DC-donate.
Soft goods like sheets, pillowcases, and weighted blankets. Join over 2 million
It's hardcore history.
$800
The
on
Blitz Edition.
mattresses when you shop at Casper.
These
Exclusive
shows that we
supply,
do
see
are
Casper.com/promo.
improvised. There's no script. We usually come in the studio, remember where we were the day
KFI,
before,
AM
write down
640,
some
more
thoughts that might have occurred to
stimulating
me,
talk.
just sort of maybe bullet point form or whatever, and then we improvise.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with you. Richard C. Hoagland back with us, principal investigator, founder of the Enterprise Mission, as well as the vision and the voice of the
I don't
program
have
The
a
Other Side of
real
Midnight.
roadmap
He is the recipient of the
idea of
Angstrom
how
Medal
what
and a
we're
former
about to
science
start here is
advisor
going
to
to go.
CBS News and a
We take
Vulture
this
Chronicler.
journey
Together
together,
with Carl Sagan,
and
Richard
then you
has
look at what you have and say,
created
well, what is that?
what is called the Pioneer Plaque and
There's no
predictive
chance
life
to
on Europa
go
and
over the
his
script
groundbreaking
later,
paper,
double
the
check
Europa
things, decide if
proposal,
this
which was
works or that
published
doesn't, time
37
it out.
years
None of that
before
is
NASA's
available
own
to
announcement.
us.
His vision
And I
has
think that's
inspired a whole
partially
new
why it sounds
generation
kind
of
of different than
pioneers
a
of
lot
thought
of
and
the similar
form
productions,
that opened the
but
way
this is
for
part of how we've
citizen
always done it,
scientists
right?
all around the
So
globe.
I don't know
Self-born
how this
author,
is
Dark
going to
Mission,
go.
The
The
Monuments
people
of
that have
Mars,
advised me that I've
Richard C.
divulged
Hoagland,
what I'm going
back
to
on
talk about,
Coast
the
to
people
Coast.
that
Richard,
I've
how
talked
are
to
you?
have told me it is not
Good.
going to go
How
well.
are you? Good.
It doesn't matter
Good to
what I
hear
do,
your
it's not going
voice,
to go
my
well.
friend. Still out there in New Mexico
They
doing your
said
thing?
you should
The
not
land of
touch this
enchantment, of
topic.
course.
It is a no-win
Great. And the
situation.
other
Just
side
go
of
to
midnight,
the
you vote on
crowd
weekends,
pleaser
right?
topics. There's so many
Saturday night and Sunday night, 10 o'clock Mountain.
I wrote down a quote
3 hours.
that sort of summed up
And we're
the problem
worldwide,
and the
something
reason
like
that people are
190
saying that.
countries. Good for
It's
you.
attributed. I
People
always
can
say
find
that
it
because
on
every
your
quote is
website, The
somehow
Other Side of
debunked. Nobody
Midnight.
ever said
Certainly
anything
can.
quoted to say in history.
Well, you heard Dr.
But
Sky
the
talking
Ohio
about
State
the Artemis
University
space
historian
situation.
Robert C.
What is
Davis is
that?
quoted as saying
Well, you know, it's
that
really
history
bizarre
is often as not
this
our
is like the
present
game that can't
politics
do straight.
projected onto the past.
Remember, I was
And you can see
very,
that
very
easily. I mean, that is an
tiny
obvious
part
statement when you go and
of
look at,
the
for example,
actual
the
Apollo
brand new books that are
program
coming out on certain
50 years
historical
ago.
things
In
and
fact,
how
if you go
they'll tend
to
they'll tie it in.
link up
It's something that the editors
images
want,
and
right? Tie it
web
into the
links
current
for
events. I
tonight's
mean, it's
show,
encouraged.
item 1 and 2 is the
But the problem
official
is that means a lot
Grumman
of the material
Aerospace
that you might
Engineering
use to
press
discuss
book
this topic that everyone
on
tells me
the
not to
lunar
discuss today
module that
is
Grumman
going
built
to be
for
woven
NASA to
into
land
the
the
political,
astronauts on the moon.
anger of our current
Grumman
time, right?
came
The
to me when I was
zeitgeist.
working for
And if there's
Cronkite
one
at
thing we've
CBS,
seen
and they
in
said,
our current
"Would you
times
like
is a
to
big
write
part of
the
the problem is
section
that no one
of the
accepts the
press book,
sources
which
of the
went
other
to
side.
every press
And that the
person
first thing
on
you say
the
in any
planet?
discussion is who are your
Would you like to
sources, and
write
the
the
minute you don't
section
like
on the
them,
moon?"
it's discussion
And
over.
I said,
But
"It's
this is one of those subjects that everyone should have
I wound up doing
as
it,
part of their
and it
sort of
was very
foundational knowledge. As my mother always used to say, she would say, intelligent people know these things, right? So a certain bedrock of a knowledge base. And you might not get any higher than that from me, because that's another reason if you want to steer clear of the show like this, is because it's monumentally huge, and a person like yours truly is completely inadequate to dealing with it.
And I was
I always hope that I can be one little tile in the giant mosaic that is the picture here, and that tile has something to offer that's unique.
And I started
So
reading
one of
it.
the things I thought,
And you know, I wrote
anticipating the
this
criticism here and wanting
century ago.
people, if they don't already, because many of you are going to know all of this stuff,
It's item number 2.
wanting
Just like
people to
on
have
item
this
number
knowledge
2 in
base
my
that I was going to
materials
steer
tonight.
clear of
It
any
takes
of the
me right to the
controversial
drum and
sources.
circle section.
Now, you miss out when you do that. You lose a lot of the cutting edge ideas. You lose a lot of the pushing the envelope stuff, some very interesting things. At one point, I thought maybe I'll do a compare and contrast sort of deal. Well, that quickly became something that was too high of an intellectual level for yours truly also. So I thought, I'm going to approach this like a blitz show topic where we sort of dive in and dive out, and I highlight things that I think are interesting or important. It's not chronological. It's not a history of, but it's something that when I look at my archive seems like a glaring omission. It's the discussion of the Atlantic slave trade and that period in history and some of the ideas that are out there and some of the thoughts that matter and some questions that I think are, well, I want to say that they're interesting, but some of them I would say are almost the obvious things to ask and no one asks them, which is, maybe I'm wrong in the wrong there, maybe they're not that foundational, otherwise other people would have asked them, but you can be the judge of that. So without this script, we ever get to that. Now, we did a show quite a while back called Addicted to Bondage. It looked at the overall human institution of slavery going back, to the very beginnings of civilization. It wasn't as in-depth as that makes it sound, but it was more of a holistic look at the slavery question than dealing and specifically trying to avoid the more recent version that was specifically mostly African in nature to give a sense of how common this thing was in human history all over the world. And we examine the sorts of reasons that might be, and you get into these borderline upsetting sorts of lenses to look at it. But when I was a kid, and this was in the Addicted to Bondage episode, they were always promising the kitchen of tomorrow today. All these labor-saving devices were going to take all the drudgery of life away from you so you could go enjoy your golf game or whatever it was. Radar ranges, stuff like that. But as we had said in Addicted to Bondage, the ancients and the people in earlier eras, and the people in some places still today, they have the kitchen of yesterday, today, and it's just as good. But instead of labor-saving devices that are mechanical, they have people that do the same job. Slaves were one of the original labor-saving devices. And when you read the views of slaveholders and slave societies, they will often connect it to the highest aspirations of mankind as a whole, right? It's people who do the slave-type jobs that free up the people that push society forward and think and write and come up with all these, pieces of art that otherwise would not be available because they'd have to go to the grocery store in the morning. The marketplace would probably be more apropos and pick up the stuff for tonight's dinner and then make it, right? And then clean up after. Otherwise, how are we going to have time to write and read? You'll see that all the way in the post-colonial times in the United States, right? This is how societies push forward. Even, famous Athens in the era where it was democratic, right? It's sort of the shining city on the democratic hill for people looking back at the beginnings of things like democracy. It was an enormous slave state. A nice chunk of its population was enslaved.
They're waiting for the right ritual window.
What was once referred to as a peculiar institution, slavery is not. We live in a strange time now, a time where slavery is universally reviled. Now, I did read that there were more than 40 million people classified as slaves right now in the world, which is true. Would make it almost certainly this period in human history where there were the most slaves, 40 million is a lot. But sometimes the criteria is, let's call it slavery on a sliding scale, and that isn't meant to be trite, but there's all kinds of slavery, and it's sort of on a gradient. On one end, you have things like, wage slavery, as some people would say, right? People that are trapped in jobs that don't make them enough money to live, but they get paid.
They just weren't built by.
Then you have things like bond slavery, debt slavery, which is really the same thing, indentured servitude, all the way down to the lowest lowest level of slavery on the gradient. Chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is where we take human beings and we make them things. Maybe it would be more apropos rather than comparing them to a hammer or a chair to compare them to some sort of animal you'd find on a farm. That's how, because the slave owners would often try to keep them healthy the same way you would try to keep some livestock healthy, but it's you own them, you can do whatever you want with them. That's chattel slavery. Serfdom, peasantry, there's all kinds of these things that fall somewhere in the category, but chattel slavery is the lowest of the low, and that's the kind of slavery that the world had going on when Christopher Columbus found the New World for the Europeans and the Old World. How about that? Europeans isn't even the proper term because the Old World stretched from the edges of Europe, right? Ireland, Western France, Western Spain, what's now Portugal, right? Those are the edges of Europe, the Eurasian continent. And you follow it all the way through, China on the other side is connected to this pipeline and everything in between. Now, there's not close contact, but silk is making it one way, money's making it the other. In other words, there are things like diseases, foods, codes of conduct and morality that are shared. The Mongols alone in the 1300s, 1200s would have been spreading a lot of this stuff against everybody else as well. So when Columbus rolls up into the New World, the so-called New World, and lands, the person that is landing there is a person from the Middle Ages. This is important to point out. Now, Columbus was a bad guy. I think when you look at his conduct as judged by the people of his day, at the same time, it's hard to imagine somebody else showing up and all of a sudden behaving radically different, right? Even if they were not as ruthless as someone like Columbus, how much different are they going to behave, and how much different is that going to make everything that follows afterwards? But the important thing to remember is, if you look, and I always do this, if you look at when Columbus was born, in other words, the world he was born into, I think he was born in the 1450s. The 1450s is like the War of the Roses in England. Go look at a picture, a painting of what people were looking like in the Wars of the Roses era. These are knights. This is medieval combat. We haven't even yet, we're just in Columbus's day, progressing to the point where we're getting into that period where you have the Inquisition and people being burned. Look at what life is like for these people in the world Columbus was born into. They break people on the wheel. The executions are public. So what sort of person was going to show up in the New World and just, by modern standards, behave? Right, that was an ugly world that they were coming from. And as I said, it's tempting these days. People blame it on Europe, but this is the way it is in North Africa, what's now the Middle East, Europe, of course, Russia, China, the Mongolian area, India. This is a shared understanding of man's inhumanity to man, and things like slavery, well, it's everywhere. And it's an equal opportunity atrocity. In Columbus's day, before he finds the so-called New World, slavers were more likely to care about the slaves' religious affiliation than their skin color. The Christians in Spain would enslave the Moors across to North Africa, North African peoples like Moroccans and Algerians today. And those people would enslave the Christians as well. The Turks had lots of slaves, the Arabs had lots of slaves, the Italians had slave markets, the Russians had slaves, the Mongols enslaved everyone, the Chinese had slaves, the Indians had slaves, they had slavery in sub-Saharan Africa, so-called Black Africa. They had slavery in the Americas before Columbus even got there. Similar pattern to the rest of the world too. Some peoples had it, some peoples didn't. Most of the peoples that did practice slavery, it was on the slavery gradient scale too. There were often hear people sort of try to defend these tribes as not really being slave-owning tribes, because the slave was more like a family member. The family member who couldn't leave and had to do whatever they were were told, but that is
The
a
working is
little
literally
different
you.
on the slavery
This
ingredient
is on
scale
the
than
101 southbound
someone
from
who's
Valley
captured
Circle
in
to
war and is a
Canyon.
slave
You
who is
left right
held
here to be
as
just out the
raw
road 106.
fodder
You're
for
driving
some
from Loose Beach in that
human
area.
sacrificial
And it's South
religious
LA. This is
event
on the
that is
110 northbound
upcoming,
at
right?
51st Street. Little fender
You're
bender
going
there.
to be the
Take it up the
star
right
of the
lane.
show.
Watch for delays as you approach this
And
area.
needless to say, things like
Glendale, we
skin
have good
color
news.
did not
Earlier
play a
crash on the
role
134 westbound
because
at
the
the 2
peoples of the
has been
Americas were
cleared for
basically
lanes. You guys
close
are
to each other's
recovering in
skin
that
color.
area.
Wasn't playing a large role at the time Columbus arrived in the old world yet either.
Emergency
Anyone could
backup
become
power.
a
There's
slave,
only
as we
one
said. I
thing
mean,
you need to
anyone in
know.
Columbus's crew could have found themselves on a ship captured by pirates or slavers, end up in some slave market on a Mediterranean island, find themselves auctioned off, and a galley slave in the Sultan's fleet or something like that might slip on the pulp comic books of the 20th century would play on that a lot, right? Especially the women who ended up in the Sultan's harem, right? It was such a racial trope. But during this time period, there was some of that. The Turks had Christian slave soldiers, which is a different slave level in the slavery gradient scale, too. There can be some really powerful slaves, and slaves who own lots of slaves are in the slavery that defies easy classification. The bottom line, though, is one of the things where you start to say, okay, no, why did this happen? The interesting questions that come into play is, so how did this become a thing where all of a sudden a bunch of powers in the world were hooking black Africans up to the proto or early capitalist globalized supply chain and logistically figuring out ways to start a pipeline of human beings from the African continent over to the Americas? Now, there's obviously no easy answer to this, if there's any answer at all. It's not a 2 + 2 = 4 kind of question, certainly. So I started writing down, while scouring the history books, a bunch of the different ideas that were thrown out there as major influencing factors to this whole thing. And as my list got longer and longer, I started to realize that this really isn't a list that's about slavery per se. You could better describe this ever-lengthening list of influential factors, discoveries, events as something that tries to explain what reality was like in the so-called old world in the 15th and 16th centuries, right? What the zeitgeist was like, what the economic system was like. In other words, what you can draw from that is that slavery is so interconnected in that world. You can't tease it out like a strand in a rope. It touches everything. It influences everything. It's such a basic part of the makeup of things that it's impossible to talk about the influential factors in the slave trade without just talking about the influential factors in life. The one thing that has always struck me about this era is because some of it, especially economically, begins to look like, well, there's a modernity to it. It's not the kind of economic system we have now, but we're clearly an evolved form of it. Right? We're descended from this system that's about to develop in the 1400s because it's the first truly globalized system, right? Because it's the first time that the so-called old world and the so-called new world are aware of each other. First time they're included in the economy. The first time you have a global economy, right? And yet the idea that you could take a kind of proto-capitalism and inject human bondage as one of the commodities that it works with, the same way you would work with sugar or tobacco or oil today. It's bizarre. They seem to be from different eras. Like slavery should have already died out before we got to this level of ability to, maximize mercantile operations, right? We already decided that things like people shouldn't be the officially traded products of the New York Stock Exchange, right? And instead of these old ideas going away because they don't fit into a new modern paradigm, what instead you see is a fusion, don't you, of this very ancient human institution,
as everything on the Gaia Network,
bondage,
including shows like
mixing
Explorations with our own
the
cigar,
proto-modern economic system of the Renaissance, the first globalized. Sometimes you'll see history books called a commercial revolution, trade
we're
revolution,
going to be part
but
of something
an era
called the
where
Sedona Ascension Retreat
it would not be out of place, and I'm sure it's been done.
March
If you live in India,
17th
not having
through
checked
the
it in
19th
advance,
at the
but
Sedona
I'm sure
Performing
an
Arts Center.
economist could write
So
this
this is a
history in a
show
way
they're going
that
to have.
makes total
It's like a
sense.
festival. It's
As
a
crazy as that sounds, right? If you take the human being part out of this, and you just focus on
Bill
numbers,
Carson,
trade, and
William
profit and
Henry,
loss,
Suzanne
well,
Ross,
you
Paul
can make all
Selig,
this kind of
they've
work.
got UFO
It's the moral part that
Skywatchers,
screws up the whole slave trade thing.
Out to the Red Rocks, the temples of
And if you want
Sedona.
to be a historical
It's a very
optimist,
cool
you can
event.
say
You can
that
go enjoy that
there were
on
events on a
Friday.
historical
Saturday, come back,
slavery
go enjoy
timeline
more of that.
that
And
look
Saturday
like
night,
there's
come to
progress
our
happening
show,
here and there. People
which will have
learning
guests
slavery,
on
people
stage,
leaving
and we'll
slavery,
bring in a
making
band,
rules
and we'll
that
do a salute to the
further
veterans, and all the cool stuff
constrict
that we do
slavery.
at our show as well.
And
So
I'm not saying
this
they're
is
not
a
progress,
big,
but
fun
when you
event.
make
We've got
rules,
all
for
the
example, I believe it was
information
one
right up
pope that said
at
that
coast-to-coast.com.
Christians could be slave
Hotel
owners,
still
and
up
Christians
fast
could
in
be
that area,
slaves, but
so
here
you
on
want to
after,
check it
you
out.
can't
Looking
have
forward to that.
Christian
We'll be
slaves
back with
owned
this
by
with the Oakland
non-Christian
in just a moment,
slave
but
holders.
first,
Now,
build up your immune
anything is
system.
progress in the right direction, but this to me sounds more like we don't really have a problem with the idea of slavery. We just have a problem with people like us being enslaved. But again, I'm going to quibble with progress.
Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's
Just
physical
going to point out that the
activity,
historical
obesity,
optimists who want to make a point can point to some
low on
things
hormones,
that often, if you
stress,
examine them
sleep
on the ground with a critical eye,
could be
look,
supported
again,
by
progress, but look
reducing
more like you're
inflammation
promoting the
and
lowest
giving the
people in
body
your society
heal
a
itself
level or two
appropriately.
up on the
Stem
slavery
cell
gradient
is
scale,
a
right? Maybe
cell
something
waiting to be
from
told
a
what
chattel
it
slave
needs
to
do.
a
If
serf,
there is
from a
inflammation,
serf to a
that
peasant, from a
inflammation
peasant
needs
to
be
an
stopped.
indentured
High
servant.
blood
You know, I
pressure,
mean, I'm
high
not again saying it's not
kidney
progress.
disease, various types
But
of
the
cancer,
historical
depression,
pessimist would come back
Alzheimer's
with,
disease,
yes,
autoimmune
doesn't seem to
disorders,
mean that much when you
osteoporosis,
look
even
at
fatty
how many new
liver,
peoples are going to be enslaved and how this is,
can be aided by
and perhaps you
supporting
could
the body's
compare the
ability
entire
to
slave
protect
trade
those
as
cells
it's
that it
always
needs. And that
existed
is the purpose
as a machine,
of
right? Go to the Mediterranean. Those are old trade networks and people. I mean, take, for example, the Black Sea. The Black Sea is like a slave trading highway that you take them from the areas. Well, a lot of times it was the steppe people, the various tribes there would make a living raiding Slavic villages, stealing people, and then selling them. They'd be transported across the Black Sea, a lot of times to Constantinople, and from there to the Mediterranean. I mean, it's a trade network. People,
Wellness kit from Dr. Malay
but you
protects
add the
body's
modern
stem cells
stuff to
and
it,
will make you feel
and
better, faster.
we have
The stem cell wellness
investors,
kit with
right, and big
adaptive
firms,
immune system
and
your free
you know, it just,
relaxol is
again, it
only
could be
available
told
at
in the
healthylooking.com
pages of the
or
Wall
toll free
Street
at
Journal, this story.
800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980.
If you make human
Don't
beings
forget to enter
illegal
promo
commodity
code
to trade, I
for
mean,
free
opium was
shipping.
that way for a while. They could just make it a legal commodity. Then it is like sugar or tobacco or oil.
healthylooking.com.
And the mind reels, right? Oil doesn't feel pain, right? Oil doesn't suffer. Human beings
Did
do,
you know
though,
that
right?
over 28% of adults use a mobile app for sleep tracking? And for good
Supply
reason.
and
Research
demand
shows that sleep
does as
benefits
good of
retention
a
of
job
memory and
explaining
energy,
some of this stuff
while
as any
poor
other
sleep
thing you can
quality
think of. I
can even
mean,
be associated
look,
with
we've
excess
talked about
body
it before. I'm not a historian, and it's difficult to try to take the various strands of the story and rank them in a triage type of level of importance. Right? This is what happened, and this was more important. I can't do that, but I can bring in some of the strands that were going on around this time period to provide the context, right? So let's go back to where we started about Columbus's birth period, because that's an interesting time, and there's a lot of things that are happening during that same time period. Now, start with the fact that there is the beginnings, as we all know, of something your history books call the Renaissance. Renaissance means rebirth, and it was always associated with new ideas, or a better way to put it would be old ideas that were rediscovered. The rediscovery of classical civilization was the way my old history used to label it.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost
Modern
half the
history is doing a better job of,
right.
as I think I
Discount on
alluded to,
retirement,
pointing out that the people in Europe, for example, had gotten their hands on some of this ancient Greek and Roman stuff a couple of centuries earlier. They were pouring through the scientific side of this stuff, but at the Renaissance, they start getting, and they become popular, right? These works never died out. They're real small little enclaves of knowledge, including, in the Arabic language that gets retransmitted over, but it wasn't in wide general dissemination. And then during the Renaissance, Renaissance, all of these ancient Greek and Roman, pre-Christian cultural and philosophical and artistic works sort of blow into the consciousness of the literate people in Europe, and it begins to change everything. And to find a historical analogy now is to tread into science fiction territory, because this is 1,000 years or more before the people of the Renaissance. Can you imagine finding a book 1,500 years old and it's got all this stuff we didn't know yet in it, or calculations we didn't think about, or philosophical ideas that we've never been exposed to? And then this stuff reaches the internet hive mind and changes everything? That's kind of the crazy stuff behind the Renaissance rediscovery of classical civilization. But what's funny is part of the reason that this is new to the people in Europe at this time period is because they've been living with centuries of, one sort of mental construct that they were working with, which sort of excluded a lot of these their mental construct ideas, right? They lived in a very Christian world. One professor of mine described it once as a fanatical steaming cup of coffee that all of a sudden gets an injection of pre-Christian cream or half and half into the mix, and you can imagine what that does. The turbulence of the time period upcoming is in part influenced by all of these ideas that a bunch of people who had a very, 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 very Christian worldview, and one that was enforced. Remember, this was the kind of mental thing that if you deviated from it too much, you would find yourself in dire straits. You could find yourself burned in this period for having a worldview too far off the beaten path, right? So to all of a sudden bring in these people who were immune from punishment, I mean, you can't burn Aristotle at the stake, but all of a sudden people might read it. Aristotle, by the way, is not a bad person to pivot off of this, because one of the things that the rediscovery of classical civilization did was expose the Renaissance Europeans to this idea that slavery is just fine. Right? I mean, if you're trending away from slavery, but all of a sudden, and I remember reading one historian who described the Renaissance love affair with the classical Greeks and Romans, or an infatuation with them, right? You're looking at this great civilization that was so great that you could actually read stuff from 1,000 years ago that they created, and it's better than your stuff, or more interesting, or different, or stimulating, or you hadn't thought of that, right? What accounts for such a great society? There's this little bit of, wondering what the secret sauce of classical civilization is. And the people in this time period couldn't help but notice that these societies, whether you're talking about the ancient Athenians, whether you're talking about the Romans, these are slave states. Maybe slavery's got something to do with it. Then you start reading some of the ancient Greek justifications for slavery and some of the Roman justifications for slavery, and you can't help but notice that these will become like the standard justifications that you will hear all the way up into, like the United States antebellum 1850 era or something. You're still hearing the lines that, listen, slavery's good for the slaves. What was that philosopher's line? No better to be ruled by the reason of another than no reason at all. Right? You'd be better off listening to your master's decisions on life, because you'll be a happier person if you made your own decisions, because you're not rational. The other idea that comes from the ancient Greek philosophers, this idea that some people are just born slaves, right? There's it's like created from birth, the gods will that are what have you. Some of you are born Greek, some of you are born barbarians. Barbarians are the slaves. And there's another idea from classical civilization, which was absolutely adopted by later slave states, and that's that slavery was good for everybody because it allowed society's cream of the crop. I'm not sure what the right word is for these people are, but society's best and brightest, right, the most enlightened thinkers and statesmen and whatever it might be. It allows those people the time to concentrate on what only they can do. Freeze them because they're a slave to do all the drudgery.
I've seen it money before.
Freeze them to push society forward. Only by being a man of leisure could these people play their role in society, just like the slave plays their role in society. Almost a cosmic organization do it all, can't you? It's all fits together. The point being is, in a time period where maybe a historical optimist could see signs that along with this new modern world, maybe there'll be a more modern human relations when it comes to things like slavery, and then all of a sudden you get this intellectual competition, right? A school of philosophy that kind of by way of example, argues for just the opposite, right? Well, it didn't hurt greaser Rome to have all those slaves. He also begin to run into a terrible, this can be on the Wall Street Journal pages too, a terrible supply and demand situation. That various developments in this day and age seem to offer a resolution for. So let me explain. Let's go back to Columbus's birth again, right? So 50-ish, 51, 52, right in there. By this time, there have been advances in European ocean-going travel. That's ocean-going exploration. And this is, of course, one of the more interesting moral-based books. To go from a situation where, for the most part, Europeans would hug coastlines with naval vessels to going into the open ocean, right? Venturing forth into the Atlantic Pacific, or the Indian Ocean. Now, they're kind of smart. They're charmed, blown away by the Polynesians in canoes, Vikings in long ships. They had famously done this stuff. But there's a difference between some of that and the sort of regular ongoing commerce initiated by, man's venturing forth into the open oceans with big ships. And when you go read the accounts from when this first starts, so go through what's now Portugal, right? Kingdom of Portugal, Kingdom of Castile, all these places with the most western part of the European peninsula, along with Ireland.
One of which is a very high quality.
You read their early accounts of venturing forward with the ships. If you look at a map, it looks like they're going almost nowhere. You want to say to yourself, really, that's a big deal. The coast of Portugal to the island right there. It's only a half inch on the map. But back in those days, there was a very good chance if you went off into the open ocean, even a short distance away, you weren't coming home. And it was the coming home with regularity part that changed everything. It was different ship designs, different navigation tools, different theories. A bunch of really intrepid individuals who would go a little bit farther than last time, and a little bit farther than that. You go see a timeline of Portuguese investigation off of their coast of the islands nearby, and the coast of Africa. And every year you can see they're like going a little bit farther down the west coast of Africa, then eventually they'll round the tip, go up the other side, eventually across the Indian Ocean. This does a whole lot of things, obviously, right? The first thing it does, though, is open up a direct channel to Central and Southern Africa, so-called Black Africa, right? Sub-Saharan Africa. Europeans and Sub-Saharan Africa have always been connected, just not directly, right? So if Africans from Sub-Saharan Africa cross their continent up to the Mediterranean Sea, get transported to slave markets in Italy, for example, I mean, that all happens, but it's very different than having a direct European correspondence with the great African kingdom south of the Sahara Desert, right? And the Sahara Desert's one of the big reasons that that's not happened before this time. It's 75, 80 days to travel across the Sahara Desert this time period. It's a total death zone. Armies can't traverse it. I mean, there are some slave caravans and some trading caravans, but by and large, this is an enormous barrier. And then above that, if you look at a map north of the Sahara Desert, if you're the Europeans trying to have direct contact with the so-called Black Africa, you have another problem. It's powerful North African states. Right, you have a barrier there. So first you have a powerful North African state blocking you from Central Africa, and then south of them you have the giant Sahara Desert. You can see why the Sub-Saharan Africans and the Europeans required middlemen to do much interaction before this time period. But what's so monumentally different about this era is eventually the Portuguese making their way down the African coast get to the level that's south of where the Sahara Desert is.
So you were given an example of two steps. So you have, someone, their mother died when they were born, or like when they were young, and their mother and father were married. Their father died when they were young. Mother remarried. The mother died at 20. The stepfather was still alive, and still a good father, still had a really good connection with the child. And then that stepfather got remarried to someone else. You'd be like, yeah, my stepfather got married, and I guess I have like
trading patterns, the price of investments and all those commodities.
and then you break
In
it.
1453, Constantinople
Put it
falls to the
over there and
Turks.
It wouldn't be like my mother and my father,
So
unless
you
you
have
were
to
really,
have
really
a
close to them. But
Constantinople's
you
modern
very
day
companies to
Istanbul,
take up
right?
the
The
slack,
Roman city
and
that
they
becomes
watch what happens.
a later Roman city, we
Really?
call a Byzantine city, maybe.
Goes
And
up
then
in
in 1453, it's
flames,
taken finally by the
and they
Turks.
promise never to do
And if
that.
you
They
look at
hire the
Istanbul
right
today, you
people,
can see
and you
how
have a
it
social
basically
media
controls access to the
which
Black
is
Sea. It's the
managed
nozzle
so that
on
you
the
have truth
wineskin
and
bag that
honesty
is the
and real
Black Sea.
information,
And as we
and the
said earlier, the Black Sea is a
are put
major,
in a
major
lockbox,
slave
and they throw away the
transport.
key.
So
Now, you mentioned
this is how
the
you get your
incredible dark mission, which was
white
the
slaves
Astro
from the
Defense
Slavic
Test,
regions
which
and all
was
there,
very
all the way
successful.
down to the
But
major
you think
slave
there might be
markets.
something else
When
going on?
Constantinople falls,
kidding.
the Ottoman
Let
Turks
me
cut
slow down.
off,
Okay,
they
I don't
divert
want to leave
the
the moon
slaves that
quite
were
yet
coming
because they're
from
asking
that
me
area
later,
to the
okay?
major slave markets in the
If you look
Mediterranean,
at
to their own
item
areas, the
number
Islamic areas, the
6,
Middle East, places like that.
right? See what it says there?
Which had always had a
The
lot of slaves anyway.
CIA secret Corona
But when
program.
they do this now, in our supply and
That's
demand
when
situation,
Eisenhower
we
was
have a
starting to
supply
negotiate with
squeeze,
the
right?
Russians, with the
What
Soviets,
would any
over
good
what was
business
called
person
open skies,
do if all of a
where we
sudden
would
your
fly
access
airplanes
to
over
raw
the
materials were
Soviet
cut
Union,
off
and they would
or
fly airplanes
reduced?
over the United States
And that's a good way to
to
look
check
at
on
this too,
each
because
other's H-bombs
slavery, even
and
though it's
missiles
like
and bombers and all that
the
to
currency,
prevent
basically,
World War
people
III.
are like money.
The
You can get
Soviets
money
said
for
no.
human beings. So in a straight
So
up
what
currency
Eisenhower
trade,
did
they're
is he
worth
turned to the
value in that way,
CIA
but
and
they're
said,
also,
how
if you
can I
consider
get
like a
pictures
prime
of what's
component of
really
everybody
going
else's
on
business.
inside the
It's the
Soviet
same way
Union?
if energy
And they said,
prices
Mr.
went up,
President,
it
well,
ripples up and down everybody's life, doesn't it? It affects everything. The price of meat in the grocery stores, everything. So that's how the slave thing is too, because everybody needs slaves. There's a relatively constant demand.
One guy was Gary Powers. So they said, okay, we got to
And
go higher.
sometimes
How about a secret satellite program?
enlightened
And he
policies
said, go for it.
end up making that
It wasn't
situation even
until
worse. For
John
example, if you say
Kennedy's
something like,
first
well,
year
Christians shouldn't be
that the
slaves
CIA
anymore,
and the Air
you
Force
just cut the
perfected
market that's
putting a
available
satellite in orbit with
in
a
that
huge
raw
roll of
materials
film,
category, don't you?
taking lots
So
of
this is a
pictures
time
looking
period
down
where there's
at
a
Soviet
heavy
missile
duty
sites
demand.
and airfields
Supply
and
gets
guns
curtailed,
and
and
factories and all
anybody in their
that.
right mind is going to look
And
for
then
new source of raw
watching
materials. And it's
film
right
back to
around the
Earth
same time
be
period that
picked
the
up by
Europeans
an
have made direct
airplane,
contact with
flown to
sub-Saharan
Langley,
Africa, which has
developed,
always
and
been
then
a
further interpreted
big
for
source
over the
of
French
slaves.
to see what the Russians were
Not to the
hiding. That's how
Europeans,
we found out
to
that
the Islamic States, for
the
example. There was a
missile
big,
gap that
big
was
slave
part of the
rebellion.
Kennedy
Lasted more than a decade,
Cuban
killed a
Missile
ton of
Program.
people
Well, that was
in what's now
25
modern
years
day
later.
Iraq, led by
But
the black
so-called
African
missile
slaves,
gap that brought
869
Kennedy
ADC,
into the White
I believe,
House
right? Big rebellion.
turned out to be
But
non-existent
it shows you
because the
how
Russians
long these trading
didn't have
patterns
anywhere
have
near
been
what the CIA
working.
had said
If
they
you're an
had just a
African
few
ruler and
years
you defeat
before.
your opponent in war, you take the
Many
captives
years
and
later,
you sell
decades
them.
later, I was at a
You
concert
make them your own
where someone
slave,
came
right?
up
And
to
this is
me
not a universal
and they
thing. It just
said,
happens.
how would
That's
you
a good
like
way
to
to look at
have
anything, right? This is
the
not universal.
original
It
film
just happens a
from
lot.
Project Corona? Wow.
People could fall into
And
slavery
I
due
said,
to crimes
here's the
punished by
first
their own
record.
people.
So we got the
The
film.
bottom line
Long
is
story, don't have
that
time
at
to
a
get
certain
through tonight.
point, the
But when I
Europeans,
started
and when we say
looking
that
at
now,
it,
we really
I
mean the
was
Portuguese. I mean,
dumbfounded
the English are not
I
doing this yet,
expected,
for example, but
you know,
the Portuguese start to
top secret film
realize
was,
that rather than
Clinton,
steal
Are
your
you ever
own
gonna have
man,
sex with a chick
man
that's
stealing
listening?
is
President
another
Clinton
term
had
that they used to use for
declassified
slavery,
Being
man
dug
Corona
at first.
stealing. Rather than
back in
steal your
1990.
own people,
So I wasn't
you
looking
can
at
just
top
tap
secret
into
stuff
the
in
already
certain
existing trade
president
network.
sitting in Mar-a-Lago.
Make deals with
I had a perfect
rulers in
right
these
to
areas
ask the
and let them just cut you in for some of the slaves they're already capturing and selling to other people
the
anyway.
President of the United States. But I still
A
wanted to
lot
see
of
what our
people are going to
capabilities
make
were.
a lot of money
And what I
during
was
this time
dumbfounded was
period.
because I wasn't
And that's
looking
another thing
at
that's
bridges
really
or
dealing with
dams
each
or
of those
airfields in the
strands to try
Soviet
to
Union.
unpack here. And it's a key
Every
reason why
single frame
even
of
people who had
film
nothing to do with slavery
taken from First
ostensibly
Orbit, and now you
were
need to go to my
impossible
number
to
7.
disentangle from the slave
And
trade
the
because
third
money
panel
touched
over on the right,
everything,
where it says Project
connected
Corona,
everything. And
has
you
a
never want to say
depiction
that money's
of
not important.
the moon.
But in different time periods, things like
What
currency
the
and
hell was
trade are more
Project
important than
Corona
others.
doing?
In Europe, after
Taking pictures
Rome
from
fell, there
Earth
was
orbit
everything. So
across
you
the
can't
quarter of a million miles up the moon. And of course, when I looked at it, I realized what they were.
Barter
The
systems,
CIA
trade
was
was
doing
curtailed.
early
It was in the Middle Ages, again, the part that was percolating beneath the Renaissance and then exploded, where you started to see the merchant classes develop, and they became so powerful, and they made enough money that they wanted to be more like blue bloods in the nobility. You started seeing banking houses that would eventually be very powerful rise.
All over the place.
You started seeing trade increase in places like the Baltic with the Hanseatic League and all that, and the rise of the Italian city-states, even during the Crusades, that were financing these things, right? So you begin to see modern systems of investment, right? And shareholders and all sorts of things that look, again, very modern indeed. You even see it affect everything like exploration and warfare. So this is a time period in history where a lot of places will just hire their defense forces. And usually they'll just, like in Italy, they'll hire a general, who's a condottieri, and that's a word that is connected to contractors. You hire them, you sign a contract. And they often come with their own armies. Everybody signs a contract for 2 years. Be the army of this Italian state. And this approach to dealing with things actually is involved in the Columbus explorations. I mean, this looks like a giant, well-invested, well-capitalized financial expedition. It's entrepreneurial colonialism in a sense. I mean, Columbus, if you follow his career, he went and gave presentations to potential investors, like right out of a Renaissance version of Shark Tank. Goes to these people and says, I have a proposal, I'm going to go in the other direction and reach Asia, and we can open up our own direct trade channels, right? This is a trade deal. This is a money-making thing. It's going to be like Tier 1 imports, the 1492 style version of it. And he gets put off, and the investors don't think he's got his calculations right. But at one point, the rulers of Castile, who will eventually become the Spanish monarchy, they decide they like his idea enough that they don't want him taking it elsewhere. So they give him some money to sit tight on it. It's almost like a Renaissance version of a non-disclosure agreement or non-compete. But when Columbus eventually undertakes this expedition, he's acting as an agent of the monarchy of Castile, or the Spanish monarchy to be. But he's not the Spanish Navy. He's also getting a percentage deal. All right, well, the percentage deal doesn't sound like it's out of place when you're talking about establishing trade routes. We've already established great states in Asia. Since that was the plan, it looks very different indeed when you stumble upon lands that are not what you thought and have people on it who cannot militarily resist you. Then if you're Columbus and you're getting a percent of whatever you find or put together or whatever this expedition turns out in terms of proceeds, what are your proceeds when you land in modern day Haiti, Cuba? Well, it gets a little bit dicey, doesn't it?
California,
once again, I think
and with
the
United
angle I'd
Healthcare,
like to look at this from
annual enrollment
now, we're going to change this angle over the course of this discussion. We'll focus on different things at different times. But I'm trying to get into how impossible this is. We're playing a game here, right? Just little games to see if we can get a step closer to understanding things a little bit more in context with these people. I mean, if you take the human element out of this question, forget about suffering, injustice, death, and torture, and all the things that this involves, and just think of it in a profitable also way. The story it's interesting how, as I said, it sort of falls into place. I mean, take Columbus to start with here for a second. I've read some stuff recently that suggests that maybe the traditional interpretation of what Columbus was after may be wrong. I still think those are really outlier things, so I'm not going to go down that tangent. But I wanted to acknowledge that he may have told his investors one thing and had a different thing in mind. But the traditional impression given by Columbus himself apparently was that he was looking for another route to Asia. Why would he want this? Money. Okay, Asia is where, and I mean Asia in air quotes, because these guys have like a Marco Polo level of understanding of Asia. What's more, it's like a time machine version. I was reading that one of
My
people they
doctor
were
told me
hoping to
my
hook up with
cholesterol
was
is
the
borderline,
Mongol Khan,
so I took control
in order to
with
make a
Garlic
sort of
Healthy
trade deal
Cholesterol
with them, but they
formula.
don't know the Mongol
Garlic
Khan's
helps
not in
maintain
charge of
healthy cholesterol
the area
naturally.
anymore, right? Their
It's odor and
information's
taste-free,
like
and
seeing the
Garlic
light
is
of
a
a
world
star
leader
from
in
so
garlic
far away.
potency.
You're seeing
I'm taking
the
charge of my
past light of a
cholesterol
star.
with
Marco
Garlic
Polo
Healthy
is the past
Cholesterol
light of what
formula.
Asia was, but they know
Cholesterol
that's where the
natural
good spices and all that
Products
stuff
have not
come
been
from,
evaluated by
right?
the FDA. This product is not intended to
Think
diagnose,
of the
treat,
money
cure, or
involved
prevent
in
any
the
disease. The term
spices
natural
and all
references
the
only
good
the
stuff
garlic in
from
the product. Use
Asia,
directed.
in air quotes. That stuff comes via a land route to the Mediterranean, European part of the world. Caravans and all those sorts of things, and generally, merchant to merchant to merchant handoffs. We all know there's juice in each of those deals, right? So by the time it arrives in the
Branching out to help more.
Mediterranean
I'm
theater,
Michael
North
Frazier
Africa,
from the KFI
that whole area,
24-hour newsroom.
these spices are old, so they're not exactly fresh, and there have been a lot of markups along the way, so they're very, very expensive. I mean, what was the old television commercial that Parisian guy, cut out the middleman and save. Columbus
When
really
are we gonna bite diaphragm?
Asia, in air quotes.
Like diaphragm.
The middleman's gone.
Like in fucking
The spices will arrive
fried
fresh,
to be
and you can tap into
diaphragm.
right and ready to go, and already operating a trading operation.
I never heard of
Just make a
diaphragm.
deal, give them something, and they'll fill your ships with the good stuff and head back home.
Measure
Everybody
ULA
makes a
would add an extra
easy to
4%
calculate.
tax for property
Columbus's
sales
percentage
$5
then, right?
million. Sales over 10 million would see a 5.5%
Columbus
tax.
has stumbled
The money would
upon
go
a
toward
completely
affordable housing.
different sort of business thing.
State lenders at the
Rolls up
Grossman
the
Burn down in
Caribbean.
West Hills being treated for burning
I had an investor once explain
Longtime employee and
to me
friend
that he
George
considers
Smith
there to be two kinds of
happened at one of Leonard's
investments, and he called
garages in
them
Burbank
green
Saturday while
bananas
working on
and
a
yellow
vintage
bananas.
steam car.
Yellow bananas are investments that are going to be right in front of you to pay off in the short term. Green bananas are the ones that require watering, fertilizing, improving maintenance, and all sorts of investment to eventually turn into something that is paying off. Columbus was heading, if the Asia destination that Columbus thought was true was true. Columbus was looking for a yellow banana deal, and he stumbled into a green banana deal. He's obviously found something valuable, and he's got to be kidding, don't you think? This was a guy that if you were betting on it, you were going to bet he was going to die somewhere on the way, off the map to the west. So just surviving is a victory. Not having his crew mutiny because they think that they're never going to get to any destination. Throwing him overboard and then going home, or taking the ship and himself going home and then living in shame, disrepute, and embarrassment. I mean, so this is a victory no matter what, but it's not what he was after, apparently, right? He's after an instant payoff. He's arrived at something that's going to require some work. The good news is there's a labor force when he gets to the new world, and it's the indigenous people, the Americans, right? There's millions of them.
Why it's easier.
We have already established the old world's attitudes about things like slavery and forced labor and all that kind of stuff. So it won't be any problem deciding how to employ the indigenous labor one way or the other. But you've got people here to turn green bananas into yellow bananas, right? Create cash cows out of these places, extract all the good juice that these islands can produce, including sugarcane juice and a lot of tobacco juice and other ones. That's gross tobacco juice. You can see, by the way, in the letters Columbus writes back. There's one you can read, you can find online right now. I guess he's writing the treasurer or something. He's the investor type people. And he's basically explaining, that we found great stuff and the potentials. There's as much gold as you want, all this kind of stuff. It's just going to require a little bit more money. I mean, this is fully stuff that looks like one of those startup CEOs telling his old line investors. Yeah, it's not exactly what we thought, but this is maybe even better. Just need a little bit more money. But he's laying out all this stuff and this new find that he's claimed for his employers in Spain, and all these ways it's going to pay off. Gold and the stuff that you can grab off the natives' ears or trade for their bracelets or other jewelry. I mean, that's movable wealth right now. You have people, which is we've already explained during this period, is movable wealth. And Columbus will quickly do a couple of voyages back and forth across the Atlantic and go take indigenous peoples back with him to Spain, kind of to show off those people like great slaves or whatever. They start dying quickly in large numbers. And that's going to be the problem that crops up in this whole great banana long-term investment deal. The indigenous peoples who are going to be the labor force here are dying like flies from multiple causes.
You get qualified
These causes are
So while other companies
fascinating, extreme, hardcore, intense.
what you're looking for.
It
The needle in the haystack.
takes
4 out of
every
5
ounce
employers
of
who
my
post a job in
strength without
ZipRecruiter get a quality
keep me
candidate to your
anchored
site within the
to
first day.
resist the
ZipRecruiter,
Ouija
the
board
smartest way
like
to hire. And
pull
right now,
of the
you can try
storytelling
ZipRecruiter for
towards
free.
the
That's right, free. Just
unbelievably
go to this
fascinating
exclusive
nature
web address,
of Shelby College First Contact Fallout.
That's
I did a couple
ZipRecruiter.com
of days where it just
free.
went off forever, and you would have been justifiable
free.
if you'd said something like, I didn't love the
Did
show,
you
but
hear
it
what
was
I
supposed to
hear?
be about
It's
something
the
else, so
sound of
I'm trying to
exclusive
avoid doing
offers
that
mingling
again.
from the Valpad Holiday Workshop.
worth
This
pointing
November,
out
Valpad is teaming up with iHeartRadio
creates
to
the
bring you a special
situation
holiday edition of the Blue
to the
Envelope.
Atlantic
Together, we're
slave
giving you
trade
an
involves the
easy-to-scan
fact
QR code to
that
stream all
these
your favorite
indigenous
holiday tunes
peoples
through the
otherwise would be the
iHeartRadio app.
workforce
Plus,
going
check your
around.
envelope to see if our
And
elves have snuck a
the number
$100
one
check-in
reason, I don't know
size
what 2,
down
3,
to the
4, 5,
mailbox
6
for
would
your
be
Valpad
ranked, but
envelope.
it's
No
number one,
purchase
and
of
then
30
everything
where
else. The
prohibited,
number one
especially
reason
must
for
Valpad
this is the
envelope.
germ
Or Valpad.com
catastrophe,
for details.
and the germ catastrophe is
Okay to feel stressed,
it's
anxious, worried, or
mind-boggling
frustrated.
science fiction like Twilight Zone. It's got all those elements that fascinate someone like me, but there's a little guilt in the fact that it's a Holocaust, and for the most part, it's a hidden Holocaust. The majority of the people affected, the victims of this, are going to be in the interiors of the Americas, having caught these ailments from other indigenous peoples through the trade routes and everything that they have going. And most of these places in the deep interiors of the far areas of the Americas continent were discovered for a century or more. And Lewis and Clark, by the way, finds the peoples, the cultures of the Northwest and places like that, and tells the people back in the eastern United States what these cultures are like. He has no idea that he's looking at remnants and survivors and rebuilders and people whose cultures have been skeletonized and whose numbers reduced by 80 to 95%. There's never been anything like that. In his book, The Slave Trade, a few times calls it a population collapse. I'm always fascinated with things like the Black Death in Europe. 85 to 95% numbers is much worse than the Black Death. And what's so fascinating about how Europe and places affected by the Black Death, or maybe you can even go back and say the Justinian Plague, earlier than that, is what they do to societies. It's not just the number of people who die, it starts destroying the framework of societies. The religious bedrock sorts of elements, the interaction between human beings, the hierarchies. I mean, everything gets turned upside down. Societies become unstable. And the survivors are like traumatized sometimes for generations. And then when it comes back again and takes out the survivors, well, as Charles C. Mann had written about these diseases, and I mean, this is the closest you'll ever find to a literal version where you could use the term Pandora's box and have it apply, because when the Europeans show up, it's not just the first in a prop of them. I mean, it's this establishing this regular back and forth is what really, because the Vikings didn't spread a germ catastrophe right when they were here in the 1020s. When it gets going, it involves all the diseases against a population that's never had any of them. Charles C. Mann wrote, "It was as if the suffering these diseases had caused in Eurasia over the past millennia were concentrated into the span of decades." End quote. His book, In Human Bondage, a historian of slavery, David Breon Davis, puts it this way to give you a sense of if this is a Pandora's box of bad things that can happen to you. What exactly are these bad things, Danny? What's in the box? Davis writes, quote, "The Amerindians throughout the hemisphere had little capacity for resisting imported diseases, both temperate and tropical pathogens, including smallpox, disease, malaria, yellow fever, influenza, typhus, and the plague. Given the previous isolation of the Western Hemisphere, this disaster has been called a virgin soil pandemic. Even whites, he writes, suffered heavy mortality. Of the 2,500 colonists who arrived in Hispaniola in 1502, 1,000 died in a fairly short period of time. But the Spaniards were bewildered, he writes, and some even horrified, as the Indian population seemed to evaporate before their eyes.
This year, escape from holiday stress and get the sleep you need with Castro's best offer ever. Right now, save up to $800 on a support of cozy mattresses like the original hybrid, our highest rated mattress, and our wave hybrid snow mattress that helps you sleep 6 degrees cooler. You'll also find extra savings on select soft goods like sheets, pillowcases, and weighted blankets. Join
In
over
the
2
Americas
million
and the
happy sleepers
pre-Columbian
and save
era,
up to
nobody has agreed
$800 on
numbers or
mattresses
percentages.
when you shop
Some
at
of this
Casper.
stuff, keep your
Exclusive
fingers
supply,
crossed, might be
see
answered by
Casper.com/promo.
DNA type stuff
After
in the
selling out
future.
in just 2
But
weeks,
Davis
BullionMax.com
writes,
has
quote,
brought back solid
while
silver alien coins
specialists
just in
differ
time
with
for the
respect to
holidays.
numbers, which are
Just for
necessarily
coast-to-coast
somewhat
fans. Go to
speculative, we are clearly considering
BullionMax.com/coast
the
and get
greatest
5
known
solid silver
population
bars and
loss in
coins,
human
including
history.
your favorite,
That
the
is,
limited vintage
mortality
Johnny
as a
alien
percentage of
silver coin.
population.
These
The
are all
population of
solid
Central
precious
Mexico
metals,
may
so you
well
can
have
hedge
fallen by almost
inflation while having a
90%
cool
in
collector's
75
item.
years.
Go to
Estimates for Peru and
BullionMax.com/coast
Chile, he writes,
and
where the
order your
diseases
silver
spread
starter
well
kit
before the
today.
arrival of Europeans, are almost as high. The death rate was even worse in the Caribbean, he writes, where pestilence coincided with the encomienda system and much mass slaughter. Estimates of Hispaniola's
Welcome
pre-Columbian
back,
era
George Lori,
whack,
along
and
with
I believe
Richard
it's
C. Hogan. We'll
Taino,
get to your calls
Indian
later this hour
population,
here on
ranged
Coast
from
to
about
Coast. Richard, the
300,000
glass that
to
you're
half a
talking
million.
about, created
By
by
the
an implosion
1540s, there
or
were fewer than
artificially
500
made?
No,
survivors.
artificially made. I mean, remember, our model is that the
Now,
moon
the thing
is
about
covered
the
with glass
germ-tastrophe
ruin,
is that
ancient,
for the most
meteor
part, I'm sure we
batch,
can quibble and there's ways you could
artificial
argue
ruin.
that would impact
All right?
numbers one way or the other. But
Now,
for the
what's
most
one of the
part,
key things
it
about
wouldn't have
glass
mattered
at the
who
sky?
showed up or what their
Glass
values were to
creates
initiate
colors.
first contact. This
Prisms,
germ-tastrophe holocaust
when you
is
shine
happening
light at
anyway.
any angle
The people
in
who
a
first
glass
showed up
surface,
could have been
there's an
angelic
automatic prism because
pacifists.
the angle
That you're
between
still going
the
to
light
lose.
and
Let's
the
pretend you
surface.
can make it
And
better
then you get
by
the
having a
light
different relationship. You're still
interfering
going to lose
with
7 out of 10.
each
It's just,
wavelength.
it's a
You
holocaust
get
anyway.
different
Look at
than the
it.
primary colors.
But of
You
course,
get
the people that
pastels, you
showed
get
up to
pastel
initiate first
yellows and
contact are
violets.
not
And
angelic
I was like, look at that
pacifists.
picture.
They are in
It's
fact
like you
quite
looked
the
at a glass
opposite.
chandelier on
And
a
there's a
beautiful
sense here,
afternoon with the
part
light
of it,
coming in the
because
dining room window.
Columbus is lucky. If
So
you believe the
Artemis
accounts,
is going to
he's
land down
landed in
there
the Garden
toward the
of
lower
Eden.
right-hand
He
corner.
could just as
That's
easily
where
have
they want
landed
to
in
put the
some
moon
island
base.
full of
Why?
cannibals, or
Because
you
some of
know,
those
he could have gotten
critters
really
never
unlucky
see
and landed in one of
sunlight.
those areas in the Americas
There's
that have
immense
organized
amounts
states
of
with organized
water
militaries,
and
people ready to
oxygen
resist
and
and fight. Lots
nitrogen
of
and
them.
hydrocarbons
Steady
and
lands in a place where
mercury and a whole
the
bunch of
native
other
indigenous
elements
peoples there
there.
are
We
almost
know that from the lacrosse mission.
hopelessly
You can use it
tame and
to
submissive
drink,
and
to
passive and
breathe,
friendly and
to
sharing
create
and
rocket
open and
fuel,
curious
to
and
fuel
innocent.
industry, to create chips.
Look at the
You
time
can do
period
incredible
these people
industrial
coming from the
things
old
on the
world come
moon
from.
if there's the
Let's
natural
remember,
resources.
you would think that
Well,
history would always be
tells
moving in
us
one direction. It
back
would be
in
getting less and
2009
less terrible to
that the
each other over
south and
time, right?
north pole of the
Surely
moon,
things being
unlike
done
the
to each
barren
other in
places
this
we
time
land
period
on
are not as
during
bad as
Apollo
when we were
around
practically animals in
the
the very
lunar
distant
equator.
past, but you'd be
It's the poles
surprised.
where all
Those
the
of you who know
action
this
should
period
be,
will know what I'm
because
talking
that's where
about.
all
I
the
mean, the area,
molecules
you talk
have
from
been
like
stored
1400 to
for
1700.
billions and
It's
billions of years.
brutal.
So that's
And
where
people
they're
have been
going to
trying to
go.
figure out why
But
forever.
by
The
this,
culprit
they
that
can
is the
get
usual
down
suspect,
and
although
land
people make
through
arguments,
the
is
glass.
religion, because this is when you have the
That's
great split
where
in
the
Western
South
Christianity
Korean
and
mission
Protestantism
comes
and
in.
Catholicism, and
Remember,
that
there
sort
were
of
3 missions
turns the
heading
fire
back to the
up,
moon.
maybe
The
literally,
CubeSat
in
called
the intensity level,
Capstone
the
is
philosophical
already
wars,
in
the
lunar
worldview,
orbit.
the hatred for each other,
Artemis
and
is
the sense
supposed
that
to
the
launch
stakes are biblical
on
in
Wednesday
nature.
morning, carrying all its
The boys
cameras
go look
for
at the
a
way the Spanish
month
behave
or
in the
longer.
Netherlands. Go
Head of
look
the
at
lunar
how the
orbit,
Turks behave in the
close up
Balkans.
and
Go look
far
at the
away
30 Years'
with all
War
its
and
cameras.
the
The third
apocalyptic
mission, which
scene
gets
that
there in
is. Go look at
mid-December,
the English in
is the
Ireland.
South
Go look at,
Korean mission
how about
called
this?
the Nuri,
The
which is
generation
a fusion
before
of 2
Columbus's birth,
Korean words which
Tamerlane's
mean
running around just east of here, and killing 15 to 20 million people. These people come from the geopolitical equivalent of the Serengeti Plain.
that the Nori
We
mission
were going to unleash them on the Galapagos
there is a
Islands, and the
33-pound
indigenous
camera
flora and
from
fauna
Mike
there are
Miller.
going to become
Remember Mike
endangered
Miller?
pretty
Yeah,
quickly.
he was part of the
We
Face on
obviously
Mars,
don't
right?
have the indigenous people's
Anyway,
account
it's a
of
33-pound
these
camera
happenings,
called
but
a
we do
shadow
have
cam,
the
which is supposed to look down from
accounts
the
of people
60-mile
who were
orbit
their
when
defenders.
Denuri gets
I'm
there
thinking of one
in
Dominican
mid-December
Spanish
and
friar
goes
in
into the
particular,
60-mile
named
circular
Bartolome de
orbit,
las
looking
Casas,
down
who is known
on
as
the
the
south
defender of the
and the
Indians.
North Pole
He's a
every
famous
couple of
figure
hours as they
in
orbit
places
the
like
moon
South America even
and take
today.
pictures in
In
the
Spanish
shadows
circles, he has
by
mixed heritage
reflected
because there's
scattered
been a
light
lot of
from the
person that
surrounding
paints the
sunlit
country in such a
rims of
negative
the
light.
crater. The camera will be
There's something known as the
800
Black
times
Legend,
more
which is
sensitive
a contention
than
among
any
some
camera, any
historians
digital
that
camera or film camera
the
we've ever
enemies of Spain,
sent to the
being
moon
the
before.
geopolitical
It's
enemies like the
supposed to
English
be
and the
able,
Dutch, or
according to
religious enemies like
surveillance,
the
to
Protestants of
look
all
into the
stripes,
shadows
conjured up
and
this
see
this
where the
terrible
ices
legend of
are
Spanish
and the
cruelty that isn't
volatiles
deserved.
and the topography.
And
So
Bartolome
if you
de las
land
Casas'
in
work
the
is often
dark,
cited as
to
sort of
be
the
able to see where
fountainhead
to
or
land,
the origin
you
of the
don't
Black
land in a
Legend.
crater and tip
I
over
was trying to
and
research
blow
this a
the
little
whole
bit, and
thing.
I stumbled upon one
But
historian who,
if
you know,
you're
the minute I read
really
her
looking to
sort of
see where there are
evaluation of the
holes
situation, sort
in
of
the
rang true
glass
to me. So that
dome,
what she had said was
this is
that the
exactly
Black
the
Legend
kind of
itself,
camera
in
you would
terms of the
need
facts
to
on the
look
ground, is
through the
probably
holes
true.
and see where
What's
it's
going
safe
on
to
in the
land
Americas, for example,
down
the people like
through
Bartolome
the
de las
opening.
Casas talks about,
And that's what
but
the
that the
shadow
reason
cam,
it's unfair
which I
and sort
think
of
is incredibly
propagandistic
aptly named,
is by
is supposed
singling
to do.
out
In
the
other words,
Spanish as
you're on
somehow
the verge,
unusually cruel
George,
and different.
of
These people,
everything
these
I've
other
been
countries that
talking
were often
about
singling
on
out the
this show
Spanish were
for the last
hiding the
20
fact that
years,
they themselves have a
coming
history in the
through
Americas and
on
amongst the slave
live
trade and all these things
television.
that have every
So it's
bit
a matter
as
of
dark
moments,
moments
too.
and black
It's
marks as
just
the
like
Spanish stuff. So it's unfair to single them out for
and I
behavior.
think they're
All these European
coordinating
colonial powers
with,
will be
so it
engaged in
all
one way or
arrives
the
at
other.
the same time, which is why
De las Casas
the
talks
initial
about
attempts to
the
launch
Spanish
Artemis
treatment of the
in
natives.
August by
Aside
people
from the
that
whole
did not
disease
know
question,
the bigger
and
game
he basically
plan.
portrays them
Oh, and did I
just the
mention
way
that
we
it's open
suggested,
a
like
full official
predators used to
UFO
fighting and dying
study
over the
just
water
down the
hole
hall?
in the
And
Serengeti, who are
one of the
unleashed
members of the
upon
scientific board
people that
is a guy
De las
named
Casas
Scott
refers
Kelly.
to as gentle
Does that name ring a
lambs,
bell?
always portrayed in the
He's
sort
an
of a
astronaut,
garden of
isn't he?
Eden
His
light.
brother just got
Maybe the
reelected to the
beginnings of
U.S.
some of these
Senate
ideas
of
of
the
the
United
noble
States.
Mike
savage
Kelly.
trope.
Mark Kelly,
And De las Casas says, quote,
who's married to Kathy Gifford.
"It was upon these
So
gentle
it's all
lambs,
part of a
imbued by their
larger
Creator with all the
picture, but
qualities
no
we have
one
mentioned,
person at a lower
that from the
level
very first day they
imagines
clapped their
that
eyes
this
on
is
them, the
being
Spanish
coordinated,
fell like
let
ravening
alone
wolves upon the
understand
fold,
the
or like
endpoint
tigers
of
and
the
savage
coordination.
lions who have
And
not
the only
eaten
reason
meat for
I think we have
days.
a look is
The pattern
that we've
established
spent
at the outset, he writes, has
decades doing
remained
almost
unchanged
nothing
to this
but
day,
trying to
and
figure
the
out
Spaniards
what
still
the
do
hell are they
nothing
up to,
save tear
why
the
don't they
natives to
just
shreds,
tell us
murder
the
them,
truth?
and inflict upon them untold misery, suffering, and distress, tormenting, harrying, and persecuting them mercilessly. We shall in due course describe some of the many ingenious methods of torture that they've invented and refined for this purpose, but one can get some idea of the effectiveness of their methods from the figures alone.
The idea was
When the Spanish first journeyed there, he writes, the indigenous population of the island of Hispaniola stood at some 3 million. Today only 200 survive. The island of Cuba, which extends for a distance almost as great as that separating Valladolid from Rome, is now to all intents and purposes uninhabited, and 2 other large, beautiful and fertile islands, Puerto Rico and Jamaica, have been similarly devastated. Not a living soul remains today on any of the islands in the Bahamas, he writes, which lie to the north of Hispaniola and Cuba, even though every single one of the 60 or so islands in the group, as well as those known as the Islands of Giants and others in the area, both large and small, is more fertile and more beautiful than the royal gardens in Seville, and the climate is as healthy as anywhere on earth. The native population, which once numbered some 500,000, was wiped out by forcible expatriation to the island of Hispaniola, a policy adopted by the Spanish in an endeavor to make up losses amongst the indigenous population of that island.
At about 4 miles per second.
So what this Dominican friar is saying is that Already the Spanish are trying to figure out workarounds to their labor issue as people disappear on some islands. They go get them other islands and bring them in, which depopulates the old islands, and then they die in the mines anyway. So you can only keep that up for so long.
Amount of change would tell you
Now, the actual reading of Dallas Casas's work is nightmarish.
as a means of
I was going
changing
to
the trajectory
really horrible
of any
scenes.
asteroid
Dallas
in the
Casas
future
talks about.
that might be discovered
He's
on
very
an
graphic.
impact course
It's
with Earth,
Einsatz
where if you
and
let
love
them out
stuff.
of the way
Really
with
horrible.
enough
When you
warning,
can't
they
differentiate one
miss
from
the Earth,
another.
they don't hit the Earth,
And some of the things he saw himself in some
all have
were heard
the
about.
dinosaurs
But
are very
it's as
sad.
bad as
They're dead.
anything you can listen
There is
to.
a danger, though, that when you
And
blow
it
up an
completely
asteroid, you
helps
create like a shotgun
explain
pellet
why,
effect.
in addition
And
to
they go
disease, less and less of the natives, if not only are you killing them, but you're scaring the heck out of them, they're going to leave. So these islands being depopulated is due to several things. These people fleeing,
They could never get any closer. It was about as close as it
but
comes
then
to
you
Earth.
add to that the
Right now,
fact
it was the perfect
that when the Spanish start using the indigenous peoples that they have left for the purposes that they have in mind, right, the creation of the
with the vending machine
processing plant that will turn these
spacecraft
green bananas into usable yellow bananas, the work that kills the natives.
which you can
Dallas Casas
see in
talks
this
about that,
photograph.
and he
And of
links
course,
it
you
to
can say, well,
these
if they destroyed
organized
the spacecraft with the collision,
butcheries, because
how
he
do
will
we get this
basically say
picture?
that after the men are all
Because
killed, the
dark
Spanish will take
spacecraft
what's
dropped
left,
a
and those are
little
the people that get put to
CubeSat
work.
out
And
the
Dallas
back
Casas says,
door.
quote,
That kind of
after the
along,
fighting
right?
was over and all the men had been killed, the surviving natives, usually that is,
And that little
the young
spacecraft had
boys,
two
women,
cameras
and the children,
called
were shared out
and
between the
Leah.
victors. One
Where
got
you heard
30,
those names
another
before?
40, a third as many as 100, or even twice that number.
And
Everything
they took the
depended
pictures
on
that
how
we're
far
seeing,
one was in
of
the
which
good
we're
books
seeing
of the
on screen.
despot, who went by the
Now,
title of
Here's
governor.
what
The
really
pretext
happened.
under which the victims were
When they
parceled out in this
crashed their
way
big
was that their new
spacecraft
masters
into
would then be in a position to
600
teach them the
foot
truths of
wide
the Christian
satellite
faith.
of the
And
half-mile
thus it came about that a
Didymos
host of cruel,
main
grasping,
asteroid.
and wicked men, almost all of them pig ignorant, were put in charge of these poor souls. And they discharged this duty by sending the men down the mines, where working conditions were appalling, to dig for gold, and putting the women to labor in the fields and on their masters' estates, to till the soil and raise the crops. Properly a task only for the toughest and strongest of men. Both women and men were given only wild grasses to eat and other unnutritious foodstuffs. The mother of young children promptly saw their milk dry up and their babies die. And with the women and the men separated and never seeing each other, no new children were born. The men, he writes, died down in the mines from overwork and starvation, and the same was true of the women, who perished out on the estates. The islanders, previously so numerous, he writes, began to die out, as would any nation subjected to such appalling treatment. End quote.
Unknowingly,
In his book, The Slave Trade, author Hugh Thomas calls what's happening in the Caribbean during this time period
and I'm betting they
the
didn't know what they
population
were doing,
collapse,
because when you saw
and it warms the cockles of every humanist's heart to hear somebody screaming out about the injustice of it right into the
and there has been
pages of the history books to at least represent that there were good people out there that weren't ready to stand for something like this.
in the 2
In
months
the defense of good people, by the way,
successful impact.
according to Dallas Casas
I even
himself,
have
when he got to
certain
Spain
people
to
who are
inform
able
the
to
king
make
of what was
calls
going
and
on
get
in the
right
New
to the
World,
top
he was
of
talking
NASA
to
to do
Spaniards
experiments,
on the street, people
and
he
they
knew, and
have
nobody
not
had a
had
clue
their
that
phone
this was
calls
going on. They were
returned.
completely ignorant of
And
it.
they've asked very simple,
Reminds you of stories you hear
questions
today
about
about products that you like that are
else
being
did
made by
they
virtual
see
slave
during
labor in
the
some poor
impact.
country. And with
Nobody's
us drowning in more
about
media than you can
because I
shake a
think
stick at, we
frankly,
don't hear the
remember,
story.
99%
So
of the
not that
system
hard
is
to
honest.
believe.
The 1% that's
It is worth pointing
manipulating
out that
things
Dallas
doesn't
Casas'
let the other
views on all this
99%
stuff
know.
will
So
continue
they
to
were
evolve
freaked out
throughout his
by
entire
what they
life.
got
And
because
he'll
they
start
never
off as one
imagined
person, he'll
in
evolve
their
into
wild
sort of a middle
calculations
version of
they
himself,
would get
and then
what
by the end of
you
his
see
life he will
on
renounce some
the
of the
screen.
things that he believed in the middle version of his life. He starts off as a guy who arrives in the New World. His father was there like right after Columbus, brought De las Casas as a kid, who goes to the New World perfectly, seemingly ready to become one of those colonists, right? He's going to own slaves, and he actually did. He's going to live that lifestyle, and there's a couple of things that just change him. One was he was an eyewitness to the conquest of the island of Cuba, which seems to have shaken him to his core. He said something like he saw things there that no one should ever see.
And we will have a mission to talk
And then he has a famous incident, and I don't know how true any of this stuff is. They all have a sort of a George Washington chopping down the cherry tree sort of ring to them. At the same time, it's often cited as the seminal moment in his life, like when the light bulb goes off over his head. And again, whether or not that's true is questionable, but I love it because it's another example of somebody even before De las Casas speaking out sort of to the gods of history and leaving some example of a light in the darkness back then of somebody complaining about the inhumanity and injustice of the way people were being treated. And it's recounted in the introduction to the Penguin version I have of De las Casas is a short account of the destruction of the Indies. It's written by historian Anthony Bagden, and he writes, quote, "The story is now a famous one. That morning, a recent arrival on the island, the Dominican Antonio Montesinos, delivered a sermon in the Church of Santo Domingo. Taking his text from St. John, he drew an analogy between the natural desert in which the evangelist had chosen to spend his life and the human desert, which the Spaniards had made of the once fruitful, quote-unquote, paradisical island of Hispaniola. He then turned upon the colonists, quoting the friar, quote, 'With what right,' he demanded of them, 'and with what justice do you keep these poor Indians in such cruel and horrible servitude? By what authority have you made such detestable wars against these people who lived peacefully and gently on their own lands? Are these not men? Do they not have rational souls? Are you not obliged to love them as yourselves?' Pagden then writes, quote, 'The last three questions were to become the reference of every subsequent struggle to defend the rights of the indigenous peoples of the Americas. For Las Casas in particular, the third, are you not obliged to love them as yourselves, was to guide his actions for the rest of his life.' End quote. As I said, De las Casas' views will continue to evolve for the rest of his life, and he won't believe at the end of his life what he believes in the middle of his life, just like he didn't believe in the middle of his life what he believed earlier on. In the middle of his life, he thinks he has an answer to how to stop this population collapse and this injustice. His answer is to bring in other people to do the work that is killing the indigenous people. And the other people he thinks should be brought in to do this are Africans from sub-Sahara, Black Africa.
We're going to come back in a moment with Richard.
A couple decades later in his life, he will decide to be slaves. But during this time period, he thinks that this is the humanitarian answer. And what's so hard for us to get our minds around is that it actually probably is some sort of an advance, but it's a 16th century version of a moral humanitarian advance, which doesn't look like much of an advance to those of us in the 21st century.
Great story.
There's also an element here of throwing one group of human beings under a bus in order to improve the humanitarian circumstances of another group of people. I read something recently, and I don't know if it was Fernando Cervantes' book on conquistadors or a new book he has out, but it was talking about the extra responsibility that the Portuguese and the Spanish felt in this area because they were the ones who had to write the original laws as compared to something like in Africa where there was an already ongoing slave trade and they were just essentially customers. So compared to a drug situation, it's one thing to be buying drugs from a manufacturer or from a middle person. It's another thing to be setting up your own meth labs And so some of this appears to be discussions over a different level of culpability here and a lack of laws on how you run things, right? It's not up to the Spanish or the Portuguese, how the African rulers in Africa handle the beginnings of the slave trade. But here at Ground Zero in the Caribbean, it is. You have to organize it from the get-go. So things are a little bit different. And you can, if you look for them, find clear evidence of trying to somehow be something like humanitarian. A lot of the laws strike us as nibbling around the edges and get frustrating. Now, a lot of times these laws that look like they're done for the welfare of the natives are in fact a sound business decision. Sometimes those two things dovetail. For example, keeping the natives healthy works in favor of both the Dominican friars who are advocating for their welfare and the business people who would like to see their product show up to market in good shape, commanding the highest available price. So when in 1513 the Portuguese pass a rule saying that you can't have more than a certain number of slaves on a slave ship, that is both a humanitarian benefit, because if you're on the slave ship, you'll be glad you're not as packed tightly to your neighbor as you otherwise might be, but it's a good business practice too. I mean, if we were talking about tomatoes here, you'd rather have them show up to market unbruised and in the best shape, right? So sometimes what might appear to be humanitarian in nature might just be a money question too, and it's not always easy to disentangle those things. Now there is a huge move made by the rulers in Spain when they eliminate slavery in the New World. They remove slavery so the people on the ground just come up with ways around it, including the fact that there's exceptions to the rule. I think it was Queen Isabella that said something like, okay, no slaves unless they're cannibals. And so all of a sudden, all these slaves that are working on these plantations in the Caribbean just happen to be cannibals. See how that works? But it's affecting the labor pool nonetheless. And people who are not humanitarians, people that are worried only about the bottom line, right? The figures, the profits, the accounting, those people notice right away too that we better be talking about replacement workers, and those replacement workers are probably going to have to come from Africa in the slave trade, which is heavily geared toward the economics of it all. Hugh Thomas writes, quote, "A fillip to the African slave trade was naturally given by the trend towards the outlawing of Indian slavery in the Americas as a result of the agitation of Bartolomé de las Casas and other Dominicans. An indication of the mood in 1544 is shown by a letter of Cristobal de Benavente, public prosecutor of the Supreme Court in Mexico, to the king." Now, quoting the letter to the king, quote, "Every day the gold mines are giving less profit because of the lack of Indian slaves. In the end, if your majesty abolishes local slavery, wrote Benavente, there will be no alternative to allowing blacks into the land, at least in the mines." End quote. Now that's from Mexico, where there was a ton of movable wealth when the Spanish conquered that area. But once you take away all the stuff that's there, I mean the gold that's sitting out in buildings and decorations, I mean the movable wealth, then it's all about, okay, how do we get the wealth out of the land? How do we turn the green bananas into yellow bananas? And if there's not going to be natives, somebody's got to do the work. And as we had said, it was only a generation before that the Europeans had tapped into this African slave trade. And the Africans are an alternative for any number of reasons. The first one, and the most obvious, is they're there. Right? There's a huge demand explosion during this period, and there's labor there. So that might be the number one reason. But there's a bunch of other reasons, and it contributes to some very uncomfortable realities, including, once again, treating human beings as though they're non-human and having an exchange rate that reminds one of a currency exchange rate. How many dollars to the pound? How many Deutschmarks to the franc? How many yen to the ruble? How many Indian slaves to the African slave. This is like a landmine, and I feel like we're going to encounter these all throughout this discussion. And so I thought of how we should approach these cultural landmines, these issues that can explode in our faces because they're a combination of offensive or dealing with people with a completely different mindset. There's a bunch of things that go into this, and I thought we're going to deal with it together. We're going to go to this landmine, we're going to look at it, from all sides, we're going to unravel and try to untangle what's going on here. How do we untangle something like this? Famed historian of slavery, David Beyond was here, which has this line, and what this essentially is something that historians can see written down. This isn't anecdotal evidence. This is the exchange rate, the human exchange rate from one type of human with one color skin and from one culture to another type of human with another color skin from another culture. Davis writes, quote, "Throughout the New World, colonists agreed that the labor of one black was worth that of several Indians."
That is a symptom of toxic masculinity. Are you
Davis says colonists, in this case he means early first contact colonists, so the Spanish in the Caribbean, the Portuguese in Brazil, and the going rate is multiple Indians for every African. Now, in an earlier era, people like the Greeks and Aristotle and whatnot might consider that a sign right there that you should be a slave. Obviously, they're good at it. They make good slaves. That's a sign that they're in that class of people born to be slaves. And if you go to like the antebellum South and maybe the 1820s, 1830s, 1840s, they'll make it a totally racial question. Right? Well, that's just how, that's the ethnicity, that's the genes, and you can see it in the people. They're just born that way. The concept of race as we understand it today develops during this era, and if it's valuable to learn about this era, if for no other reason than that, considering the importance of the concept of race in our modern world. Before this time period, it wasn't like people were all kumbaya and that they didn't notice, the difference between us and them. The them group was just a lot bigger, and your skin color was only one of many things that played into it. For ancient Greek, someone who was black from Africa, they would call them Ethiopians. Probably that was in the ancient world. The Greeks would maybe thought it was Ethiopians. Sure, they might have had some issues with them, but just like they had issues with the Scythians and the Thracians and the Epirots, the Persians. I mean, this difference in color that separates people of every nationality into groups of people that are only designated by their skin tone, that comes from this era. Modern historians have done a wonderful job, though, deactivate this landmine in front of us, explaining why you might pay more if you were a slave owner, or might have to pay more for an African, a sub-Saharan African slave than a Native American slave. And it has to do with completely logical and understandable reasons that we would understand today in the free labor market.
Hi, this is
Simply
Angela
based on the value to the employer. That's what we'd say in the free labor market, simply based on the value to the slaveholder. But we'd say in the unfree market, and we consider this, for example. Besides the fact that the labor is there, which is huge,
from San Diego, California. And I love being a
Africans
coach
come
inside
from
this because I can listen to any show,
which
anytime,
means that a
anywhere.
lot of the things that people take for granted amongst people of the old world includes the Africans. I mean, they understand things that just come with the territory that everyone would be expected to know, and if you didn't know them, it would impede your ability to be a functional worker or slave. I mean, how about horses? You go to the New World and remember, they don't know about horses. They don't know about cattle. These are both things that are a very big deal. I mean, horses are cars and trucks and planes and railroads all rolled into one in this period. If you had a worker or a slave who couldn't ride a horse, couldn't care for a horse, was scared of horses, I mean, that would make them a lot less valuable right there than someone from the old world. And there were several African tribes, sub-Saharan African tribes that were famous price for dealing with horses. Well, right there, you'd pay more for someone who can deal with horses in the free market if you're running a ranch than someone who can't. What about agriculture, large-scale agribusiness? In the New World, they of course planted things that did farming, but there was a lot of hunting and gathering going on. It was a much less rigorous agribusiness kind of style, and the people there didn't know what they were doing. You started to put them into giant teams of workers under overseers. I mean, but in Africa, they had large-scale agribusiness, and they grew all kinds of stuff. In fact, they grew things in Africa that the Europeans wanted to grow in the New World, but didn't know how to grow very well in the New World. So the Africans showed them how. Rice was a perfect example. So once again, if we're talking about free labor here, and you're trying to hire someone for your rice growing business, do you hire someone who doesn't know how to grow rice, has never worked in agribusiness, or do you hire someone who's worked on many farms, knows how to grow rice, and knows how to grow rice so well, they're going to show you how to grow it? All of a sudden, it's not too hard to see why one African slave might be worth more than multiple Indian slaves. There was another reason that was brought up to me that I hadn't thought about that was very interesting, and I forgot. I apologize. I should have written down where I'd seen it, but someone had made the point that when you're talking about original slaves, you're not talking about second generation, third generation. You're talking about people who were captured in Africa. And my thanks to Brenda Stevenson, a historian who wrote What is Slavery? She reminds us that the trauma that is slavery starts much earlier in the process than we think it does. The actual capture can be extremely traumatic, and the time between capture and making it to the coast to get on the slave ship is often, well, more severe and traumatic than what most of us ever deal with in our lives. And that's before they even get on the slave ship, right? Which, as we know, is awful in its own right. Well, the people that are being captured in Africa are often being captured in wars, and the people you are getting are often warriors. These are soldiers. And with that comes all kinds of things. And as I was making a list of these things, and as I was reading historians talking about them, you couldn't help but notice there's a lot of crossover in what would make a valuable soldier to a commander, and what would make a valuable slave to a slave owner, or a laborer to a free employer. You take, for example, physical fitness. These are people that have taken care of their bodies. They've trained, they've worked out, they're in good shape, they're strong, right? They've probably done calisthenics and exercises and all kinds of things that puts them in good shape to begin with. And you talk about things like discipline and the ability to follow commands, work in groups efficiently, command others like an officer, and the ability to be tough and resilient. These are all qualities that work in soldiering and in the labor force, free or slave. And finally, the Africans from sub-Saharan Africa have a superpower. There's no other way to put it. A superpower that has served them well for millennia, and now, in a terrible, nasty, ironic twist, makes them a better laborer in the New World also. And I've always thought of it as sort of an invisible pathogenic force field over their entire region of Africa. And the diseases that this force field contains within it kills outsiders reliably. I mean, it keeps the riffraff out of Central and Southern Africa, if you're looking at it from a native who's had to live with these diseases from time immemorial. And that doesn't mean Central Africans, for example, don't get malaria. They do. They just don't suffer as badly due to the inherited long-term resistance that they've developed. Right? This is standard medical stuff, as we all know. But it means that the natives are less affected by it than outsiders. Go look at your classic history of the pith helmet wearing white explorers going into deepest, darkest Africa, and how lethal that is for them. During this time period, the Portuguese are going to start setting up forts / trading posts / holding areas for slaves all up and down the African coast, right off the mainland. And the people that are stationed there are going to die in droves also. I actually remember an ongoing discussion back in college with the other history majors, the history geekerati, over whether or not Alexander the Great could have conquered Central and Southern Africa. I was on the side of the people who said that he could not, because his whole army would have died from the disease, was my argument.
I think it's all connected.
Forget the Sahara. I'm enough of an Alexander fan to think he could have handled the logistical nightmare that would have been. But there is no logistical defense against, malaria or, the truth of the matter is, if Alexander's army and Alexander had died from disease in Africa, Alexander probably would have ended up dying then from the same thing that actually killed him in Babylon. Which nobody knows what that is. I think it's poisonous and nefarious, but if it wasn't, it was probably one of those diseases like malaria that would have destroyed a Macedonian Macedonian army had it ever made it to sub-Saharan Africa. But the point being that when the Africans are taken to the Americas, to the New World, they don't die anywhere near as quickly as the Native American indigenous peoples do, and they don't even die as quickly as the Europeans do. This is a super valuable commodity, obviously, if you own people, because you'd rather have one that lived longer than one or two or three that didn't.
Like Randy the magician,
Now, is this going to work in the favor of the African slave? Heck no, it's going to be something that actually prolonged the agony of slavery, meant they got to live longer before they expired on the job. In some of these places, they were able to rationalize not even taking the investment money that would be used to make life a little easier on their slaves, because since they were going to die anyway, the investment wasn't even worth it, just work them to death, and they did. So that's the very long-winded and multifaceted examination of how the heck Africans got stuck into this logistical supply line that was developing now between these two worlds that, up until recently had not been connected or even known of each other's existences.
That's for sure. Next up, let's go to Joe.
Now, just because you have African labor in the Americas starting doesn't mean Native American slavery died out. In fact, there's going to be quite a bit of it. They may not work well in the mines or the agribusiness area, but there's plenty. If you're an enslaver, I read that word in the new histories. It's being used in place of slave owner and slaver. It's a lot harsher, but probably should be, right? So if you're an enslaver, there's plenty of jobs on your farm or in your household or in your kitchen or who knows. I mean, we forget the element that the sort of the hidden between the lines element of sex slavery and the whole slavery question, but it's enormous. So lots of things that one would find the native population valuable for, even if they couldn't do the sort of jobs that they're bringing in old world people to do. I think it's worth for a second examining the numbers a bit and talking about here. Time to zoom out now that we've laid the foundation for how it got this way to what it is and how it develops. Historian Brenda A. Stevenson from UCLA, we quoted earlier in her book, What is Slavery, goes over the numbers a little bit, and these are all difficult to figure out occasionally because sometimes the records are great, sometimes they're not. She says that most of the historians dealing with this subject agree that some 28 million Africans were enslaved and sold between the 15th and 19th century, so that's the 1400s and the 1800s. And she says, quote,
What do you think about
approximately 12.5 million left for the Americas and the Caribbean. About 16 million purportedly were traded, not across the Atlantic, but rather to North Africa, on the coast of the Indian Ocean, and throughout the Middle East. But the 11 million or so who arrived in the Americas did not account for the millions, some believe at least 4 million, who died as part of the slave raiding warfare during the forced marches to the slave trading coasts, or who perished in the Middle Passage, the ocean trip from Africa to America, as a result of scurvy and other diseases, dehydration, starvation, harsh treatment, or suicide. Nor does it measure, she writes, the millions who lost their homes and families and who were physically displaced as a result of the trade.
Hello, Jeffrey. Go ahead.
And you can trace the development of all of this. So economically, as I said, this is what makes the whole period seem like it's beyond its sell-by date. The mind sort of, you have to shake your head out of the lethargy when you just assume we're talking about free labor here, but you're not. I mean, you can see how the slave numbers go into orbit in terms of a growth curve as soon as some of these early places in the New World start churning out the first really popular yellow bananas, right? The green bananas turn into the yellow bananas. And the yellow banana in this case is probably sugar. It's hard to get your mind around what a big deal sugar could be. Not a big deal now. I mean, it's just in everything. It's ubiquitous. You don't even think about it. It's not that expensive. But what if it was? What if they only made it in a few places and what if there was no good alternatives? Can you imagine the value of this? What would you pay, right? People would go to war over this. I mean, it's fascinating to think about something. It's like thinking about pepper in terms of value. It doesn't even compute. You have to think of oil. You have to think of something that's really big in our world now. The point is, all of a sudden, there's a sugar boom when, Europe and other places all of a sudden develop this huge appetite for something they didn't have a huge appetite for before. They have to have it, and it doesn't grow in a lot of places. Even before Columbus makes his trip to the Americas, the Spanish and the Portuguese have some islands from the earlier age of discovery stuff that leads step by step to Columbus, and the ones that are out sort of off the African coast are out into the Atlantic and can grow sugar, and so they instantly start turning those places into little growth centers.
So no one sees it in
but they're going to pale in comparison to what's going to happen in the Caribbean and in Brazil, where these places turn into sugar factories run by human labor and churning out wealth of the sort that can keep whole countries afloat. But the demand for labor is never ending. Whereas in the Americas, you will have a very unique situation in North America during the famous American slave period, where slaves are able to keep their population levels up through marriage and birth rate. That happens in very few other places. Normally, this is a one-way trip, and children are not part of the deal. Mr. David Davis put it this way, and this is his, by the way, it's a little longer, but it's his way of describing the green banana, yellow banana thing. They're coming in and taking the movable wealth first, and then figuring out, okay, what's the long-term wealth in this place, and how do we get to it? He writes, while Europeans settled each New World colony in a special and often fortuitous way, we can also see a more general pattern being repeated from Hispaniola and Brazil in the 16th century to Virginia and Carolina in the 17th. First, he writes, we notice strongly human element of greed, a desire for instant wealth from gold and silver, whether stolen from Indians, seized from the Spaniards by Dutch, British, or French pirate ships, or gained from forcing Indians to work in the mines for mineral wealth. He continues, though, and here's the green bananas quote. In a second, and usually later alternative, colonial leaders turned to cash crops, such as tobacco and especially sugar, produced by slaves imported from Africa after initial experiments with Indian labor. For reasons we will later examine, the African workers could never come close to reproducing their numbers, except in the Chesapeake in the 1720s and in South Carolina a half century later. Hence, he writes, the need for a continuing and growing stream of labor from Africa to make up for the slave mortality and to clear new land and found new colonies for cultivation. Much of the New World, then, came to resemble the death furnace of the ancient god Moloch, consuming African slaves, so increasing numbers of Europeans, and later white Americans, could consume sugar, coffee, rice, and tobacco. End quote. That might sound harsh to some people, but one could make the case that still applies today. We just have slave labor or close to slave labor in some places producing supplies that not just Americans anymore, but everybody uses and consumes. We're still addicted to bondage. The terms may be a little different, though, and the benefits more spread out.
Sunday night, we're going to spend 3 hours.
This is good that we've sort of laid the foundation for how did this even come to be, to take a more blitz edition oriented approach here. Because as I said, I'm not qualified to give you the history of slavery, but here to talk about some really interesting aspects of it. And the first one here is this lack of an ability, and maybe it's just me, and maybe I lack the imagination, but I'm sharing with you the fact I'm having a hard time seeing really plausible counterfactuals in this situation. You know, other alternative things that might have taken place as opposed to this nightmarish outcome. Because there's counterfactuals that are really easy to imagine. The classic one looks like within the United States. Maybe they do in Britain too. Is what if the British had won the Revolutionary War, the American Revolutionary War? Because that could easily have happened. It's not that hard to imagine. That's literally a sort of a turn of fortune kind of thing. Whereas something like imagining a significantly different unfolding of the new world, in the first century or two, I mean, that to me looks more like a mudslide, like a force of nature sort of deal, where the best intentions of the most humanitarian of people in any of these societies would be drowned out by the sheer crush of momentum of the time. I mean, we didn't even talk about it, but it's only a couple of years, I think, after Columbus finds the Caribbean, thinking he's found Asia, as he would have called it, when somebody actually goes the other way, Vasco da Gama, around Africa into the Indian Ocean, and does find Asia, in air quotes, precipitating what I think is probably, I mean, you have adjuster inflation and all that sort of financial nonsense, but I think you can easily say precipitating the greatest financial boom in the history of humankind. Globalization 1.0, right? All of a sudden the whole world is connected with trade routes, with regular shipping. The money that could be made, and you're already, as we said, transitioning from a period where things like your name and your birth and your aristocracy and your blood and all that stuff really mattered as to whether or not you could participate in a lot of different things, and that was being blown open by all kinds of things. Professors will tie it into the plague and population. There's bazillions of ways to try to untangle the rope that represents the zeitgeist in this era. But money's not a bad way to sort of frame it. I think where you can judge humanity is how quickly you bounce back. If this is like an inevitable mudslide that's going to bury this, a lot of people in this first contact sort of period, and how long does it take you to morally and humanitarian sort of collective sense to dig your way out of the mudslide, right? How long do you rebound from this tragedy? It's a creation of forces that none of us were fused with mentalities that are only very recently having the Middle Ages reflected back to them in their historical rearview mirror.
1.5 ounce Irish cream.
But these kingdoms and empires and states are all in direct competition with each other in places like Europe, and when the Americas are discovered, the entire competition just seeps over the Atlantic Ocean into the New World. And if the Spanish and the Portuguese thought they were going to keep the New World all to themselves just because they got there first, they're crazy. History geeks like yours truly always enjoy talking about the Treaty of Tordesillas, the one where the Pope brokers this deal where the Portuguese and the Spanish get to divide the undiscovered planet into between them, thinking that they're going to actually make this deal stick with the rest of the countries of the world is nuts. It does have an effect, though. I mean, the reason the Portuguese kind of have a stranglehold on the African Atlantic trade stuff is because they're the ones who get, according to that treaty, control of the West African coast, all those funds / holding pens. So it has an effect, but the English will become the British the early 1700s, right, as part of this
So, Frank,
change.
here's George, and I want to
People
tell
take
you that
pictures of
you're
your
Frank,
mention.
They're not going to pay any attention to this unless there's the religious schism, between Catholicism and Protestantism. The people that leave Catholicism don't pay any attention to anything the Pope says anyway. So they don't care. We're not staying in the Americas.
We're going to talk about
All these other countries are going to crash the American private party. They're just going to be a little behind places like Spain the whole time. I mean, Spain will be in like California and Texas, in the not too distant future. Remember, it's going to take hundreds of years to explore all this new country, and the other European powers will be about 50, 75, 100 years behind them every step of the way. So the Spanish and the Portuguese get this head start, and then when the other countries arrive, they have all like stealing the Spanish stuff through piracy. This is the Great Age when pirates are around. Really, the period from about 1492 when Columbus stumbles on the Americas and about 1800 is the period in which you look at this area and you see the giant risk-borne New World version. And all these islands change hands, warfare happens in other settlements, and the French get involved, the British get involved, the Dutch get involved, you can see the Danish and the Norwegians get involved. The price for entry, right? In order to play this New World colonization game, you have to have a significant fleet, or you have to be a naval power. The countries that get locked out of this giant, gold rush, right? The globalization 1.0, gold rush fever time, are places like Central European landlocked countries. Now, there is no Germany at this time, right? Germany is a bunch of different states. It won't coalesce for several hundred years. But what that means is there's no giant German state with a German fleet that can send the German fleet out there to participate in all this. Why does this even matter? Well, because, in the early 1900s, one of the complaints that led to the First World War was this idea that the countries that had got their phrase was place in the sun, and then there were these other countries that were left out of all that was taking place. Right? The game of musical chairs started before they were even a country. Well, the period where the enemies of the Kaisers of Germany in the First World War were getting their place in the sun is this period. And after the Spanish and the Portuguese take some of these places from the indigenous peoples, the people from the old world come over and start taking it from the Spanish and the Portuguese. It's like the cheetahs were the first arrivals, and they started eating all these furry players in Hispania. And then after a significant period of time, but not that long, the lions from the old world arrive and start pushing the cheetahs deeper into the interior.
One class.
You'll see these islands change hands between the Spanish and the French, and the French and the British, and it's a giant game of musical chairs for a couple centuries.
The Rio.
You can also see the beginnings of settlements in places where the Spanish didn't even go. The Spanish will be in places like Florida, for example, but they won't be in places like Massachusetts or Virginia, or it's now part of Canada, but the French and the English will. The Dutch will too. They settled New York originally, right? New Amsterdam. And all these different peoples are going to bring the general way of doing things, the institutions, and the culture from the European world. Because of the subtle differences between each of them, right? The English from the French, the French from the Spanish, the development in all these places will be a little bit different. Treatment of the slaves, for example, a little bit different. There'll even be one or two communities that won't even allow slavery in them in North America. But by and large, you get the general consensus that labor is unbelievably necessary and in short supply. And what's also interesting is if you buy into the premise from the primary sources, and I mean from multiple different nations, cultures, eras, over hundreds of years, you can read plea after plea after plea from these people in the Americas, writing back to the old country saying, if we don't have more slaves, then we can't settle this place at all. And it didn't necessarily have to be African slaves, but this is also the period where the famous indentured servitude era really takes off big. But it doesn't appear that many of these people are talking about free labor in any way, shape, or form. It's either going to be slaves or indentured servants or something like that. And if you take their arguments at face value, and I can't figure out if this is somehow some lack of imagination or the blinders that are put on because these people come from a different era, a different economic system.
Really?
But if you take their arguments at face value, it's as though they're saying that if the Americas had been found, with the modern eras sort of values in mind, right, where we pay people for work, that it simply wouldn't be settled, that we'd still be stuck hundreds of years later on the eastern seaboard, still trying to chop down the primeval forests in the east with paid labor. I mean, it's interesting to
What's the nicest part of China?
and what we're dealing with. One thing you can say, though, is that the numbers are borderline shocking, even for someone who should know better, like yours truly. In human bondage, David Brion Davis writes, gives you some statistics that show you the amount of people that are coming over from the old world to the new world.
Did you hear what I
And
heard? It's the sound of exclusive
all you can say is, I should have known this. Listen to these numbers and tell me if this doesn't shock you. Davis writes, in retrospect, it appears that the entire New World enterprise depended on the enormous and expandable flow of slave labor from Africa. Though in 1495 Columbus transported some 500 Native American slaves to Seville and dreamed of a profitable slave trade of American quote-unquote Indians to Iberia, Italy, Sicily, and the Atlantic Islands, some African slaves arrived in the Caribbean at least as early as 1501. By 1820, nearly 8.7 million slaves had departed from Africa to the New World, as opposed to only 2.6 million whites, many of them convicts or indentured servants who had left Europe. Thus, he writes, by 1820, African slaves constituted almost 77% of the enormous population that had sailed toward the Americas. And from 1760 to 1820, this emigrating flow included 5.6 African slaves for every European. From 1820 to 1880, the African slave trade, most of it now illegal, continued to ship off from Africa nearly 2.3 million more slaves, mainly to Brazil and Cuba. That's an astounding number. I mean, the majority of people who immigrated to the Americas until 1820 were black. And it wasn't because that's what everybody wanted in terms of a racial makeup in this new world. It's because of the labor shortage, and this was the way these people solved it. Now, I have no evidence to prove it handy, but I would assume this is probably the greatest labor shortage in global history, and you can see changes in the market to fill it over the centuries. I mean, as we said, the Portuguese dominated the slave trade early, built all kinds of forts and castles off the coast of Africa, become the initial people running this thing, build the foundation, build the infrastructure, but then at some point the Dutch will sort of supplant them. And then after that, the British will supplant the Dutch in terms of dominating the slave trade. And all these governments, we should point out, tax it. Right? They tax the slave ships, they tax the transactions. So the government is making money directly off the slave trade. And then they pour that into, well, everything you can think of, including building the infrastructures of a lot of these cities in Europe, right? And the New World, too.
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
But it gives them a vested interest in the slave trade, doesn't it? And over time, you can see that the people who were being made slaves will change, and the labor shortage will be handled by different groups. I mean, initially, as we said, around Columbus's time period, soon afterwards, the slave numbers are dominated by the natives, the indigenous peoples. And then by about the 1600s, you see sort of a rough period, right? Native peoples forming maybe like a third, and these are rough ballpark estimates, but the natives forming like a third of the slave numbers. Indentured servants from Europe, right? People who were essentially temporary slaves forming a third, and Africans forming about a third. Frederick Douglass, who I've always considered to be sort of the black founding father, he's one of the more impressive human beings in American history. He's got more than one. He's just wonderful, and he tells the story of encountering some Irish guys when Frederick Douglass is a slave, and he helps them with some years that they're doing, and after they're done doing some heavy stuff, the Irish guys find out that Douglass is a slave, and they knew it before, but then they ask him a key question. They say, "Are ye a slave for life?" Meaning that the Irish people would probably have been familiar with the indentured servitude idea, where you might be essentially a slave and you can be sold and all those kinds of things, but there's a time limit on it, and after that you're free.
I call it Chinga.
Convicts, I think, was usually double the time limit before you're free.
How about who you have
There's a
to
sort of
China and
injured
China?
circuit. And convicts have
Oh man,
formed
says the last
large chunks of mini society.
This guy.
Australia had a lot of
And
convicts. The United States had a lot
up,
of convicts.
you were the last guy. China
was one
went
of the
for like
early jailers.
thousands of years, and then your ass gets there.
Douglas had to tell these
Rabbi
people,
Cook class.
no, that he was a slave for life. And what that means is not only is there no time limit on when you're automatically
Did
free,
they kill this
but
motherfucker?
your progeny, your kids are slaves too. Which the indentured servants, that's not a thing. But after about the 1600s, you can see the demographics change. There will be Native American slavery in some parts of the Americas.
Is that
Some
is
of
this
the
the guy who
you
went to
still
the
have that,
fucking
but that's
island?
never going away per se. But in the great cities of the American East that are starting to develop, you're not going to see tons of Native American slavery. Even in the areas around the Caribbean, it's going to start to be dominated by the late 1600s, early 1700s, by the African slave
This
trade.
motherfucker's emperor Chad.
The companies that developed to fill this labor need, I mean, we weren't just sort of making a fanciful comparison when we call this sort of early capitalism, monarchical capitalism. It's been described before. I mean, the company that's in Britain that handles the majority of the slave trade is called the Royal African Company. So, I mean, these are slave trading companies. And it's big business because the slaves are doing every kind of job you can think of. In What is Slavery? Historian Brenda E. Stevenson says, quote, by the beginning of the 1600s, the increase in the trade in slaves to accommodate sugar and tobacco production, as well as gold and silver mining, also meant an increase in the numbers of persons in Africa, Europe, and the Americas involved in the trade, and the numbers of New World locales where African workers arrived. Sugar alone, she writes, accounted for the labor of 70% of the African imported slave labor in the New World over the centuries. End quote. These islands have certainly gone from having the red bananas of Columbus's day to the fully saleable, very valuable yellow bananas in this era. And Stevenson writes, quote, the expansion of sugar cultivation beyond Brazil in the mid-17th century, particularly to British and French islands in the Caribbean, was especially important in the development of this crop's dominance and the corresponding growth in the numbers of Africans imported to cultivate it. These locales, she writes, included Jamaica and Saint Domingue, with planters who dominated the world market, along with the British islands of Barbados, St. Kitts and Antigua, and the French colonies of Martinique and Guadeloupe. Other crops, especially cacao in Brazil and tobacco in Barbados, also fed this early agricultural boom. By the 18th century, coffee and indigo were also important slave-produced exports. She then goes on to show some of the other jobs being done in places like Brazil. You could say the same thing about North America. You think of these large plantations and agricultural work, but these people are doing everything. Stevenson says, quote, while agricultural work was what occupied most enslaved people, they also worked in other sectors of the early colonial economies. Those in the first centuries of the Atlantic trade who came to reside in Brazil, for example, were also miners, herders, domestic servants, carpenters, wheelwrights, fishermen, and lumbermen, and were performed other skilled or daily work. Spanish-speaking colonial America, particularly Mexico, enslaved 16th century Africans, many like the Akan, I think it's Akan, who from the gold mining regions of Ghana worked in gold and silver mines.
Oh yeah, with wheels? No. Think of everything with a car, but no wheels. Like, oh, okay, like
You can say the same
like
thing about North America before the American Revolution.
now take two sticks and put it on the side.
Territories
Okay.
had slaves back in those days too. And they did all kinds of jobs.
Isn't that nice?
And the funny thing about it is
Oh,
that
like-
that does is preclude you from having some sort of example that applies to slavery in general, because there is no. I mean, we used to think of it as a classically agricultural thing.
No,
Right? Picking
how
cotton,
about a carrying? That's
harvesting
just called
sugar.
carrying.
God forbid
That's why you jump a shoulder
lions
pole.
were the worst.
I want a better name for this.
The ancient
Do the
world
shoulder
presents the slaves
lean.
to the mind that there's almost
Oh,
death
oh yeah, the
sentence.
shoulder lean. That's
But
what the thing
Frederick
was like.
Douglass in his autobiography
Where's
talks about
the
the first time he ever
Are
saw
you
a
done?
slave in the big city, which for him was Baltimore. He
I
was
can feel myself
from
like
a rural
falling into that.
plantation. And he says when he got to
Really?
Baltimore,
Yeah, I
so
think
all
I
slaves were
feel
like there. He thought they were practically freemen as far as he was concerned. and no overseer with a whip watching
Make a
everything
show
they
of
did.
lean.
And
That's a
he
big
blamed it
question.
on peer pressure. The reason he said that
Oh,
slaves
dude,
were treated
Blackbird,
better
like my video.
is just because none of the masters wanted to look like they mistreated their slaves in front of everyone else. You think about it more like a possession, right? If you have a fancy car, you don't want it to get all
This guy did
down
all
and
kinds of
shabby.
videos.
It reflects badly on you. And he was saying, for example, because he was always hungry, it seemed like when he was reading
What's that one thing?
his writings back in home, the plantation, and he said that no one would want to be accused in Baltimore of starving their slaves. And he thought that this peer pressure made every slave had a better life than it had. And back on the plantation, no one can see what you're doing to your slaves. Which brings me to, part of the story that I keep wanting to inject in here so I remember it myself, if that makes sense, but it's a kind of a hidden part, but you can deduce it so easily, right? It's like when they find planets without actually seeing the planet, but they can see that there must be a planet out there based on what's going on with the other ones. I read an article, and it was a writer, I don't remember if she was writing for the New York Times or the Atlantic or something like that, but she made a comment about how every time she looked in the mirror, she was reminded
This girl look like that chicken from the
great
party.
her ancestral tree somewhere, right? Her very skin color was a lasting legacy to slavery. And the sexual assault question we forget. And that's not an African Atlantic slave trade issue. That's a slavery issue going back to the beginning of recorded history, right? This is, they buy slaves specifically for the concubine aspect of it in some places. But even if that's not what you have them for, the lack of legal protections and oversight and all that kind of stuff means you're going to get that anyway.
You think what
I mean by that is if you're one of those slaves in Baltimore that looks like you're practically a free person to Frederick Douglass, that doesn't protect you. Right? If you're some lady who works in the house where the slavery lives and you cook for their family and you're practically a member of the household.
Look at you, you didn't even see race.
You celebrate holidays
saw
with
age.
them. You're up in the
Congratulations.
privileged,
I'm not seeing
realms of the
I mean,
slave
really.
society as other slaves would view it.
Jane
That doesn't mean that when the lights go out at night, you're not subjected to sexual assault all the time. In other words, without the legal protections, just because you're outward
I've never dated
situations
a
seem so
chick like
much
this.
more
As a kid,
enviable. No one knows what's really going on here,
very well.
except as that one woman had said, you can tell by the color of her skin. And the many writings that are made about the fact that everyone knew that the masters are sleeping with the slaves, and everyone knew whose mixed race child belonged to whom, but everybody kind of discreetly kept their mouth shut about it. Well, they were talking to someone who might be the child's stepmother anyway. But needless to say, you didn't have a lot of people writing accounts of this for the history. That's a problem with a lot of human suffering, right? If you want to have first-hand accounts of what it was like on the slave ship crossing the Atlantic, those are not easy to come by. Most people didn't publish a lot of books. There are some. There's a book I picked up because Brenda Stevenson was quoted from, called Pioneers of the Black Atlantic, which is several different slave narratives. But they're not always easily quotable kinds of things.
Friends, fans,
What they do show is you can't generalize about the slave experience of slaves in the Americas. You can make a distinction between those who were born in Africa as free people and had to make the trip over, and those who were born in the Americas. Frederick Douglass is born in the Americas. He never was a free person before becoming a slave. He never had to do that terrible ship travel across the Atlantic. So there's certain things he can't relate to.
I'm surprised there wasn't
And other
anti-Asian hate.
American slaves
I'm sure there
had to
was.
go through that would have been a shared experience that everyone who came from Africa would have been able to relate to. And one of the things that sometimes you have to be reminded about things that after you hear about them seem obvious, but you hadn't thought about them. So Brenda Stevenson brings it up, and then after she says it, I notice it everywhere. And it was about what these enslaved people go through before they even arrive at the ships to take them across the Atlantic to the Americas. Because in your mind's eye, you think, oh, well, it starts off, they become slaves, and then they get on the ships, and that's horrible. And then the whole thing starts, no, it starts horrible for them. And most of these bondholders agreed to their capturing and the arrival at the coast to get on these ships. Any one of their experiences would be the worst experience most of us have ever had. Simply the brand name alone would be something. And being in their
She was on Sex and the City,
had anybody ever taken
and Psycho. She was
a
on
piece of metal and stuck it on your sleeve for a significant period of time, right? And that's just one of the things they get to go through. So Stevenson talks about it. She talks about the different ways these people can become enslaved, and there's all sorts of different
She
ways.
was
As I
there.
alluded to earlier,
She showed up on the morning.
before we consider ourselves so advanced, let's understand that if I couch it in the right framework, many of you will agree that should support a kind of slavery under the right conditions, and it's conditions that the Africans enslaved people sacrifice it. It's something a heinous crime. For the rest of their life, you're going to have to be involved in hard labor to pay society back. A lot of people think that was a just sentence, and that was a kind of sentence that could get people put into slavery in Africa. There were a bunch of other rules, simply owing money to get you in trouble. Being a captive in war was a classic. And my Central African history is not good, but I was reading that there was a series of rather large wars between African groups in the 17th and 18th centuries, the byproduct of which is a lot of slaves to sell afterwards. So this was working out for everyone, right? We have ground zero production for this logistical supply chain that provides labor for the New World. And as fate would have it, we have a lot of wars creating a lot of product. So get them while they're hot, right? All the African slaves you can transport. And so Stevenson talks about the trip from initially becoming a slave to simply making it to the coast to get on the slave ships, which is normally where we think the bad part starts. Well, that would be wrong. Stevenson writes, enslaved Africans, therefore, entered the Atlantic trade through numerous avenues. As sold war captives, kidnapped victims, social outcasts, criminals, as tribute payment, or drawn from a pool of bonded laborers, traditionally found in many Western and Central African societies. Some were sold from one locale in Africa to another, and then eventually sold to Europeans, bound for the market in the Americas. The trips they took from their earlier places of residence or servitude to the coast for embarkment to the Caribbean and beyond could be hundreds of miles. Often, she writes, they were sold and resold along the way to the coast. They marched in single or double file, chained to each other with only the clothing they had on when taken, eating and drinking only what their captors provided, exhausted, undernourished, physically, psychologically, and sexually abused, and often dehydrated as well. Some became ill, others perished en route. It was only the beginning of their travails and their travels. She says then they get put in these giant sort of prison-type facilities awaiting transport after they're sold. And then the transport thing, this also blew me away. I didn't think about this either because it's not something that occurs to you. So James Walvin in Freedom points out that the key ingredient in terms of how nasty the transport was on these wooden ships from Africa to the New World had to do with how long you had to be on the ships, right? The longer you were on it, the worse it was. Because if you're being tortured, the longer you're being tortured, the worse it is, right? But then he says something to realize, which is that these ships picked up cargo a little like the airport transport bus often does, where instead of just picking you and taking you to the airport, it stops at many different stops until it has a full bus, and then it leaves for the airport. So these ships are staying offshore in Africa, off the coast, near the equator, right? So it's hot as hell, with people below decks until they get enough people to leave for the New World. And Walvin gives you a sense of how long it might take before the ship is filled up enough to leave, with people below decks in chains, in a coffin-size amount of personal space. And Walvin writes, quote, Africans often spent longer on board a slave ship anchored off the coast of Africa than in crossing the Atlantic. The ships accumulated their human cargoes slowly from place to place. Where there were no facilities for holding Africans on shore, the ship acted as a floating prison until the master decided that he had had enough enslaved people to set out across the Atlantic. Some ships, little more than hulks, acted as permanent offshore prisons, passing on their captives to other ships ready to sail. In the 17th century, he writes, Dutch ships spent an average of 120 days on the coast, British ships 94. A century later, the Dutch spent an average of 200 days on the coast, French ships 143. In the mid to late 18th century, British ships spent 173 days on the African coast. He says that one fact that stands out from the wealth of information is that millions of Africans spent months at sea before they even left for the Americas. And if the amount of time you're on board the ship is the key question in terms of whether you live or die or how long the torture continues, you can see that the situation is worse than most of us originally thought. The part of the story I'm a little more familiar with, as most of us are, is the horrors of the crossing itself, because it is so infamous. It's a little like the trips in the closed rail cars to the concentration camps in the Holocaust, where the suffering that goes on while in transit is so famous because it's so terrible. People sort of marked by the experience. Walden talks about how the slave ships were known to just smell terrible, like cesspits and cesspools, and you could smell them miles away downwind. But to imagine what it must have been like to be chained into a space about the size of a coffin while everyone else is around you doing what everyone else does, while just living and surviving for months. The nightmarish side of this is hard to get your mind around. And Walden points out something once again that I didn't even think of. If you want to take the Rashomon approach to all this and see it from every different side, he was pointing out that the people who are the ones who run the slave ship itself, they're often terrified too. And you might have 400 slaves on a ship with 17 crew members, and the 17 crew members can be terrified also. I mean, you're stuck there on board with a lot of desperate people. And if you actually look at slave revolts as a thing, which we'll do in a little while, the vast majority of them happen on board ships within sight of the African coast, because it's sort of the last chance for these people to get away before they're severed from their homeland, and they understand once they're outside of land how much their chances drop of ever getting back home again. But the accounts are legendary of what it's like in the holds of these ships, and I picked one out here from someone who went through it. This isn't an author, it's an eyewitness, and he describes what he calls the necessary tubs. The necessary tubs are what passes for latrines in these shipboard situations. Another thing Walden points out that's worth remembering is that to travel by ship during most of this time period is harrowing for people who pay for the privilege, much less what it's like for slaves. And in the book Pioneers of the Black Atlantic, which is a compilation of several different slave stories, slave, and I hope I pronounce his name correctly, Aladue Equiano, points out what it was like below decks for him when he makes this famous middle passage crossing, and he says, quote, "The stench of the hold while we were on the coast was so intolerably loathsome that it was dangerous to remain there for any time, and some of us had been permitted to stay on the deck for the fresh air. But now that the whole ship's cargo were confined together, it became absolutely pestilential. The closeness of the place and the heat of the climate added to the number in the ship, which was so crowded that each had scarcely room to turn himself, almost suffocated us. This produced copious perspirations, so that the air soon became unfit for respiration from a variety of loathsome smells, and brought on a sickness among the slaves, of which many died, thus falling victims to the improvident avarice, as I may call it, of their purchasers." This wretched situation, he says, was again aggravated by the galling of the chains, now become insupportable, and the filth of the necessary tubs into which the children often fell and were almost suffocated. The shrieks of the women and the groans of the dying rendered the whole a scene of horror almost inconceivable. End quote. And it goes on for months.
This was a very cool
Slaves jump overboard to get away from it, committing suicide. Some believing that they'll go back to Africa after they die. Some refuse to eat, and as a response are brutally flogged. The person, the slave I just quoted, said that he saw a white sailor flogged so horribly that he died, and that they threw him overboard, basically pointing out that the people that were doing this to the slaves, in his mind, had no human feeling at all and would do this to each other, which scared him even more. And once again, we have the hidden part of the story, which is the rape and the many insinuations of girls and female children and young male children being raped by the crew continuously across the whole journey. So you have these people who are almost dying, whose only time to get out of the hole and out of the chains is to be part of a sexual assault. These stories are about trauma inflicted upon trauma in a way that one has a logical question that one can ask of something like this. How long would it take a family to have the pain and effects of trauma at this sort of a level melt away? I mean, would your children be able to pick out things in their life that are the result of the trauma that you went through in a situation like this? What about your grandchildren? In other words, how long until this sort of pain and suffering, how long until the ripples caused by it die out?
Your website we've got linked up at coasttocoastam.com.
That's assuming, of course, that these people live very long, tons of them die on the journey, and it's this real catch-22 if you're looking at this from a business sense, because you have a vested interest in packing the ship as closely as you can to get as many pieces of cargo on there as you can, because of course that means more to sell. But there becomes a point where you're hurting your own cargo and they start dying at greater rates if you pack them too much like sardines. So perhaps there's it's funny when you start saying that the only protection these people have in terms of better living conditions is because of their worth as a commodity. Doesn't stop them from being thrown overboard in droves sometimes to collect the insurance money. There's a reason that this middle passage has been so mythologized in the history of slavery, because in terms of horrible experiences that people go through, it is right up there near the top of the list. Able to hold its own.
I'm Bree Tennis from the TFI 24-hour newsroom. The race for mayor of Los Angeles still undecided. The county elections office of Karen Bass now has 15.2% of the vote, while billionaire developer Rick Russo trails to 47.8%. The two are separated by just over 29,000 votes. California is leading the rainbow wave as a record number of LGBTQ plus candidates in the midterm races.
People who are representative of lived experiences are going to understand and pass policy and bills and laws that are going to benefit the diverse communities that they serve.
That's Alexa Sanchez with the LGBT Community Center. Funny man Jay Leno in the Grossman Burns Center, who sustained burns to the left side of his face while working on his famous theme park. He said he's okay. Southline weather can pay a 5. Gusty Santa Ana winds today, highs about 70. Right now, Buena Park is 52. La Habra checks in with 51. It's 50 degrees in West Hollywood and 49 in Altadena. We leave local from the TFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
that are designed that, like, when I give charity, I have to give to celebrities like Dolly Parton. That's a charity. That's how it goes.
Columbus raided to try to enslave the indigenous
Oh, I'm
peoples.
so sorry.
The Queen of Castile, who
Miley
also
Cyrus,
had been
here's
funding
your
exhibition
$100 million to go.
of monarchical
Here's a
cabinet
cool fucking thing.
said Moses is by Admiral enslaving my subjects, right? Well, France had something called the Code Noir in the 1600s. I mean, Britain had rules on slave ships and how many slaves you could put on the ship. I mean, the attorney for the past defending history would say, hey, listen, I can cite all kinds of laws, measures, debates, and things that were done to address this very issue. It's not our fault it didn't come far enough to meet your modern standards. We didn't even know what those were. You wouldn't have gotten anywhere near them if we hadn't taken the early steps like Code Noir and the Queen of Castile and limitations on the number of slaves you can have on ships, and eventually things like going after the slave trade. It's hard though because the world is what's the line from Trixie from Gollum in the Lord of the Rings? It's Trixie. You don't know exactly what the motivations are. You have to be careful. I mean, you know, is a limit on the size of slave ship capacity something done for the benefit of the human beings that are the cargo, or are you doing it to protect product? You gotta be careful, right? We're human beings. We're a little tricksy. But I think the attorney representing the interests and conduct of the past would say that there are things that they can point to that show that they were trying. If you wanted to critique that from the other side, the lawyer representing modern times would say, well, your enforcement was terrible. When did this ever work out in the favor of the people that the law was supposed to protect? When did anybody ever have to pay any penalties? When was anybody ever discovered, investigated, or taken to task? When did any slave owners go to jail or pay a fine for the treatment of the people they owned? You see what I'm saying? So you can have all the laws on the books, but that doesn't mean anything actually happens. But a lawyer representing the past would have some ammunition in saying that they did not totally ignore this issue.
I learn something new from you guys every day.
But when you see one of these slave markets are like when these people arrive on these ships to the Americas, it's impossible not to be critical on how anyone could look at this and think it was okay. I was reading one account on it. It was Abraham Lincoln, who was an interesting figure when it comes to slavery too. An Abraham Lincoln account that was written by someone who was once, and this is in the 1850s, so it's quite a bit of time before he becomes president. And they said that they were walking through the city streets somewhere, I'm going from memory here, but that they had chanced upon a slave market where a sale was taking place. And I think it was a woman that was being sold. And Lincoln's friend said his fist would just completely clench and unclench, and his jaw would get tight. And he was saying something to the effect that this was just so wrong on so many levels. It makes one wonder how many people have to have a sort of softening of the heart or a change in outlook before that manifests in a change in society. Because you can blame one from the past you want for the conditions that existed then. The defense could easily be, I'm just one person. What do you think I can do all by myself? The same defense you would probably use if somebody 500 years from now, were critical of people in the past might have responded to you saying, how could you put up with these slave markets? Look at what this is. These people are like pieces of meat, and if it doesn't make you as mad as it made Abraham Lincoln, what's wrong with you? And listen to these sorts of eyewitness accounts of what the slave market was like. It is fascinating. So they often begin at the sound of either a gun going off or a drum being sounded, and people were sometimes nuts. I mean, it reminds you, if you pardon me reducing this to Christmas shopping, but like the craziness you see on television sometimes when people will wait outside a facility until midnight and then everybody goes in and they're ripping product from one person to, sort of a crazed kind of thing, right? Get the best before someone else does. And when you let everybody in at once like that, it's a free-for-all. This is a free-for-all, of people buying people.
And don't forget, if your heart desires a person a bit more mature,
Slavery, History, Milton Meltzer describes this sort of a typical slave market sale, and says that sometimes the affairs were done privately with an advanced sale that had been arranged ahead of time, but normally it was the sort of, doors open at noon at the sound of a gun, grab whatever you can kind of deal. He says the official name for it among some was the scramble, and he writes, quote, After the walking skeletons had been disposed of, he means they're really sick. They were sold sort of in bulk right away. Get them out of the way. Less than $1 a slave, obviously, he said, because they often died. And then you bring out the good product. He said after the walking skeletons had been disposed of, the healthy slaves came next. Sometimes they would be marched through the town behind bagpipes and drawn up for inspection by planters or their overseers in the public square. If a West Indian factor handled retail sales, he took 15% of the gross and another 5% of the net returns. The quote-end quote scramble, however, was the customary way of handling a sale. By agreement with the buyers, a fixed price was set for the 4 categories of slaves: man, woman, boy, and girl. A day for the sale was advertised. When the hour came, a gun was fired. The door to the slave yard was flung open, and a horde of purchasers rushed in, quote, with all the ferocity of brutes, end quote, said a man named Falconbridge, a slave ship surgeon who witnessed several scrambles. Each buyer, Meltzer writes, bent on getting his pick of the pack, tried to encircle the largest number of choice slaves by means of a rope. The slaves, helpless, bewildered, terrified, were yanked about savagely, torn by one buyer from another. Some were so panicked by one such scramble on the island of Grenada that they hurled themselves over the wall and ran madly through the town. Once, Falconbridge saw a scramble aboard a ship in Kingston Harbor. When the buyers swooped in to seize their prey, about 30 of the slaves leaped into the sea, but all of them were soon fished out. End quote. He then points out that when the slaves were bought a second time, the first time they were bought is on the coast of Africa, and they're branded then. And he says now when they're bought again, they're branded again. The experience of being sold for the Africans arriving from Africa is a little bit different than the experience of being sold for slaves who have already been in the Americas. The difference is usually one of close family relationships. It was rare for the slaves from Africa to be taken with family members and have their company and companionship the whole time. So they weren't as often separated from close family members during the scramble kind of slave sale. But once you get to where you have an internal slave trade, where slaves who are born in the Americas are being sold from one owner to another, well, now you have something that's part of this human disaster here, that is the breakup of families, which is part of this huge lingering trauma from slavery. As we said, how long does it take for a family to have the ripples of pain go away? Well, if your skin color is indicative of some of that pain, that makes it very difficult. And if you've had people in your family that's really severed from their family, that lasts a long time too. Frederick Douglass talks about one of these sales where he was on a plantation that had been making someone's hands for a while, and then all of a sudden that person had to sell, or they died, I think. And then you have this information, how much of the slaves were worth as part of their legal estate, and then you liquidate the assets, right? And he says, quote, after the valuation, then came the division. I have no language to express the high excitement and deep anxiety which were felt amongst us poor slaves during this time. Our fate for life was now to be decided. We had no more voice in that decision than the brutes amongst whom we were ranked. A single word from the white men was enough. Against all our wishes, prayers, and entreaties, to sunder forever the dearest friends, dearest kindred, and strongest ties known to human beings. In addition to the pain of separation, there was the horrid dread of falling into the hands of Master Andrew. He was known to us all as being a most cruel wretch, a common drunkard who had, by his reckless mismanagement and profligate dissipation, already wasted a large portion of his father's property. We all felt that we might as well be sold at once to the Georgia traders as to pass into his hands. For we knew that that would be our inevitable condition, a condition held by us all in the utmost horror and dread. I suffered more anxiety. End quote.
Can you Google it and find it somehow that way?
I noticed while reading a bunch of different slave accounts is you tended, well, there were certainly people that met every sort of condition you can imagine, but it seemed to me there was a big division between the slaves that were rarely or never sold, and so their whole lives is in one circumstance. And the slaves that were sold over and over and over again, Douglas is one of those people where every time you're sold, it's like a new chapter in the book that is your life. And it's like rolling the dice. Am I going to go to a sadistic sociopath now, or am I going to go to somebody who graded on the slavery curve? Is this so bad?
They were known for,
as Frederick Douglass had said, that he always measured the kindness of his master by the standards of the kindness set up amongst slaveholders around them. And so, slavery is graded on a curve. You take slavery as the condition that you have no control over, and then you judge how well you're doing, based on that, compared to people in a similar situation. Point of what Douglas was saying, though, that perhaps the Africans had been severed from their families back in Africa. It's not that they don't have this pain, it's that it happened pre-voyage over. But the slaves who get to see their children sold away from them, or their spouse, or their parents.
Was he really?
Well, for some people,
they lived with him for a
dead.
year.
We talk about the extremes of the human experience. These are the kind of things that all
His dad was on the
themselves
German.
would be on the nasty list, but when you realize
What was his name?
that this Atlantic slave
It was
trade
like Hans or
combines
something.
numerous
Franz
things that by themselves would be on your top 10 horrible
Was it?
list. It's
Something like that. It wasn't like
atrocities.
a shitty name.
And there
just
was
wasn't-
nothing you should point out to prevent this
It was like
this type of incident from happening.
But it was like,
over
it
again
was like,
during the course of a slave's lifetime, right? I mean, you can have kids after your parents were sold off, and they could be sold off too, or you could be sold. I mean, when you think of the power that this gives a slaveholder over a slave,
what was it?
it's an immense amount of leverage, isn't it?
Heinz?
And it may help explain that most hard to get your mind around phenomenon that you run into with the primary sources of slavery, which is what you make of these slaves. And you'll see it, for example, in the primary sources in the United States later. What you make of the slaves, and it's a
Ruler of
sure,
Japan?
definitely a minority,
His name was Heinz.
but who loved their masters or professed that they did.
It
This is the
was.
Stockholm syndrome of is this romanticizing the past when they were interviewed later? Is this more like what Frederick Douglass was saying, where you're graded this on sort
It
of
was something
slavery
like that.
curve?
Really?
And if you had a master that would take into account your
No,
feelings about
I would
perhaps
remember
going
it
to sale,
being
where
Oh,
your
was it
children
Frederick?
might be sold off and separated from you for life, and an owner who
No.
wouldn't give a hoot about
I
that,
remember that.
you might
His name was like-
a weird affection for your owner too, I guess. Somebody who was giving you the time of day in terms of humanitarian concerns.
Was he
But it
nice?
is weird. There's many aspects of slavery that are weird. One thing, though, that we
Really?
do need to sort of mentally understand, and it's tough because, when you're doing what I'm doing here, this is always been the problem with history since Herodotus on, is how do you pick examples and things to emphasize, and how do you avoid cherry picking or making something look potentially worse or better than it really was? Because I can make nasty, horrific slavery story after nasty, horrific slavery story, and I'm not sure a chronicle of bad things done to slaves over the eras illuminates us much more about the idea that we can really often commit slavery because it's horrifying. So where do you get beyond that, though? There's some interesting questions. Rabbi, we say I'm not qualified to give answers, but anyone can ask questions. And a lot of my questions revolve around this idea of a society that figures out a way to transform a significant number of people into slaves and keep them in that condition. Because this is not, one might compare this to business, doing an entrepreneurship and trade and all these kinds of things. At ground zero, once slaves become slaves and end up what they're supposed to be, in terms of final sale, you're working here and I own you, How does this all
Black-haired
keep people
Zimmerman,
working?
Carpenter,
Are there any
In a free labor system, you have
Kruger,
carrots that you hold out to
I
employees, and if they don't do what you want, you
Lane,
reduce or eliminate them, right? You don't do the kind of job I want, I'm going to lower your pay. You don't do the kind of job I want over a long enough period of time, I'm going to fire you. What if you're dealing with labor that doesn't want the job in the first place and isn't paid anything?
Layman,
How do you get those people to work?
And of course, we have
Well,
the
that's
chief
where
there
you
with
move from carrots to sticks.
the most
Literally,
recent
in some
president who's
cases.
elected today, but there's so many George.
In a world that fear may destroy, Jason T. Sharples describes this system that's based on force and that is, in a very real, non-exaggerated sense, a system of violence. One that makes sure that slaves end up where they're supposed to go, do the job that they're supposed to do. When they get there, if they dare to run away or escape, they will find them, return them to their place of origin in terms of ownership, and then punish them. And then an entire system devoted to preventing any sort of insurrection, rebellion, rising up, or resistance. It's a system, right?
Why do
The
those
Americans like to
Why do these
poke
things
fun at our
fundamental?
always used to use a fake German accent to poke fun at the Gestapo question. They would ask a person,
Unconsciously or
let me
what?
see your papers, because in the United States, of course, being free people could go wherever you wanted to. That was something they made fun of, except it didn't acknowledge the fact that there were lots of people that had to show their papers. We're not getting terrible trouble or be beaten or worse than they were slaves in the South when they were out at night. Part of the system of violence here, the controlling of forced labor, required an entire edifice to be developed about this sort of things. The slaves in the United States, when you read the accounts, they had a phrase that I kept running into. I didn't understand what it meant for the longest time. And the phrase was, sometimes they said patty rollers, and sometimes they said patter rollers. And it didn't make any sense to me until I finally saw it again in context, and it dawned on me. They're saying patrollers. Now, they didn't know what the term meant, so they heard it and it became sort of a bastardized version of patroller, patty roller, patter roller. But the patter rollers were these people that were part of a system where in some of these places it was like jury duty. Every now and then you were required to serve as a person who went around checking slave passes, hunting for runaway slaves, all that kind of stuff. It's a societal piece of the framework and structure that keeps a slave society running, and it's all based on fear and violence. By the way, Sharples first quotes slavery apologist, is what he calls it, Brian Edwards, and who said that force and violence was the only, and the phrase he used was impulse to action. In which a slave person can respond, right? Like I said, you can't cut their wages, you can't fire them. And Sharples writes that the violence at ground zero, the bottom line when you're a slave on the plantation, wherever you are, is the whip, the lash. He writes, quote, individual enslavers wielded the lash, the most obvious instrument of attempted terror, not to mechanically prod enslaved people, so much as to inflict freshly stinging examples of what could befall them if they displeased an enslaver. The historian Edward Baptiste has aptly characterized this as a system of torture for compelling labor and outward obedience from enslaved people. And a 17th century traveler also described this as a system of torments and excessive tortures. Those are quotes. Enslavers throughout the colonies, Sharples writes, terrorized enslaved women and men with rape and its lingering trauma, and they threatened them with the possibility of physical pain, humiliation, confinement, or reassignment to difficult labor. They also used the chattel principle to threaten to separate families through sale, and they could send an individual to a new enslaver who was more sadistic or whose position in the economy involved a more grueling labor regime. In wielding these instruments of fear, Sharples writes, enslavers deliberately exploited people's human instinct to avoid doing whatever might lead to pain or loss. Coercion in slavery, he says, depended on fear of violence.
Before the calendar was changed, New Year's was on March 25th.
Frederick Douglass, explained it in an interesting sense where he said he was kind of a troublesome slave. And after he'd gone to Baltimore and then returned to the plantation, his master felt he'd sort of gotten unruly and some negative ideas, and he wasn't anywhere near as valuable to him anymore, so he was going to send him to a slave breaker to be broken. And Douglas describes this as a man who didn't even have much money, but he was lucky because he was known as a person who could break slaves, and because of that, people with troublesome slaves would lend this man their slaves for years with the free labor while he broke them, so he benefited, and then he would return the slaves back to the slave owners like a trained animal, a broken dog.
You talk about U.S. states that are named after women.
By the time he was done with this breaker of people, Douglas says he finally turned into a slave, transformed into a drunk. He said it's a very famous passage, and he writes, quote, "If at any one time of my life more than another I was made to drink the bitterest dregs of slavery, that time was during the first 6 months of my stay with Mr. Covey, who's the slave
You
breaker.
fucking idiot.
We were working in all weathers. It was never too hot or too cold. It could never rain, blow, hail, or snow too hard for us to work in the field. Work was scarcely more the order of the day than of the night. The longest days were too short for him, and the shortest nights too long for him. I was somewhat unmanageable when I first went there, but a few months of this discipline tamed me. Mr. Covey succeeded in breaking me. I was broken in body, soul, and spirit. My natural elasticity was crushed. My intellect languished. The disposition to read departed. And the cheerful spark that lingered about my eye died. The dark night of slavery closed in upon me, and behold, a man transformed into a brute. Sunday was my only leisure time, he wrote. I spent this in a sort of a beast-like stupor, between sleep and wake, under some large tree. At times I would rise up, a flash of energetic freedom would dart through my soul, accompanied with a faint beam of hope that flickered for a moment, and then vanished. I sank down again, mourning over my wretched condition. I was sometimes prompted to take my life, and that of Covey, but was prevented by a combination of hope and fear. My sufferings on this plantation seem now like a dream, rather than a stern reality. In slavery, world history, has a first-hand account of an eyewitness observer that was in Haiti in the period, I'm sure it was before this period that Douglas's report I just did was taken. They described what the slavery is like in Haiti.
What happened there?
On these back-breaking sugar plantations. And Swiss traveler Gerard Chantran, I believe it's pronounced, described the slaves and work that he saw went to the fields at daybreak and sometimes quit only at 10 at night. He said, quote,
Assassinated, right?
"They were about 100 men and women of different ages, all occupied in digging ditches.
Why am I the only fucker who knows this shit?
The majority of them naked or covered with rags. The sun shone down with full force on their heads. Sweat rolled from all parts of their bodies. Their limbs weighed down by the heat, fatigued with the weight of their picks by the resistance of the clayey soil, baked hard enough to break their implements, strained themselves to overcome every obstacle. A mournful silence reigned. Exhaustion was stamped on every face, but the hour of rest had not yet come. The pitiless eye of the manager patrolled the gang, and several foremen armed with long whips moved periodically between them, giving stinging blows to all who, worn out by fatigue, were compelled to take a rest, men or women, young or old." End quote.
Amazingly was present for such a short time, succeeded
As we
by
said
Vice President
earlier,
John Tyler.
if you study history, and I know many of you do, there's nothing shocking about this, the condition of these people, the circumstances, or anything like that. The part that begins to feel so wrong is the era that we're in where this is still happening. As I said earlier, this seems like an ancient institution that is out of place here. And to have all of the modern techniques of commerce and business and logistics and supply, all these kinds of things applied to such a seemingly outdated sort of entity, it's somewhat jarring. This is the strangest part to me of modern day slavery, because you see the same sorts of stories in the past, but they seem to belong in the distant past. And you can see the effect it's having on some of the people who could be pretty introspective during this time period, say late 1700s, early 1800s. I was reading a book called How the Word is
I
Passed.
remember I was so fucked up one night. My friends were going to
Legacies of American slavery that seemingly travels
and
around.
they're like, all right, you can go sleep on the couch. I was like,
To
yep.
Thomas Jefferson's
And
home
that's how you did. Yeah.
and engages with some tourists who were there going through a tour afterwards, who were surprised to find out, about Jefferson's slave past and all that. And Smith has a very interesting line where, because all of us who are Thomas Jefferson fans, and if you like the idea that all men are created equal, the Declaration of Independence stuff, and all of that is Jefferson and Jeffersonian. And yet the guy is almost like
I think it would be a fun
metaphor
class
for the country as a whole, and the weird sort of dichotomy that the United States is, because he is at once this
Big
great
dog.
proponent of
How you living, slut?
and all men are created equal, who was also a slave owner and who was an intelligent enough and self-aware enough individual to realize that this is a contradiction. And Smith writes, quote, "What's fascinating about Jefferson is that this is a flaw of which he was wholly cognizant. In Notes on the State of Virginia, he wrote, quote, these are Jefferson's words, there must doubtless be an unhappy influence on the manners of our people, produced by the existence of slavery among us. The whole commerce between master and slave is a perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions, the most unremitting despotism on the one part, and degrading submission on the other. Our children see this," he writes, "and learn to imitate it, for man is an imitative animal. The parent storms, the child looks on, catches the lineaments of wrath, puts on the same airs in the circle of smaller slaves, gives a loose to his worst of passions, and thus nursed, educated, and daily exercised in tyranny, cannot but be stamped by it with odious peculiarities. The man must be a prodigy," he writes, "who can retain his manners and morals undepraved by such circumstances." End quote. It's an interesting question to ponder, isn't it? The effect of slavery
Hey,
on
big
a
dog.
slave-owning group of people in society. Jefferson saw the future too. He's a very interesting figure.
For emergency backup
He had a
power,
line
there is only one name.
in that same document, Notes on the State of Virginia,
Since
1781,
1965, Southern
1785,
California has relied on death power in the most
points out
critical situations.
that he sees the
Hospitals and
end
high-rise
involved in slavery. He sees the end of it in the distance.
Big or small, even homes and RVs.
For in a warm climate, no man will labor for himself who can make another labor for him. This is so true that of the proprietors of slaves, a very small proportion indeed are even seen to labor. And can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis? A conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are a gift of God, that they are not to be violated, but with his wrath. Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever, that considering numbers, nature, and natural means only, a revolution of the wheel of fortune, an exchange of situation, possible events, that it may become probable by supernatural interference! Exclamation point. The Almighty has no attribute which can take sides with us in such a contest. I think a change already perceptible since the origin of the present revolution. The spirit of the master is abating, that of the slave rising from the dust, his condition mollifying. The way I hope preparing, under the auspices of heaven, for a total emancipation, and that this is disposed in the order of events to be with the consent of the masters, rather than by their extirpation. End quote.
They're looking for more money and better working
Jefferson was a
conditions.
man of science,
That means that,
and he understood
I make roughly
the
40K
basic
a year
ideas of someone
pre-tax,
like an Isaac
and that would
Newton.
be
pretty severely left
And one of Newton's laws is that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
More to ride the metro. The proposed fare hike is intended to simplify,
most
increase fairness, and
basic
improve the
of
customer
human
experience for
emotions,
humans. No
revenge,
orders to when the increase takes
seem to
place.
be
More and more
rather
companies are ditching
Newtonian also,
California because it's
wouldn't it?
just too
But
expensive.
if you
A report from
saw
the
what
Hoover
were being
Institution shows
done
over 150
to these
companies left
people
last
all the
year,
time
double the
around
number from the
you,
year before. Where to going?
wouldn't you
Texas,
maybe
Tennessee,
tremble for
Nevada,
your
Florida, and
country when you
Arizona. We're
realize
expecting
that
a big
God is
announcement from
just?
former President Trump today. Former
Wouldn't you
Vice
worry
President Mike Pence
that
says
if
whatever the
the
announcement is,
masters
it's up
don't
to the American people to
end
decide.
this slavery
Country
thing,
actually get along pretty well.
that the slaves may turn around and
I
make
think they
them?
want to see their national leaders start to
What if
reflect that
slavery in the
same
United
compassion
States
and
did not end
generosity of
the way
spirit.
it did,
So
although it
today
ended with
together,
a civil
I
war,
think
so
there will
maybe
be
that's
better choices.
Jefferson's worst
The
case
former Vice
scenario.
President
But what
also
if
indicated
instead of
he's
the
considering a
Civil
run
War and the
in
Emancipation
2024.
Proclamation ending
Southland weather
slavery
from
the way it
KFI,
did,
gusty Santa Ana winds,
what
and
if
a
that
high
never
fire danger
happened?
warning.
We
Expect
can
gusts up to
presume, as
55
Jefferson
miles per
does there,
hour
that
by
at some
afternoon.
point it goes
Right now
away.
it's
But how
48
does that
degrees in
happen?
Los Alamitos.
Without the Civil War and the
52 in San
Emancipation
Clemente, it's
Proclamation, I mean, does it
43
go
degrees
out
in Acton, and it's
with a
50 in
whimper?
Cerritos. We
Or
leave
does it
local
go
from the
out with a
KFI
bang?
24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree
If you
Hennis.
see something like that in the future, the same way Jefferson says he did right there, what would you do to ward it off?
All lanes are going to be
There's a
shut down for
very
road work
interesting
until 5.
debate
In
that happens in
Arlington,
the
we
United
have good
States
news.
Senate
Earlier
in
tracks said
1880 or
105 northbound
1800,
at
and many
Arabella
of the
has
people
been
in
cleared from lanes. Your drive
it's actually
is
the Congress
recovering in
considered
that
many of
area.
the people in
Woodland
Congress at
Hills,
that time
there is
period.
a
These
work
are
zone.
original
101 southbound from
representatives
Valley
because the
Circle to the
Constitution
Peggy
becomes the
Canyon
law of the
to
land in
Rutland. You're going to be
1787.
shut down for road work
And they're having a
until 5.
debate over
KFI
one of the many slave laws that was around.
Have you heard about the incredible
And
savings people
one
are
of the
experiencing with
representatives,
solar
a guy
energy
named
with electric
George
companies?
Thatcher,
Set the raise
who's
your rate
from
by
Maine,
4%
but at the time he's
annually. You
representing
may be wondering, how
Massachusetts.
can I
He
switch to solar?
gets up there, and you can go
Pine
read this in
Solar.
the
They make it
congressional record,
simple and
and
easy
he
to
talks
switch to
about
solar. And even better,
essentially
they'll pay you
disarming
$100
this
just
hand
to see how much
grenade
money you can
that the
save by making
country
the switch.
was
That's
born
right,
with,
$100.
right? Slavery is a
Just go to
pre-existing condition in the
follow
United
these 3
States,
steps,
right?
or give them a call in
Been
less
here
than
for
5
hundreds of
minutes.
years by the
They'll
time
give
the
you a
United States is
no-obligation
formed.
savings and benefits analysis
And as
session.
part
Earn
of
you
the deal
$100 on
for
that.
all these states to join together, right? Because it was a kind of a deal. There were a lot of slavery dependent states that made this a condition for entry. So if you're going to talk about getting rid of slavery, we're not even going to be involved. In fact, we don't even consider that to be something the federal government has a role in talking about. And this debate in 1800 was a little over that, where the guys like George Thatcher and some of the early abolitionists saying, yes, the federal government does have a role in the slavery question because it's a political evil. They were debating over things like is it a political evil, is it a moral evil?
Did you hear what I hear? It's the
And I went
sound
out and got a
of
hold of a book
authors
written
mingling
in
from
the
the
South,
Belfast
right?
Holiday
University of North
Workshop. This
Carolina
November,
in
South has its conducted
1935. So I
iHeartRadio
wanted to
to
get
bring
away.
you a
Remember, I
special
have to be very
holiday
careful
edition of
about
the Blue
sources. I
Envelope.
want to be very
Together,
careful
we're
about
giving you an
getting
easy to
things that
scan
seem
QR code to stream all your
acceptable to
favorite holiday
everyone.
tunes through
And
the
it's written by
iHeartRadio
a
app.
professor in
Plus,
North
check your
Carolina, I
envelope
believe he
to
was,
see if our
William
elves
Sumner
have snuck a
Jenkins. And
$100
the book is
check-in
called
size back to
Pro-Slavery,
the
Thought in
mailbox
the
for
Old
your
South. And he
Belfast
talks
envelope.
about
No
this
purchase necessary.
sort of
Good
back
yet
and
prohibited.
forth
Especially
between
must Belfast envelope.
very
Or
early
Belfast.com
sort of
for
American
details.
abolitionist representative and someone from Georgia named James Jones.
I've been a small
And
business person my
basically what's
entire
being
adult
argued
life. And
about
over the
here
years,
is
several HR
George
issues I
Thatcher
got
is saying
involved with.
either we
I
get
could
a
never
handle on
afford
this
an
hand
HR
grenade or
person.
it's going to explode
But
and blow
there's
us
an
all
answer.
up. And
Bambi.com.
Jones from Georgia,
You
James
get an
Jones, he
HR
doesn't
person
disagree with
starting
him,
at
but he
$99 per
disagrees
month.
with the whole
I thought
premise
this
of
was too good to
everything
be
else.
true. This is
And
real.
William Sumner
Bambi
Jenkins
helps you
writes,
deal with your
quote,
HR problems.
at the
Like
turn
writing
of the
HR
century,
policies,
from
sexual
1700
harassment
to
training,
1800,
hostile
sparring
work
again took
environments,
place in
terminations.
Congress
That was
on
my
the
problem.
slavery
People
issue.
complaining about other
Thatcher of
employees.
Massachusetts
All putting you and
asserted
your
that
business at
Congress
risk.
had the power to
With Bambi,
legislate
you
on
get
the
access
subject
to your own
because
dedicated
slavery
HR
was a
manager
political
available by
evil.
phone,
End
email,
quote.
real-time
Now
chat.
using
Go
a
to
term that the
Bambi.com,
Romans
type in
also
KFI
used,
under
that
the radio
slaves were
drop-down when you
enemies,
sign
right?
up.
They were enemies within.
Bambi.com.
Jenkins
KFI
continues,
under the
quote,
radio drop-down.
he,
I want
meaning
the credit,
Thatcher,
please.
declared the
So,
700,000 slaves were public
Bam,
enemies,
B-E-B,
and, now quoting
at
Thatcher, quote, a
Bambi.com.
greater evil than the very principle could not exist. It was a cancer of immense magnitude that would sometime destroy destroy the body politic, except a proper legislation should prevent the evil.
iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
So he he's saying, rewrite the right laws to have a soft landing from this, disarm this hand grenade or it blows up and kills everybody. And the representative from Georgia disagrees with him that slavery is even a bad thing, and then says, if these people are public enemies, why on earth would you let them go? James Jones of Georgia replies to Thatcher of Massachusetts by saying, quote, the gentleman farther says that 700,000 men are in bondage. I ask him how he would remedy this evil, as he calls it, but I do not think it is an evil. Would he have these people turned out in the United States to ravage, murder, and commit every species of crimes? I believe it might have been happy for the United States if these people had never been introduced amongst us, but I do believe they've immensely benefited by coming amongst us. End quote. So he's basically saying this was a pre-existing condition. Might have been better had they never been here, but thanks, to God on their part that they were, because they've benefited immensely. I mean, that's pretty cheeky, right? They're so lucky to get right into us so they can be our slaves and we can civilize them. Although humankind has a long history of that rationale being employed, doesn't it? And what both these men are seeing is a disaster in the future. They just have different sorts of attitudes about the best way to handle that. But knowing that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, would you be okay sleeping on a plantation with slave labor yourself? Would you feel safe doing that? There's a much used quote from a woman she was anti-slavery, but I think she married into a pro-slavery family or whatever. She was an actress named Fanny Kemble, and in the 1800s she had to sleep on at this plantation in this town, it was Charleston, I believe, and she pointed out that the town itself, we said that you have to have sort of a system of violence in place, a system to keep these public enemies, these enemies within, under control. She talks about that and then talks about how weird it is to think that you have these enemies within, but they're within your house. She wrote in her diary, I believe it was, quote, a most ominous tolling of bells and beating of drums of the first evening of my arrival in Charleston made me almost fancy myself in one of those old fortified frontier towns of the continent in Europe, where the tocsin is sounded and the evening drum beaten and the guards set as regularly every night as if invasion were expected. In Charleston, however, she writes, it is not the dread of foreign invasion, but of domestic insurrection which occasions these nightly precautions. Of course, she writes, it is very necessary where a large class of persons exists in the very bosom of a community whose interests are known to be at variance and incompatible with those of its other members. And no doubt these daily and nightly precautions are but trifling drawbacks upon the manifold blessings of slavery. Still, she writes, I should prefer going to sleep without the apprehension of my servants cutting my throat in my bed, even to having a guard provided to prevent their doing so. There's a primary source letter, I believe it was, that's recounted in Meltzer's book, Slavery and World History. And it's from a French family that is living in Haiti, I believe it is. And it's just the family, right? There's nobody else but the mom, the dad, the kids, and there's 5 of them. And they live with 200 slaves, Africans. African descendants. Meltzer says that the French colonists in Haiti, that they didn't like it, and expressing, how they feel. And I just want to point out, if you're scared of your slaves because you understand that things have been done to them that will give them grievances, how much more scared are you going to be with a ratio of 200 to 5? And by the way, note that this slave-holding family is asking for pity because they're stuck with all these slaves that they own. Have pity for an existence which must be eked out far from the world of our own people. We here number 5 whites, my father, my mother, my 2 brothers, and myself, surrounded by more than 200 slaves. The number of our Negroes who are domestics alone coming almost to 30. From morning to night, wherever we turn, their faces meet our eyes. No matter how early we awaken, they are at our bedsides. And the custom which obtains here, not to make the least move without the help of one of these Negro servants, brings it about not only that we live in their society a greater portion of the day, but also that they are involved in the least important events of our daily life. Should we go outside our house to the workshops, we are still subject to this strange propinquity. Add to this the fact that our conversation is almost entirely to do with the health of our slaves, their needs which must be cared for, the manner in which they are to be distributed about the estate, and their attempts to revolt, and you will come to understand that our entire life is so closely identified with that of these unfortunates that in the end, it is the same as theirs. And despite whatever pleasure may come from that almost complete dominance which is given us to exercise over them, what regrets do not assail us daily because of our inability to have contact and correspondence with others than these unfortunates, so far removed from us in point of view, custom, and education.
Another thing about that is, do you realize
David
that we will
Davis
not
has
have
this
another
great
year without a zero
question. It's just
or
the kind
an
of
odd
questions
number
that we would ask too.
for
Where
200
he
years?
asks,
The next time we'll have
he
a
says,
year
no matter
without
what
an
your
odd
skill
number
set
or a
or
zero
your
is the year
training,
2022.
he says, can you imagine
Exactly
trying
200 years
to
from now.
be
The
a
last
person
time we
whose
had
job
a
it is
year
to keep
without a zero
150,
or an
or he
odd
says
number
even
was
50
way back in
slaves in
888.
line,
Ever
make
since
sure they
888,
work all
every
the
year we've
time
had
at maximum
has had either
speed,
an odd
punish them
number
for
and or
any
a zero.
getting out of
Either
I
line.
love these little
Yeah, isn't that
things.
amazing? Like the
He
next
then
year
goes
was
on to tell a story
889,
about his
so
own
there you
time
got
many
a
years ago in the
odd
Navy,
number, and then you
being
started the
intimidated
900s,
by a bunch of
they were all
African-American
odd.
sailors that as
And
an
then when you
18-year-old
started
he'd been told to go order
2000,
around.
all those years
Not so
up to
easy to do
2001,
necessarily. And
right?
the
So
job
that's an odd number.
requires the sort of
And now we
treatment
have
of people that
a
today we
century
would think
of
only some sort of
2000, we had a
sociopath would be
zero
willing
with
to
every
do.
year
And yet it was
from 2000
common. This
to
does sort of harken
the
back
end
to
of
the
the
Thomas
2000s.
Jefferson idea that it somehow
Now every year we'll have a
coarsens
1 in it.
society, because it would be difficult for us to imagine a person that would be comfortable meting out the sort of punishment that was absolutely common and ubiquitous in the slave societies. Could you beat a person with a whip?
2023 and so on. We have
Could you do it
zeros
for a half
100
hour?
years,
Could you do it with
and
them
then we have all
screaming
the
the whole
21
time? Could you
for
do it to
100
a,
years.
if you're a
So
guy,
it won't
could you
be
do
till
it to a female?
22, 22. I don't think any of us will
If you're a
still be
female,
here,
could you
but
do it to a child? I mean, you see what I'm saying here? Frederick Douglass has one of those. You know, and he's a great eyewitness for some of these things because he's so good at telling you how it made him feel.
That's because so
And watching somebody, it could be, I mean, again, imagine watching this happen to a total stranger. Could you go do that today? Watch somebody being beaten with a whip for a half hour? Could you watch that? Okay, now imagine it's not a total stranger. It's your daughter, or your spouse, or your parent. You see what I'm saying here? Because that's what it was for Douglas. No choice. You got to watch this and stand there balling up your fist, clenching your jaw, looking at everyone else as you all watch this scene together, and letting the thoughts run through your head. Can you imagine what will be running through your head if somebody is beating my spouse or daughter? This is so intolerable. I'm just going to kill them now. The consequences. I have the story understood how these overseers deal with those sorts of situations, because these sorts of incidents where somebody's got pushed too far, and most of the time it's not an attack on the establishment sort of thing. It's non-compliance. And the stories often end with overseers that they'll ask 3 times and then they just shoot you for whatever else they have to maintain control of everyone else. Frederick Douglass was asked once, fans of his who were white folks, but who didn't understand how these revolutions had happened. We would take them. Why didn't you just overthrow these people? You outnumbered them. And Douglas was trying to find how he would explain to these people that did not grow up under slavery how that sounds so easy to them and they don't understand. This situation of citizens and by the master. This isn't even the overseer, because he was saying the overseer was an absolute sociopath. But he says that the master was not particularly wonderful either, even if he wasn't a sociopath. And this is what makes me wonder about how many people could do this today. This guy was not unusual. And this is what he has regardless of everyone else around you had to watch. I have often been awakened at the dawn of day by the most heartrending shrieks of an old aunt of mine, whom he, the master, used to tie up to a joist and whip upon her naked back till she was literally covered with blood. No words, no tears, no prayers from his gory victim seemed to move his iron heart from its bloody purpose. The louder she screamed, the harder he whipped, and where the blood ran fastest, there he whipped longest. He would whip her to make her scream, and whip her to make her hush, and not until overcome by fatigue would he cease to swing the blood-clotted cowskin. I remember, he says, the first time I ever witnessed this horrible exhibition. I was quite a child, but I well remember it. I shall never forget it whilst I remember anything. It was the first of a long series of such outrages, of which I was doomed to be a witness and a participant. It struck me of course. It was the blood-stained gate, the entrance to the hell of slavery, through which I was about to pass. It was a most terrible spectacle. I wish I could commit to paper the feat in which I beheld it. Wanting to kill the person doing it is not an unusual feeling. There was a wonderful book called Voices from Slavery. It's one of several that were produced.
I'll make you so proud of me.
Source remembrances of slaves during the Great Depression.
Every place you go, so won't you please be my baby, my little baby, my God. You know me, be my dog, be my baby,
Tell some stories that they can put in the archives and they make available for the books today. Now they come with all of the problems that firsthand happened. Decades after the events of its happened, they're still priceless. And I was reading one of the slaves, he was 87 years old at the time.
the day I saw you,
He talked about watching relatives 9 months pregnant. He
adore
dug a special hole for her stomach to fit in so she could lay down and have a place for the stomach. He hit her for a half hour, and she ended up giving birth through the process. And he said, this ex-slave had said, man down, kill him. Of course, just to show you how complicated these stories are in real life, is to a two-dimensional simplified for history writing. The overseer feels that the ex-slave wanted to kill was himself, black. View things from all sides. The Washington Revolution hard enough to view it from the side of the overseer. Lash, ex-slave to begin with, isn't it? I'm trying to mind flip that it's going to be if you have a green black person and a slave perhaps too. The question is, brave enormity of the subject matter dive in. Is when we decided it was so
everything that was invented in that it was a magical 27-year period.
These two eyewitness accounts that I mentioned, this is between the 1830s and the 1850s. It was okay because it happened.
Susan
But if you'd have done it
you slut.
years later,
Where'd you live, Joe? Painful?
what's the
Very
difference?
painful.
It brings me back to
Like a girl that I want to
but I'm reading about events
and then around
was changed. The slave
giant
attitudes and had to take public executions, which were several hundred years, specifically several hundred years slow. Intention, suffering, just public torturing. And for spectacle, sport, fun, entertainment, amusement, but you can see it across a wide range of things. And over in these stories, you see these stories and we need to take into account how terrorists, justice, people, criminals, all kinds of different people are being treated in society. The slaves were once streets, so the benchmark you can treat was and the 1700s, you can start to see something essentially something the voices that rise up by the late 1700s that are anti-slave are all intents and purposes and James attitudes not to change the on the eve of the French Revolution, all of Europe's major maritime powers and a number of thriving colonies in the Americas were keen to have a share of the transatlantic business of slavery, shipping Africans to the Americas and using them and their offspring to labor, mainly in agricultural work, was a lucrative concern, which no one seemed able to resist. A century later, he writes, those same nations had banned the slave trade, had freed all their former slaves, and were now vehemently opposed to slavery. Not only was their antipathy expressed in the upper echelons of power, in formal politics, government, and diplomacy, but it had also caught the imagination of millions of ordinary people who were increasingly growing to the explosion of literacy and the world of print. To make the point more clearly, he writes, in the late 18th century, most Atlantic slave owners and slave traders felt confident that they could ride out any criticism of slavery. By the late 19th century, they had all vanished, and only an eccentric would have felt confident to defend slavery publicly in the West.
Late December,
I just have to fold back the reins.
what a very special
Find
time
of history
for
like
me.
this because the danger is that you'll fall into weakish history, WHIG. The more modern academic TMIG says this idea. The best way to describe it is that great quote was Frederick said that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. That's sort of the big view of history. Now we're making progress, and it may be, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Funny how kind of progress, but it's moving in a direction that's getting more humane, better for everybody. Whatever people say. Now these days, most historians don't think that way, and it might be a dangerous delusion to think that way because there might be a little complacency in this idea. There's no worries.
She was
Let's not forget persons, atrocities, so you never know. I think the one aspect of this, though, makes me come away with a net positive what's possible. That's what this history experience teaches us. It doesn't teach a lesson. It's an example. Look at how much change towards our modern that you see in the constant and we're not talking about global public opinion deciding they want a different sweetener in their tea. As we've been saying, this is the legacy system of all legacy systems. It's slavery. Centuries old in the Atlantic slave trade, millennium ancient institution wrapped up in the economies, the lifestyles, the downstream profits of everybody. I mean, woven into the fabric of society, entrenched. And if they can flip that iceberg, right, that iceberg can be 4 degrees, we should take heart, because we have a few icebergs in our future. They have to be free from similar sorts of constraints. Financial, institutional, woven into the fabric of society. Money. I read the start of the Civil War. The value of slaves in the South was estimated to be 48 times the annual spending of the American government. The government spent a lot less than, but nonetheless, that's a challenge right there. If everyone decided overnight that they had an epiphany in history, and history had shown that slavery was wrong, we're going to get rid of it, you're still going to have these practical matters afterwards about who has to pay for this leveling up on the humanitarian scale. It's not the only bag, right? Property returns back in different countries will have different solutions for that particular problem when they freed their slaves. But the point is that they worked it out. Now, the pessimist on my shoulder wants to make sure
My mom would be like,
emphasize
is the name of the band Nickel Bag?
rainbows and unicorns from a period in history,
I don't
right?
know about this band.
Humanity went from here to there on the slavery question. It's
Really?
more like
Oh,
a birthing thing.
my
It's
mother,
real
the
money.
ultimate prude.
It's transformative. And history, when it is transformative, is often nightmarish. I mean, you're going to have multiple revolutions, you're going to have bloody slave revolts, you're going to have reigns of terror, civil wars, global wars of conquest. But you know, Whig historians amongst my listenership would say something like, that's just the one step backwards on that bunny hop progress. That's just, you gotta break a few eggs to make a historical omelet. Just be glad you're not one of those eggs yet. All of those sorts of events, the civil wars, the slave revolts, the revolutions are going to have profound implications for the slavery question. And yet another example of how the pen proves to be mightier than the sword, or at least deadlier in some cases. You can see that so much of what's going on in the 1760s, 70s, I mean, this is weaponized philosophy. This is the age of enlightenment thinkers having their ideas made actionable. And you'll see this in other areas too. I mean, what is Karl Marx, if not a weaponized philosophy, or maybe weaponized economics? These are all thinkers, right? And lecturers and writers who have their classroom theories mingled into practice by people with guns of
hey, I was just visiting.
The funny thing about it is that the ideas of things like the American Revolution are people today. How could they? Those ideas, the ideas of the French Revolution, those ideas from some of these guys in the Enlightenment form the basis for our concepts of things like human rights and everything today. But when they first showed up, there are a lot of places where you start talking about that stuff openly, and they will kill you, execute you in a lot of these societies that have czars or Roman emperors, absolute rulers. Heck, there's a lot of places you'll get killed in the 21st century. Spouting the ideas of
Even
Thomas
Einstein had
Jefferson,
rulers.
for example.
Did you know, Charlie? He had California
See
the best card.
really the attitudes toward the slavery question before the American Revolution breaks out. You should start to see really tiny but just starting abolitionist movement gain some traction. There's a famous 1772 decision in Britain over a slave runs away from his master while they're in Britain and then gets recaptured, and the court rules, hey, you know,
Hey, I like the rope. I like the little ropes on the ship. Equals MC squared. Everybody remember me for equals MC, but I also like the ropes.
The American Revolution.
Whatever you do, please don't remember my little white sandals and Cape Cod. Please, no one remembered them. They're like little voices.
just over the course
Like,
of time is
like,
unsustainable. A chasm is
oh, they
created
do have them.
wide
Really?
people on the anti-slavery side of things. The hypocrisy is the Declaration of Independence and
That should be sucked. Remember he goes up to square pictures.
right at the top.
Really? Yeah.
All
That should
men
be
are
sucked.
created
Brighter here.
right.
And they have each other.
We can deal with that in a slave society, where the Declaration says we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their
Can I get one of those like Reggie Bush masks where
rights,
it's like you can't see my eyes, but you know, it's still like I have a breathing area.
You do if you live in a slave society, but you actively believe that.
I like Marilyn Monroe. Beats
David
clean.
Breon Davis
It's like, hey, what up, bitch? Check out these fucking.
weapon in the arsenal
Check
of
out the
American
king and the
abolitionists.
queen, bitch. Pow, 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 pow.
To people and say, hey,
Really? Yeah,
the
like
whole
fucking
country is about
Beyonce.
this. How can you
Pussy
stand
galore and
for
fucking.
this hypocrisy? He writes, quote, the strongest card in the hands of American abolitionists was their ability to indict the entire American nation for what appeared to be the most hypocritical contradiction in all human
I guess
history.
it's a lot of
A nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal happened also to be the nation by the mid-19th century with the largest number of slaves in the Western Hemisphere. End quote. To show that the slaves instantly picked up on this hypocrisy. There's a great story. I'd never encountered it before, but I saw it in several sources when I was reading for this conversation. And it involved one of these protests that happened in the early periods of sort of the bubbling of the cauldron of the American Revolution before the shooting war broke out. So 1765, I think it was, in South Carolina. And a bunch of the colonists were going to the town square where everybody sort of was to protest. I believe it was the Stamp Act, was one of those. And they're yelling all of the rhetoric of the revolution, liberty, liberty, we will not let King George enslave us, all these kinds of things. And I guess watching all this, along with everyone else, is a bunch of actual real black slaves in South Carolina. And the sources were not clear on whether or not this spontaneously happened right at that moment. And that's how
I thought her name was Pussy
it
Galore.
happened a couple of days later. But apparently the slaves picked up on the hypocrisy and started shouting the same slogans in the town square,
That's a James
appalling
Bond.
the residents
So what was she?
and basically giving them a clear idea that they faced what David Breon Davis referred to as a revolution within a revolution if they're not careful when they decide to break away from the king. Critics and enemies and
That becomes a
adversaries
really
of the
big fucking
United States also opposed this obvious contradiction between the marketing material
Pussy Galore.
and facts on the ground to ridicule the new country. British writer Samuel Johnson, and I'm going from memory, but it's a famous quote. He said something like, how is it we hear the loudest yelps of liberty from the drivers of Negroes? And you almost get the feel when you read the founding documents that there was a bit of wincing on the part of some of the founders over the issue. I mean, perhaps that explains why you don't see the word slave openly
Oh, maybe the
very
Fembot.
often.
Oh, it was
Try to
Fembot.
think of any times you see it.
Oh,
And
it
of course,
wasn't.
slavery is written into the Constitution, it's written into other documents, it's
Fembot?
mentioned in
No,
the
I'm
Declaration,
sorry,
but
it's
not by name.
Really?
Is there a reason for that? And if there is, what would it be? I'm going to say some of these people might have noticed the contradiction. We already used the quote from Clint Smith's book where he points out Jefferson was aware. So he has such a hand in this writing. Maybe he just decides certain
Oh, yeah.
inconsistencies don't need to have attention drawn to them. I'm just guessing. The French, of course, will have a revolution right after the American one. There's a lot of cross-pollination early on. People don't always know this guy, but the French helped the American Revolution a lot. A guy named Lafayette was famously a Frenchman that we held close to our hearts. And then the revolution started 1789, which is the year the U.S. Constitution signed in 1787 goes into effect, so they're close behind. Thomas Jefferson and friends helping Lafayette draft things like the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen. I mean, these are to the French what these Declaration of Independence and constitutions are to the United States. And guess what? Thomas Jefferson's got a hand in both of them. When you read them, this sounds like humanity taking a step forward.
Okay, so I thought that's what.
But Jefferson is all by himself a perfect, as we've said, symbol of the hypocrisy. Here's a man who's got a hand in writing two of the most influential, bedrock, foundational documents and statements, and coming up with the language and the approach and everything for what modern human rights are all sort of based on. And he owns hundreds of people. And yet he becomes a powerful voice in the early American Republic for curtailing and eliminating
Anyway, I was
slavery.
like to come back
What
to
do
the
you think of a guy like this? There's a lot of historical figures like this, by the way, right? These
Alright, are you done?
responsible for things that we all consider to be good things today.
Look at
To examine their individual lives, make them hard to run
damn,
for.
bro. The guy next to you can't even look at him. Look at him. He's like blinded by the sun. Really? Look at this. Not that guy. This motherfucker with the queen. Watch this motherfucker with the queen. Like, holy shit. Damn, girl. Damn. I gotta start looking at my shoes. Look at this. Hey, damn. Damn. Is that gun on the floor? This motherfucker's like, damn. I bet I could count tiles in this motherfucker.
You don't want to talk about all the weird
Is
stuff
that wax on the floor? I think I
It's
could
not
count.
just- it's
I
not
think
just
I
a
can
Thomas
count ceiling
Jefferson
tiles
thing.
in the floor.
It's a sign of their times.
This
They
floor has so much wax on it.
pathos there
Jesus Christ.
that must be connected certainly to the Atlantic black slavery, maybe slavery forever. But it's
So I'll right behind one of the tunnels. Is that cocaine? No, it's not.
So I'll just explain it to you.
It's got all kinds of
Because it says
shit in
something.
it.
Well, it says when it says something. So we all
Is this a spider room? What do you call it? Spider bunker? Where did they find it on the thing? Oh, in a spider hole.
really did father 6 children with her, but recent DNA tests would seem to settle that matter. Now, that's not the
So
strange
she rolls
part.
up to Miami Beach yesterday.
He hinted
Blow
at
this
before,
motherfucker up
and
with
you
another
know,
hammer.
didn't know how to even handle the slave rape thing.
One. And then I was thinking MTV.
There's nothing but the story. You don't know where to draw the line of the horrificness of slavery, right? It can just be example after example of great things.
I got
For example, the Sally Hemings thing is weird, right? Because I
I'm
can
like a
understand
devil
the
with
sadistic,
Pretty
lustful
caught.
slave owner scenario. Jefferson's is
Distraction,
different. Let's start
what
with
do
the
you call
rules
that?
here. Jefferson's wife dies at 33 years old, leaving him grief-stricken. Apparently because she didn't want her children to have a stepmother, she made a promise that he'd never marry again. He said he wouldn't.
What do you call that?
So he ends up taking her. When she was 14, we traveled to Paris together. That's where he was consummated. Young Sally Hemings. Young Sally Hemings is a slave. She
David
happens to be
Ruffin has
the
been taking
full
my
description.
signature.
She's described
Damn, that
as
was sick.
harmless of the southern slavehold language at the time who could pass for white.
I want to be able to do this, but damn, that's hard to do. And it hurts. I've done that.
It shouldn't surprise anybody about this because Sally Hemings is only one
David
quarter
Ruffin,
black.
okay.
She's a white slave.
And then it works.
She was. Now, that's not even the heinous part. The fact that she's the half sister of Jefferson's now dead
What kind
wife
of big
is
old
because
steel
Jefferson's now dead wife's father
trash
had
gathers
his
from
wife die on him too, just
like
like
you
Thomas
see in
Jefferson.
Ninja
And he
Turtles?
took a
Yep.
slave concubine,
Like that.
just like Thomas Jefferson, who was Sally Hemings' mother, who was also biracial.
Amelia Arthur.
She was half white. And so when they have children together, Jefferson's white wife's father
Groundbreaking.
and his slave,
Great.
they
Don't
are
be a
1/4
bitch.
black
Hey.
and 3/4 white.
Hey, Jelly's dad.
This
Don't
is
be a
the
bitch.
part that blows my mind. Yeah,
Don't be a
Jefferson,
bitch.
of course, is Sally Hemings.
Jelly's dad.
That's
Don't be a
sexual.
bitch.
What that means is that those 6
Oh my
children
God, that
are
was
1/8 black and 7/8 white, and yet due to the absolutely bizarre rules of the time period, they're slaves.
Jelly's dad.
And they work on Jefferson's plantation for
Hot
Jefferson,
air balloon.
their
Lee.
father.
Like, oh, dude,
The
hot air
whole
balloon.
thing
That was hey,
is
biplane Lee.
bizarre.
That was biplane. Hot air
And
balloon Lee was
involves
his dad.
these elements where you
Biplane.
go, wait a minute, you're still their
Hey,
dad.
biplane
Did
Lee.
you feel any
Hey,
family
biplane
sort
Lee.
of connection? I don't even know how to begin to psychoanalyze
How's your
that.
grandson Harrier?
It is twisted and strange, and
This is Chicago, Atlantic
you
Quarter.
don't know how to measure that next to the obvious contributions the guy made to the cause of human freedom and the language that is so important. The reason you know it's so important is even slaves will be using it. One of my favorite stories of a slave revolt in the early United States happens the same year that congressional conversation that we quoted earlier, right between Thatcher of Massachusetts and Jones of Georgia. That's 1800. And in 1800 there was a rebellion called Gabriel's Rebellion, I think it's known as. Now, like so many of the North American rebellions, it's nothing in terms of size. These things rarely take off. They rarely involve a lot of people in North America, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But when the slave revolt is crushed, and they do the after-action interrogation, like forest fires, you want to find out now, how did this thing get started? The stories that come out of this, and this is sometimes, sometimes being tortured for information, say whatever that torturers want to hear. So you have no way to know what's real and what's not. But it's interesting. One of the slaves said that they were going to have a flag that they would carry from plantation to plantation as the rebellion was going to spread. And the flag was going to have the words "death" or "liberty" on it. This, of course, is just a variation of the Patrick Henry line: "Give me liberty or give me death," which these slaves all would have known. What's more, one of the slaves is captured and interrogated. He's supposed to have said to the interrogators, "I have nothing more to tell you than what George Washington would tell his captors when he was seized by the British." That is the hypocrisy thrown right in your face, isn't it?
What do you think of that?
By the time this Gabriel is
it would work, wouldn't it?
the Thatcher-Jones debate is taking place in Congress. Something interesting is happening in the history of slavery. It is both about to get much better and much better because the forces of anti-slavery thought are beginning to coalesce and become powerful. Besides public opinion, that is spurred by papers, magazines, editorials, and newspapers, and all this kind of stuff. This is public opinion shaping.
This is like a lesbian.
All of that's having an impact. David Brown gave some statistics, and there's like data points as a he says that the first national abolitionist petition campaign to end the slave trade came in 1717, and the year before in Liverpool, they'd asked people to sign a petition to end the slave trade. And in this industrial working class British city, there was a shipping town that benefited directly from slavery. The first time they had a chance to do so, more than 10,000 people signed the petition. That's interesting. But it's trends we're looking for, right? The very next year, those 10,000 or so had mushroomed to 100,000. 4 years later, an estimated 400,000 signed the similar petition. So you see this growth rate just occurring. What the heck's going on here, right? This is a swing in public opinion. Davis has a line that this swing in public opinion caught the slave owners by surprise, and in Britain, their equivalent of the American South, when they sometimes call it West Indian interests, Jamaica, those places. And Davis writes, in 1792, the government of Richmond received 519 anti-slave trade or anti-slavery petitions containing some 390,000 signatures. The West Indian interests were stunned as the press began promoting the cause, and a popular movement arose to boycott slavery and sugar, much as the North American colonies had earlier boycotted British influence.
She goes right in what?
We keep saying slavery is an ancient institution out of place in this modern, but isn't this a very modern sort of response?
And I tried to track it down.
So this is all stuff where you can say, hey, this is real progress.
Things are,
changing, and they're changing fast.
Jesus Christ,
What
you
is
just
slavery?
lied.
Rabbi Stevenson wrote down the list of abolitionists and black assistant societies that crop up.
Jesus
And
Christ.
she announces one of the buildings in 1775, and then goes down this whole long list through 1794. So just 19 years, and from basically little or nothing to they're coming out every year with a new one.
Sir, what are you doing with that little box full of books?
Demand and this fervor
Nothing.
towards this, and religion is
Nothing.
becoming a huge
I'm just gonna read. I'm gonna read here. I'm gonna read. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Hi.
sort of identity now, and they started out with slaves too, and they had to figure out in a microcosm way what society will have to figure out later on is what we do with the people who slaves out. But once they did, they have a firm.
It amazes me how many
And
fucking
they will communicate with their religious brethren on all sides of the Atlantic, as will these abolition societies. And we can see Britain leading the way, but the United States not far behind. But what this does is it begins to create a pushback, if
so
you
that it
will.
looks like they're floating.
The places that are much more addicted to slavery begin to go from mildly sort of resigned and saying this is a terrible institution. What are
He
you going
had 5
to
more
do?
years of hell.
To actively become defensive, and in some cases touting the fact that anti-slavery people have it all wrong. This is positively good for everyone.
Kids, this was the first video ever
But that
that
will create a divide between the places where public opinion is beginning to change and the places that
was
dig in their heels and say, hell no, we won't go.
Hey guys, do you mind if I shoot you? Oh, I like that. I like that. Where'd you get that? From Michael's? Did you get that? Hey, Vladdy, over here. Sergey, Dimitri, over here. Did you get those from Michael's?
And he cares about slavery for a lot of reasons,
Damn, look
including
at
the
this
fact
fucking
that
wheel. Eat all
even
this
if they
shit.
don't care anything a whit about what's happening to the slaves, if it impacts
That's how I eat pussy.
paycheck at the end of the
This
week,
is how I eat
the
pussy.
family with, they may hate slavery just because it depresses wages or takes jobs.
But it's like inside
You also have to note that because it will completely be fooled not to this amazing turnaround of the slave trade, especially in North America, can stem from racism.
Yeah,
A
we
lot
can
of people
test this
just
that
not
much.
thinking that we need more Africans in this, wonderful God's country. It can stem from an overabundance of slaves. The Americas are going to have something happen. North America is going to have something happen in a lot of other places. The birth rate is going to increase. So you don't need to continually refresh the supply line from Africa necessarily the way you do in places where they just run the debt by bringing replacements.
Let's see.
And I think we cannot
Not to
overlook
notice
that
that
the British
you're seeing sort of an alliance between black activists, and Frederick Douglass is a perfect example. They go speak to all these groups as a living example. You want some empathy for these people who are so different from you, living in such strange conditions compared to you. Well, here's Frederick Douglass dressed in a suit and tie to speak to you about his life and what he went through, and it just becomes a phenomenon. Brendan E. Stevenson, in his slavery rights quote.
He was born in that fucking
Revolutionary
country.
era blacks,
Right
slave
there.
and free,
On the
hardly
infield.
relinquished the legal
And
right to
they
end the
had
trade
him,
or the
and then
institution
they
of
gave
slavery
this
to
little
others.
circle.
As early as
And
the
they said,
first
kid,
years of
one
the
day you're going to be on
1770s,
television.
they
You're
began
going to win this
individual
fucking
and
track
small
better than
groups
anybody.
to petition legislatures and sue
We're
in
going to
courts
make
for
you
their
forced to
freedom.
watch this fucking infield.
Most of their efforts
So
were,
anyway, this kid
however,
was like, oh my god,
undergirded
that's
by
fucked up as
religious,
shit. So I
philosophical,
keep my eyes closed during it, and they were like, yeah.
and legal
So he actually
ideas
never
that aligned with the ideals of
saw
the
the
American
track. He just
Revolution.
learned it by
Their
feel.
efforts,
And the reason
therefore,
why
were
was he
supported
didn't want to
in
watch
part
his
by
family
national
fucking
and anti-slavery sentiments
really,
held
yeah.
by
Good
whites.
job, man.
The lack of economic incentive for
Look at this
slaveholding
unboxing
within
song
the
note
northern
version.
states
Hey guys,
also
this seems like
contributed
it's
to
an
these
OSHA hazard.
complementary
Like you
efforts.
can't just have like
The
zip ties
results
and
of
be
the
like, hey dog.
combination of advocacy for blacks and whites were tremendous, leading to the gradual regional isolation of the institution and the gradual regional isolation of the institution
But I really
was
am not
places
optimistic
where
about this coming anytime soon. I know our friends and the
unbelievably valuable.
exo-political
Last
side of it.
assembly
They're very enthusiastic, and we hear from them regularly and
in the
respect
United
all of their
States, something
research and what they're
happens
trying to
in
do.
the 1790s
And they're
that will
optimists, and I
completely change
try
the
to be a
equation.
cockeyed
It's
optimist as
almost
much
as
as
if
possible. So
right
I'm
when
hopeful
it
that we
seems
will
like
have
it
some
would
sort of
probably
great
be in
revelation,
everyone's
but
best interest to sort of jump
I'm
on
just not
this
terribly
phasing,
optimistic that it'll
slavery
happen
out of
in our
soft
lifetime
landing of
anyway.
slavery. It's almost like, the gods of history say, well, what if we throw a little bit more money on the other side of the scale? It's almost like it's deterring humanity.
Damn,
Right?
bro.
Oh, you think slavery's a bad thing now? What if I give you more money?
Okay,
In the
sure.
middle 1790s, a guy
What's your name?
named Eli
David. Okay,
invents
David.
the cotton gin and the economics
Dude, I was kind of like forming
for
few
the American
bitches
South.
Everyone joining a day film
And there's
by
very
14-year-old
little
fan.
Hugh Thomas
So nobody was like,
right?
dude, Marilyn Monroe, you creepy
In
cunt. This kid is
1790,
14 and
slavery
you're
in
just
North
letting him
America,
fucking
as
go
opposed to
around with
North
a fucking
American
camera.
participation
No
in
one
the
was ever
slave
like,
trade to Cuba and elsewhere,
you're
seemed
creepy
to be in
cunt.
decline.
Hey,
But
Norma
Eli
Jean,
Whitney's
stay away from the
invention of the
children.
cotton gin on Mrs.
14-year-old
Nathaniel
who been
Green's
skipping
plantation in
school and waited outside
Savannah,
her whole
Georgia,
children
during the spring of
Marilyn noticed and invited
1793,
him to
and
follow
the
her around.
realization
Now,
that with the
if that's a
removal of
guy
this great
anywhere in the United States, that motherfucker's in prison by life. Really?
He says that's
Oh,
the taking of the
hey,
rich of the seeds
little
that
girl,
used to hold
what are you
back.
doing? Oh, I
He
skipped
says
school
that
so I
there
could
was
stay outside your hotel and
sources
photograph you.
One
Well, that's really nice. You want to just
produce
walk
50
around with me
pounds
for the
of
rest of the day?
cotton a day.
Why, sure, mister. Okay,
They
cool.
give statistics. And you
Fuck
can
that.
see similar
But
statistics in
a
other
boy
groups,
and
but
Marilyn
the like
Monroe,
is hard to
that's
find
cool.
elsewhere.
Nobody was
He
ever like,
says that the year before the invention of the cotton gin, that's 1792.
Marilyn Monroe had a
80
Neverland
year,
Ranch.
basically
Motherfucker, Marilyn Monroe had videos of some 14-year-old boys. Nobody ever said that about Marilyn
which is
Monroe.
the same amount he says as Guyana in 1794. So that's 2 years later, right? He says the figure had leapt, now remember, it was 139,000 pounds, to 1,600,000 pounds. In 1800, that's 6 years after that, she exported almost, I'm just rounding off here, 18 million pounds. And
Anyway,
in
so do you think
1820,
Marilyn Monroe was a
exports
pederast?
reached 35 million pounds.
And I think we have to beware of that. I think
Then again,
She was
1792
DTF and this 14-year-old. She was probably like, man, I could really go for some dick today. Wonder what snooping around my fucking hotel this morning. She goes outside after some fucking Eggs Benedict. Damn, what the fuck is in that?
Fiber of the Industrial Revolution in
Turns
the
out
American
he's
South is
14.
supporting
And
the
it turned out it
industrial
was a camera.
world.
Anyway,
The money is incredible.
next thing you know, Jed's a millionaire.
At the outbreak of the Civil War, cotton was worth
Do you think that Marilyn Monroe had sex with him?
other U.S.
The 14-year-old?
exports put together. So the North is industrializing. You'll often hear that the Civil War, industrializing, and an agricultural South makes it sound
It's mostly
like the South
detained by Chinese police after laying from
well, they don't
so
have the
hard.
diversity of products. They don't have the industry that the North has. They don't have the manufacturing the North has, but they have the oil, the yellow bananas that is cotton.
And
There's
then
nothing else like
things
it.
are
It's an ocean, right?
very conscious mind. There's something
And
about
with this potential new gold rush comes a brand
that you have to stay balanced.
amazingly
You really have
huge
to
need
know
for slaves.
yourself. And that's why
And you can chart
Why you gotta be so dickish?
the numbers
Hey,
of
calm
US
down, man.
slaves
meditation, the time of prayer, the time of
cotton
reading from
gins
the Holy Scriptures of all
on
faith. I think you have to
and
have
it's
that
a
kind
straight
of
up
balance.
graph. This is where the US finally becomes
If they
a major
feel we
slave
are
player because
convinced, and I'll
in
say it again,
1800, as we said,
it's a great
about
mystery
700,000 slaves
Oh, VFX
there's
are
so
really
many
doing
ways.
from expats from other countries, Africa mainly, but also internal slave trade and internal population.
That's so cool.
Thomas writes,
Video effects.
in 1790, there were only 500,000, well, acclimatized slaves in the United States, most of them of the second or third generation. Between 1800 and 1810, slaves within the United States increased by a third, and there was an increase of nearly another third in the next 10 years to 1820. By 1825, he writes, the slaves in the United States numbered over a third of all slaves in the Americas. This trend would continue.
Man, that one glass of water got rid of your
So
I
more
never like that.
slaves mean more money.
Water help.
Right at the same time, you have an unprecedented
Food,
growing
man.
abolition
Who's the boss?
movement that's fervent.
Whoop its ass.
We all knew what it looked like.
These two things are on a collision course,
I see
and
this
it
how
doesn't
stuff
look
like
like it's going to end all that well.
Come in and out.
Look, this clock
Of
falls.
course, there is a
And
third
This clock people
force
say they get the best air from that stuff.
that kind
Everybody
of
gets
plays
a
into
really
the
loud clock like
abolitionist
that.
argument.
And nobody's like
Which is
annoyed by it.
basically, let's just say do the right thing.
I do.
Do the right thing
It
because
makes
it's
it
the
fun.
right thing. And then there's this
You gotta have
famous
a sound bit.
thread that if you don't do the right thing because it's the right thing,
What?
bad things will happen. It's almost karma.
Every minute.
They're the carrot, right? Encouraging us to rise to our better natures. The stick is provided by the captive people themselves. What did we say earlier? The
What's that?
fuse.
Okay, it's 4 minutes. It's the fifth minute.
Sometimes
Five.
bombs have to
I
go
don't think you've read
off
any of my books,
for
have you?
the potential of an explosion to be realized.
Oh, so it's gonna be
Interestingly
the
enough, though, when bombs do go off, metaphorically speaking, the anti-slave
45,
crowd will say, see, this is what happens. This is why you have to move on abolition. And the pro-slavery people will say, see, this is what happens when abolitionists stir up trouble.
okay, it's not. Okay, I kind of think
Again,
it over.
you
I
recognize a modern dynamic there.
in 20 other films and TV shows. He'd be big.
It's
I
not
would get it.
abolitionists to say, hey, let's level up in our humanitarian level or face the consequences, because the consequences are well known to everyone.
Five, Richard the Rich Five.
Slavery laws don't happen as often.
Why? I don't
as
watch
often
this
as
movie.
they should in history, given the circumstances and what we might think we would do in the same
He's like, come here.
situation.
Like,
That's
come on,
because
you
all
gotta
these
watch
societies
this.
are very aware
I
of
don't
the
want to watch
precarious
this.
things
Boring.
we get.
You gotta watch
It's not
this.
really
I'm like, this is boring.
to get
Like,
you to
watch
say
this.
no.
It's really good.
And these
Like, this is boring.
societies, especially on the ground in the places where slaves are a big part of life, are well aware of the grievances that are building up. Right, that intelligence.
I remember seeing it with Tommy.
Revenge.
With Uncle Tommy and Little Tommy, we were watching. Our dads are watching Bridge on the River 5. Called us in to watch
Trying
it.
to protect yourself
Really, yeah.
from the
And we were like,
economics of
wow.
reaction in some of these places. If you have black skin, you might as well be the equivalent of a totalitarian
Well, kid,
20th century
I'll say
state.
that.
Show me your papers. Point is that often explains why you don't see this as much as we would think it would happen every week.
Radio.
That and the fact that the penalties to those who are involved in these things, and sometimes everyone around them, including a nice squad of innocent people, just to make sure that the whole cancer is unbelievably gruesome. Lynchings and hangings in the 19th century are probably the best things that could happen to you. It could get a lot worse, and it's intended to be as gruesome as possible. They'll cut the heads off these people, put them up on pikes in the streets where people can see them. In the modern era, basically, it's supposed to send the message, right? The more gruesome, the more the message is sent. I mean, take, for example, what's going on a place like the island of Saint-Domingue, which is a French colony known as Haiti later in history. The records were combed by a Marxist historian from Trinidad. His name was C.L.
Did you hear what happened here?
Slavery
It's the sound of exclusive offers mingling from the Valpass Holiday Workshop. This November, Valpass is teaming up with
Fantasy
iHeartRadio
tells
for
me
a
the
special
hoverboards
holiday
like
edition of Blue Envelope.
these hoverboards are
and CLRGs.
like this. Yeah.
There was no ingenuity that fear or a depraved imagination could devise, which was not employed to break their spirit, the slave spirit, and satisfy the lusts and resentment of their owners and guardians. Irons on the hands and feet, blocks of wood that the slaves had to drag behind them wherever they went, the tin plate mask designed to prevent the slaves eating the sugar cane, the iron collar. Whipping was interrupted in order to pass a piece of hot wood on the buttocks of the victim. Salt, pepper, citron, cinders, aloes, and hot ashes were poured into the bleeding wounds. Mutilations were common, limbs, ears, and sometimes the private parts, to deprive them of the pleasures which they could indulge in without expense. Their masters, he writes, poured burning wax on their arms and hands and shoulders, emptied the boiling cane sugar over their heads, burned them alive, roasted them on slow fires, filled them with gunpowder and blew them up with a match, buried them up to the neck and smeared their heads with sugar, that the flies might devour them, fastened them near to nests of ants or wasps, made them eat their excrement, drink their urine, and lick the saliva of other slaves. End quote. Meltzer says that these were not the mad acts of crazed colonists, but says that James asserts that these were the normal features of slave life.
I'm Bree Kenneth in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Jennifer Siebel Newsom, the wife of California Governor Gavin Newsom, testified in a sexual assault trial. Mark Mayfield with more.
Links should be able to go and change that situation.
In 2005, Weinstein has already been convicted of sex crimes in New York. He pleaded not guilty to the California charges, including 4 counts of rape and other
anti-gravity flag devices,
2013.
Stuntman Jay Leno is recovering at the Roseland Burn Center in West Hills from sustained burns to the left side of his face while working on his famous team car. Reports say his eye and ear were not injured.
Prophesizing in 1770 French Enlightenment,
A larger 68%
almost sounds like he's saying, you get your act together in European society, or you're going to get what's coming to you, and no one will feel sorry. And if things happen badly, who are you going to blame? And he says that it's time to stop maybe appealing to the humanity of the slave owners and start appealing to their self-interest.
You just buy this shit? Where's that fucking
Let the ineffectual calls of humanity be no longer pleaded with the people and their masters. Perhaps they've never been attended to in enough transactions. If then ye nations of Europe, interest alone can exert its influence over you. Listen to me once more. Your slaves stand in no need either of your generosity or your counsels in order to break the sacrilegious yoke of their oppression. Nature speaks a more powerful language than philosophy or interests. He then points out that there are slave societies that have already lost a bunch of slaves to something known as maroonage, which means they've been created in societies that start to create communities. So he says that we've already got a couple of these. And then he says this is indications of the big earth coming. He says, quote, these are so many indications of the impending storm, and the Negroes only want a chief sufficiently courageous to lead them on to vengeance and slaughter. Where is this great man, he writes, whom nature owes to her afflicted, oppressed, and tormented children? Where is he? He will undoubtedly appear, he will show himself, he will lift up the sacred standard of liberty. And this is weaponized philosophy, isn't it? And he's warning what will happen if you don't pay attention to it. You can see how dangerous something like this will be to slave owners, because when Reynolds' sacred standard of liberty is raised, all the downtrodden see their opportunity at the same time to throw off their yoke of slavery, right? Slavery was most of the time a small group of people. Crushed up, everybody did it at the same time.
Hey, L. Ron Hubbard, can I get it? I like it.
Reynolds basically saying, therefore the soft landing from slavery before that happens, or it's going to be a bloodbath. He says the signal itself will precipitate a massive response. Quote, this venerable signal will collect around him the companions of his misfortunes. They will rush on with more impetuosity than torrents. They will leave behind them in all parts indelible traces of their just resentment. Spaniards, Portuguese, English, French, Dutch, all their tyrants will become the victims of fire and sword. The plains of America will suck up with transport the blood which they have so long expected, and the bones of so many wretches, heaped upon one another during the course of many centuries, will be bound for joy. The old world will join its plaudits to those of the new. In all parts, the name of the hero who shall have restored the rights of the human species will be blessed. In all parts, trophies will be erected to his glory. What Reynaud is saying here is that inevitably some great black leaders will rise that can unite these people and coordinate their activities, and then it's game over. Especially in these places where the slaves outnumber the slaveholders 8, 9, 10 to 1.
I'm concerned about the additional
Now, in fairness, these may not be Reynaud's words. He had several contributors working on this work that I just quoted from. It may be one of the contributors' words, but Reynaud's going to get the majority of the blame or the credit, depending on which way
your home is an
you view this.
solar power, battery storage, and efficient air
There's going
conditioning.
to be, the writings to this real sense of once this happens, it's going to be turnabout is fair play time. And the writer, Reynaud, I'm not sure, says that the black codes, these Gestapo-like codes that black folks are living under in some of these places, are going to be replaced by the white codes. And the white codes, if they're only as bad to white folks as the black codes were to black folks, are going to be terrible. You didn't have to be enlightened and genius to know that the slave revolts were coming. He talked about some of these were worthless societies, but there have always been slave revolts. It comes with the territory. You can have slaves. They're either going to try to run away, which is the number one way that they sort of revolt, or they're going to band together and try to take their freedom. The vast, vast majority of those who took this option
Brando, who's the Brando?
towards quickly, like a fighter in Spartacus's army that loses their life fighting against the Roman legions. That would be a good death compared to what happens to slaves who fall back into the hands of their enslavers after revolt. The punishments that those people get, I mean, they're legendary, and they're meant to be almost theatrical sometimes in terms of display, because it's sending a message to the slaves that are still around. Don't try this again. Look at what happened to these people who did try. So everyone's aware of the odds, right?
Hey, Pimp.
The best case scenario is visible. You can see it in the Americas all during this period. It's connected to that word I used earlier, worlds or world age. Those are people who created to run away from their enslavers in places like Jamaica, for example. And they run off into what the Australians would call the bush. And they meet up with other people who've run away. Oftentimes indigenous people in these places are also a part of the story. And slowly but surely, as their numbers grow, they create communities that can start to defend themselves a little bit. And most of all, provide a place for the people who are still enslaved to figure out how to get to. I mean, the number one question has to be when you run away is what's the first thing I did? Which direction do I go? This provides an answer to that question. You go towards that direction and you try to find the maroon community, and they're going to be looking for you. Maybe they'll even be able to help ward off your pursuers if you can get to them. These things could get very big, by the way, and become very important. In the 1600s in Brazil, enough of the slaves managed to run away for a big community to develop, and this involved both the Dutch and the Portuguese, and they'd be fighting with regular troops. At one point, a 5,000, estimated 5,000 person community was destroyed, only to have another one arise. And I think it was 20,000 people, and the Portuguese had to attack it. And when they eventually steamrolled it, after a while, the leaders of that maroon community, I think, committed suicide rather than subject themselves to what happens to people after slave revolts. But through the 1700s, you see these maroon communities pop up. So if the choices of slave revolt are losing your life or becoming part of a maroon community, it's a no-brainer, right? The maroon community is the best case scenario. But after the French Revolution, the door opens to a potentially better case scenario. You're looking at this from a slave point of view, you're looking at it from a slave owner point of view. It is the worst case scenario.
Think that the metaverse is not a good
What if the slaves
So these layoffs are, of course, disastrous.
What if instead of
the employees involved
the
and for their
choices
families.
being
Some of these people
a
sadly
loss
were just hired, moved
or a
across the country for new
stalemate
jobs.
in
People
our
have
rural
mortgages. It's a
community?
terrible
What if the
situation.
slaves were
Now, in addition,
victorious? That's got to
there
be the
can
worst
also be a lot of
nightmare,
risk to the
worst case
users of
scenario
these
for a
firms when
slave
there are
owner,
mass layoffs like
and the
this.
best case scenario for a slave,
Using
I would
Twitter as an
think.
example, pretty much everyone knows
But
Twitter
when
can
has that
be
ever happened?
reasonably described as being in
You go
chaos
look at
right
your
now.
history
So many
books.
people were fired so
Successful
quickly
slave
that the
revolts,
firm
especially
reportedly had to
large
strike at
successful
struggle
slave
to come
revolts, are
back
really
because
few
they
and
had
far
critical
between.
knowledge, and supposedly there were deep
A
cuts
slave
in
in
engineering
the
related to
Caribbean, for
infrastructure to
example,
keep
the
the site up,
Americas
major
anywhere in the
cuts that could impact
1700s,
removing
when they
child
have to
abuse
look at,
materials and other
don't give
illicit
them any
content. In fact,
hope
today,
at
just
all,
today, the
any
two-factor
long shot
login
chance at
authentication
all.
system
I
for
mean, there are a
Twitter that
couple
uses
of
text
notable
messages reportedly
slave
broke down.
rebellions in the
It's
1700s
also
before
worth
the French
noting
Revolution.
that
There's
at least
one in
with all this,
Jamaica called
less
Tacky's
than a week
War,
ago,
and there's
Twitter's
another
security,
in the Dutch
privacy, and
colony of
compliance
Greece
leadership
in
all quit.
1763,
And
I
just a
think.
few days ago, the head
And
of
both of
Twitter's
those
trust and
involved,
safety
I
very
think it was
suddenly left as
hundreds
well.
in
So while
Jamaica,
Amazon and
a
Meta
few
are much larger
thousand in
firms and aren't
Berbice.
likely to vanish
They
after
were
these
both
kinds of rounds
crushed,
of layoffs,
although they
one
had
real
both had
concern is
leaders,
Twitter's new
which is an
instability is
interesting
putting the
little
continued
twist that's
existence
going
of
to
the
come
firm at
back
risk. And
and
in fact, many
surprise
users are starting to set
the
up accounts on platforms
colonizers
like
who were
Mastodon sites,
pretty
at
sure
least as a
that these
temporary
people that
fallback
they've enslaved
if
are,
Twitter
in
becomes
some
pretty much
cases,
unusable.
incapable
In the
of
broader
producing
tech sense,
intelligent
what's really
leadership. More on
unclear
that in a
is
second.
how long these
But
layoffs by
when
tech
the
firms are going to be continuing. There
Jamaican
appear to be
rebellion,
overall
Tacky's
improved
War,
economic
is
signs,
crushed,
so
and when
hopefully the
the
tech employment
rebellion
situation
in
will be
Berbice is
stabilized.
crushed,
But
the
right now, of course,
British
it
in
has many
Jamaica
people
and the
very
Dutch
much
in
concerned.
Berbice
So will
are
they ever bring
brutal.
back the laid off people?
To
Well,
burn
of
to
course,
death a bunch of
the
the
problem
people
is people can't just sit around
who were
waiting to
involved
be
in the revolt.
rehired, right?
There was an
They
execution
have
that I
to
hadn't
find new
even
jobs,
heard
and
of
they
that
have
the
to
British
move.
are said to have used
I
in
assume,
Jamaica, where
perhaps
they
some
chain up a
incentives could be
prisoner and
rehired in
starve
some
them to death.
cases, but
And
this
instead
is
it took like a week to
catastrophic
die,
for
which must mean
employees
that
of
they
these
don't give any
facilities.
water either. I never even heard of that, I don't think.
Our expert on
But it shows you
comedian and
no
longtime
successful
television
slave revolts for slaves
Jay
to look at as
Leno
inspiration,
was seriously
consequences
burned in
that
a
are
car
through
fire
the
Sunday
roof
at
when
his
the inevitable
garage in Burbank,
happens.
California.
So
He is in
these
recovery,
slave
doing
rebellions
okay.
that have happened
17 years
happened
old.
when the
He
people have no
confirmed
hope.
reports of the fire.
What
A
on
car
God's
caught
green
on
earth will
fire with
happen
a
if you give them
gasoline
hope?
tank or something and burned
And of
the
course, as
side of
we've
his
been talking
face.
about, it's sort of ironic that the
Longtime
people
talk
that
radio
end up
host and a friend of
providing
ours, Jim
this
Bohannon,
outlet
has
to
died at the
hope
age of
might be a good way to
78.
put it, are a bunch
Bohannon's
of
voice was aired on
mostly
500 radio
wealthy
stations across the
white
country.
males of
Back in
property,
1983, Jim joined the
some of
Mutual
that property
Broadcasting
being
System, later
slaves
renamed
in
Westwood
North
One.
America
He has
in the
anchored the
1770s,
hour-long
right? So
America
Tacky's
in the
Wars in
Morning News
1760,
magazine while
the
hosting the
Berbice
Jim
Revolt
Bohannon Show on
1763.
Saturday nights.
So you
Then
missed
he
that
also
by
filled in on Larry
like a
King's
decade or a
radio
dozen
show when
years, and
King
all of a
left
sudden the
nighttime
rationales
radio in the
change,
early 90s to
and
go
you
to
have this
CNN. Jim Bohannon
hypocritical
became the show's
situation that
permanent
can be
host. He
exploited in
hosted
the
the Jim
language.
Bohannon
And when
Show until
the
shortly
American
before
Revolution
his death.
happens,
He
the
had
Pandora's
esophageal
box of
cancer.
intellectual contagions
Truly a
is open.
wonderful
The
guy.
French
I met
Revolution
him
a
at
few years
several
later
Hall of Fame radio
manages to create
events
even
with
more
the
virulent
with
strains
JMC.
of this
And
dangerous
you can't find a
intellectual
nicer
idea
guy. Jim Bohannon
and spread
dead
it even
at the
farther.
age of 78.
And there's a lot of
The most
ambiguity in the
recent data
language
from
of
the Centers for
both the
Disease
American
Control
and
and
French
Prevention
versions
shows
of these
over 7
Enlightenment
in 10
documents.
U.S. adults
I mean, for
age
example,
20 and older are
the
either
Declaration of
overweight or
Independence
obese.
says all
The
men are
problem
created
is
equal. What's the status of women in that
West
line?
Virginia ranked the most
Or when the
overweight
Declaration of the
state,
Rights of
followed
Man
by
and the Citizen says
Mississippi
all
and
men are free
Kentucky.
and equal,
Colorado
does that
finished
include
as the
slaves?
least overweight
Non-white
state.
folk?
What's
It's,
going on in the skies these
well,
days?
it's
Let's
just
check in with
begging for
Dr. Sky,
clarification,
Stephen
isn't
Hayes.
it?
Hi,
And in
Stephen.
1790,
Hello there, George.
some
We open up our
representatives
report
from the
here
French
with news
Caribbean,
from
where
astronomers.
the French have
We hear
lots
so
of
much, George,
slaves,
about black holes
come to
and how
Paris
powerful
to
they are
talk
in
about
distance.
their
Now,
status
astronomers have
and how it
discovered the
relates to the
closest black
language
hole
coming
to
out
the
of
Earth.
Paris. You know, all this
This is all
highfalutin
done by the
marketing material about equal rights and freedom and all that. So these gentlemen show up in Paris and ask for theirs, their equal rights.
The space telescope.
These men are from the French colony of Saint-Domingue, which is Haiti now. It is the richest of all the French colonies, and these men are being discriminated against because of their African heritage. And I say African heritage because you don't have to have very much African heritage at all in a place like Saint-Domingue in the 1700s to be discriminated against. And a term that we would use for these men today, maybe you would say that they were biracial, would be woefully inadequate as seen from the people of place like San Domingo would require much greater levels of specificity as to the percentages involved in the racial mix. Biracial wouldn't tell them enough about your background. They're going to want to use words, and I had to look this one up. I was so fascinated with the word. I looked it up. I hope it's not offensive, but almost all of them are going to be. The word was quadroon, and a quadroon is somebody who is a quarter black. When you live in a society where it's important enough to have words to denote that level of ancestry, you know you live in a race-obsessed place, and San Domingo is race-obsessed. Historian Jeremy D. Popkin, in his book Facing the Racial Revolution, which is a book of primary sources, he's reading the mail of these people in San Domingo during this era that we're about to get into. And he says the first thing that they mention about anybody that they talk about in the letters is their racial makeup. So this is the primary lens through which they view the world. So we have to view it through that a little bit ourselves. There has always been bigotry. There has always been prejudice. There has always been ethnocentrism in human history. That's just humanity. Read ancient Greek. Read how many of those authors divide the world into two kinds of people: Greeks and barbarians. That's not unusual at all. How many indigenous peoples name for themselves are the people or just people? What does that mean? Everybody else is. So this is not abnormal at all, but it's not the same thing as modern racism, which you see really developing in forms that look familiar to us in the 1600s and 1700s. So that's pretty recent. In the old days, everybody discriminated against everybody except for those wonderful societies that mess up the curve. Companies, Polynesian places, some other societies where they're just, like sickeningly welcoming and trustworthy. But otherwise, most humanity is a little standoffish. But that's not the same as racism, where it's based on skin color. It's supposedly connected to the ingrained biology of the people involved. One group is inherently inferior, and that all dates from this era. In fact, I was reading Popkin's book that we just referenced, and he was talking about the fact that the island colony where these people who come to Paris in October 1790, where they come from is ground zero and like the birth of the pseudo-scientific side of racism. This is sort of the darker side of the Enlightenment. We've been praising the liberty and equality and freedom side of things, but it also comes with this side, which is really sort of the early building blocks of modern science. So I suppose we don't get to where we are today without these people laying the brickwork for it, but at the same time you get these outrageous sorts of seemingly scientifically proven ideas like some races are inferior and others are superior. Popkin writes, quote, "Revolutionary San Domingo was one of the birthplaces of modern pseudo-scientific racism. In 1790, the Baron de Beauvoir, a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences and Arts in Cap Francais, which is in San Domingo, became one of the first authors to assert unequivocally that blacks were an inherently inferior species of humanity. Quote, I'm quoting the Baron, different from the white race physically and morally, their faculties, so to speak, non-existent. End quote. Then Popkin points out that none of the letter writers that he was radio, whose mail he was reading, endorsed such a view. He says, although they all accepted the notion that whites represented a higher level of civilization than blacks. In What is Slavery? Historian Brenda E. Stevenson says the same thing about the American Founding Fathers, that basically none of them considered blacks their equal. But what this tells you is how commonplace this view is at the time, and think about what a worldview that is, right? If that's your reality and you judge everything through that prism, think about how that changes your decision-making, the way you evaluate situations. Now, going hand in hand with these kinds of scientific pronouncements and attitudes are changes in the law on the ground. So the people that become troublesome for societies like San Domingo are not the slaves, because they know their place, because they're kept in their place through force and violence. It's the people who have African blood, in other words, whose ancestors had been slaves, who are now free, and whose status in the society is sort of floating. What happens if some of these people who have black ancestry become very rich running plantations? Does that make them the local superior in the hierarchy to poor white artisans? And you're going to begin to see laws written to make sure that everyone keeps their place no matter how well they start to be doing in society. You'll see laws like this throughout the Americas in different slave states, and it'll all be different, as we said before. The experience is different in all these different slave societies based on who the mother country is, what the dominant religion is, the way slavery developed, the crops involved. So there's no unanimity, but this is an example of the trend. So Saint-Domingue, for example, is one of these areas because it's a part of France that's covered by the Code Noir, which was the 1600s era rules governing how slaves could be treated and whatnot. So setting maybe minimum standards, you could say, which was never well enforced and everything else. So Laurent Dubois, author of Avengers of the New World, writes, quote, "The Code Noir's stipulations about emancipation, however, like those regarding the treatment of slaves, were steadily undermined during the 18th century. Attempting to counter the increasing size and power of communities of free people of color, colonial administrators required masters who freed their slaves to pay liberty taxes, and they gradually made African ancestry a legal liability," end quote. In other words, they were getting tired of slaves being freed and turning into these kind of people, so they were going to charge slave owners money if they wanted to free their slaves, the liberty tax. And then he references the 7 Years' War, which came not that long before the American Revolution. It was between Britain and France, and he writes, quote, "In the wake of the 7 Years' War, scattered discriminatory legislation against free people of color was systematized and expanded. A 1764 royal decree forbade people of African descent to practice medicine, surgery, or pharmacy. The next year, another decree excluded them from working in legal professions or in the offices of notaries. A 1773 law made it illegal for them to take the names of their masters or white relatives, on the ground that such a practice destroyed the," there are several quotes here from the original document, "the insurmountable barrier which public opinion had placed between the two communities which government had wisely preserved," end quote. There are more attempts to make sure that the lines between the various communities are more definitively drawn. He says naming conventions were required so that you couldn't name your child a name that confused somebody as to maybe their genetic heritage. And then you couldn't start getting uppity. He writes, quote, "A 1779 regulation made it illegal for free people of color to, quote, affect the dress, hairstyles, style, or bearing of whites," end quote. And some local ordinances, Dubois said, forbade them to ride in carriages or to own certain home furnishings. By the time of the Revolution, free coloreds, he writes, were subjected to a variety of laws that discriminated against them solely on the basis of race, end quote. Doesn't that remind you of, like, sumptuary laws? You saw this in Europe during the period where wealthy but non-blue-blooded merchants were starting to make more money than some of the blue-blood nobility back when Europe was so class-conscious based on birth, and it was so upsetting to society. They sometimes made these rules that just said, it doesn't matter how much money these merchants have. You're not allowed to wear this fabric. That's just for people like us. So no matter what you do, no matter how much money you have, you're not going to be able to wear this kind of fur on your neck, that kind of thing. So what they're saying here is, no matter how many plantations you may own, no matter how much money you make, no matter how many sugarcane fields you harvest, and no matter how many slaves you own, yes, the free people of color own something like 100,000 of Saint-Domingue slaves, which is weird. But the white colonists are saying, you still won't be equal to a poor white artisan on this island. And all these laws on Saint-Domingue and all the ones that are part of the same trend in the 1700s, in other places in the Americas, what they're doing is creating a permanent hereditary caste system based on, well, ethnicity, racial origin, background, skin color, all these sorts of things.
all around the world.
Something, by the way, we still live with today. When I was born, the decade I was born, this caste system was still legally maintained in many U.S. states where an African American could try to get into a hotel room and there might be a sign on the door that said whites only, and that was legal. Less than a generation away from that time period, and that stuff begins during this era. Because before this era, say several hundred years before in the Mediterranean, for example, you might have seen all the same sort of bigotry and prejudice and laws directed against certain kinds of people, but it likely would have been for different reasons. Wouldn't have surprised anybody, for example, in 1400 or 1500 in the Mediterranean to see this kind of stuff over one's religious affiliation. Right, Christians, Muslims, Jews, all this kind of stuff. This is the skin color aspect, though, in the 1700s that we live with today, where this becomes an important issue. And you have all these rationales, and all of a sudden you have, Aristotle's old slavery ideas dressed up in a powdered wig and colored with early Enlightenment science. And poof, you get this brand new era that these biracial gentlemen in Paris are protesting. And who wouldn't? I said that they got there in 1790, but these people got there at different times, and it's the 1790 and 1791 national assemblies that they're trying to get on their side. And in fairness to the French National Assembly during this time period, of which I am nothing like an expert, it's a turbulent time. They're in the middle of the French Revolution. So if the people from Saint Domingue were complaining about the hypocrisy of these ideas and demanding redress of grievances, don't get what they're after. Maybe it's just a sign of the times after all.
Have you seen this one?
Beatings and beheadings and guillotines and reigns of terror in the not too distant future. The disaster in the not too distant future is exactly what these representatives, these biracial representatives from Saint Domingue are warning about. In a speech in 1789 in Paris, Vincent Auger was a wealthy planter from Saint Domingue. He's mixed race. I believe he's a quadroon. I'm not sure that I'm making a quadroon. But he owns a lot of slaves himself. He's one of the wealthiest free people of color in the colony. And he tells this Parisian audience that you better do something quickly. I have a proposal, but if we don't do something, disaster will strike. And he said, quote, if the most prompt and effective measures are not taken, if firmness, courage, and consistency do not animate us all, if we do not quickly bundle together all our abilities, our means, and our effort, if we sleep for an instant on the edge of the abyss, let us tremble at the moment of our waking. Blood will flow. Our property will be invaded, the fruits of our labor destroyed, and our homes burned. Our neighbors, our friends, our wives, and children will be slaughtered and mutilated. The slave will have raised the standard of revolt. The islands will be no more than a vast and fateful inferno. With commerce destroyed, France will receive a mortal wound, and a multitude of decent citizens will be impoverished, ruined. We will have lost everything. A gentleman, he said, there is still time to avert the disaster.
Have you ever taken
If the assembly wishes to admit me, if it authorizes me to draw up and submit to it my plan, I will do so with pleasure and gratitude. And perhaps I will be able to contribute to the warding off the storm that rumbles above our heads. If you're at this speech by Vincent Auger, and you're in the audience, and there's a revolution going on, I should point out a lot of these revolutions can also be called civil wars, because they're not all the people on one side, so you might be a royalist and not be interested in this conversation. All but assuming that you support the early revolution and the government of the National Assembly, you're listening to Auger say that this terrible disasters on the horizon. If we don't give free people of color what all of our materials are saying our principles, why wouldn't you just do it? It seems like a win-win, doesn't it? That's because you have to take into account the other interests that are always in play. And in the past, and especially the distant past, a lot of the little nuances involved in the, yes, we're going to say it again, zeitgeist of any time period get squashed and eliminated. But look at your own life now. And how many little influences and strands of reality are playing and pinging off one another. It's like that in the past too. And a lot of the strands are the same ones that we deal with today. How about money?
before you re-enter the
Saint Domingue is worth so much money.
the Orion
And there are people in Paris in 1789 going to similar groups that Vincent Auger and James Raymond are going to, right? But they're going with this brand new, small, fledgling abolitionist group in France called the Friend of the Blacks, and they're going around, trying to make their case that this needs to be improved in Saint Domingue. But you also have representatives of the very wealthy class, the people making tons of money on Saint Domingue, doing the same thing. Imagine Washington, D.C. today with all the lobbyists. Saint Domingue's worth so much money, and there's so much clout in that. I mean, let's start with the fact that it is the dream of every Columbus-era explorer when they looked at this place and thought what it could be someday. When the yellow bananas are ripe, imagine what you can achieve here. Saint Domingue is a colony that shares an island with another colony, the Spanish Santo Domingo, as we said. But Saint Domingue itself is about the size of Vermont, and it controls approximately half the world's coffee and half the world's sugar during this time period. How much would a country be profiting today if they controlled half the world's supply of sugar and coffee? And at this time period, it was actually more valuable because with all the competition we have now, it's not as a unique a commodity. But at this time period, Saint Domingue's control of those two commodities makes it one of the most profitable colonies in the world. It is France's most profitable colony. It represents 40% of France's foreign trade. It produces a ton of other things that don't dominate the world market to the 50% level. Indigo, tobacco, cotton. The port is thriving and bustling and busy all the time.
For mayor of Los Angeles still undecided.
I read one author that said that the profitability of Saint Domingue during this time period is greater than Brazil and Mexico put together, equal to the original U.S. 13 colonies combined. So you get an idea of this. It's a giant oil well on a little island, and the planters are in France saying, do you really want to take her with this system that's producing this kind of wealth? But here's the thing, that system involves things that are direct contradictions to the Declaration of the Rights of Man and stuff like that. Explains where all this wealth comes from. Well, the entire system depended, of course, on African slave labor. By 1789, about 600,000 were at work in the colony. Over the previous century, some 800,000 Africans were landed there. In recent years, Africans have been arriving in huge numbers, almost 250,000 in the 6 years between 1784 and 1790. Sometimes 30,000 or 40,000 Africans disembarked in a single year. Large numbers of them were young men, and many had been prisoners of war in Africa, i.e., they had military experience. Slaves now greatly outnumbered the French troops based in the colony, and it was the European military, their offshore navies, and their colonial garrisons that formed the ultimate guarantee of security against dangers posed by the enslaved. Well, it wasn't just enslaved workers, though. Hundreds of thousands of free workers in France depended on these Saint Domingue exports for their livelihood, and if you're a brand new fledgling, unstable revolutionary government, you sure as heck better care what hundreds of thousands of the people whose support you are championing and hoping for and relying on. You better hope they keep their jobs too. But this kind of explains the other forces at work that might keep the reforms from happening that you need to do to keep this storm from raging. So, it's too complicated, and I don't understand it all for me to get into all the ins and outs of the affairs of Saint Domingue, the revolutionary government, and the things that it does or doesn't do. Suffice it to say that a lot of times it tries to walk a tightrope, and remember, this is an unstable government. There's going to be all kinds of things in the future here, as we said, that threaten this government and make them keep their eyes right on what's in front of them as opposed to something going on in a faraway colony, even one as valuable as Saint Domingue. But they have to pay attention when, the horrible affairs that look bad go down. One of those horrible affairs is going to happen in 1790 and 1791 when Vincent Auger, upset with the sort of tightrope walking that the National Assembly is doing, manages maybe to go to the United States and get a bunch of weapons, then go back to Saint Domingue and launch an insurrection.
See, it's politics.
This is not an insurrection designed to get slavery overturned, because after all, OJ and others are slaveholders. It is an insurrection to demand an end to discrimination. It will not be a particularly heavy-duty insurrection, and it will get crushed, and OJ and the other leaders of the insurrection will take refuge on the other side of the island in Santo Domingo, but the Spanish authorities will end up turning them over to the French colonial authorities, who will kill them. They'll hang. I couldn't find the right number. It's something like 19, 20, 21 of the top leaders, but Vincent OJ and another man are going to get the sort of treatment that they don't do in France anymore. And that certainly is past its sell-by date in terms of what people are willing to put up with. They're going to bring Vincent OJ on the wheel. Those of you who know about the history of executions, yes, it's a very specialized field, know that one of the things that they did in the French Revolution, and this is, again, the humanitarian baseline is sometimes so low that what sounds like improvements are strange sometimes. But the French Revolution's famous symbol that's often associated with it is the guillotine, right? The beheading machine. The guillotine is designed to be a humanitarian improvement to what was commonly done before the guillotine. What's going to happen to Vincent OJ in 1791 as part of his punishment for leading this insurrection is exactly what the guillotine was invented to be an improvement over. The breaking on the wheel is horrific. I have not found a first-hand account of OJ's particular version of it. I did, though, in David Geggis's book, The Haitian Revolution, find the actual sentencing. And the reason it's important is because to be broken on the wheel can happen all sorts of different ways, and the sentence determines the way it's done. Sometimes they can kill you first and then break your body after you're dead. That's pretty merciful. Normally, that's not how it is, and that's not how it apparently was. In OJ's case, when they take him to the town square, they do this in front of everyone.
What we've done is we put 3
The first part of the sentencing statement lays out the charges that the accused of and found guilty of. The next thing it says, as part of making amends for that, this goes back to sort of Renaissance era executions. They have to go carry a candle and ask amends and say they were wicked and that sort of thing. So they debase you and make you say that everything that all your friends died for and everything else was wrong and meaningless, and then they kill you. The sentence says after they have to be carrying the candle around, part quote, thereafter they shall be led to the main square of this town, where on the side opposite the one used for the execution of whites, they shall have their arms, shins, thighs, and pelvis bone broken while alive on a scaffold erected for this purpose. The high executioner shall then place them on a cartwheel, with their faces turned toward the heaven for however long it pleases God to maintain their lives. Thereafter their heads shall be cut off and exposed on stakes.
And we'll do a salute to the veterans and all the cool stuff that we do at our show as well. So
when this is carried out, this is a horrific, barbaric, deliberately spectacular sort of event. It sends a message by saying, we're going to do this to you. Did you notice also that part of what was supposed to make it so debasing is it sounds like they have dual execution sites, and they even have a different one for blacks and whites to be killed on. You have to go to the one for blacks. I mean, this whole thing is full of symbolism. This is meant to intimidate. It is meant to deter. And it is meant to send a message. But the question that's interesting is all send to me. Discussion is, who's the target of this message? What is the message trying to convey other than the obvious, right? If you launch an insurrection, this could happen to you, but are they targeting the mixed race people? They're targeting everybody. Because what the French Revolution is doing to San Domingue, soon to be Haiti, is tearing it along its already existing fracture lines. And that's what makes what's going to happen so complicated. Author James Woven described it as a witch's brew.
How will I feel after taking a adaptive
Anarchy is sometimes thrown out there, but I had been looking for a short, pithy description of just how many-sided and divided this place is, and I didn't run across anything that was just right in any of the books that I read. And I stumbled upon a quote online by French historian Paul Fregosi. I did not read his book, I'm sorry to say, but the setting up of the situation is brilliant and gives you a real idea what kind of fractures we're talking about. Fregosi writes, quote, "Whites, mulattoes, and blacks loathed each other. The poor whites couldn't stand the rich whites. The rich whites despised the poor whites. The middle-class whites were jealous of the aristocratic whites. The whites born in France looked down upon the locally born whites. Mulattoes envied the whites, despised the blacks, and were despised by the whites. Free Negroes brutalized those who were still slaves. Haitian-born blacks regarded those from Africa as savages. Everyone, quite rightly, lived in terror of everyone else. Haiti was hell, but Haiti was rich." So you get an idea here that what's about to happen is going to be a lot more complicated than just one group of people like the mixed race people fighting the white plantation owners. It's going to be a seething cauldron of changing sides and alliances. And I mean, think about this one aspect alone. If there's going to be something like a race war in San Domingue, which side do the mixed race people join? See how complicated that might be. Everybody had family on both sides. We always like to say in the United States about the U.S. Civil War that it was brother against brother and fighting Samuels. That's true. But in Haiti, the mixed race population there is dealing with it as often as not. Family on both sides, right in that little colony. Which side do you join? Now, this isn't an issue until August 1791. I remember Auger's executed in February of that same year. Because until then, it's just a question between the whites on the island and the mixed race folks. The slaves, as one of my histories put it, are on the sidelines watching until they're not. And when you have 30,000 to 40,000 whites on the island and 30,000 to 40,000 free people of color on the island, when the 400,000 to 600,000 enslaved people on the island decide that they're going to get involved, they become the major player right away. And leaders emerge which shock the whites on the island, many of whom refuse to believe that this isn't somehow white-led abolitionists or priests dressed up with charcoal, darkened skin, leading and organizing everyone here because their racist worldviews will not allow them to imagine that they're. And by the way, this is not me saying this. This is in the writing, or their letters home. I mean, they sound like conspiracy theories, but they refuse to believe that the people that they knew as slaves are capable of doing what they start doing on the 21st of August, 1791. And one of the first early leaders to emerge is a person known to history as Bookman, sometimes called Duddy Bookman. And Laurent Dubois in Adventures of the New World describes him this way, saying, quote, "The most visible leader during the first days of the insurrection was Bookman, who had worked first as a driver and then as a coachman. Bookman was, it is believed, a religious leader, a role that would have earned him respect among many slaves." End quote. He then says that there's this religious ceremony that happens. I've read other accounts, and it sounds positively cinematic if it impacts it went down this way. Slaves are eating at night in a sacred spot with the thunder and the lightning going and the rain pouring down, and that's supposedly seen as a good omen, and Bookman is there. Dubois says other accounts describe him officiating alongside an old African woman, and he describes it from primary source. or a secondary source saying, quote, with strange eyes and bristling hair, end quote, or else he says a green-eyed woman of African and Corsican descent named Cecile Fadiman, and then he says, quote, at the ceremony, Bookman apparently proclaimed, now quoting Bookman, the God of the white man calls him to commit crimes. Our God asks only good works of us, but this God who is so good orders revenge. He will direct our hands. He will aid us. Throw away the image of the God of the whites who thirsts for our tears, and listen to the voice of liberty that speaks in the heart of all of us. End quote. Dubois continues, quote, those assembled took an oath of secrecy and revenge, sealed by drinking the blood of a black pig sacrificed before them. It was a form of pact, he writes, probably derived from the traditions of West Africa. End quote. We don't have accounts from the slaves who are part of the hit teams that then take off in search of plantation owners, overseers, anyone really that they run into as they go from plantation to plantation, killing almost everybody they run into, and destroying the abodes, the refineries, and then setting the sugarcane fields alight. We do have accounts, and you have to be careful because these are the accounts that are going to be used in the American South to justify all sorts of restrictions on people of color to begin with, but slaves also. It's also going to be something that has, and this happens in every heavy-duty slave revolt, one has a way, because you're reading the accounts of the victims who were earlier the victimizers, of having sympathy for the people who are on the unjust side of this. You see this in the Second World War all the time, right? When atrocious things are done by the morally superior side, seeking morally superior outcomes, and yet innocents are caught up in the gears all the time. And there are plenty of debates about how innocent women or children are in a slave society if they've been a part of it. So these first-hand accounts are tough, but if they're all you have sometimes, well, abolitionists will use this kind of material to argue that this is exactly why we have to get rid of slavery ASAP. And slave proponents will use these sorts of first-hand accounts or alleged first-hand accounts or rumors of first-hand accounts as ways to say, are you kidding me? This is exactly why we can't lighten up one bit. And by the way, all this happens because of you abolitionists stirring up trouble in the first place. And you'll see a lot of blame for the rights of man and the citizen and all these kinds of Enlightenment ideas, philosophies. Say with a sneer, corrupting all these people in accounts of finding, pamphlets with the Declaration of Rights of Man and the Citizen in the pockets of assassins on the island. There's an anonymous account of an author who was asleep in his abode on the night of the 22nd of August, which is really when the accounts are just getting going. And this anonymous author said that he was awoken, quote, at the sound of a gunshot. My dog, who was laying in the gallery near my bedroom, started to bark loud enough to wake me. Wrongly irritated by this continual barking, I got him to quiet him down and then went back to sleep. 15 minutes later, the poor dog started up again even more insistently. But alas, it was too late to wonder what was happening. The blacks had already taken over all the paths around the French word for the plantation owner's house. Hearing the noise they were making, I jumped out of my bed and shouted, "Who goes there?" A voice like thunder answered me, "It is death." At the same time, I heard a considerable number of gunshots and the voice of a horde of blacks who filled the house with these terrible words, "Kill, kill." Seeing what was happening and having no way to escape, I ran to get my pistols. Luckily for me, they were not loaded. I say luckily because if they had been, I would have defended myself. I would have killed some of these assailants and would not have been able to escape succumbing to their blows. End quote.
There's no way
the fact that that author survived and was able to give us an accounting of what he experienced is remarkable. I got his account, by the way, out of Jeremy D. Hopkins' book, Facing Racial Revolution. And when you read his account, there are echoes and vibes that sort of remind me of reading about the early
by people all over the
weeks
world.
of the Cambodian genocide, the killing fields in the 1970s,
Needed it to
this
happen
feeling of
only after a
complete
certain time.
unsafeness, a lack of safety amongst the rank and file, like any of these regular war soldiers who were slaves 5 minutes ago. They all want to see you dead. They can kill you at any moment, and sometimes the only thing keeping you alive is an officer that says, "Don't kill him." In this case,
And what
the
about these
anonymous
private
author of
space
this
companies?
account
Well, how
says
would
that
you
the
grade
person
that? Bezos company
told
Musk.
the underlings not to torture and kill him was Bookman,
Yeah. I thought
the very
it was
slave
the
who
inside
allegedly
track that
conducted
really
the
showing
ceremony
us
and the thunder and the
what's on
lightning
the
and the rain
moon
and got
and
this thing
opening
started,
the gateway,
saying,
unintended, to the whole
according to the
solar
anonymous
system
author
in terms
himself,
of
who
what's
knew
really out there.
Bookman, that he came
And
in
then
and said, "This is a
something
good
has
white man,
happened to
don't kill him."
It's like he's lost his mission,
Bookman himself
which
will
is
not make it
SpaceX,
very far into the
with
slave
Tesla
revolt
kind of
before
on the side.
he becomes a
And he's now
casualty
doing
and
this
they will
bizarre thing with Twitter
parade
that
his
frankly makes
head
zero sense.
cut
You
off
know
and
that he and
attached
Joe
to a
Rogan
pike, the
spent
white
a half
colonists
hour
will,
several months
thinking that
ago
surely this
talking
must
about
crush
me
the revolt
and
of
my
this one
research, right? I
really
heard about
unusual
that.
leader's done away
And
with. But
it
the
was
white
bizarre
colonists are going to be
because although
horrified
they
to find out
planned
exactly
it,
how many good
Rogan
leaders
just
the
happened to
black
have
slave class can
handy
produce,
to
and
put
the
up on the
mixed race
screen
people on San
a
Domingue
copy
can
of
as
the
well.
cover of my book. Now you've been in the
The
business long
revolt, by
enough
the
to
way,
know, like
starts
in
off with,
politics,
I
this stuff
believe
does
these
not
numbers are not,
happen
they're
by
more indicative of trends
coincidence.
probably than the numbers. It's supposed to start off
So
the
I've
first
been
24 hours with like 2,000 slaves who will go from plantation to plantation to plantation, picking up more slaves along the way, and
and
perhaps
the only thing I
even
can think
forcing
of is either
choices
he's
on the
just
other
been
slaves who might
brainwashed.
think, okay, I don't want to get broken on a wheel, I'm just going to stay here with my family.
He's
In some of these cases, they may not be given those
Or,
choices, and that's very
this is even
revolutionary.
more
Like, also, right,
intriguing.
you're not allowed to be neutral,
What
pick a
if
side, and
he's
if it's not
trying
our
to
side, you die
deliberately
here and now. So who
smash
knows? When we
Twitter?
go from 2,000 in the first 24 hours to an estimated 10,000 in 4 or 5 days to 100,000 being the number you most often see.
None of the money that's out there now is
I don't know
real
if I
money.
believe
Look what
that,
happened
but
to crypto.
let's say it's 70. I don't really believe the Roman slave revolt numbers either, because who believes any of that kind of stuff? So you don't know what the largest slave revolt is in history. But I feel pretty comfortable saying that if this isn't the largest slave revolt ever, it's top 3.
Social media.
And that's going to create an entirely different situation than the other slave revolts that have happened, well, since the Roman era, or maybe since that one in the 800s in the Middle East. I mean, if you have a problem, if Tacky's war makes the history books with a few hundred or several hundred slaves in Jamaica, and the one in Berbice with 3,000 or 5,000 slaves is notable, what happens when you have 100,000 and 100,000 that outnumber the white colonists? It's going to be a bloodbath, and it's going to be that sort of pressure that creates concessions that one could never have expected to have happen. And that's what's going to change the history of slavery. If you're on the ground, by the way, though, when this first couple of weeks of this thing starts, what you're seeing is something that everyone fears in history and thinks about, but it rarely happens. It's a race war. And I'm fascinated by the extremes of the human experience. I think being a slave in San Domingue is one of the extremes of the human experience, but so is being a white colonist. Maybe you're a 10-year-old boy and you're in the north of San Domingue when this whole thing breaks out. That's terrifying. Right? Terrifying to be a slave before this revolt, terrifying to be a white colonist afterwards, and let's be honest, when you read the accounts, terrifying to be a slave insurgent, terrifying to be a I mean, there's going to be massacres committed in this next 12 or 14-year affair by all sides, right? Whites, mixed race, and slave side. And there's going to be victims on all those sides of massacres. It's horrific. There's an account that Jeremy T. Popkin includes is facing a racial revolution called Mon Odyssey. It's another one of these ones that's ostensibly anonymous. And this person talks about arriving in San Domingue, having a wonderful lunch, and you can imagine the white colonial clothes and enjoying themselves, while they're being served tea and whatnot. And then this guy says, who wrote this account, that he gets a message that the slaves are in revolt up in the north where they have their plantations. So they go rush up there, and you get a first-hand account of what's going on in Inferno.
taking lots of pictures.
This is Disasterville, and the account picks up with all the locals, all the fires rage around them, and the slaves are tearing stuff up and destroying things and hacking people to death. They all join on this family's plantation, and he writes, quote, "The frightened families among our neighbors met together at our plantation. The men armed to face the storm. The mothers, wives, sisters were lamenting and gathering in all haste a few precious effects. Desolation and fear were painted on all faces. The sky seemed on fire. Guns could be heard from afar, and the bells of the plantations were sounding the alarm. The danger increased. The flames at each moment were approaching and enclosing about us. There was no time to lose. We fled." He continues, and this is probably both reality and yet also a trope. This is what this revolution's going to have to live down in terms of atrocities. This supposed eyewitness, but trying to whip up, hatred and loathing back in places like France for the slave class here, writes, quote, "The victims who escaped at Sword's Point came to swell the number of fugitives and recounted to us the horrors which they had witnessed. They had seen unbelievable tortures to which they testified. Many women, young, beautiful, and virtuous, perished beneath the infamous caresses of the brigands. Among the cadavers of their fathers and husbands, bodies still palpitating were dragged through the roads with atrocious acclamations. Young children transfixed upon the point of bayonets were the bleeding flags which followed the troop of cannibals. These pictures were not exaggerated, and I more than once saw the sorrowful spectacle." End quote. These images are going to be picked up by the mass media of the time. They're going to horrify the societies of North America, South America, Europe. I mean, this is going to be such a scandal that some of the abolitionists are going to look at this and say, well, maybe you deserve to be in chains then, if you can't separate the guilty and the innocent. It's going to be held up as an example, especially by the pro-slavery people, of the savagery here. Look at these. These are monsters that deserve slavery. But it's never quite addressed that the very things or the functional equivalent of the very things that these slave rioters are doing in hot blood during an insurrection with all the pent-up revenge and everything else, going on, right? A moment. It's never quite pointed out that the functional equivalent of what they're doing here was done to them right before this revolution started. I mean, let's remember the list of things that the historian from Trinidad, C.L.R. James, had said, right? Because it's smeared with sugar and devoured by the ants, being roasted on spits. I mean, there's a couple of stories that make the rounds here. One of a carpenter being sawed into with a saw. Another of some colonist being nailed or something to the door of his barn, and then having his limbs chopped off one by one with axes by the slave rioters. Well, my goodness, it was just back in February, which is only months ago, that the legally entrusted authority of these colonies sentenced Vincent O.J. and another guy to be broken on the wheel legally in public. I mean, it's the functional equivalent. But the sympathy comes when these sorts of things are happening to people who look like the people that are reading the mass media about it. Very quickly, the colonists are pulling out cannon. They are arming the citizens. They are making rules that says every ship that is in the harbor has to stay there. All the sailors have to take their arms and come on land to defend the enclaves of white colonists, and just in case, save those ships in case we all need to evacuate. The first-hand accounts talk about the entire area being cordoned off, and any time any black people fall into the hands of the white colonists during these early stages, they are interrogated, tortured. Sometimes a wheel is put up just for that purpose. One of the people inside the white enclave says, and then lined up against a wall and executed. Prisoners are not being taken very often, and the side that takes the most of all, believe it or not, are the slaves, because there'll be talk about trading white prisoners for concessions. The situation, though, quickly becomes nasty in the extreme. black slaves go from using farm implements and things like machetes to using the weapons that they capture, and then over time becoming very good with them. They go from fighting as a rabble to fighting as organized troops in a sort of a skirmish ambush kind of formation. And the sorts of scenes you begin to see are what you might expect in a violent race war.
It's the sound of exclusive offers mailing
Run
from
to
the
War
Valcast
Adventures of the
Holiday
New World
Workshop.
quotes
This
some
November,
contemporary
Valcast is
sources
teaming up with
about
iHeartRadio
what's
to bring
going
you a
on.
special
He
holiday
says
edition of the
that
Blue
both
Envelope.
sides
Together,
are at a
we're giving you
gory
an
stalemate
easy-to-scan
at a
QR
certain
code to
point.
print all
Now
your
quoting
favorite holiday
sources
tunes through
from
the
the
iHeartRadio app.
scene,
Plus,
quote,
check your envelope
"The
to see if
country
our
is
elves have
filled
snuck
with
a
dead
$100
bodies which
second
lie
size
unburied.
gas to the mailbox
The
for your
Negroes have
Valcast
left the
envelope. No
whites
purchase
with
necessary, void
stakes
year
driven
prohibited.
through them into
Specially
the
marked
ground,
Valcast envelope.
and the
Or
white
Valcast.com
troops who
for
now
details.
take no
I've been a
prisoners,
small
but
business
kill
person
everything
my
black or
entire
yellow,
adult life. And
leave
over
the
the years,
Negroes dead
several
upon the
HR
field,"
issues I
end
got
quote.
familiar with.
To
I could
War
never
quotes
afford an
another
HR person.
contemporary
But
source who says,
there's an
quote,
answer,
"The heads of white
Bambi.com, and with
prisoners
Bambi,
placed
you
on
get an HR
stakes
person starting
surrounded
at
the camps of the
$99 per month.
blacks,
And I thought
and the
this was too good
corpses
to
of
be
black
true. This is
prisoners
real.
were hung from the
Bambi helps
trees
you
and
deal with
bushes
HR
along the
problems like
roads
writing
that led
HR
to the
policies,
positions of the
sexual
whites,"
harassment training,
end quote.
hostile work environment, terminations. That
This
was my
seems to
problem.
me
People
to be the
complaining
very
about other
definition,
employees. All
the
put you and your
epitome
business
of
at
a
risk.
race
With
war.
Bambi, you get access to your own
And a
dedicated
huge
HR mentor
component
available
of
by
this
phone,
is
email,
revenge.
real-time chat. Go
Revenge
to
to a degree which I can't
Bambi.com, type in
imagine.
KFI under the
And
radio
you see it
drop-down when you sign up.
when the
Bambi.com,
Haitian
that's
revolt
KFI
or the
under the
slave
radio drop-down.
insurgency is
I
going
want
to
the
go
credit,
through
please.
multiple different
Spelled
stages for the next 12 to 14 years.
Bam,
This first initial stage is where this rage is just exhibited to a degree. It never goes away, but you can see the enjoyment of having the tables turned. Jeremy D. Palkin relates a famous account, one of the most famous first-hand accounts of the early parts of the slave revolt by a Frenchman named, I think the last name's pronounced Gross.
and stole something that is
And he falls into the hands of, I guess you could call him sort of a mid-level commander. He's the boss of a group of slave insurgents, and they throw a bunch of the colonists they captured, including this fellow named Gross, into a dungeon. And then they proceed to brutalize some of his compatriots, and the way that they do it is reminiscent of the very things that were done to slaves. So at one point, Gross is in this dungeon, and he says they take a man out, and they throw a carcass back in later and ask if they recognize their friend, and he'd been given hundreds of lashes with a whip, and then he said gunpowder inserted into every orifice in his body, and then blown up, which, if you recall the story from Trinidad's account, is an exact thing that was supposedly done to the slaves. But there's a certain, we wouldn't call it sadistic, but when it's a payback thing, I'm not sure the normal labels apply quite the same way. And this mid-level slave's name, slave commander name was Johnny, that's the amplified version of the name, and Gross relates what happens, and it sounds like something out of a 1950s pulp comic book, where the white explorers are about to be thrown into some big black kettle to be eaten by the natives. It's that kind of horrificness, but this is real stuff. So Gross says they don't know what's going to happen to them until they see this Johnny showing up with a hangman and a bodyguard, he says, of Negroes and mulattoes who conduct themselves into their presence. And then, as soon as he sees the hangman, he knows that they're in trouble. He writes, quote, "Our fate then we thought no longer dubious. As it was, 4 of our miserable companions were unshackled and conducted to the bottom of the scaffold, where he, Johnny, had them tied like so many victims, to exercise his vengeance with the greater relish. This inhuman monster measured out the ground, and the hangman dared not lift the destructive weapon without his order, which, by a watch in his hand, was given every quarter of an hour. When these poor afflicted wretches were at gasp of death, we beheld Johnny, the mulatto Delili, and the Negro Goddard, amidst these horrid torments, cutting piecemeal 2 of those whom they had thus butchered, trussing the other 2 like a fowl, ready prepared for the spit, toad fashion, and drinking their blood."
lanes are going to be shut down for road work until
The author
5.
Gross says that he and his compatriots were forced to help do all this. Right, there's some psychological twistedness there.
Woodland Hills,
The idea of making everybody wait exactly 15 minutes for the next act to happen. Can you imagine sitting there waiting for it to happen and looking at each other in your head trying to figure? I mean, it's diabolical. So the next day they take out one of the prisoners and they had to do all this again. And Gross writes, quote, a repetition of the same tragic barbarity succeeded the next day, and so on. Hergé, our commander, was doomed to another torture. Johnny immediately caused one of his hands to be severed, and then extended him upon a ladder, where he received 200 lashes. They afterwards conveyed him in a cart to the town of Grand Riviere, where he was suspended from a stake fixed in the ground by a hook that pierced him under the chin. This unfortunate man, living in this condition 36 hours, and at the time Johnny had him taken down, he still palpitated. This monster, whose thirst for human blood could not be allayed, invented a fresh torture, which was that of roasting the remainder of the prisoners alive on a spit. End quote.
Have you ever felt depressed about work?
But this is the part of the piece that is also interesting. Before he can kill all these people, a group of slaves and a commander shows up, assesses the situation, talks to the people involved, ties Johnny up to a tree, and has him shot, and then apologizes and asked if they needed anything that he could give them. Right, the mind reels, but what you're seeing here is the transition from the moment of sheer hot-blooded revenge and cruelty and all that is payback to something more stable, where you begin to see an attempts to control all this. So that's why a lot of historians will divide what's called the Haitian Revolution into multiple chunks, because each chunk represents a change in the way things are in the global situation. And remember, this is tied to the hip to the French Revolution, so very soon the French Revolution is going to veer off in other directions, and Saint-Domingue is going to go with it. I mean, the next phase in all this is going to be when France goes to war with most of Europe. It's famous for, the revolutionary period, but one of their enemies is going to be Britain, and one of the battlefields is going to be this whole Caribbean area. And Saint-Domingue will get swept up in this. But what that means is that the French government, this revolutionary government that is going to go from relatively liberal and enlightenment-like, right, with Jefferson and Lafayette and those people, to increasingly radical, and then it'll go conservative after that period, and then Napoleon will get in charge. So there's lots of stages of the French Revolution too. And Saint-Domingue isn't just the race war issue going on there. They're part of the French Revolution too, where you've got rich white planters who are with the royalist side and poor white artisans who have sympathy for the ideas of the revolution. So it's going to get very complicated. But Saint-Domingue is a target, and it's a target because of its wealth. It's also a target because this slave revolt here that's going on month after month after month now is a bad influence on all the other slave societies nearby, right? So the British would like to get that taken care of so that their slave societies in places like Jamaica that's very close don't start getting, as upset as the French colonies are. And after a certain number of months in Saint-Domingue, it does spread to other French colonies. The reason all this matters, though, is because the French government is going to be forced to make concessions during this whole affair that they probably wouldn't have made otherwise, because they're going to be faced with choices like make this concession or lose the entire island. And all of a sudden, the kind of things that Vincent Auger died trying to achieve and couldn't manage to become very negotiable once the question is, well, what if you're going to lose everything? How about you make peace with those mixed race individuals? This is one of the things that, for example, happens. Make peace with the mixed race people. Get them on your side so that the white colonists and the mixed race folk can together stop this slave revolt. And all of a sudden, because of the threat to the island and everything else, the French government in Paris will grant and really enforce the equal rights that Vincent Auger had died trying to achieve. The French will send a 28-year-old. See, to me, I look at it now, I go, 28-year-old, this is a kid. A 28-year-old commander and 6,000 troops and then 6,000 more troops to sort of enforce all this sort of stuff. And this guy, I can hardly believe this, but remember, there's a long distance and there's no telegraph or anything like that for instant communication between Saint-Domingue and Paris. So this 28-year-old sometimes has to make command decisions on the ground, and he's going to be confronted with these kinds of choices. And at a certain point, he's going to decide first in one part of the island, and then in the island in its entirety to free the slaves. Because if he doesn't, they're going to lose the island to either the British or the Spanish next door. And when this 28-year-old does this, and then representatives from Saint-Domingue go and talk to the increasingly radical revolutionary French government, the increasingly radical revolutionary French government decides to back up this 28-year-old and sort of own it like they meant to do it all the time. And if you want to get one of the best examples of the duality of this, right? It's both living up to our marketing messages and, it's a brilliant geopolitical ideological coup. Listen to the remarks that George Denton of the Revolution, of these French revolutionaries, who, like so many of them, will end up a victim of the French Revolution, get his head cut off. He will stand up in front of the National Convention and basically say, this is something we should have done a long time ago, and it's going to screw the English. He said, quote, representatives of the French people, until now, our decrees of liberty have been selfish and only for ourselves. But today, we proclaim it to the universe, and generations to come will glory in this decree. We are proclaiming universal liberty. We are working for future generations. Let us launch liberty into the colonies. The English are dead today. End quote.
Millions are switching to Newsmax.
And that's not just hyperbole, because there will come a point in this whole Haitian Revolution thing where the British will come and try to sort of conquer Saint-Domingue. That's what prompts moves like this. And what the French government is essentially saying to the slaves of Saint-Domingue, hey, you're free now by this government's decree. If the British win and take over the island, they're going to re-enslave you and put your masters back in charge of things, because that's what they're doing in their islands. So you better fight for our collective freedom. Right? So you were going to lose the island entirely? Well, sure, we'll grant freedom to the slaves, right? What's more, what the French have done here is declare themselves in solidarity with every slave society around the world, right? And portray their enemies like the British and the Spaniards as the protectors of the slave system. It's brilliant.
And get 5 solid silver bars and
all this is going on.
Your favorite, the limited vintage Johnny Alien silver coin. These are all solid precious metals, so you can hedge inflation while having a cool collector's item. Go to bullionmax.com/coach and order your silver starter kit today.
Toussaint Louverture, who's going to come to the fore during this period. He's going to be a fantastic leader of soldiers, and he's going to be the one who actually outmaneuvers multiple different empires, right? The British, the Spanish, and even the French. To win the freedom of this island, eventually he's going to have to work all kinds of angles and isolate people. I mean, it's brilliant chess playing. And it's going to take one of the greatest geopolitical figures in all human history to put an end to his maneuvers to create a free society and an equal society in Saint-Domingue. Napoleon Bonaparte. What happens that involves Napoleon is eventually, of course, Napoleon in 1799, 1800 gets control of France. He's this most interesting of characters. He's an emperor who will be an autocrat and who personally will demand, the kind of obedience autocrats do. But he's able, because of the way he rose to power, to sort of wrap himself in the clothing of the revolution and somehow portray himself when he wants to as the defender of the right man and all those kinds of things. But that also hamstrings him. He can't just go crush, liberty movements. He's got to be a little bit more careful than that. But when he looks at the situation in Saint-Domingue, he wants his gold mine oil well back. He wants the yellow bananas to produce again. And the wealth of that island has been destroyed by the uprising. So Napoleon's going to send one of his generals, happens to be his brother-in-law, a guy named Leclerc, back to the island. This is sort of the last phase of the fight for Saint-Domingue. He's going to send Leclerc, is the guy's name, back to the island with troops, and their job's going to be to outmaneuver all the various leaders, the mixed race leaders, Jasanovic, or all those kind of people, isolate them, promise them things like, hey, you can have your freedom, you can have money, you can have all this, just let's abandon this whole thing, and crush the people they can. Leclerc's going to have like 26,000 French soldiers, and they're going to get their rear ends handed to them.
The lunar equator. It's the poles where all the action.
First of all, you have to understand that if the Russians can have things like General Winter, which is one of the sayings where winter comes, it's practically a general for them, or General Mud when the thaws happen and the whole place is immovable quicksand. Well, then the Haitians and the people of Saint-Domingue can have Field Marshal fever, can't they? Sounds like something out of WKRP in Cincinnati, but I'm thinking more about Samson and the Bible, and how Samson had, the strength with his hair, and then his enemies got a hold of him and cut the hair off, and he was abused by them for a while, but then the hair grew back, and with it came his powers. Well, if Central and Southern Africa had that pathogenic defense shield that kept out all the non-Central and Southern African rabble for so long, but it turned against African interests because it made them the better choice for slaves in the New World, right? Because they had some resistance to these things that killed the indigenous people. The Europeans sort of worked against them in an ironic sort of sense for so long, but here in Saint-Domingue, the pathogenic defense shield defends the revolution, and the deaths from the diseases of the European military forces is as bad as any I've ever seen at any time. It's absolutely astounding. First of all, the British in 1796, 1797, 1798 are trying to reconquer the areas in the Caribbean that have had revolts and everything. They will send out the largest expedition, I think, during this time period from a naval sense, because the British don't tend to put very, very large armies in the field, but they'll send like 200 ships, 30,000, 40,000 guys to these islands, and the disease will rush them. They will start calling the West Indies a cemetery. We'll have revolts by troops in Ireland who are at the port who don't want to go. It's a death sentence. And if you're not dying from the disease, you have to deal with the rebels and the slaves and these people who are now getting very organized and fighting very well. And, Louverture and Friends has created an army that will drag you out into the hinterlands and kill you like a North Vietnamese regiment. Right? Some of my favorite stories, though, because they are absolutely horror show moments, come from this time period, because Napoleon's General Leclerc, who, by the way, will himself die of yellow fever, which is one of the prime killers. Yellow fever is absolutely horrific, and it'll probably kill the majority, but you have malaria, you have a ton of brain. The pathogenic defense force field is devastating. Leclerc will die from it too, as I said, but not before he's able to write accounts. And some of these accounts are crazy. So, for example, Leclerc actually owns a plantation in Saint-Domingue, one of the ones in the area that's been scoured by insurgents, and he writes an account of going back there, and it is, I don't know what the adjective is, so let me read you the account. And again, with all these accounts, is it true? Is it not true? I don't know, but I've heard things in history that sound similar. I mean, one is reminded of when the Romans were able to get back to the battlefield at the Teutoburger Wald, right, the Teutoburg Forest, after the German tribes had been destroyed from there, and saw what the German tribesmen had left for them to find. Well, there's echoes of that in Leclerc's writing. So Leclerc takes you with him, with his soldiers and a bunch of these people who owned land up in this territory, as they march back in force to the burned out area. Leclerc says, quote, "From a distance it looked like universal desolation. Our ruin was complete. One person hardly recognized the site of his own plantation. The other plantation of a friend he sought in vain. What the fire had spared, hands even more destructive than the flames had reduced to dust. We felt as though we were marching on the ruins of the world." Sad playthings of fate, the plantation owners, mixed in with the main body of the army, dragged themselves along, lost in contemplation of their misery. Soldiers and civilians all shared our sufferings. No black, no animal, no living creature interrupted the silence of these deserts, broken only by the rumbling of the cannon and the slow, measured pace of the troops.
Yep, we're looking at that explosion right now.
Look at that.
Leclerc says
That's
that
incredible.
they see
The idea was
scaffolds
we
stained with blood, ruins, ashes, trees hung with the heads
from Cape
of
Canaveral
colonists
to
already
an asteroid,
putrefying,
actually a double
and then
asteroid,
says,
large one about
they saw
half a mile
something even
across,
worse, quote,
orbited by a smaller
as they
one,
advanced,
about
they
600
came across a
feet across,
horrible sight.
orbiting
Oh, what
around
an
it,
abomination!
as a
Oh,
satellite.
inventive genius of cannibals! What did we see?
The picture?
White hands from the wrist
And the
up,
idea was
coming out of the
that
ground,
if you
with the
carefully
fingers
guide
pointing upward.
with an
We stood
onboard guidance
petrified.
system,
Did they
the NASA
belong to
spacecraft
bodies
into a
buried here?
collision
Had
with the
parasital
smaller
hands
satellite
torn them
asteroid.
from living
You
victims?
know very
These hands that I
precisely
must
the
have held
period
in
of
my own?
orbit before
Ah,
you
they
get
no
there
doubt belonged to
from
a father, a
literally
friend,
years
a
and years
mother.
of
They might have just
observation
signed the
of this
manumissions of some of these
twin
monsters who
system
had
from the
insulted them in their
and the
agony, who had
smaller
made
one
killing
orbited
a
the bigger
game.
one every
These
11
whites had
hours,
been torn apart.
55 minutes.
Their sufferings were
With me so
over.
far?
What a
Okay.
terrifying
The idea
rest.
was that
Their
if you
shades
smash
hovered over our
your vending
heads.
machine
End quote.
spacecraft into the
He
little
means
one
their ghosts.
at about 4 miles per second,
At one
the
point, and
transfer
this story
of
is,
kinetic
again,
energy
one of those where you think,
would
okay, is this
basically
believable or is this
change the
hyperbole? And I
orbit
don't know, but
of
it's
the
wonderful.
smaller object
Leclerc says he gets
orbiting
to
the
his own
bigger object,
plantation, but his
and that
house
would
is
result
gone. The place
in
is
a
level, but
curious
there's two
change
buildings standing
that then could be
because slaves
observed
were living there
over
or something.
ensuing
And he
months
says he went into
by
one of them that
telescopes
contained his
from Earth,
library, and
and
it's
the
untouched and
amount of
pristine.
things
And he
would
walks
tell
up
you
to his
the
copy
efficiency
of
of
Rain
what was
Hall's
called
book, which
the
he
kinetic
owns, which is the book we
impacting
quoted from
leverage
that had said,
as
you know,
a
if only
means
the
of changing the trajectory
blacks can
of
overthrow
any
the
asteroid
whites, and
in
it's
the
coming,
future
and the great leader's
that
going
might
to
be
be,
discovered on an impact
raising the
course of
standard of
Earth,
liberty,
where
and then
if you nudge them
eventually,
out of the
what are
way
now
within
the
a
black
warning,
codes will be turned
they
around and
miss
become the
the
white
Earth,
codes,
they
and
don't hit the
Leclerc
Earth,
says he
and
comes in
therefore we do
his
not
study, and
have
that book
the
is open
dinosaurs
to that
a very
page.
bad
In
hair
other
day.
words, he's suggesting that the
There is
people
a
who
danger,
burned
though,
down
that when
his
you blow up an
plantation
asteroid, you
were
create
very
like a
aware of
shotgun
Raynol's
color
writing,
effect.
saw the
And
book,
they go,
spared
they
the room,
spread all over
opened it up to
No,
the
that's when
page,
it's too far
so that
away.
when
This is why
the
you want to
people
do it
came
very
and
far away.
found what they had
Earlier the better.
done,
Yes.
And
they
this
would
was
see the
done
reason.
with the object in
in
orbit
print.
7 million miles away.
Written
They
by
could
a
never get any
Frenchman.
closer. It was about as close as it comes to Earth right now. It was the perfect
He
safe
thinks
target.
that sounds just a
Except
little too
when
nicely
they
wrapped
hit
up in
the
a bow
smaller
story-wise to be
called
believed, but it's the
dimorphos
way
with
Leclerc
the
wanted to
vending
frame it.
machine-sized
That's
spacecraft
interesting, isn't it?
called
And the
stars.
fact that the very next lines are about
There
how
are
he
those
absolves Reynal sort
which you
of
can
of any
see
guilt
in
in
this
this, saying that,
photograph.
you
And
know,
of course,
evil
you can
beings
say,
can
well,
twist
if
any
they
ideas
destroyed
into
the spacecraft with
evil
a
ones.
collision,
But
how do we get the
what's so
picture?
interesting and hypocritical
Because
about all
the dark
this
spacecraft
is
dropped the little
Leclerc is himself
spacecraft out
twisting
the back
Reynol's
door.
I kind of
Enlightenment
followed
ideas
along, right?
in a
Exactly
way
about
to
10
do
days
something that
before
has to be
the encounter.
on the short list of the worst things you can do to anyone. His job there, and it's a secret mission essentially,
Where have you
is
heard
to
those names before?
reinstitute slavery in a place where it's been done away with. Imagine being a slave, getting your freedom, and then having somebody come in from the outside and changing their
Now,
mind.
here's what really
Leclerc
happened.
understands, and so does
When
Napoleon,
they
that this
smashed
has to
their
be a
big
secret mission,
spacecraft
otherwise
into
there's going to be a ton of
dimorphos,
pushback.
the 600
They know they have to get Toussaint Louverture out of the way, though. He's too formidable. In 1801, which is right before Leclerc arrives, Louverture gets a constitution passed for Saint-Domingue. It makes him leader for life. But it also does some things that are astounding when we think about how far we've come since 1492, right? Louverture's 1801 Constitution says, quote, there cannot exist slaves on this territory. Servitude is therein forever abolished. All men are born, live, and die free and French. End quote. So you see, he's not saying we're not a part of France anymore. He's saying that those ideas of the revolution that you've been saying, well, we're putting them in our Constitution too, just to be safe.
a tremendous amount.
He also said in the Constitution, quote, all men, regardless of color, are eligible to all employment,
Free
end quote.
energy device.
He says also, quote, there shall exist
In other
no
words,
distinction
NASA
other than those based on virtue and talent and other superiority afforded by law in the exercise of public function. The law is the same for all, whether in punishment or in protection, end quote.
And I'm betting they didn't know what they
It
were
is
doing.
right after this Constitution
The face
is
of all
adopted
these
that
experimenters.
Napoleon sends Leclerc over to San Domingue on his secret mission to basically overturn everything in it.
Zero information
Leclerc's job is to do it sort of by hook and by crook, and the one thing that can't happen because it will completely ruin the whole plan is if it gets out that his job is to reinstate slavery, because then you're going to have a revolt by the ex-slaves on your hand, and you can't let the mixed race people know that, you know, what will happen there will essentially create a caste system based on racial makeup again, right, or they'll revolt.
Very simple.
Got to get rid of Toussaint Louverture because he's not going to stand for, you know, the reimposition of slavery. He's no angel, by the way, but nobody that comes to power in a war of racial extermination is going to be angelic. But he will be outmaneuvered by even friendly allies. There's a lot of side changing all the way through this whole thing. Allies will all of a sudden become enemies, but he'll end up seized by the French, thrown on a ship, sent back to France, dies in a cold French jail under potentially mysterious circumstances. But as Leclerc says in a letter back to France, deporting him is not going to do anything. There's 2,000 liters of this thing you have to deport.
The other side of midnight at theothersideofmidnight.com.
Only a little bit before he will die of yellow fever, Leclerc will write
is going to feature the
a note to
Artemis
the
Either the
Navy
Artemis
minister.
mission will have
I've dated
successfully
on September
launched
13th,
either
1802, and
Wednesday
it's
or
reprinted in
Friday morning.
David Gage's The
early
Haitian
Saturday
Revolution,
morning.
and it
And
gives
we
you a
will have a
sense
mission to talk
of
about.
how things are
And
going.
if we don't,
And he
we'll
writes,
talk
quote,
about all the
to give you an idea of my losses, the 7th Regiment arrived here with 1,395 men. It has at present 83 sickly and 107 in the hospital. The rest have perished. The 11th Light Infantry arrived with 1,900 men. It has 163 men in service and 201 in the hospital. The 71st, which received about 1,000 men, has 19 serving the colors and 133 in hospital.
I'm devoting
He
to a
continues. It is the same with the rest of the Army. Try and imagine then my position in a country that has been in civil war for 10 years and where the rebels are convinced that we want to reduce them to slavery.
unplanned hyperdimensional energy.
He's not suggesting they don't. He's suggesting they know the plan now and they're fighting with enthusiasm, renewed enthusiasm, and renewed hatred. This is, along with the very first part of the San Domingue uprising, right? The initial massacres at the very beginning. This is going to be the cold-blooded, maybe even more disturbing side of the whole thing. And it's not gratuitous to get into the violence because we need to understand this is the sort of news making the rounds, and it is influencing people and influencing them, you know, through their own prism of perception, right? They all draw different conclusions from what they're seeing here, but the stories are absolutely send a chill up your spine type stuff, and on both sides. So one of the things in Geges's primary source book, The Haitian Revolution, is he has a witness account from a French officer sort of near the end of this thing when things are getting really bad. And at the end, of course, the British now are on the other side again, and they're helping the rebels in San Domingue, and the generals are switching sides, and the power is shifting, you know, precariously, and then against the French quickly, and atrocities are happening. And Geges prints the account of a French officer named Shaw first describes how the French soldiers deal with the blacks, and he says, quote, drowning is the usual way of putting to death black prisoners. I've been told that on several occasions thousands were drowned at the same time, and their bodies were often seen floating onto the shore. Humanity is a casualty here. Those who are caught in the town secretly plotting against the French are hanged. Those who have done most harm, as leaders or otherwise, are burned or devoured by dogs. The commander-in-chief has brought many large dogs from Havana for this purpose. End quote.
We're going to come
But
back
as
in a
we've
moment
said,
with
right,
Richard C. Hoagland and take more
revenge
phone
is
calls on
positively
Coast to
Newtonian.
Coast
For
AM
every action, there's
in
an
just
equal
a
and opposite
second.
reaction. And this
Jennifer, I'll
French
let you
officer
finish up. Go
describes
ahead.
the
That's a
equal
great
and opposite
story.
reaction and says, quote, "Thus,
Go
we are
ahead,
no
Jen.
longer surprised to learn that the least of the tortures our prisoners endure is to be grilled or barbecued, sawn between two planks, have their eyes torn out with a bale hook, and then be slashed with a cutlass, and be hauled up under the armpits to expire under the blows of a cudgel, or be given the burning Hinkle's torture, or others to be made to reveal information. In short," he writes, "every violence that the most refined cruelty could invent. To be shot is a favor. What a war. Good God. The fiercest days of combat in Europe do not expose the soldier to the suffering that the smallest skirmish or ambush here can lead to."
And a whole bunch of
End
people in
quote.
white tie and tails and
How are
gowns and
you,
all
if
that
you're the French,
cluster
ever
around
going
like
to
two guys, literally on the
push
red carpet,
these
and guiding
kinds
the
of
words
people
for
that have
having
been
essentially
resisting
a
for a
verbal
decade
knockdown
or more
drag
like
out
this
when we were totally
back
crazy
into
or we're beyond
bondage?
something.
How are you going to
You're
reduce
not
them
crazy.
to the
You come
level
up
of
with some
chattel
very
slaves once they've
perplexing, interesting thoughts.
had
But
this
you're not
level of
crazy.
commitment
Tune in
to
Sunday night and tell
being
me
free,
afterwards.
right? And have been experiencing it for as long as they have. The French understand the problem.
That's great. You know where that's
These
from, don't you?
people have
It's
been
from
corrupted with the intellectual
Washington
contagion of
State.
liberty,
No,
and that makes for bad slaves. Now,
from a
maybe you
different
can
planet. Yeah, that's it.
deprogram some of
One
these
of
people,
those.
would be the modern
Yeah, you've
word,
been using that for years now, haven't you?
ideologically
Well, you know who
reboot
originally
them
used
so
it,
that
don't
they
you?
can be subservient again
Long John
and
Neville.
put up with
Yep,
all of
that's
the
a long
degradations of
John. The Long
slavery.
John,
Once
who I
they've
used
been
to
freed
listen
from
to
that, right, have that spirit
under the
that Frederick
covers
Douglass
with a
said came
flashlight,
out when he
so my
contemplated
mom
freedom,
and dad
shoved
would
back
catch
into the
me
bottle
staying
like
up
the
at,
genie in the lamp.
bedtime. I used to listen to WOR
But
right
for
across the river
those
when we were
that
in New
are
Jersey, and it
irredeemable,
obviously stuck with me.
you're going to have to
And
kill
we're on
them.
WOR as we speak,
And
Richard.
if it's all
We'll be
of them,
back
then
with
you're
final
going to
calls
have
in a
to
moment
kill
on
all
Coast to
of
Coast
them.
AM.
David Brown
Coast
Davis writes,
Insiders.
quote,
The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app
By the way,
is now
Davis is going
available
to
for
introduce
iPhone and
some
now
people in this
Android
story that we haven't
4.0
talked
and
about
above.
yet, so more on that in
Listen
a second.
live or on
He
demand,
writes, quote,
anywhere, anytime.
"In the fall of
Go to
1802, when
coasttocoastam.com and
Leclerc
download
died
it
of
today.
yellow fever while pleading to Napoleon for more troops, Christophe and Dessalines, two of Saint-Domingue's generals, deserted the French. Leclerc's successor, General Rochambeau, then resorted to a policy of at least partial genocide. The French concluded that Saint-Domingue could be pacified only by exterminating most of the existing black and mulatto population, which could later be replaced by African slaves." End quote. He then says that this racial war, this stage in the Haitian Revolution of 1802-1803 carried profound implications, he said, for everybody, black and mulatto specifically, and then says, quote, "Napoleon's reversal of French policy showed that a white nation could reinstitute slavery, strip the free descendants of slaves of their rights, and kill even children of the stigmatized race if their families had been contaminated with ideas of liberty." End quote. He then points out basically that the French are never going to get the chance to do this because they're going to lose the disease combined with very large armies commanded by multiple Haitian. It's still unofficially Haiti now. You don't have to call them. They're not really the slaves of Saint-Domingue anymore. And they're commanding large armies, 30, 40,000, maybe 50,000 people. And the British are helping because the war, the perennial war between the British and the French is ongoing, and sometimes British interests will change and French interests will change if it helps hurt the other side. And in this case, the Britishers have helped in the Haitian Revolution, and when the French have to leave in disgrace in like 1803, they'll flee to their great arch enemy Britain's ships in order to be taken off the island so they will be massacred. This means that Haitian leaders have defeated at one time or another in this whole affair Spanish armies, British armies, French armies, royalist armies. And the guy who's calling the shots by the time all this is over He's a ferocious character, is all I can say. And don't picture some slave in rags. They're people who are dressing like black versions of George Washington or Napoleon or the Duke of Wellington. I mean, they're in those kind of Napoleonic uniforms and the hats and the feathers and the whole thing, right? Bright, colorful outfits. But they look like they're Africans, because they are.
So reach out, let's chat,
And as soon as this war with the French for Saint-Domingue is over, this ferocious Jean-Jacques Dessalines wants to make sure that the island and its population becomes entirely African and stays that way, in order in infamous culling all of the whites in Saint-Domingue once he takes over an absolute white genocide. It is some of the most scary stuff you'll ever read, because in early 1804, he will issue a Declaration of Independence that sets up this retaliatory genocide, is the way I read a genocide in response to another genocide. The French were going to do it, clean them up all ideologically and rid the population of the intellectual contagion by burning out those infected with it. Well, two sides can play at that game, and the sort of things that this Jean-Jacques Dessalines says in the Declaration of Independence for Haiti, and then the subsequent announcement of several months later, which is really sort of a justification for the genocide that he's going to inflict, are, well, there are few things like it in history, and most of the things like it come from a really long time ago, not relatively recently. But not only is it frightful and scary and intimidating, one author I read called it seething. It's meant to be in the same way that the French colonists wanted their spectacular executions to send a message and be horrible and talked about and high profile. Jean-Jacques Dessalines feels the same way. It says so. The lines from his Declaration of Independence, when you know what's going to happen next, are frightful. He says, for example, quote, "For 14 years we have been the victims of our own gullibility and tolerance, defeated not by French arms, but by the pitiful eloquence of their official proclamations. When therefore shall we tire of breathing the same air as they do? What do we have in common with this murderous nation? Its cruelty compared to our evident moderation, its color unlike our own, the wide seas that separate us, our avenging climate, all tell us that they are not our brothers and never will be. If they find refuge among us, they will again seek to cause trouble and to divide us." End quote. He then says, where are all of your loved ones? And he mentions your sisters, brothers, children. And then he says, these people, these vultures, ate them. What are you going to do about that? I mean, there's a lot of implied things here. And his speech, after some of this genocide has been carried out, delivered a proclamation delivered at the end of April 1804, and by his secretary, because this sort of flowing language doesn't necessarily roll off the tongue of this former slave. He's more of a doer, not a talker, but his secretary puts some words into his mouth that will frighten every slave society still on the planet that reads it. And he connects this unbelievable bloodletting, and the stories are insane. 40-foot pools of blood that people have to walk around, because stacks of hundreds and hundreds of white bodies are on both sides of the street. Just terrible, terrible stuff. And by the way, notice how this murderous human being is tying his ideas to the ideas of the Enlightenment. He is the employer of the weaponized philosophy. And as with everything else that sounds relatively innocuous and maybe even high-minded moral sentiment when written on the page and read by the audience, sometimes looks a little bit different in practice than in theory. Doesn't mean it's wrong.
Hi, this is
Just
Ariel
means
from San Diego,
reality
California,
is a lot
and I'm listening to Coach
messy.
Insiders because I could
And
listen
here
to
we
any
have a
show,
person
anytime, anywhere, if I'm in
institutes
the garden or in
genocide,
the kitchen, taking a walk on
connecting
the
it to
beach. And there's no more
Human rights and the preservation of
exhibit attraction.
such
Sign
things.
up one of two ways.
And
Our website,
comparing yourself
coasttocoastam.com, right at the top of the
the
homepage. It says Coast Insider. And again,
avenging
15
angel
cents a
of the
day for the
entire
right program.
continent and
You sign up
all
for
of the
and
indigenous
also
peoples for
available
hundreds
through
of
our
years.
Coast app, and the app is
This is
free
a
to
guy, by the way, who
download.
wanted to call his
Just
army
put
at
down
one point his army of
profiles and go to
slaves
subscriptions, and you
and
can
free
sign up
colored
that way.
people.
Available
The
now
army
if
of
you're
the
in
Incas.
Canada
So you
and
know where he was thinking. He
worldwide
thought about
as
calling
well.
it the Sons of the
Something
Sun.
for your aches and pains.
And he
Body aches and
announces
joint pains after down, not
late
moving
April
like you used to.
1804
Dr. Jared shipping
that
with some relief.
justice
Restore, rebuild,
is being
and revive.
enacted. And he
George's
says,
motion
quote,
series, The Joint
finally
Miracle.
the hour of vengeance has struck, and the implacable enemies of the rights of man have received the punishment their crimes deserved. I raised over their guilty heads my arm that for too long had been restrained. At this signal, ordained by a just God, your hands divinely armed set the axe to the ancient tree of slavery and prejudice. In vain had time, and still more the diabolical politics of the Europeans, encased it in triple armor. You stripped away this armor and placed it on your own breasts, becoming, like your natural enemies, cruel and pitiless. Like an overflowing torrent that roars, uproots, and carries all before it, your avenging passion has swept away everything in its impetuous path. May thus perish all who tyrannize the innocent, all oppressors of the human race. Yes, we have rendered unto these true cannibals, war for war, crime for crime, outrage for outrage. Yes, I have saved my country, I have avenged America.
And we can get back to the way we were, which is decreased discomfort,
This
increased range of
ruler is
motion,
the one
and
who
decreased
renamed
inflammation.
the whole
Restore,
place Haiti
rebuild, and free gift
after
revive
an
the Joint
indigenous name
Miracle.
of the
Now
place, at
it's
least
free
that's what I
shipping
read.
at healthylooking.com
And go
or
on to
800
proclaim himself
560
emperor for life.
8125. George's Motion
Will
Series,
do
The
what
Joint
Toussaint
Miracle,
Louverture
800
also did before him,
560
reinstate a form
8125
of
or
labor
at
that if it's not slavery,
healthylooking.com.
sort of looks a lot
This
like
holiday
it.
season,
The
the Tunnel to
implication
Towers
being
Foundation
that
delivers on
somehow
its
some
promise
kind
to
of
do
forced
good
labor
and
is
never
required
forget
to
the
get this
sacrifices
economic
America's greatest
engine started
heroes have made
again.
for
The
us.
whole
With their
area of
annual
Santa Fe is
season of
just
hope, between
devastated,
Thanksgiving and New
not
Year's Eve,
producing
the
anything
foundation
like
is
we used to
delivering
produce.
mortgage-free
Everyone would
homes
love to have a
to
gold mine
dozens and
working for them,
dozens of
so
America's
he's going to do that, and then
catastrophically
within
injured
about 2 or
veterans,
3
fallen
years, he's going
first
to be
responder
assassinated.
families, and Gold Star families. One hero
But
receiving
what
a new
Haiti's
home
going to be
during
in
this
the history
season
of the
of hope
slave
is
trade
U.S. Army
is the
veteran
knife at the
Maggie
throat
Wu.
of the
Maggie
slaving
was
nations.
26 years old when she was deployed to
The
Afghanistan
warning
back
that,
7
like
years ago.
Raynal said,
Just a
we
few months
can't
later, she was
appeal
struck by
to
a
your
suicide bomber,
humanitarian
causing permanent
nature.
life-changing
Well, how does it feel to have
injuries.
a
Now,
sharp
Tunnel to
blade
Towers is
pressing up
delivering a
against
fully
your skin,
adapted
metaphorically
mortgage-free smart
speaking?
home to Maggie
In
and her family in
1807,
time
within
for the
about a
holidays.
week
Amazing.
of each other,
Smart homes ease
and
the
that's only
financial
a couple
burdens
years
that
after
veterans face and
those
make their
quotes we
lives so
just
much easier.
read from
Help
Jean-Jacques
America's
Dessalines
greatest heroes and their
both the
families
United
this
States
holiday
and Britain,
season.
with Britain
Donate
about a
just
week ahead of
$11
time,
a
but
month.
apparently no
The Tunnel to
consultation
Towers
between
at
the two are both going
T2T.org.
to
That's the letter
prohibit
T,
the
the
Atlantic
number
slave
2,
trade, and
the
not
letter
just
T.
for themselves, but eventually for everyone.
T2T.org.
We'll go from being the greatest slave trading nation on the high seas to seizing every slave
You
ship
sleep
that
well.
they can
I didn't
find.
until I started using 100%
The
drug-free
United
Relief
States,
Factor sleep. I know you
on
often
the
listen to the
very
show until
first
wee hours
day
in the
that the
morning, but
United
no matter
States
what
is
time your
allowed
head
to,
hits the
under the
pillow, good
United
sleep
States
is important.
Constitution,
I'm
there was
George
a
Norrie
20-year
here for Relief
prohibition
Factor Sleep,
on the
the
federal
same
government
company
of the
that
United
helps
States
tens of
prohibiting
thousands
the
of
slave
people every
trade.
month
The
relieve
day
their
that they're
pain
allowed to,
has
which is
designed a
January
100%
1st,
drug-free,
1808,
non-addictive
they
sleep
do.
supplement that leaves you feeling rested and restored after a good
Let's
night's
not
sleep.
get
I
all
wake up ready to go without the
rainbows and
sluggish
unicorns
feeling from
about
taking
this.
other
There's
sleep
lots of
aids.
reasons
Try
for
Relief
this, some
Factor
of
Sleep
which
for
are
the
very
low
high-minded.
introductory
And once
price
again,
of
you read Thomas
$19.95 for the
Jefferson's
first month. Try it out for yourself
stringent
and
arguments
experience
for
the
this, and
sleep
he'll
our
be the one that
bodies are meant
signs
to
the
get
whole thing
and
into
need.
law.
Get the rest that will
He
help you
sounds like
start
the
saying,
greatest
let's go, instead of
anti-slave person
hanging
you've
back.
ever heard in your
Start
life.
living
He's
the
so
life
hard
you
to
love
get your
again.
mind around.
I have.
You
Go to
could literally cut and paste what he said and put it on an
/sleep to find
anti-slavery
out more
flag.
about this offer. That's
But you don't know why all these
relieffactor.com/sleep
people
or
are
call
doing this. In
1-800-4-RELIEF.
Jefferson's
Feel
terms,
the difference
you can
with
read
Relief
his writing,
Factor
though,
Sleep.
and realize he's a bit of a Nostradamus. And he figures out before the genocide in Haiti ever even begins, way back in 1797, that the fuse is lit now. And he has this phrase that just sticks into my head, but this is what the knife to the throat means. He says we're going to be the murderers of our own children. And he wrote a letter to George Tucker on August 28, 1797.
Eric in the state of Washington.
And in it,
Welcome to
he
the program.
said,
Hey, Eric, thanks for
talking
holding.
about Santo Domingo, which was their name for
Eric,
San Domingue, which will
there you
become
go.
Haiti.
Coast to coast.
And he says we're going to have a soft landing from this, and it's going to have to be sooner
I
than
wanted to
we
first
thought.
make a couple comments, Richard. And then ask
Jefferson
you a
is
question.
already suggesting that it may be too late for a soft landing from slavery, but there's a lot of important questions that would have to be figured out.
in your new imaging
But he
lab.
says that this
It's just
first
the most
chapter,
amazing
which has
discovery
begun, he says, in San Domingo,
that's ever been done.
and the next succeeding ones, he said, which will show how the whites are going to be driven out from all the other islands. He says that should prepare our minds for thinking about this. And then says, quote, and the sooner we put some plan underway, the greater hope there is that it may be permitted to proceed peaceably to its ultimate effect. But if something is not done, and soon done, we shall be the murderers of our own children.
You know, Richard, that we talked about with
Latin
George,
phrase,
with
which means the breezes warning the sailors of the coming gale, continues, has already reached us. The revolutionary storm now sweeping the globe will be upon us, and happy if we make timely provision to give it an easy passage over our land. From the present state of things in Europe and America, he wrote, the day which begins our combustion must be near at hand, and only a single spark is wanting to make that day tomorrow. If we had begun sooner, we might probably have allowed a lengthier operation to clear ourselves, but every day's delay lessens the time we may take for emancipation.
So we have two space programs.
He's scared.
The real one.
This isn't high-minded Enlightenment ideals. He's seeing the murder of his own
And
children.
then the NASA one,
Maybe
which is
he's
kind of
seeing
fake.
the U.S. Civil
Because we're
War.
using rockets, we're
Maybe
using...
he's seeing
I mean, they can't
Haiti.
even get a gasket to work right after 40 years.
I'm sure there are people
Liquid
intelligent and
hydrogen? Come on.
knowledgeable
So,
enough
now
to
just like
tease
the-
out the importance of all the individual strands that make up reality in the story and everything from
Like Randy the Magician, you know,
the
that,
impact of
you know,
the
the right hand
abolitionist movement
pictures
that's
of
grown
seeing what
around
the
the
left hand
world,
is doing.
the effect
So there's
of
a real program
changing
and a fake
economics which
program.
incentivize
The
different
fake
things
program,
in
to a
more
certain
modern
extent,
times
is
than
what
they
we
did
see in
earlier.
NASA. The real program, the secret
Leveling up
fake
maybe
program,
of
the deep
global
state program, is the one
mores
where
and
they really
attitudes towards
explores the rules
morality,
proceeding from, remember,
the
the
impact of
CIA
religion,
took
which
the
is also
photograph
tied up with the
of the ruins
abolitionist
of the
movement.
moon
I don't know
over half a
what
century
value
ago.
any of those things should have in
And
relation to
like
anything
Kennedy,
else. Of course, slave
suddenly, out of
revolts and the
nowhere,
threat of
said,
violence as
we're
well.
going to the moon.
I will say
Said
that
that in May of
in
61, didn't he?
1893, which is 90 years, it's the 90-year
1961.
anniversary of the Haitian
We choose to go to the moon.
Revolution, and it is also
Right.
30
They
years since
choose to
the
do it in
Emancipation
secret, and that's why
Proclamation
they
freeing
killed
the
it.
slaves in the United States. A very
Well, that's one
elderly
of
and
those
not that
theories,
far
that's for
away
sure.
from death,
Next up, let's
Frederick
go
Douglass will
to
give a
Joe in
speech
Monterey,
in Chicago,
California. Joseph, go ahead.
sort of like the kicking
Thank you,
off of
Joy.
the World's
Thank you.
Fair. There's an exhibit
Hello,
there that's going to
Mr.
involve
Hogan.
Haiti, and
Finally,
he's
I
been a
have a chance
representative
to
to
talk
Haiti
to you.
for the United States, and so he's
Two
invited to
questions,
speak
very briefly,
to a
very
crowd
quickly.
that is
Do you
called
think
by
that
a
the moon
contemporary
is
nurse, quote,
occupied, that there's
1,500 of the
you know,
best citizens of
inside the
Chicago,
moon?
end quote.
At
So
least one race,
rich, powerful,
and that it was
white.
brought here a long, long time ago.
1890s are no
Okay, let me break
kumbaya
it. We don't
time
have a
for
lot of
black
time.
folks.
Let's do
There's
this
lots of
quickly.
lynchings
Do that
going
one
on.
first. Go ahead. The moon
No
was
equal
brought
rights at
here.
all. I mean, it's nothing to look back on as some sort of rainbows and unicorns era for
Saturday night.
racial harmony,
Is
but
there
it's
anybody
interesting
on
to
the moon
note
now?
the reaction of this crowd
Breakaway.
to the
We
speech,
think
because
they've
the speech is
established the
one
base.
that
But remember who the
praises what
breakaways
happened 90
They're
years
the
previously
Nazis
in
that left
Haiti,
the earth using the
a
hyperdimensional
race
technologies
war
that
where
they
both sides were exterminating each other and the worst atrocities
during World War
imaginable
II.
were going
At the
on.
end of the war, they
And when
abandoned the
Frederick
earth,
Douglass
set up
says
outposts on the moon, on Mars,
things
or
about
whatever,
the
and they've been
revolution
out
that
there
are
for 70
more
plus years.
positive, the
And
crowd
so I think they're the
applauds
ones
when
that are
he
on the moon.
decries the
Are
fact that a
genuine
Haitian person coming to
extraterrestrials
the
on the
United
moon?
States,
Maybe,
a Haitian person that will
maybe
be treated,
not.
very well in the
Any
same
other
all over
questions,
the world,
Joe?
will be discriminated against
Well,
and treated unfairly. It shouldn't be that way. The crowd applauds. I mean,
the moon.
this is not
Also,
an
that
audience
we
of
may have a hollow earth, at
black
least in some
folks
areas that are
white
occupied,
radicals.
not by
This is
us,
the
although
power
we may have
structure.
bases deep within, but
This is a famous
extraterrestrials, that we
speech
do
by
have a
Frederick
large
Douglass where he points out
contingent of extraterrestrials
his
visiting us all the time.
2 cents on the question of
What do you
how
think of
much
the hollow
did
earth
all
theory,
these
Richard?
different things,
I don't.
abolitionism,
I
economics,
think that in
morals,
terms of the
slave
moon,
revolts,
there was a
how much did
natural
each of them play in the whole
on which
thing?
a lot of
He
artificial
said,
stuff was
I have the
built.
transcript,
Kind of
so the
like,
applause is
The
mentioned when
planet
it happens.
Trantor in Isaac
In
Asimov's
just vindication of Haiti,
trilogy,
I can go one
and
step
the
further.
artificial stuff
I
that
can
goes
speak
deep
of
as
her not
40
only words
or
of
50 or
admiration,
100
but
miles,
words of
but the
gratitude
moon
as well.
itself is not hollow.
She has grandly
You
served the
think the moon is
cause of
natural,
universal
even though
human
it was
liberty.
towed into place?
We should not forget that the freedom you and I
Remember, if
enjoy
you can control
today,
gravity
that the
and
freedom that
inertia,
800,000 colored people enjoy in the British
The
West
mass,
Indies,
change the mass
the
to
freedom
the
that has come to
application
the
of
colored race the world
hyperdimensional
over,
technology.
is largely due to the brave stand taken by the black sons of Haiti 90 years ago.
Hello, Jeffrey.
When they struck for freedom, he said, they built it better than they knew. Their swords were not drawn and could not be drawn simply for themselves alone. They were linked and interlinked with their race, and striking for their freedom, they struck for the freedom of every black man in the world. End quote, and then my transcript says, prolonged applause. Well, I'm not going to argue with Frederick Douglass about what he thinks the most important strands of all this change in the zeitgeist were. I'm just going to say that the fact that that audience in that era comprised of those particular people applauding like that, and the applause is over and over and over again, is a sign that there was something else at work too, between changes in our attitudes and demands that our attitudes change.
Launch it on a very heavy rocket into orbit. It stays in orbit for, in this case, years.
That story that we just ended, the conversation with the one where Frederick Douglass was being interrupted by wave after wave of applause by the best citizens, in air quotes, in Chicago, is noteworthy that that is a northern state. And then in the 1890s, had that speech been given in a place like Atlanta, it might have been received quite differently, and I'm sort of fascinated by the reasons that might be. Because we ended this story because the story was about the Atlantic slave trade, specifically in the middle, as far as a lot of people are concerned, right? We still don't get the last 60, 70 years of slavery in places like Brazil and Cuba and the southern United States, right? The big last holdouts in the Americas. Maybe that's for another day, and if so, my entire life's work on the question of bondage will be a 3-part series, right? The first one was about the institution as a whole, worldwide. This current one was about the logistical part of it, the Atlantic slave trade, and maybe the last part someday will be about how it ended in places like the United States, but it's worth pointing out that it ended differently in some of these holdout places, and maybe there's some interesting stuff to mine from that, and I'll leave it to more intelligent people than yours truly. I can pose the question, maybe you have the answer, but we've been comparing this to addiction all the time, right? Addicted to bondage. Is there a difference between an addict deciding that they had enough of what they're doing, or that it's bad for them, or that it's wrong, or any number of things where they might decide for themselves that it is time for me to stop this behavior that I do too often and that is not good for me long term, versus someone who simply has an outside authority come in and say, okay, you're not doing this anymore, we're taking this stuff that you have a habit for that you're hooked to, and we're going to prohibit you from using again. So those people didn't come to their own conclusion that what they were doing needed to stop. Somebody just stopped it. I mean, the U.S. South, for example, and when you make these statements, it's like saying the Germans in the Second World War. Well, the Germans in the Second World War might have had a whole lot of different ideas. They're not one group of people, so we're generalizing. But the American South never came to the conclusion as a whole that slavery was wrong, that they should get rid of it, that it was an abomination, that it was past its historical sell-by date. Those things were never a part of the equation, right? And we'd asked earlier, I believe, how long would it have taken the South to eliminate slavery on its own had there not been a U.S. Civil War and an Emancipation Proclamation? I mean, Cuba did it in 1886, which is the year Geronimo surrenders in the American Indian Wars, as they were called then. Sort of officially end, Battle of Wounded Knee still going to happen, massacre. But Brazil doesn't officially abolish slavery until 1888. That's almost the 20th century. So these last holdouts who have a ton of slaves left are seeing their individual stories end differently than sort of the global version. They did not participate in this sort of leveling up of public opinion and the turning of the iceberg during the time it turned. They're like the last smokers in a world that's moved past cigarettes. I wonder if that changes how subsequent history went. The other thing that's kind of worth pointing out is that you will often hear people talk about how slavery ended 100 years ago and people need to get over it. But they're ignoring the fact that it didn't really end 100 years ago, because once the United States Civil War, to just use the American example only, ended, many of the same elements from slavery are put back into place. Not all of them, but many of the same elements, including the one element that we still live with today, this inherited skin color based caste system, which probably would have died out by now if it hadn't been around. Even when I was a kid, legally, as we said, in the South it was legal for places to say that they were only going to have whites stay in their hotels or whites eat in their restaurant. There's famous photographs of Dr. Martin Luther King being handcuffed at a lunch counter in a southern restaurant simply for having the audacity as a black man to sit there. Rosa Parks on the bus. I mean, these are famous stories that happened not that long ago. So it's not quite slavery, but it's not quite freedom either. And even after the 1960s, this caste system still lives in the mind hearts of many people. I don't know what a natural amount of time to estimate it would take for that to die out. But I do think we have to remember that if something like that looks like really retrograde, backwards kind of thinking, that it is connected to an era where the people who came up with this thing still had the Middle Ages reflected back at them in their historical rearview mirror.
And drag them out into deep space. I know that Teacher 1 and Teacher 2, went out there, but
Be sure to follow us on Twitter. The address is @HardcoreHistory.
For Hardcore History t-shirt and other merchandise, go to dancarlin.com.
If you think the show you just heard is worth $1, Dan and Ben would love to have it. $1 a show. It's all we ask. Go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
Hey everyone, back for one quick second to talk again about Battle Guide Virtual 2. You may have heard me bring them up before. I hooked up with these guys during the first bit of COVID when they were doing live tours of places like Battlefields and France and everything, and all of a sudden were shut down. And this is the way they figured out how to pivot from that, as so many other business owners have had to figure out what to do in the same circumstances. And I love the way these guys did it. They converted the Battlefield tours into virtual things, and it allowed them to utilize a bunch of different elements that obviously wouldn't have been available in a live situation. And I'm not saying this is superior to a live situation. They both have their strengths and weaknesses. What I am saying is if you save up all the money as an American to go to Northern France and walk these battlefields, first of all, there will be things missing that you won't understand. You'll have to come on and read about later, which you get as part of these Battle Guide virtual tours when you do those. But how likely are you next week after you get home from a very inexpensive and long trip to France to do this, to want to go to Russia and visit Stalingrad, right? But you do that in a virtual sense. You can go on a different, battlefield tour every day. There's different ways to access them. By the way, there's a live version, which you can be a part of it online when they're doing it live, and the historian is there. You can ask questions and all kinds of things like that. So that's a real-time thing. But then that goes, into the archives and is available for you to download anytime, anywhere, right? As a sort of hard copy version. But you can buy those individually. You can sign up for a subscription service and access all of them, and they have new ones all the time. I just think if you're a military history fan, this is a gimme kind of thing, especially for a gift for people that you may know who are also military history fans. This is a fun thing and it's worth trying. And if you'd like to just try and get 50% off, you can go to battleguide.co.uk/Dan-Carlin.
But their actual numbers.
That's battleguide.co.uk/Dan-Carlin, and you get 50% off if you want to currently up on the archive tours. See what it's all about. But we're talking about something that combines, technology like drone images, 360 and satellite imagery, on the ground video, veteran accounts, period footage, photographs. It's an interesting mix of things that if you are interested in this kind of stuff, manages to eliminate the complexity of these battlefields in ways that is difficult to conceptualize in any other situation. Those of you out there have read books and looked at maps, seen movies, you try to get a mental image of things. This is one of the best ways I've ever discovered to do it. I hope you'll check it out. Go to battleguide.co.uk/Dan-Carlin. Get 50% off and see what I'm talking about.
And it could begin next week. Richard C. Hoagland. Up next, we're going to talk about Dr. Knowledge on Coast to Coast.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Did you hear what I hear? It's the sound of exclusive offers mingling from the Valpak Holiday Workshop. This summer, Valpak is teaming up with iHeartRadio to bring you a special holiday edition of the Blue Envelope. Together, we're giving you an easy-to-scan QR code to stream all your favorite holiday tunes through the iHeartRadio app. Plus, check your envelope to see if our elves have snuck a $100 check inside. Dash to the mailbox for your Valpak envelope. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. See specially marked Valpak envelopes or valpak.com for details.
Hey, y'all, it's Steve Sharp. Let's talk about your home and what is coming at it next. Every home in America, including yours, is going full electric faster than any of us ever imagined. That means your home needs to be ready for increased electrical demands at a time when the grid is already strained, energy costs are going up, and rolling outages are more common than ever. So where do you start? You start by going solar with a complete solar solution. That means electric vehicle ready, panels that cancel out your power bill, and a Tesla Powerwall backup battery system. And who do you call? The only company that I have trusted to put solar on my own home. Sunlux. With Sunlux, it's simple. It's always the best design, the best equipment, world-class installation, and all of it covered with the best warranty and customer service in the industry. So get in front of what's coming with a complete EV-ready panel and Powerwall system from Sunlux. Start today at sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSLB 100837.
Yellowstone, television's #1 show, is back on Paramount Network.
I, John Brown, in solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution of the state of Montana against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Featuring an all-star cast led by Academy Award winner Kevin Costner.
Invasion is over.
They will fight you dirty.
Is there any other way?
As the Dutton family fights to protect their legacy, they'll learn power has a price.
Signing this as a declaration of war.
We're already at war.
Yellowstone. New episodes Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern, exclusively on Paramount Network.
You can listen to KFI everywhere. Like you haven't noticed. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KSI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. He was Light's family. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. We're getting more details from the mother of the Simi Valley woman found murdered. Robin Castillo is trying to make sense of the murder of her daughter, apparently by her ex-son-in-law.
He's been in our lives for several years. I loved him like a son. I let him into our family. It's a very, very sad circumstance.
25-year-old Rachel Castillo was found dead in the Antelope Valley on Sunday, 3 days after she was reported missing. Her ex-husband is behind bars on suspicion of murder. Jennifer Seabell Newsom, the wife of California Governor Newsom, testified in Harvey Weinstein's sexual assault trial. Mark Mayfield with more.
The filmmaker alleged the disgraced movie producer raped her in a hotel room in 2005.
Weinstein has already been convicted of sex crimes in New York. He's pleaded not guilty to the California charges, including 4 counts of rape and others in incidents from 2004 to 2013. Siegel Newsom was the 4th accuser to testify, becoming emotional and saying she believed at the time that Weinstein could make or break her career.
Official Republican Orange County Congresswoman Michelle Steele will serve a second term. Steele took nearly 54% of the vote. She represents several coastal cities, including Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, and Laguna Beach. Funny man Jay Leno is recovering at the Grossman Burn Center in West Hills. He sustained burns to the left side of his face while working on his famous steam car. Reports say his eye and ear were not injured, and he says he's going to be okay and will be back up to it in about a week or two. Southland weather from KFI. Gusty Santa Ana winds and a high fire danger warning as we start off our Tuesday. Gusts could get as strong as 55 miles per hour, but still plenty of sunshine. Highs in the 70s. Right now it's 47 degrees in Anaheim. Seal Beach checks in with 48. Canoga Park reports 47, and it's 50 degrees in Ontario. We lead local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennant.
In Westminster, there is a full freeway closure. 405 southbound from Golden West to Bolsa Avenue. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. South LA, this is on the 110 southbound right before Gage. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash take up the left lane. You're seeing some delays from just after Vernon Avenue. And in Woodland Hills, there is a work zone. 101 southbound from Valley Circle to Topanga Canyon. 2 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. Hey, all, it's Steve Sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know: Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for powering the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com. That's DUTHIE Power.com. On Thanksgiving, I get Morongo to make dinner. Then I take the credit, and my family tells me how thankful they are for me. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
Thanksgiving free. Rewards members get a free thankful cutting board Thanksgiving Day.
Number 4.
It's the party in the pit. You can win $100 in promo chips, play table games with your rewards card. Friday, 2 to 10 p.m.
3.
Beat the Black Friday madness in our ballroom. Shop Coach, Yumi, LG, Cuisinart, and many more top brands the 25th, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And you can pay with points.
Number 2.
Thanksgiving Essentials giveaway. Get a toaster oven when you earn 500 points on your rewards card, the 21st or 22nd.
And the number 1 reason.
Tyler Henry, live February 10th. Get tickets now.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good times. And Tyler here. I love Roundtree Gardens. If you're searching for a senior living community for your loved one, Roundtree Gardens is the best. True story. A buddy of mine who's a doctor, he told me his 80-year-old dad visited a dozen senior living communities before they chose Roundtree Gardens. But they chose for different reasons. The doctor loved Roundtree Gardens because of their caring staff and essential services like on-site medical, pharmacy, dietitians, and a wellness gym. But his dad chose Roundtree Gardens because the campus is gorgeous, featuring cottages and apartments nestled amongst huge trees and gardens. But the clincher for his dad, the meal. The resort-class venues and dining rooms are like expensive restaurants. From independent living to assisted living to skilled nursing, Roundtree Gardens is the senior living community that you've been searching for. Now, space is often limited, so please hurry and take advantage of the great KFI listener move-in special. Visit RoundtreeGardens.com, RoundtreeGardens.com. That's RoundtreeGardens.com.
The future of audio is here, and it's always free. Listen to what you want, whenever you want.
I'm going to do that right now.
Download our free iHeartRadio app for all of your music, radio, and podcasts.
For all of your AC, heat, and plumbing problems, NextGen is your handy neighbor. Get that slow drain running clean with a $58 drain special from NextGen. Call 833-3NEXTGen.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
That was our song from our friends at ZZ Top. In a moment, Dr. Knowledge joins us, Charles Richbloom. We're going to talk about some incredible facts and figures. And of course, later on, we'll take your calls on Coast to Coast AM. You know, the last time I announced that BullionMax.com had a solid silver alien coin as part of their silver starter kit for Coast to Coast listeners, they sold out in just 2 weeks. Bang. Well, guess what? BullionMax.com/Coast just got another shipment of hard-to-find alien coins in just in time for the holiday gift-giving season. And you know why do you buy gold and silver? Because it's a hedge against inflation and geopolitical instability. That's out there big time. And BullionMax.com is who you can trust to help you buy gold and silver in any denomination. Have it shipped fully insured to your door, or you can store it in your own safe. And right now, only at BullionMax.com/Coast can you get 5 ounces of silver bars and coins, including your favorite, a limited vintage alien silver coin. These are all solid precious metal pieces, so you can hedge against inflation while having a cool collector's item. Go to BullionMax.com/Coast. That's how you do it before these silver starter kits sell out again, and they will. BullionMax.com/Coast.
Real people, real stories.
I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, if I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore. I've got a Labrador. She could hardly lift herself up off the floor. I won't tell you what the veterinarian said, but the treatment was chemotherapy. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it, and she took to it right away. 3 weeks, you could tell. She was very alert. 6 weeks into the protocol, she seemed like she was 100%. She was going on a 5-mile walk. I was like, my goodness, she is just like prime again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Charles Richbloom, also known as Dr. Knowledge, has built one of the largest collections in the world of fascinating facts and tidbits and stories that serve as a source for his knowledge in a nutshell book series. Richbloom served as a news sports director of WJAS in Pittsburgh and taught college journalism. He founded a news service called Century Features, which syndicated interesting facts to newspapers and radio stations worldwide. And his real love is finding, researching, and writing facts, stories, and quotes that are surprising, amazing, relevant, educational, entertaining, and fun to learn. His website is knowledgeinanutshell.com, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. He's got a couple books out called Knowledge in a Nutshell, and the all-time book of fascinating facts. Charles, welcome back. How are you?
It's great to be with you again, George.
Looking forward to this. These are exciting little things. How'd you get interested in all these?
Well, it all started when I was in high school. I don't know if you remember the name Bob Prince was a baseball announcer here.
Oh, yeah. He was a giant.
He sure was. And I was a 13, 14-year-old kid. He had just come to town, and I, really admired him. And I found out that he lived right down the street from where we lived. And so one hot summer day, with a lot of guts, I walked down, knocked on the door, and said how much I enjoyed listening to him. His wife had answered the door. She invited me in. He couldn't have been nicer. She made popcorn. We sat there and talked, and started a lifelong friendship, really. But the point is, he got me. I was a great baseball fan and great radio fan in those days, and he got me a job at WJAS in Pittsburgh, the station you're on in Pittsburgh now.
Yeah.
And my job was to, this is long before computers, this is more than 50 years ago, the news came over teletypes, and my job was to tear off the sheets of paper as the news came over the teletypes. And they had up on the wall, they had nails. You put news stories here, sports stories here, business stories on the next nail, feature stories on the next one, and so on. And that was my job, just to clear the news as it was coming over the telepipes. So anyhow, they had me working on July 4th. Naturally, I was the youngest one there, so I had to work on July 4th. And while I was sitting there on July 4th, a feature story came over the teletype from the Associated Press saying that 3 of the first 5 U.S. presidents all died, not only all died on the same date, all of unrelated causes, but of all the dates in the year, it was July the 4th. What an amazing story. That is true. 3 of the first 5 U.S. presidents all died on July 4th. How about that? So I took that news story off the wire and made a copy of it, and that just started my desire to collect amazing stories like that you just, many times just stumble into, just read. And just to clarify that story, George, the second president, John Adams, and the third president, Thomas Jefferson, both died on the same July 4th, 1826, which also happened to be the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, oddly enough, which Jefferson wrote. And they died of completely unrelated causes. Adams was in Massachusetts, Jefferson was in Virginia. And then the fifth president, James Monroe, died on July 4th, 1831. So what are the odds that 3 of the first 5 presidents would all die on the same date to begin with?
Exactly.
And of all dates in the year, it was July 4th. And we almost had 4 of the first 5 presidents dying on July 4th, because the 4th president, James Madison, died on June 28th. He just missed July 4th by 1 week.
Charles, what is your criteria for picking the stories you pick?
Well, number one is accuracy. In fact, I studied journalism in college, and they said the 2 biggest things in covering a story are accuracy and speed. And of the 2, accuracy is the most important. So it has to be accurate. And unfortunately, today, with the computer, there are a lot of things on there that aren't true. And so you really have to be careful. My newest book, I really took, a lot of pains to try to double, triple, quadruple check everything. Our book is the all-time book of fascinating facts, where I took what I consider the best of all my stuff into this one book. And the main thing is just to make sure that, first of all, it's interesting to begin with, but beyond that, really the most important thing is accurate, because there is a lot of inaccurate things spread all around, as we all know, in many fields.
Well, that's absolutely true. And do you try to look for the bizarre story?
Yeah, well, anything that would make you say, geez, I didn't know that, or that's interesting, or if you want to quiz somebody, we have some questions here we can talk about tonight. And, have a surprising answer, or even things like, we all say okay all the time, right? But what does that O and the K stand for? Why do we say okay
close, Charles, do you echo the work of Robert Ripley's Believe It or Not?
Well, when I was a kid, I used to look at Believe It or Not. In fact, I used to cut out some of his stuff, and I had used that over the years. And he had some really great stuff. I'm not sure his accuracy was 100%, but nonetheless, it was and still is fascinating, many of the things he had.
In addition to our discussion tonight and our phone calls later on tonight with our listeners, let me throw some strange questions your way and tell me what you've got. We talk about disasters. 9/11 was horrible, but there was another one in 1919. Tell us about that.
It was, of all things, a molasses disaster. It was a flood, not water, but of molasses, would you believe? One of the strangest floods of all time. It happened in Boston in 1919, and molasses was used more in the old days than it is today. It was used quite a bit as a sweetener. Anyhow, there was a big storage tank in North Boston in 1919 that held 2 million gallons of molasses, and the weather got real bad, and the storage tank exploded on an afternoon in January of 1919, and this wave of molasses started coming down the streets of Boston. It was to be called the molasses disaster, and this wave of molasses was 8 to 15 feet high and engulfed everything that it came in contact with. People tried to get out of the way, but many couldn't. More than 100 people were killed or injured, some injured very badly. They just couldn't get out of the way of this big wave of molasses coming down the street.
How bizarre.
No question about it, of all things.
And killed by molasses.
We say in the story that, it almost sounds like it was a joke, a wave of molasses, but it certainly wasn't funny. And people just couldn't get out of the way of it. And it injured, it wrecked a lot of buildings along the way. Also, there was a elevated train. It took away the support under the train tracks. The train crashed, and it knocked down. There were a lot of wooden buildings there. It was an older part of Boston, and it ruined the homes. And it was just, we say, one of the strangest disasters of all time for many reasons. And so that was the molasses disaster in Boston. So that's one of the types of disasters we have in our book.
Charles, Thanksgiving is next week, and it seems to be the tradition everybody eats turkey. How did that happen?
Yeah, and the surprise, George, is that the first Thanksgiving that the Pilgrims gave to the Indians, they did not eat turkey. Most historians today feel that what was served then, they had a couple Thanksgiving dinners of the Pilgrims with the Indians. They served venison duck, goose, and fish, not turkey. That was the menu of those first Thanksgiving dinners. And then Thanksgiving became an on and off holiday, or an on and off event to give thanks to whatever happened that year. And some years we had Thanksgiving, some years we didn't. It was not a regular national holiday until Abraham Lincoln was president, and he wanted to have, after the Civil War was ending, wanted to have a Thanksgiving every year. For the first time, made it an annual national holiday. And the reason turkey was served is turkey in those days, the custom was to use turkey at big events like a wedding or an especially big party or a holiday. And there were a lot of turkeys in the country at that time, and especially in the rural areas. And so the custom began to always have turkey, since it was used for events, especially so it became a tradition slowly to have turkey every Thanksgiving, not all at once. I mean, the very first Thanksgiving that Lincoln had, and as I say, Lincoln was the first person to make the holiday a federal holiday and a yearly holiday, always to be in November. And they started gradually eating turkey. Turkey did not become the thing to have at Thanksgiving really until almost 1900. Started
but then it took off like a rocket, didn't it?
And yeah, and eventually, of course, that's what we think of when we think of Thanksgiving. We think of turkey now, but that wasn't always the case.
Where did we get the name turkey?
Well, that's interesting. You would think it was because the birds came from Turkey, but that's not true. Turkeys were really misnamed by the English colonists who came here, and the turkey is native only to North America. The only place that it ever seen or found was the North American continent, and the British people thought they looked like the guinea hens that are in Turkey, and started calling them turkey, which was really a wrong name, but the name stuck. And the interesting thing, George, is the funny story is there were no turkeys in Turkey until they were brought there from America. Eventually, they brought some of those turkeys over to Turkey, and they were already called turkey, even though they were really from the United States.
Amazing Tidbits. We're with Charles Richblum. We are talking about the all-time book of amazing facts and fascinating facts and knowledge in a nutshell as well. Your series, how many books have you written now, Charles? Just those two or more?
The all-time book of fascinating facts is my 12th book.
Wow.
And what I tried to do, George, was take some of the best stuff from the other books, the Knowledge in a Nutshell books we wrote over the years, and update, what had to be updated, and also add some new things, but really take the best of what I had. So this is a thicker book. It's 300 and some pages, and has all kinds of everything from sports to history to strange things to bizarre things. I just tried to, make it as surprising and fascinating as it could be. And it's a good quiz book. Kids enjoy quizzing each other, quizzing their parents, or vice versa. There's so many surprising things that, I'm always surprised to learn about, and there are a lot of strange things in our history.
What would you say all time is one of your favorite bizarre stories?
Well, there are so many. We have one on, I was just talking about this to somebody else the other day, on if you multiply any number from 1 on up by 9, the answer will always total 9. It's just incredible. 9 times 2, 18. 8 plus 1 is 9. 9 times 3, 27. 2 plus 7 is 9. 9 times 6, 54. 5 plus 4 is 9. 9 times 9, 81. 8 plus 1 is 9.
That's amazing.
Whatever number, any number from 1 on up. It's just an incredible thing. And let's even take a couple bigger numbers. Let's say you took, just to pick out some...
100 times 9 is 9, right?
Well, let's say
add it across.
It's 35. The answer is 315. So add the 3, the 1, and the 5. You got 3 and 1 is 4, and 5 is 9. Take 9 times, if you want to take a bigger one, 463, let's say. If that equals 4,167. So you add the 4, the 1, the 6, and the 7. 5, 6, and 11, the 7 is 18. 18 is 1 plus 8 is 9. Any number. You can take 9.
How does that happen?
It's the magic of 9. It's just...
and that's the only number it happens with?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And any number. I mean, as I say, if you can take, 3,433. Just pick out any number in your head, multiply it by 9, and the total will always add up to 9.
You've asked the question, why are hot dogs called hot dogs?
Well, that all started at a baseball game in the early 1900s. The New York Giants, who at that time were playing the Giants before they moved to San Francisco, were still in New York. The concessionaire was a guy named Harry Stevens. And in those days, they didn't sell any warm food at ballparks. They just sold things like peanuts and Cracker Jack and things like that. And this was a very cool day at the beginning of the season. And he noticed that hardly anybody was buying any food. It was real cold. So he decided to take a walk around the neighborhood to decide to see if he could find something warm to sell. He went into a butcher shop and said, do you have anything we could sell at the ballpark today? The butcher had a lot of sausages on the grill. Said, here, why don't you take some of these sausages? You can sell those. And Harry Stevens said, well, what are the fans going to hold them with? And the guy said, well, there's a bakery next door. Maybe they got some buns or something you could use. So Harry Stevens went next door. Sure enough, he got some buns there. So he took the buns and the sausages back to the ballpark. And
Probably sold out, I bet.
Barbie?
Probably sold out, didn't he?
Yeah, for sure. Anyhow, there was a cartoonist at the game that day, a man named Tad Dorgan. And newspapers in those days very often put a cartoon on the front page having something to do with the news of the day. So he had this cartoon of a vendor holding a sausage in a bun, and he was going to call it, the bun and the sausage reminded him of a dachshund. He was going to call the cartoon Hot Dachshund, but he was on deadline, and at the last minute, he realized he wasn't quite sure how to spell dachshund. So he changed the title and he made it Hot Dog. That's how it got its name.
And it stuck. Charles, we're going to take a quick break and come back and talk more. Your website we've got linked up at coasttocoastam.com, knowledgeinanutshell.com. Back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
The free Coast Zone email newsletter is sent out 6 days a week and is a great way to keep up on all things Coast. With detailed program recaps, the fascinating Today in Strangeness listing, upcoming guest info, and weekly free audio clips, it's a must-have for Coast fans. Look for the free sign-up on the coasttocoastam.com homepage.
KFI News on the hour, on the hand, and when it breaks.
I'm Bree Tennis from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The first major Santa Ana wind event of the fall season expected to start today. The San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Monica Mountains, and Malibu Coast will be under a high wind warning between 10 o'clock tonight and 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Watch for gusts as strong as 65 miles per hour. The race for LA mayor is now separated by 29,000 votes. The county elections office says Karen Bass now has 52.2% of the vote. Billionaire developer Rick Caruso trails with 47.8%. More results expected today. It's day 2 for thousands of striking UC researchers and student employees. They're looking for better pay and working conditions. Southland weather from KFI. Get ready for gusty Santa Ana winds. Highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 48 degrees in Tucson, 50 in Orange. Beverly Hills reports 49, and it's 41 in Agoura. We lead local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennis.
In Westminster, there is a whole freeway closure to 405 northbound from Bolsa to Westminster Avenue. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. Gardena, we have good news. Earlier crash that was on the 91 eastbound at the 110 has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is up to full speeds in that area. And in Baldwin Park, there is a work zone 10 eastbound from the 605 to Pacific Avenue. 2 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. Expect delays in that area. KFI, if the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Vance.
Hi, I'm Dana Schwartz, host of the hit podcast Noble Blood. Join me on my new podcast, Stealing Superman, for a deep dive into the shocking true crime saga of the theft of a priceless comic book from the home of Nicolas Cage.
Someone targeted this very specific, very talented actor and stole something that is very specific to his interests.
Listen to Stealing Superman on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Guy in his cheap transmission fluid.
Seriously? My dealership just checked the brakes.
We all know how cheap it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. I can't believe it. Check engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
Did you know fixing outdoor leaks can save 27 to 90 gallons of water per day? Even tiny leaks can be huge water wasters. Conserving water starts with a few simple water-saving actions at home and in your yard, like adjusting your sprinklers and adding drip irrigation so you water only where it's needed. We can all do our part to conserve water. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more water-saving tips. Save water. Save California.
Do you hear what I hear? It's the sound of exclusive offers mingling from the Valpak Holiday Workshop. This November, Valpak is teaming up with iHeartRadio to bring you a special holiday edition of the Blue Envelope. Together, we're giving you an easy-to-scan QR code to stream all your favorite holiday tunes through the iHeartRadio app. Plus, check your envelope to see if our elves have snuck a $100 check inside. Dash to the mailbox for your Valpak envelope. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited. See specially marked Valpak envelopes or Valpak.com for details.
KFI, AM 640.
It's just silent surveillance video footage of the vagrants. Oh, this guy, watching the guy urinate. Oh, no, you can see the puddle at his feet. Almost every segment has an oh no moment.
John and Ken, weekdays 2 to 6.
You'll start shouting at your screen.
On KFI. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday. The regular crowd shuffles in. There's an old man sitting next to me, making love to his tonic and gin. He said, son, can you play me a memory? I'm not really sure how it goes, but it's sad and it's sweet and I knew it complete when I wore a younger man's clothes. La 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 la. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody, and you got us feeling alright.
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're going to take your calls next hour with Dr. Knowledge, Charles Richbloom, so get ready to ask a question or two. ParanormalDate.com keeps rolling along. 532 people shy of 144,000 members at ParanormalDate.com.
And don't forget, if your heart desires a person a bit more mature, we've got you covered there too. You can check out ParanormalDate.com/seniors. These are people 60 plus. They think like you do. So check it out. ParanormalDate.com/seniors.
And before you go on that date, build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders,
or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I guarantee you that your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
How'd you sleep last night? Did you toss and turn? Did you wake up? You got a little insomnia? Well, let me tell you something. After the show, I'm wired. I'm still pumped up for the program. It's difficult sometimes to get to sleep right away, and you need to get a good night's sleep. I looked for something that was drug-free, something that would help me turn off our brains and relax and sleep at night, and I found Relief Factor Sleep, 100% drug-free supplement. It's made by the same company that helps tens of thousands of people relieve their pain every month, Relief Factor Sleep. You wake up ready to go without that sluggish feeling, and you just can take on the day, and it's just fantastic. Try Relief Factor Sleep. Give it a try. A low introductory price of $19.95 for the first month. That's it. Go to relieffactor.com/sleep or call 1-800-4RELIEF to find out more. That's relieffactor.com/sleep or 1-800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor Sleep.
Real people, real stories.
I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
I got a Labrador. She could hardly lift herself up off the floor. I won't tell you what the veterinarian said, but the treatment was chemotherapy. And I couldn't wait. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it, and she took to it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell. She was very alert. 6 weeks into the protocol, she seemed like she was 100%. She was going on a 5-mile walk. I'm like, my goodness, she is just like prime again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast, George Noy with Dr. Knowledge, Charles Richblom. Charles, we just talked about hot dogs. What about hamburgers? Because there's no ham in the hamburgers. How'd they ever get that name?
Well, why in the world do we call them hamburgers? Let me add one more point, George, if I may, on hot dogs.
Yeah.
The original cartoon that Tad Dorgan wrote for his newspaper in New York, where he had the dachshund in a bun and came up with the name hot dog, that original cartoon is at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. So any of your listeners who are ever at the Hall of Fame, you can see the original cartoon that gave us the name hot dog for hot dog.
Can you Google it and find it somehow that way?
I'm not sure of that, but I do know that, in fact, I've been to the Hall of Fame. I know the actual original cartoon is there at the Hall of Fame.
Now, how about hamburgers?
Now, hamburgers. Why in the world are they called hamburgers? As we say in the book, there ain't no ham in hamburgers. Why do we have that name?
Or was there ever hamburgers?
No, never. We had a big German immigration to the United States in the late 1800s, and among the people coming here were those from Hamburg, Germany, and one of their favorites, they were known for making ground meat, and when the ground meat was seen here, people started calling it after its city of origin, and they named ground meat hamburgers after the city of Hamburg, Germany, very much like Frankfurters were a big favorite in Frankfurt, Germany, and that's why they're called Frankfurters. And wieners come from Vienna, where they were featured as one of the big foods there. And in the German language, the word wiener is pronounced as if it started with a V, as in Vienna.
And burgers, of course. Sounds like the Supreme Court.
Well, that's another story. And one of my favorite stories, George, is that we have had a Frankfurter and a burger on the U.S. Supreme Court. How about that?
I love that.
We had there was
maybe a hot dog or two.
Well, and then this is true. There was a Supreme Court justice named Felix Frankfurter, and he was on the court from, my memory is correct, from 1939 to 1962. Felix Frankfurter, that was his real name. And then we had a Chief Justice on the U.S. Supreme Court named Warren Burger.
Yep, I remember that.
That was from...
that was during the Kennedy era.
In the 80s.
He did the Warren Commission.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, the Kennedy assassination, that's right. So we had a Frankfurt and a burger there. So, but anyhow, get back to hamburgers. It is amazing that the next time you're having a hamburger with somebody, you say, hey, there ain't no ham in this. Why is it called a hamburger? The reason is that they're named after their city of origin, Hamburg, Germany.
Of course, I think the Supreme Court guy was Earl Warren, who did the Warren Commission, but it could have been the same guy with the Earl Burger. I'm not sure.
Well, we did have Warren Burger was the Chief Justice.
That's right. It might have been the same.
Yeah, and Felix Frankfurter, by the way, was not Chief Justice, but he was one of the more famous justices on the Supreme Court. He had a very good reputation.
You say that there was something called the loudest noise ever heard by humans. What the heck was that?
Yeah, that's an amazing thing. There was an island in the South Pacific named Krakatoa. And by the way, this is the loudest noise ever heard by humans, louder than any nuclear bomb, any nuclear explosion.
It's a volcano, right?
Yeah, it was a volcanic island, and the whole island blew up. It was like an 8-square-mile island. The whole island blew up in the late 1800s. And the dust and debris from that island went worldwide. It darkened the atmosphere all over the world. And the sound was so great, George. It's the loudest sound ever heard by humans. Scientists have delved into this. It could be heard 3,000 miles away.
Oh, my God.
That explosion.
Jeez.
That would be like something happening in, let's say, New York City that you could hear in Los Angeles, which is roughly 3,000 miles.
Yeah.
That's how loud that was. And most experts do say, they agree on the fact that that is the loudest noise ever heard by humans in human history when that island blew up, the volcanic island blew up, sending debris all over the world, and the loudest sound ever heard by humans.
Charles, are many of these little stories those kind that you go, I didn't know that? That kind of thing?
Yeah, that's what I look for. I don't believe that. And then you do a little research on it. It turns out to be true. There's so many like that are, hard to believe.
Are there any new ones left out there that we haven't discovered?
Yeah. I update my book every couple of years, and I do find new things, and then new people are added. We have one in there that this is amazing, almost 40% of all U.S. presidents' last names end in the same letter, and that letter is N. how many, George? Starting with,
and you had Reagan, and Reagan was one?
Well, you start with George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Johnson.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. And in more recent times, Harry Truman, Richard Nixon, Lyndon Johnson, Ronald Reagan.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. It's almost 40% of all presidents' last names have ended in N.
Lincoln.
We just, added another one, so.
Why is that?
What's that?
Why is that?
Why do those things keep increasing?
Why do these names end in N all the time? Are people just picking the votes and they're voting for them unconsciously or what?
Well, it could be, although we've had some presidents whose last names ended in N who did not make it. John McCain would be one example. Hillary Clinton would be another one. So we've had both the winners and losers using that, but it is surprising that so many of their names have ended in N.
I don't believe in coincidences, do you? I think things happen for a reason.
I know you don't, George, but they are interesting. One of my favorites, the event is not a favorite, but one of the favorites of a coincidence is what happened on 9/11. When the first plane that hit the World Trade Center was Flight 11. There were 92 people on board, 9 plus 2 is 11. It happened in New York City. There are 11 letters in New York City.
On 9/11.
The second plane hit the Pentagon. There are 11 letters in the Pentagon.
That's
the
weird.
third plane crashed near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Shanksville has 11 letters. The two towers together look like number 11. And one of the most amazing facts is that after September 11th, there are exactly 111 days left in the year. If you have a calendar which shows you how many days have gone by this year and how many days are left, you'll find that on September 11th, there are exactly, after September 11th, exactly 111 days left in the year.
Why do they call police officers cops, Charles?
There are a couple of theories on that, but most word historians say it comes from the fact that it was a big tradition in the late 1800s in the big eastern cities like Boston, New York, Philadelphia, for police officers to wear big copper badges and copper buttons. And when a police officer would come into view, people would say, "Here comes the copper." And they started calling them coppers. And then, of course, over the years, as time went on, people shortened that name coppers to cops. There is one theory that the name comes from the words constable on parole, but that's been discounted by most serious historians, that they say the use of the word copper it comes from the copper buttons and copper badges that was traditional for police officers in the late 1800s.
You say New Year's Day used to be in March.
Yeah, and
what happened there?
Better date. Before our calendar was changed in the 1700s, the British adopted the Gregorian calendar, which was made by a pope. The Catholic countries had gone to that calendar earlier, but the Protestant countries like the British and others in Europe, Scandinavian countries, waited till 1752 to adopt the new calendar. And before the calendar was changed, New Year's was on March 25th. And it raises a question. A lot of serious historians and others say, why in the world did we change the date? March 25th is much more of a new year than January 1st. Nothing particularly happens on January 1st. It's just an early day in winter. There's nothing special about January 1st. But March 25th is right at the beginning of spring, and spring is really more of a new year in much of the country than January 1st, right? So why didn't we keep New Year's on March 25th? You can think about that for a long time. Maybe we should still have New Year's on
about U.S. states that are named after women? I know one, Georgia.
Yeah, no, it's not Georgia.
It's
Surprisingly.
but
You would think it would be Georgia.
It's named after a woman, isn't it?
Well, you would think it would be Georgia
or you mean the state was actually named after a specific woman?
Yeah, it was named after King George of England. And that's where Georgia came from, just like the Carolinas. You'd think that might have been named after women, but that was named after King Charles. Charles, the Carolina is a Latin version of the name Charles, and that's where that came from. There are only 3 states named after women. 2 of them are Virginia and West Virginia, named after Queen Victoria, Queen Elizabeth, who was known as the Virgin Queen. And that's where Virginia came from, and West Virginia. And the other one is Maryland, which was named after Queen Maria of England.
Did they change the spelling?
The other obvious one I would think of would be Louisiana. You'd think that might have been named after somebody named Louise, but it wasn't. It was named after King Louis, and that's where Louisiana came from. King Louis of France. The French controlled Louisiana at that time.
You have a tidbit here about how far you can see on a clear day. You can see forever, can't you?
Well, you can. You ask the average person how far can you see on a clear day with the naked eye, and most people will say, oh, maybe a mile or 2 miles, depending on where you are. But we can easily see 93 million miles on a clear day if we look at the sun.
You look at the sun. That's right.
The sun is 93 million miles away, and we can see that very well with the naked eye.
Or a star even farther.
Well, you're right, George. I'm just going to say. And then how about stars? You can see a star with the naked eye that's billions of miles away. Isn't that something?
That's right. Exactly.
That's an amazing thing when you think about it.
You talked about the United States once had 3 presidents in 1 year. What happened there?
Yeah, it's happened twice. First time was in 1841 when Martin Van Buren finished his term. William Henry Harrison was inaugurated as the new president in 1941, but he died 30 days after he was sworn in.
He got assassinated, right?
Yeah. No, he wasn't. He picked up pneumonia. He picked up a bad cold. He was a tough old army guy, and he refused to wear a hat and coat at his inauguration ceremonies. It was a cold, windy day in Washington. He stood out there in the rain. He had, as by chance, gave the longest inauguration speech in history, and then walked back to the White House from the Capitol in this cold weather. He caught a real bad cold, which quickly turned into pneumonia, and in those days, they didn't have the medicines that we have today.
Right.
He went to bed, and we also have another fact about him. There was one president who spent most of his term in bed. He went to bed the 3rd or 4th day of his presidency and basically stayed in bed, died 31 days. So he was like president for 31 days.
Wow, he got sick big time, didn't he?
Yeah, and amazingly was president for such a short time, succeeded by Vice President John Tyler. So we had 3 presidents in that year. And then the same thing happened in 1881. The retiring president was Hayes. William Randolph Hayes left office, was succeeded by James Garfield. Garfield was assassinated and died 6 months into his term. He was still president that year, 1881. He was assassinated, and his vice president, Chester Arthur, became president. So we had 3 different presidents in 1881 as well as 1841.
That's interesting. Do they teach this stuff in schools?
I don't remember. Most of the stuff I use, I don't remember learning in school. Of course, in my case, I purposely looked for things like this, and maybe in school I didn't. I don't remember learning things like this in school. And I tried these questions on kids. In fact, we get a lot of letters from kids. They say they're sticking their parents with tough questions and beating their parents with the answers. On the other hand, I think you learn things in school and you don't, if you're really not that interested in it, you sort of forget.
I think it would be a fun class if they had that with your book as part of the requirement. Charles, we're going to come back and talk more and take phone calls next.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
We're going to be fine.
It doesn't sound like you're going to be fine.
We're going to be fine.
Tim Conway Jr. Show. It sounds like it's their last words. Weeknights at 6 on KFI.
Hey, all esteemed sharp. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Duffy Power has you covered. Go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com. That's DUTHIE power.com.
Yellowstone, television's #1 show, is back on Paramount Network.
I, John Dudley, do solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution of the state of Montana against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
He joined an all-star cast led by Academy Award winner Kevin Costner.
The invasion is over. They will fight you dirty.
Is there any other way?
As the Dutton family fights to protect their legacy, they'll learn power has a price.
Signing this is a declaration of war. We're already at war.
Yellowstone. New episodes Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern, exclusively on Paramount Network.
Did you hear what I hear? It's the sound of exclusive offers mingling from the Valpak Holiday Workshop. This November, Valpak is teaming up with iHeartRadio to bring you a special holiday edition of the Blue Envelope. Together, we're giving you an easy-to-scan QR code to stream all your favorite holiday tunes through the iHeartRadio app. Plus, check your envelope to see if our elves have snuck a $100 check inside. Dash to the mailbox for your Valpak envelope. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited. See specially marked Valpak envelopes or Valpak.com for details.
Mario Lopez here. Life is full of choices, so don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one wrong pill. Make the choice to get help. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at choosemat.org.
What if there was a place where you could listen to all the radio stations, music, and podcasts you love? And what if that place was free? Well, we couldn't find it, so we made it. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
More informative, more engaging, more stimulating.
KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County.
Tuesdays aren't so bad when they start with Jennifer Jones-Lake. Here she is with your morning wake-up call.
Ooh, I don't know how today's gonna be. Coffee I usually drink was out. Apparently I have a hole in my lip. You ever have that? You take a drink of coffee and all of a sudden it like dribbles down your chin? Or I just became 105 and didn't know it. Hi! Who knows what's gonna happen on this Tuesday, November 15th? This is your wake-up call. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, and some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Woo, the race for mayor of LA is now separated by 29,000 votes. There's starting to be some real space in between these two. Karen Bass is pulled ahead of Rick Caruso. Amazon, we've learned, has a plan to lay off about 10,000 employees. We just got news that Walmart has announced it's agreed to pay a $3.1 billion opioid nationwide settlement. And there's a program in LA that sends unarmed teams to handle nonviolent 911 calls related to the homeless. And that program is expanding. Coming up at 5:05, we're going to talk with ABC's Karen Travers. We'll find out if any more details came out about the president's 3-hour chat with Chinese President Xi yesterday at the G20 summit in Bali. And the president is meeting with another world leader today. We'll find out which one and what those two are expected to talk about when we chat with Karen in just a few minutes from now. So let's start with some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Amazon has plans to lay off about 10,000 employees. Ekin Yassin is the tech professor at University of Washington in Seattle. She says many tech companies have to rethink their relationship with their customers.
A lot of tech companies really has grown exponentially in ways they couldn't have projected because of the pandemic.
Now, the cuts would be the largest in Amazon's history. Walmart has announced it has agreed to a $3.1 billion opioid nationwide settlement. Walmart is the latest major player in the drug industry to settle all lawsuits by state, local, and tribal governments. On November 2nd, CVS Health and Walgreens each said that they would pay about $5 billion. The race for mayor of LA is now separated by 29,000 votes. Karen Bass has pulled ahead of Rick Caruso as mail-in ballots continue to be counted. In the race for LA County Sheriff, Robert Luna has 60% of the votes to Alex Villanueva's 40%. And West Hollywood City Councilwoman Lindsay Horvath is ahead in the race to fill the seat of County Board of Supervisors. She is ahead of State Senator Bob Hertzberg by more than 8,800 votes. The county registrar says more than 655,000 ballots still need to be counted. So, I guess technically in any of these races, something could change. Probably still the race for mayor is the one to keep an eye on, because a 29,000 vote separation with 655,000 ballots still to be counted, that's one that could still go either way. Two congressional races in OC remain too close to call a week after Election Day. Democratic Representative Katie Porter maintains a slight lead over Republican Scott Voss. Democratic Congressman Mike Levin of Dana Point is beating Republican challenger Brian Marriott by less than 13,000 votes. Jay Leno is recovering from gasoline burns to his face and hands.
Leno says the fire happened inside the garage in Burbank, where he keeps a large number of vintage cars and sports cars. The Burbank Police Department says Leno was injured Sunday and he was taken to the Grossman Burn Center in West Hills. The hospital says Leno is in stable condition and is in good humor and touched by all the inquiries into his condition and the well wishes. Leno's canceled his appearance for this Saturday at Flappers Comedy Club in Burbank and a show at the Financial Brand Forum in Las Vegas. Leno tweeted yesterday that he's okay and just needs a week or two to get on his feet. Steve Gregory, Take-A-Fi News.
Jennifer Newsom has testified in the sexual assault trial of Harvey Weinstein. The wife of Governor Newsom provided jurors yesterday with a graphic account of what she called a violent assault that lasted for over an hour. Newsom was the seventh woman to testify how Weinstein used his status to pressure them to meet with him alone in hotel rooms where he could sexually assault them. She's expected to be back on the stand today. Two French bulldogs have been ripped away from their owners on the 6th Street Bridge in L.A.
The thieves pulled up on people walking their dogs Friday. One got out and took the dogs at gunpoint. Owner of rare French bulldogs in Riverside, Michelle Krebs, says she warns her customers about the dogs being stolen. She says her dogs are never left alone.
People do know that I have these expensive dogs in the home and that I have, a number of them.
Krebs says French bulldogs are averaging more than $3,000 right now. She says thieves often sell them at a lower price. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
When we come back, we'll talk with ABC's Karen Travers, find out if there were any more details out of the president's chat with Chinese President Xi at the G20 summit in Bali yesterday, and who the president will be meeting with today and what they are expected to discuss. That's coming up in just a second. Right now, let's take a look at your drive on the 5 Heineck Paleogini.
Southbound through Norwalk and outbound Norwalk or Imperial. It's directed as the 2 right lane shutdown. That's going to cause you heavy delays from before the 605, making your way southbound along the 5. And update on this problem or anything else slowing you down, pound 250 on your cell phone. Keyword is KFI traffic northbound side of the 605 as you're coming away from about South Street. Making that transition 605 north to the 91 east. It looks like it is a wreck that has the lanes of the transition road possibly taken away for some cleanup work. So that's definitely going to be a bit busy for your drive. Heading westbound along the 91 as you make way through Riverside, starting to get a bit busy for you from before Magnolia. Kind of light and patchy as you make way beyond 15 into Corona. The overnight Caltrans crew dropping up shop in the area. Further westbound on the 91, going to catch a few delays again from past Green River as you make your way towards the 241 toll road. As you're heading along on the northbound side of 57 near Yorba Linda Boulevard, earlier wreck, a couple of cars involved off to the right shoulder, and checking out your drive on the southbound side of the 57 in Brea near Imperial. That is an early problem that had the left lane taken away. It looks like that has been cleared to the right shoulder. KFI, this guy helps get to there faster. I'm Nick Polio-King.
506 on your wake-up call. Karen Travers, good morning to you. Were there any more details that came out of the president's 3-hour talk with Chinese President Xi yesterday at the G20 summit in Bali, more than what we heard from him during that news conference?
Not a whole lot, but the president was kind of candid in the sense of him telling us that he was candid with China's President Xi afterwards. He said that they were very blunt with one another about places where they disagreed or where they were uncertain of each other's positions. And this was a roughly 3-hour meeting, which is pretty significant for President Biden, one of the longest he's had with a world leader. And the meeting with the White House had really been setting pretty low expectations for, not promising any major breakthroughs or significant developments or big policy changes or announcements. But the president said that there need not be a new Cold War between the U.S. and China. He says, the U.S. is competing vigorously, but he's not looking for conflict. He wants to manage competition responsibly. So I think the goal for the White House, the goal for the president was, to clearly try and reset is not a word they would use, but I think definitely try and go in with this and say, let's try and figure out ways that we can work together, that the world expects the U.S. and China to be able to cooperate on global challenges like climate, like Russia, the global economy more broadly, while understanding that there are going to be hot spots where we're not going to agree. One big headline, I think, from the president at that press conference was in one sentence where he said that he does not think that there is an imminent attempt from China to invade Taiwan. That was an interesting statement from him, something we haven't heard him say so explicitly in recent months.
Yeah, exactly. And when you have a relationship between China and the U.S. that, a lot of people would argue is probably at its lowest that we've seen in, I don't even know, half a century or so, something like that. I think any talk can be seen as constructive just because if you could just get the two sides to the table, nothing. As for today, who the president sits at the table with, is he meeting with more world leaders?
Yeah, he's actually finished his day, which sounds crazy. They're 13 hours ahead of East Coast time, so he is already done. He had a dinner with world leaders that he actually skipped out on in terms of the story. He went back to the hotel. The White House said he had some meetings and work he had to get to, but the Secretary of State is attending the dinner, seemingly in his place. But the president today had meetings on the sidelines. He sat down with the president of Turkey. He met with the prime minister of Italy, who's new to the G20. They talked about Ukraine and China and climate change in Russia. Tomorrow, he is going to meet with the new British prime minister. So that'll be something also that we were expecting to see. It was notable that he's at the G20 for 3 days. This is an economic-related summit for the most part. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a big, big topic there, but also rising food prices, rising energy prices, inflation, very big topics for these world leaders. But I think it's interesting that the big one for the president, the meeting with Xi, comes on the first day, the press conference on the first day. And now the rest of it, he's got a lot of significant meetings, but the big one was on day one. I think it shows how much the White House is really putting a lot of value in that meeting. They wanted to do it and show the significance of this.
All right, Karen, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
Have a great day. Thanks.
You too. See you later. ABC's Karen Travers. Well, she mentioned Ukraine, and federal prosecutors in New York have decided not to file criminal charges against Rudy Giuliani for lobbying activities in Ukraine. Aaron Katursky says federal prosecutors in Manhattan had been investigating whether Giuliani should have been registered as a foreign agent.
The FBI had seized more than a dozen of Giuliani's devices during an April 2021 search of his home and office. Giuliani maintained he had done nothing wrong.
Prosecutors now sent a letter to a judge saying that based on information currently available, criminal charges would not be forthcoming. Giuliani's lawyer called it a total victory. Former President Trump is expected to announce he'll enter the 2024 presidential race at a rally in Mar-a-Lago. Trump has experienced a setback following his party's midterm performance. Now, many candidates he backed in high-profile contests were defeated. He also faces competition from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who was reelected by a huge margin. Former Vice President Mike Pence says President Trump's words during a rally on January 6th were reckless. Pence told ABC News' David Muir he was angered by a tweet Trump sent that day, saying Pence didn't have the courage to do what should be done.
I told him, despite what you issued last night from your campaign, Mr. President, I've been very clear that I don't have the authority to reject votes.
Oh, I wish I'd been a fly on the wall at that conversation. Pence also says he told Trump many times that they lost the election and reminded the president they both took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. Yasiel Puig. Former Dodger outfielder has agreed to plead guilty to lying to federal officials about bets on games he placed with an illegal gambling operation. Puig has agreed to pay a fine of at least $5,500. He's expected to appear in federal court in LA today. The body of a missing mom from Simi Valley has been found in the Antelope Valley, and the woman's ex-husband was arrested in Victorville. Simi Valley Police Commander Craig Dungan says that the woman's sister called 911 Thursday to report her missing. But when police arrived at the home, there was evidence of a struggle.
Rachel's personal belongings, cell phone, car keys, and her vehicle were still at the location. Simi Valley detectives took control of the case immediately.
Dungan says the body was found Sunday and the ex-husband was arrested a short time later. He is in jail on $510,000 bail. The couple have 2 young children. A program in LA that sends unarmed teams to handle nonviolent 911 calls related to the homeless is expanding. Mayor Garcetti says the program helps free up LAPD officers for serious crime.
Instead, we have mental health professionals and 2 crisis workers with lived experience who can engage and who can move forward with solutions for our unhoused residents.
The program will be expanding to the San Fernando Valley and South LA. It recently expanded into downtown LA. The program also includes outreach teams to connect homeless people with services. Tens of thousands of student researchers at all 10 UC campuses have gone on strike, claiming more than half their pay goes to rent. UCLA grad student Stephanie Mena says student workers do most of the teaching and the research.
A lot of us have to commute from farther away and do not have access to sustainable transportation. We don't get paid enough, and then contracts also, we're not allowed to work anywhere else.
Mena says UC is also engaged in unfair bargaining practices. UC says it's committed to negotiating a fair multi-year contract that recognizes the value of student workers. Mourners say the leadership of the former El Monte police chief helped the community heal after the fatal shooting of 2 officers.
It is with great sadness that we mourn the loss of our brother, Chief Sam Lowry.
Lowry was appointed chief this past summer, shortly after the officers were killed.
Most were unaware, then had just received news of what would amount to a terminal diagnosis of his cancer.
Sam Lowry said yesterday his brother didn't allow an announcement when he became chief, nor did he want people to know about the cancer.
He would not allow even the slightest bit of attention to be taken from his fallen officers.
Lowry was 45. He's survived by a wife and 4 children.
End of watch, October 24th, 2022.
Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Oh, whenever you hear that end of watch, or if a firefighter dies and they ring the bell, oof, that is, I don't know, that just pulls at the heartstrings. God bless. NASA JPL says it plans to launch a satellite December 5th to measure every body of water on the planet. Mission scientist Nadia Schiffer says the surface water and ocean topography mission, known as SWOT, will observe the fine details of the ocean surface topography and measure how water bodies change over time.
Essentially, SWOT will give us this missing connection between the water sources and water sinks, between the water movement and water storage, between water supply and water demand, between ocean and land.
The mission is a partnership between the U.S. and space agencies from Canada, France, and the U.K. Schiffer says they hope to learn how to predict and react to drought and climate change. Thanksgiving, flipping us the bird. The price of turkey has gone up, but it's not just because of inflation. It's also because of the avian flu. It's taken out more than 6 million turkeys this year. John McConaughey is owner of Doublebrook Farms in Hopewell, New Jersey, and says the cost of everything is up.
Feed is more expensive, labor is more expensive, all the inputs are more expensive, so that obviously is going to translate into a more expensive turkey.
Drought in the U.S. and war in Ukraine also have helped push those grain prices up. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with ABC's Tom Rivers about what's going on in Ukraine. And Ukrainian President Zelensky visited Kherson. That's the southern city that Russia had occupied for about 8 months, but then finally retreated. Zelensky's troops went in, and he's saying now that the liberation of the city is the beginning of the end of the war. Is that really the case, and what's next if so? We'll find out when we talk with Tom. in just a few minutes. It's back to Nick Paliocchini taking a look at that early morning drive.
Got a match for you right now. Let's go around 605 North Transition of the 91 East. It's right blocking lanes to connecting roadway back to the drive where you're looking South Street. And still dealing with problems where you drive on the southbound side of the 5. They can make way through the Norwalk area, right? Norwalk or Pioneer. Crashes the 2 right lanes shut down. That's going to be a rough go for you as you come away from before the 605. Early problem wrapped up in the Fullerton area, northbound side of the 57 before your Orpaletta Boulevard. So more social center, Jason. Everything's off to the right shoulder. Not looking too crazy bad for your drive there. KFI and this guy helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Paliocchini.
Hello, I'm John Aquarian, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air. Last week we found a leak in my furnace that could have filled my son's room with carbon monoxide. Can you imagine how bad that could have turned out? It was a reminder to me that regular service to your furnace is one of the best actions you could take for the safety of your family. Carbon monoxide is odorless and deadly, and more than 50,000 people are hospitalized by it every year. That's why my team takes the extra step for every system they service to protect you. Call now for a thorough furnace safety check for only $77. Call 866-DRAIN-77. And during the months of November and December, my team at Rooter Hero will install a carbon monoxide monitor for free in every home we service as a thank you for your business. Call 866-DRAIN-77. That's 866-DRAIN-77. Or visit us at rooterhero.com. Thank you.
Everybody needs a hero. CSLB license number 9966. This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
Dell's Black Friday event starts now with up to $400 off on select XPS and Alienware PCs powered by 12th-gen Intel Core processors, plus special pricing on accessories and free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America company.
The Clippers are still without Kawhi Leonard, but they thumped the Rockets behind 22 from Paul George. Reports say the Lakers want to wait for Dennis Schroeder and Thomas Bryant to return from injury before making any roster changes. The Rams are not sure how long they'll be without Super Bowl MVP Cooper Kupp. Whiteout suffered a high ankle sprain in Sunday's loss to the Arizona Cardinals. I'm Rich Johnson.
With Merrill, the bull always has your back. Learn more at ml.com/bullish. Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC.
The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certifications, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technologies. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. AA, MCL. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free.
Contractor license 1047-781.
Y'all need a guard dog for your plumbing. Zach, are you talking about Sadie's Guard Dog Protection? Yep, and it's available exclusively from the Zach list for just $14.95 a month. Sing your song, Zach Master. When your home has Sadie's Guard Dog Protection, Ghetto will send out a plumber with a 30-foot drain cable to open your stop and duct drains at no charge. You save $80. And that's the Ghetto price. Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
Have you ever felt depressed about work, only to have your dad be like, why are you so down? So you told him you hate your job, and he said, well, you better talk yourself out of it. And then you thought, I love to talk. I could host a podcast. And then you went to Spreaker from iHeart and started a podcast and got good at it. Then monetized it, then quit your boring job and told your dad, thanks for the advice. And he was like, well, that's not what I meant, and I don't understand what a podcast is, but you seem happy, so that's great, kiddo. You ever do that? Well, you could. That's Spreaker.com. That's Spreaker. Ask your dad. Yeah, actually, don't.
If your business has 5 or more employees and managed to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of $1,000 per employee. Now, that's real money. It's not a loan either. It's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands on it. It's complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and they can probably help you too. No charge up front. They share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Getting proper nutrition can help adults and kids combat stress. It's important to keep regular meal times, including snack times for kids. Minimize refined carbohydrates, high fat, and high sugar foods, and reduce your alcohol intake. This Cal Helpful Moment is brought to you by CalHope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
4 years ago, Gavin Newsom delivered an election night acceptance speech that promised to make California a place of opportunity, safety, and affordability for everyone.
A place of opportunity, 40,000 businesses destroyed. A place of safety, crime we haven't seen since the 1990s.
John and Ken,
And affordability for
that's
everyone.
why people are leaving.
We gave it to on KFI.
But even with nothing on, without a major look, I made you look, yeah, I look good in my Versace shoes. But I'm caught up when my morning clothes and nuts. But even with my hoodies on, I made you look, I made you look. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It is your wake-up call for what is about to be a very windy Tuesday. In fact, we've got a wind advisory that starts tonight at 8 o'clock. Normally when we have a Santa Ana event, we heard from the National Weather Service yesterday here on Wake Up Calls. They start in the morning. Those wind events start in the morning. This one's a little peculiar in the sense that it starts in the evening, and it's actually going to sort of ramp up overnight. So I'll get you the complete forecast in just a second, but it looks like really this wind event's going to kick up in the evening. So I don't know if it's your trash day or if you've got stuff outside that you need to run out and sort of batten down. This would be the time to do it because according to the National Weather Service, this could be our most major wind event that we've had this season, if not this year, coming up for the next few days. Well, the race for mayor of LA is now separated by 29,000 votes. Karen Bass has pulled ahead of Rick Caruso. Amazon says it has plans to lay off about 10,000 employees. And there's a program in LA that we've talked a lot about that sends unarmed teams to handle nonviolent 911 calls related to homeless. That program is now expanding. A program that is not expanding is that student relief debt program. That one took another hit yesterday after the president's program was blocked by another lawsuit. In fact, this is the second federal court in the last week that has blocked the program. So what is the next step for the student loan relief program? How many times can it get blocked before it's just out completely? We'll find out when we talk with Aaron in just a few minutes. Let's say hello now to Tom Rivers. So Ukrainian President Zelensky got to go to Kherson yesterday, which he saw obviously as a major victory in the war, Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Exactly. It was important for him. It was an important photo op. It was an important to show the West that the hundreds of millions that have been pouring into his country over the past 9 months have had some positive results. So yes, he certainly wanted to take an opportunity to go back into the city, and he called it the beginning of the end, kind of harkening back to D-Day, World War II, saying there's a lot of fighting, yet to do. But he said this was potentially a turning point and an important chapter in the war in this country.
Those were his words. Do other military analysts say the same thing?
The ones here in London, basically, in a nutshell, are saying, look, winter is coming, things are going to slow down, kind of harkening back to World War I, where not too much is going to happen in the winter. The big question is, there could be a huge confrontation in the spring. As you well know, those 300,000 the Russian forces will be trained up and in position at that point. The question is, will there be any kind of really constructive talks over the winter that will affect what's happening, obviously, on the ground in the spring? No talks. Expect big battles in the spring. And at this stage, we don't know. Zelensky sent a video link to the G20 in Bali, Indonesia, saying that he's now willing to talk. But again, that begins, in his view, when all the Russian soldiers leave Ukrainian soil. And very, very quickly, the Russian side said, no, that is not going to happen. We're willing to talk about where things lie right now. So again, the two positions diametrically opposed at this stage.
I want to talk about what is left on Ukrainian soil, specifically in Kherson. Yes, it's a victory to be looked at by the Ukrainians. Hey, we got our territory back. But it's a territory that has nothing, no electricity, no communication, no internet. I mean, you can look at this area and say that the Russians virtually leveled it. And so I understand how important the land itself is and the symbolic nature of what that means. But holy cow, I mean, there's nothing left there.
Well, exactly. And again, there's about 80,000 left in the city itself, but more than that left in the weeks running up to this. It went to Russian protected areas. And again, this is not 100%. This is not, a zero sum, if you will, calculation. Half the people want to be there. Half the people don't want to be there. Half want to side with the Russians. Half want to side with the Ukrainians. It's pretty complicated. It is not black and white.
I was reading an article, where did this one come from? The BBC, that talked about this grocery store in Kherson that had stayed open the whole time. And it said that the Russian workers, or soldiers, would come in for free beers. And if they refused, the soldiers said, that's all right, we'll just come back and kill you. And it seems like that's for those 80,000 people, what life must have been like for them during that Russian occupation.
Well, exactly. And again, for those that stayed, it is liberation for them. For those that departed, they don't know what the next chapter will bring. So yes, it is very, very fluid. And as I say, things more than likely will slow down now with the weather playing the big factor there. And then question mark talks will change the dynamics. If there is an absence of any real progress in any talk forum, then guess what? There's going to be some more bloodletting come March onwards.
Are there any indications that any of these other Russian-occupied regions of Ukraine might see some retreat from the soldiers and become Ukrainian territory again?
I'm sure, that there's going to be some places that are in the northern part of eastern Ukraine. The Russian forces pulled back and said, look, we're not going to fight over this flat land because their soldiers at this age are too thinly populating that area, hence the call up of the 300,000. So they're saying, look, you can have, it's sort of like a chess game. Yeah, you can take the pawn, but we're in a better position in this corner of the board, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, it's something to keep watching. And again, this is not just, the problem is it's often boiled down to an 8-second soundbite analysis of the war, and it's much, much more complicated than that.
All right. Thank you so much, Tom. I appreciate it.
Take care.
See you later. That is ABC's Tom Rivers. Have you heard of why Jeopardy is being slammed for an insensitive and appalling clue? Well, Clue asked, this was on Celebrity Jeopardy. The Clue asked actors, John Michael Higgins, Will Wheaton, and Joel Kim Booster, was in the category of all responses contain the letter A. Right there is why I can't go on Jeopardy. Are you kidding? That would be a category that would make me extremely nervous. So the question, in 2021, fugitive Brian Laundrie ended his days in Florida's Mayakachi Creek area, home to these long, toothy critters. And the answer was, what are alligators? Well, fans were obviously very critical of the show's decision to mention Laundrie in the clue. Laundrie, of course, confessed to killing his girlfriend, Gabby Petito, in a notebook confession before he killed himself about a year ago. And there were people who wrote, not Celebrity Jeopardy using Brian Laundrie as a clue for alligators. It's distasteful and wrong. Could have used anything else for a clue. This is beyond offensive. It's appalling and completely insensitive. And then there was one that was just pretty blunt. What the hell is wrong with you? So yeah, maybe not use a guy who killed his girlfriend and had a manhunt for him as the clue on Jeopardy. I'm kind of with the fans on this one. I'm just saying. Might need to rethink that one, Jeopardy. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with ABC's Aaron Katursky about that student loan relief program. Man, it took another hit. You've got a second federal court in the last week block the program that the administration insists is lawful and necessary. So what is wrong with it, and what's the next step for the student loan relief program? We'll find out with Aaron in just a few minutes. Right now, let's get another look at your drive with Nick Paliocchini in that morning commute.
And that's right now as folks are making their way along the 65 north transition to the 91 east. And why is that a mess? Because you can't make the transition right now. It's directed involving a car that went over the side of the roadway, and that's why you're seeing a rough go for the drive, 605 northbound. Looks like from before South Street, but actually, I think the map looks like those delays are mostly gone. So maybe that's gotten out of there really quickly on the southbound side of the 5. As you make your way toward Norwalk Boulevard or Pioneer. Imperial, it's going to be a busy one on the 5 southbound. That's due to an ongoing problem for your drive. Looks like all lanes are still blocked to try to get across as the 2 right lanes originally shut down onto the right shoulder. Overall, your drive on the southbound side of the 5 going to be busy for the time being. But before Lakewood Boulevard, KFI and the Sky Hills gets there faster. I'm Nick Paliocchini.
Our electric bills are pretty high.
I'm concerned about the addition of our infrastructure.
Recently in California with the fires, they said that they're going to shut off the power and it could be shut off for longer periods than usual.
I looked at our electric bills and they keep going up and up and up.
We had to find a solution to our energy bill.
Your home is an ecosystem. Solar power, battery storage, and efficient air conditioning all work together to ensure your house is comfortable, protected, and self-sustaining. Save today and prepare for tomorrow with Semper 360, the all-in-one home energy solution.
The savings are better than what I expected.
I said, I want the 18th. This was the 18th.
From the beginning to the end, they have been the best.
Declare your energy independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar, battery, and air contractor. Take advantage of the 30% federal solar tax credit. 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Expires November 30th, 2022. TSLP 978152.
SoCal weather from KFI. All right, get ready for what could be, according to the National Weather Service, the most significant Santa Ana wind event we've had this season and possibly this year starting tonight. Now, today will be mostly sunny, highs in the 60s. The Santa Ana event probably is going to start 8-ish, and we've got a wind advisory that takes effect starting at 8 tonight and lasts until 10. Gusty winds, though, look like they will stay with us off and on through Friday, and temps should warm into the 70s. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp for WDC Kitchen and Bath Center, where you're going to find the most in-stock appliances in Southern California. Bathroom faucets, fixtures, experts to help you get it all right, and all at the best prices in town. And check out their newest showroom, now open in Lomita, coming this fall, the 45,000 square foot WDC in La Quinta. To get your kitchen and bath done right, you need the experts that I have trusted for years. WDC. Find the one nearest you at WDCappliances.com.
Introducing Spectrum One. Get Spectrum Internet with speeds of 300 megabits per second, advanced Wi-Fi with best-in-class security and privacy. Spectrum Mobile with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G. Get it all with Spectrum One. Spectrum Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and one line of Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for only $49.99 a month. Visit Spectrum.com or a Spectrum store today. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. I sell custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters that are easy to install at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are custom-made for your windows, and I guarantee they'll fit. Don't hire a pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
What's better than having your favorite radio stations, music, and podcasts on demand? Having it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Did you hear what I hear? It's the sound of exclusive offers mingling from the Valpak Holiday Workshop. This November, Valpak is teaming up with iHeartRadio to bring you a special holiday edition of the Blue Envelope. Together, we're giving you an easy-to-scan QR code to stream all your favorite holiday tunes through the iHeartRadio app. Plus, check your envelope to see if our elves have snuck a $100 check inside. Dash to the mailbox for your Valpak envelope. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. See specially marked Valpak envelopes or Valpak.com for details. bill.
Warning, your heater may be unsafe. Don't turn on your heater again without calling Next Gen HVAC and Plumbing for a safety inspection and tune-up. Only $68 for a limited time. Only $68 for safety and peace of mind.
This is Jacob Emrani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. This is your wake-up call on a Tuesday. The Santa Ana winds kicking up tonight, 8-ish. I'm just giving you a heads up. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Walmart has announced this morning it's agreed to a $3.1 billion opioid nationwide settlement. Walmart's the latest major player in the drug industry to settle all lawsuits by state, local, and tribal governments. Former President Trump is expected to announce he will enter the 2024 presidential race at a rally in Mar-a-Lago. Trump has experienced a setback following his party's midterm performance, but doesn't look like that makes a difference. Looks like he's going to go ahead with the announcement. And the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol says it's considering the next step since former President Trump was a no-show for his deposition. It was supposed to happen yesterday. The committee approved a subpoena last month. Trump filed a lawsuit Friday challenging that order. News is brought to you by Mike Diamond, the Smell Good Plumber. Did you know on this World Population Day, if you get up and look in the mirror, you can say, hey, look at me. I'm part of the 8 billion people that currently live on planet Earth. Yes, we probably have made it to that 8 billion mark today. We'll get into that with Jim in just a few minutes. Hello, my fellow 8 billion personer, Aaron Kaczynski. Good morning to you. Oh, she doesn't want to say good morning to me? But you don't like that you too are part of the 8 billion people? Would you feel lost in the crowd, Aaron?
Oh, I live in New York City. I'm lost in the crowd every day.
That's a great point. Hey, good morning. So let's talk about the student loan relief program. What, second big hit in a week from the federal court?
Yeah, the 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals decided that the Biden administration's student loan debt relief program needs to be on hold while the state of Missouri is given time to sue. The state said that its coffers would be hurt because the state agency that handles student loans would not collect as much in fees, and therefore that would affect the state budget. So that was enough harm demonstrated, potential harm, that the judges decided that Missouri had the right to sue, and that lawsuit needed to be heard. So that could put the program on hold, indefinitely while it works its way through the courts.
Okay, and then in the meantime, how does this work for anybody who, did anybody get a notification that they would be one of the people who got their student debt relief taken care of? And if so, where does that stand? And does this keep going forward? Or if Missouri has the standing to go ahead and sue, couldn't every other state have somebody who goes ahead and sues?
Well, we know that 6 Republican-led states have been interested in suing over this. The Biden administration believes the program is lawful, so we're waiting to see whether they try to seek some kind of emergency relief, maybe with the U.S. Supreme Court, but we don't know the next move. In the meantime, 26 million Americans have signed up through the administration's website for some kind of debt forgiveness, up to $10,000 if they make less than $125,000 a year, up to $20,000 for recipients of Pell Grants. And if that's kind of in limbo right now, we're not sure how it's really going to work.
So at this point, if you're somebody who was, fingers crossed, going to get that student debt relief, you probably should not bank on it, at least for now and for the time being.
I think that's right. And until we know how this is going to maneuver through the courts, but we know the time is kind of critical because all of the student loan payments that were on hold for the pandemic are going to start coming due as of January 1st.
And that makes a big difference for people who, kind of got used to that and maybe at least having that extra money, not even saying they squandered it. Maybe they were using it to pay off debt or whatever the case may be. And in this case now, they just added another big chunk, probably another bill, back into their budget.
Well, that's right, and there's no telling whether they'll ever see the money that that the administration's promising.
Yeah.
But the administration says the 26 million signing up shows that this is not only lawful, but it's also necessary for those borrowers.
All right. Thanks so much, Aaron. I appreciate it. And don't get lost there in New York City. See you later. Bye. That's ABC's Aaron Stewart. I think he got lost. I think he got buried there before he could even finish saying goodbye. All right, let's get back to some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. More election news. Republicans have won 2 seats in Southern California in the midterms. Michelle Steele defeated Jay Chen to represent the 45th Congressional District in LA and Orange County. Ken Calvert was re-elected in Riverside County. He beat Democrat Will Rollins in a district that became much more competitive this year after redistricting. A federal judge in New York has tossed a lawsuit against former President Trump, which was filed by his former personal lawyer. And the judge said yesterday that Michael Cohen's retaliation claims, I guess, needed to be dismissed, even though he said they raised fundamental questions about constitutional rights. The judge said the ability to publicly criticize even most of our prominent politicians and leaders without fear of retaliation is a hallmark of American democracy. Look at this. It looks like rats are born this way, too.
Researchers at the University of Tokyo say they played Lady Gaga songs for rats and people alike. Studies suggest rats can recognize and move to the rhythm of a beat. Just like humans who participated in the study, the rats bobbed their heads to music between 120 and 140 beats a minute and did it on their own, hadn't been trained to do it. Researchers also played Mozart, Michael Jackson's Beat It, Queen's Another One Bites the Dust, and Maroon 5's Sugar for the rats. Amy King, KFI News.
Oh, that's great. All right, there's a guy named Nicholas Kefalis, and he works in Riverside County, and he loves to work with concrete. It's a trade he learned from his dad, Jay, who wanted to make sure that his son had skills to help him succeed in business because Nicholas Kefalis has a learning disability. So his dad wanted to make sure that he could take care of himself. Well, Kefalis said, it took me a lot longer, admittedly, to learn everything because of my disability. But, my dad was super patient with me, and I learned everything that I could from him. 8 months ago, Nicholas Kefalis' dad, Jay, passed away from cancer. But this isn't the only tragedy that Nicholas Kefalis has had over the last couple of years. He lost his mom to pancreatic cancer. He said all of a sudden she went to the doctor. 8 months later, she was gone. 3 weeks after that, his girlfriend has a stroke and dies in his arms. Now, last week, 2 people in a white truck came to Nicholas Kefalis' home in Hemet and stole a trailer that had a John Deere skid steer tractor on it. And that theft put Nicholas Kefalis out of business. And he says he's now working another job just to try and make ends meet. He filed a police report, but admits he probably won't see the trailer again. He even set up his own GoFundMe, hoping to raise enough money to buy another one. And with Thanksgiving just days away, Kefalis has a strong message for these heartless thieves. I love the bluntness of this statement. I hope you guys go to hell. There's a special place there for you because what you did is you're going around stealing people's livelihoods and you're crippling them. It's like taking food from your family and they can't pay their bills. What's wrong with them? Anyway, Nicholas Kefalis is the guy's name, and if you are so inclined, on GoFundMe, apparently you've got one there. And maybe we can help him get that John Deere 320 skid steer tractor that he so desperately needs. All right, there's a woman at JFK Airport who was in a wheelchair, and federal agents said there's something a little weird about that. Her name was Emelinda Paulino de Rivas. And when they were trying to push her through, she arrived in New York City from Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic. And I guess as her family or somebody was trying to push her through, officers noticed the tires on the wheelchair weren't rotating. So they x-rayed those 4 rubber wheels and found 28 pounds of cocaine worth nearly $500,000 stuffed into the bags of this wheelchair. The moral of the story is, if you are trying to smuggle 28 pounds of cocaine in a wheelchair wheel, make sure that the wheelchair rotates, or else federal agents will get suspicious. Oh, I love this movie. The house in Ohio that was used as a setting in the 1983 classic A Christmas Story is up for sale. The owners bought it for $150,000 in 2006, and they spent $200,000 making it exactly like the house in the movie. You know, the one where Ralphie pines for a certain Christmas present?
Horrified, I heard myself blurted out.
I want a tissue river to come next to do insurance while Aaron.
Realtor Chad Whitmer says the house is part of a package.
There's a museum, the Bumpus' house, gift shop, some parking lots.
Now, remember the Bumpuses had the dogs that came in and eventually ate the turkey and the whole thing? Okay. Well, the realtor says it's for sale because the owners are looking for a new venture. I can't imagine how much money they made, probably off the museum that goes along with that house. I would go. If I was in Ohio and I was near this, oh my gosh. In fact, I was at Big Lots yesterday. I know, I'm a wild and crazy shopper, you guys. But my brother and I would sit and watch this movie together. My brother's 9 years younger than I am. So there's this teenager and this little kid sitting on the couch watching 24 hours of A Christmas Story. And this was our thing. And so my brother recently, this is what I said, Travis, you have made it in life. He bought a replica leg lamp for Christmas. And my brother's a guy, I told you he's the guy at Google that like helps to figure out what their displays look like at like Best Buy or Bed Bath & Beyond, you know, when there's a Google display. That's my brother. So he's very linear. He likes things clean lines. He's not a clutter guy. And he bought a freaking leg lamp. That's how much he loves this. And so at Big Lots yesterday for $5.99, I splurged and I got him a leg lamp wine stopper. Rob and I need to take a brother-sister trip to Ohio and go visit that. All right, when we come back on this World Population Day, did you know that the United States might have hit 8 billion people? I'm sure we did. 8 billion of us currently live on planet Earth. So we'll get into some of the not only latest numbers, but the latest projections. Wait till you hear how many people they think will be on this Earth by the year 2050. We'll get into that in just a few minutes. Let's get into that drive this time on the Fun 91.
Your favorite gentleman. It's going to be a busy one as folks make their way out of the Riverside area through Corona. West Downside, heavy stretches of slowing for you from as far back as Van Buren and continuing toward the 241 toll road. It does look like Caltrans crews just past the 1591 westbound are still wrapping up from the overnight and early morning hours. And then further westbound on the 91, you'll see delays again through Anaheim Hills from before Lakeview to make way towards the 55. Still got a mess for your drive on the Pine southbound. As you're making your way toward Norwalk Boulevard, it is a crash that has all southbound lanes that are shut down. You're seeing a rough ride from as far back as Paramount Boulevard. Also delays on the northbound 7605. A little bit of looky-loose slowing for you from Rosecrans Avenue. Beyond the 605 to continue toward, that's Lawson. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Poliokini.
Contractor license 1047-781. Y'all need a guard dog for your plumbing. Zach, are you talking about Satan's guard dog protection? Yep, and it's available exclusively from the Zach list for just $14.95 a month. Sing your song, Zach Master. When your home has Sadie's guard dog protection, Ghetto will send out a plumber with a 30-foot drain cable to open your stopped up drains at no charge. You save $80. And that's the Ghetto price. Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Halloween is over, but hiring is still scary. Indeed's end-to-end solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America company.
The Warriors are still without Kawhi Leonard, but they thumped the Rockets behind 22 from Paul George. Reports say the Lakers want to wait for Dennis Schroeder and Thomas Bryant to return from injury before making any roster changes.
The Rams are not sure how long they'll be without Super Bowl MVP Cooper Kupp. Whiteout suffered a high ankle sprain in Sunday's loss to the Arizona Cardinals. I'm Rich Jones. With Merrill, the bull always has your back. Learn more at ml.com/bullish. Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC.
I knew our bodies were majority water. I didn't know they were 70% water, but that explains why water is so essential. It's Jennifer, and I want to tell you about LifeSource. It's the whole house water system that will change your life. I love what it has done for mine because no longer do I have to have a water filter that has the salt and all the maintenance and the changing of the filters. No. If you get a LifeSource water system, you're not going to have any of that maintenance. The LifeSource system is maintenance-free, no filters, no salt, no bottled water. And the LifeSource water system gives you great water straight from every tap. Plus, it removes all the bad stuff and it leaves in the good stuff. So start filtering out all that chlorine and the other contaminants and maintain your healthy minerals. Your skin and your hair are going to feel great. You and your family will be healthier, more energetic. At least I hope so, because you don't have those contaminants in your water anymore, right? So tap into your best life with LifeSource water. And now to claim their best deal of the year on a LifeSource water system, you have to act now. For a limited time, LifeSource will pay your sales tax. Zero tax equals huge savings. So call 800-803-2696 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. 800-803-2696, LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, Top Chef Fabio Viviani has arrived. And now, the top 7 reasons to visit the marketplace in Morongo. Number 7.
Our Cup is open. Steakhouse meats and Brazilian churrasco.
Number 6.
Pescado is open. Try the seafood tower and oysters on the half.
Number 5.
The Kiru is open.
Number 4.
Pork and waffles is open. The best barbecue this side of the Mississippi.
Number 3.
Mercado Central is open. It's unrivaled, innovative Italian fare.
Number 2.
Sweet Things is open. Sweet treats for the biggest sweet teeth.
And the number 1 reason to go to the marketplace at Morongo.
The marketplace is open. It's an elevated all-you-can-eat casino dining experience you've got to try today. The marketplace is open.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good times.
Join us for the Autism Speaks Walk and discover a community of friendship and support. Help people with autism reach their full potential and make a lasting difference. To register, visit autismspeaks.org/walk.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. There are certain things you're not allowed to do. You can't stop me from talking about an election. I sure as hell can. If you are promoting one candidate or the other or something that's on the ballot within 100 feet of a polling place, you are in violation of the law. Wait a minute. It's a violation of my First Amendment rights. Damn right. Bill 9.
Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, and our top stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The race for mayor of LA is now separated by 29,000 votes. That means Karen Bass is pulled ahead of Rick Caruso. 665,000 ballots still in LA expected that they need to count. Amazon has to lay off about 10,000 employees, and there's a program in LA that sends unarmed teams to handle those nonviolent 911 calls related to the homeless, and that program is expanding. Jim Ryan, good morning to you. Do you feel lost in the crowd being one of 8 billion people? Holy cannoli.
Yeah, I'm losing some elbow room here. 8 billion people. The United Nations estimates that the 8 billionth person was born today or is going to be born today. You know, give or take maybe a month or so. But yeah, 8 billion is the new number. So if somebody asks you, how many people live in this world? You can tell them 8 billion.
Unbelievable. Now, are we going slower? Are we growing more slowly? Or are we growing faster than we have been in the past?
Much more slowly for a lot of reasons. But global population is growing at the slowest pace since 1950. So yeah, it fell 1% in about 2020, and we're going to continue to see that slow growth for the next few decades. It'll take another 8 years to reach 8.5 billion from our current 8 billion, and then it'll be 9.7 billion 2050. So 20 years there, and eventually, Jan, we're going to hit a peak. There will be a plateau of 10.4 billion people, according to the United Nations, in 2080, and it's going to stay at about that number for the following 20 years till 2100.
Okay, I'm fascinated by the peak. Why do they think that we will hit a peak and sort of plateau?
Well, because so much of the world population is slowing. There's slower growth. And in 61 countries right now, you see a population decline. Japan, for example, is trying to encourage families to grow, couples to have more babies, because they're losing population. The U.S. is not gaining population like it used to. China, you see that the growth in primarily in 8 countries in the sub-Saharan tropics here. You have the Democratic Republic of Congo, Egypt, Ethiopia, India. Some of those countries are the ones where you're seeing the most growth. And if you put 2 and 2 together, those are the countries that in many cases can't afford that kind of growth. So we see this kind of turn that is troubling in a big way. And I think that's why the United Nations is highlighting this every day on World Population Day, to remind people that we need to take care of the planet. We need to make sure that there's enough food to go around, that there's a place to build a house, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, when the UN Secretary General yesterday, Guterres, was talking about this, he mentioned those exact things. He was talking about, places where there are inequalities, climate change, famine. Even the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine are making an impact on world population. And you kind of don't think about it in the short term, but of course, I highly doubt that people are concerned about growing their families if they're in a war zone right now. They're just worried about feeding the family they have.
Yeah, staying alive.
Yeah.
And with so much of the world economy in trouble right now, you'd be hard-pressed to find a lot of families that want to add on to their numbers at this point, especially in the developed world. I think a lot of couples have decided, you know what, let's put it off for a while, starting a family until this economy improves somewhat. And so far, it just hasn't done that. The good part of this whole thing is that life expectancy at birth has reached 72.8 years. That's for both men and women. The average. Women get a little more, men get a little bit less. But that's an increase of 9 years since the year 1990. So you're seeing people living longer. More of the population is older. That presents special problems, but it does reflect that we're able to hold on longer, maybe longer than we should, but there you go.
When it comes to just the economy, is it tension overall that might play a point? Just kind of the feel of the world, or the feel of, whether it be the U.S. or whatever nation you happen to be in, is unrest playing into that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. It is. The uncertainty out there. That's what is the driver of a lot of this stuff is, according to new psychologists and sociologists, the uncertainty looking forward is what gives people pause to start a family in the first place. And when you have things like the COVID-19 pandemic taking over, and by the way, that has cut into a lot of the numbers here. Global life expectancy at birth fell back during the pandemic to 71 years last year. So, and then you've got wave after wave of the pandemic in places like China could cause some short-term reductions in the birth rate and this growing sense of anxiety about starting a family.
All right. Thanks so much, Jim. I appreciate the update.
Happy 8 billion.
Happy 8 billion to you, too.
See you.
All right. See you later. This is KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. And really quickly, going back to our Christmas story report from a little bit ago, Ralphie Comes Home is coming out this week. And Ralphie Comes Home is basically a Christmas Story Part 2, I guess. And Peter Billingsley, who was Ralphie, big blue eyes, got stuck wearing the pink bunny costume from his aunt. That would be Scar, just for the record. Anyway, he says in an interview that I just saw on Fox News that he and Flick and Schwartz, if you know the movie, all the little kids that he was with in the movie are coming back for Ralphie Comes Home. And so it will, show them all grown up. And apparently Ralphie's life is maybe not where he would hope it would be, but he will be back in Ohio at the house. And I'm really looking forward to this now, knowing that the original characters are going to be back in it. Now, the old man, originally played by Darren McGavin, his dad, of course, passed away, and that's what the story is. So the film takes place in the future with Ralphie and his own family coming home after the death of his dad, who we call the old man in the movie, leaving Ralphie to sort of be at the helm, I guess, if you will, of Christmas to rival the kind that he had as a child. It should be a lot of fun. It's another one of these opportunities where if you were a kid back in the day when this movie came out and you loved it as much as I did, here's your chance to sort of see it grow up along with you. KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. Let's get back to that drive with Nick Palliocchini. Oh no, not double trouble on the 605.
That's right, Jen. It's going to be a mess on the northbound side. First, to pass South Street, it is crashed up the two right lane shutdown and still having the 605 north transition to the 91 east being off limits. So overall, your drive on the 605 northbound going to be a rough go for the drive first thing this morning. Delano Boulevard. As you make way toward the 91, got an update on these problems or anything else slowing you down. Pound 250 on your cell phone. Keyword is KFI traffic westbound side of the 91. Seeing delays for you coming away in stretches from Lakewood Boulevard. Beyond the 710, that will be busy toward Alameda, and the 105 west as it alternates the 91 west through LA County. Pretty heavy for your drive out of Linwood off the 710, continuing all the way toward the 405 in the Lenox adjacent area. Ongoing problems for you as you make your way along the 5 through Norwalk. Southbound side, pretty much Norwalk Boulevard and Imperial toward Firestone. All southbound lanes are still shut down to deal with an earlier wreck. You're seeing a rough go right out of Commerce, leaving Slauson. And the northbound side of the 5 busy for you, leaving about Norwalk Boulevard, and those delays stick around for you all the way to Boyle Heights towards downtown LA and the 101. KFI and the Sky helps get there faster. I'm Nick Palliocchini. Hey, y'all, it's Dean Sharp. Let's talk about your windows. I know a couple of things about your sad, sorry windows. I know there's a whole slew of reasons why you want new ones. Lower energy bills, more peace and quiet, better curb appeal, and how about just windows that actually open and close? I also know we can talk all we want, but if they're not affordable, it's just not going to happen. I hear you, and I have an answer for you. Call Gene and Karen at Window World. I love Window World exactly because they specialize in windows perfectly positioned at that intersection of quality, beauty, and affordability. And Window World offers zero down, interest-free financing for up to 60 months. 6 windows and install for as little as $86 a month. 5 windows and a patio door for as little as $119 a month. Your dream of new windows can become a reality because Window World makes new windows affordable. To learn more, just dial 877-75-WORLD, 877-75-WORLD, or go to windowworldsocal.com.
At EasyGator, food for work is our thing. Maybe that's why we get orders from 93% of Fortune 500 companies. So what's up with the other 7%?
So sorry the food is late. You should order through EasyGator. Professionally delivered on time and is ordered. Totally would, but the E is broken on my keyboard. Just get IT to fix it. Totally would. Can't type the word help.
Why don't all companies order through EasyGator? Who knows? Order 24/7 from over 95,000 restaurants on EasyGator.com. EasyGator, food for work. It's our thing.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and their devices vary by plan area. Limitations and exclusions apply. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit servicechampions.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a wind advisory that starts at 8 o'clock tonight. That's because we've got a significant Santa Ana wind event that's going to start and could be the most significant one of the season, if not the year. That wind advisory is going to last for a couple of hours, so really strong winds, up to 70 miles an hour in some spots. Temperatures will just be in the 60s today, but those gusty winds will last off and on all week long, and highs will be in the low to mid 70s. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. This has been your wake-up call. Handle on the News starts now.
And all of my stories are stuck together because I just spilled a Diet Coke on them.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And now, Handle on the News. Ladies and gentlemen, Here's Bill Handel. And good morning. It's a Tuesday morning, November 15th, and we're approaching Thanksgiving. It's one of my favorite holidays, mainly because you eat, although the food is not all that tasty, I have to tell you, it's pretty bland food, and you need to put chili flakes on everything in order just to get a little heat to it. All right, good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. I like to just take a bite of everything all together. So the mashed potatoes, the stuffing, the turkey, the corn, in one bite.
And put it into a blender and put a straw in it?
Pretty much.
Okay,
It is that bland.
sounds delicious. Wayne, good morning.
I eat my Thanksgiving dinner like a normal person.
Oh, there you are. Yes, I like the turkey legs, so you think you're at medieval times. And you know, the waitress comes along, you wench, you. I mean, it's still in business, isn't it? Medieval times. I mean, you talk about political incorrectness. I mean, they call the waitress people wenches.
I think they're trying to unionize right now. I think I just did a story on them a couple days ago.
Yeah, and the only word, the only time wenches will be allowed in there is when you're towing a car. All right, Alex, good morning.
Morning.
And I think Dana's here, right?
Good morning.
Good morning. And Tyler, good morning.
Hey, Bill, good morning.
All right, there we go. Woke up this morning, put a comb across my head. Love the Beatles. In any case, Carrie Blake lost the Arizona governorship. All right? We knew she was already going to talk about the fact that it was rigged. And, and she issues a tweet, Arizonans won't take this BS, or they know BS. And Blake Masters also lost for Senate. So you're now talking about two strong Trump supporters, deniers, and endorsers by President Trump. And of course, it's rigged. Now, the districts in which the Republicans won by a hair, those were rigged. That's impossible, because there's no such thing as Republicans rigging anything. But the politics of that I make fun of. But I'll tell you the fascinating part of this. The former president is going to announce today that he's running. He has become a liability to the Republican Party. Clearly. You can just see the numbers. He can say whatever he wants, but the endorsed candidates, I think he got 2 out of dozens across the country that he endorsed. And now you've got the Republican Party. What the hell do they do? What do they do? Oh, that's going to be the fun part politically. Forget whether Biden's going to run or not. It's all going to be about the Republican side. Wayne, you're going to say something.
I think they just let it run its natural course because time around before when he won, let's be honest, all the other candidates were boring, they were unimpressive, they were uninspiring. They may have had certain credentials and experience, but a Cruz, a Marco Rubio, a Jeb Bush, John Kasich, they were nothing. Now we have a DeSantis, and it's not that I'm a huge fan of DeSantis, but DeSantis is a very different animal because Ron DeSantis brings to the table a lot of clout that those guys didn't have, and some, in fact, I'd argue quite a bit of what people liked about Trump.
Maybe. But we're going to do more of that. I think it's a good analysis, and we're going to dive into that when the elections are finally over, and we've got Karen Bass going to win, and we've got Luna is going to win as sheriff, and later on we're going to talk about how many LGBTQ people are running in California, I'm talking about state office, and women, and California is becoming, you talk about diversity, wow. All right, that we're going to talk about too. All right, in the news. In the meantime, talking about the news, let's do it. Handle on the News, brought to you by the Lemon Law experts at Knight Law Group. If you think your car might be a lemon, call 844-43-LEMON. Yep, let's do it. Late sorry.
Because you know I'm all about that.
Looks like, Karen, the race for mayor is over. Karen Bass is leading Rick Caruso by 29,000 votes, and her lead is expanding, which goes to show you, $100 million used to be real money, but not anymore. It just doesn't work that way. And traditional politics, this goes to show you how liberal LA is. You would think with $100 million spend. Did I say 100,000? I meant 100 million. At 10 to 1, and she still took it. Traditional Democratic politician.
Wrong city for him. Wrong city, wrong time for him to run for mayor.
Yep.
Reardon could get away with it all those years ago, but here's the thing. I bet you over half of the voters think that he's a Republican.
Because he was?
Yes. And I know he switched, and technically he's a Democrat now, but I bet you the mindset in the city was, oh, he's a Republican.
And you know what? The mindset of the voting would go right along with that, because most Republican voters go to the polls, and these votes that are coming in being counted right now are mail-in votes, the votes which are typically Democratic.
Boom from Jen.
All right, let's take a break, come back, and we've got plenty of news to go through, and we'll do it fairly quickly. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
About 10,000 layoffs are planned in corporate and technology jobs at Amazon, and those layoffs could start as soon as this week. The father of the alleged shooter at the University of Virginia says he's in disbelief his son is accused of committing such a violent act, and says his heart goes out to the families of the victims. And the Recording Academy will announce nominations today for the 65th Annual Grammy Awards live from the Grammy Museum right here in Los Angeles. Long-awaited projects from Kendrick Lamar, Adele, and Beyonce are likely to dominate the general categories. SoCal weather from KFI, mostly sunny, very windy today. Santa Ana's kicking up tonight. Highs will be in the upper 60s. We'll make it into the mid-70s for the rest of the week. This report is brought to you by your Staples stores. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 5.
So got that mess happening for you as you're making your way through the Norwalk area. Southbound side going to be all lanes that are shut down. Actually, no. Getting word now from CSP has been cleared. So 5 southbound at Norwalk Boulevard or Imperial, it looks like those lanes are clear, but you wouldn't know which delays. Really heavy for you right now coming out of the Commerce area from as far back as Slauson. Northbound side of the 5, also still roughly right out of Norwalk before the 605, and you'll see those delays, especially heavy toward downtown LA and the 101. Northbound side of the 101 through downtown off the 5. It's going to be busy for you as you make your way toward the 110. And ongoing problems for you drive along the 605. Got a crash past South Street, 2 right lanes taken away. The 605 north transition to the 91 east, also off limits due to a wreck. KFI, Miss Guy helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Poliokini. Staples is your one-stop destination for shipping supplies and services. And right now, get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item. Offer ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details. Staples, the best kept secret in shipping.
This report is sponsored by ChooseChangeCA.org.
Stimulant use disorder is a disease, not a choice. But getting help is. Make a change by choosing treatment for your meth or cocaine addiction. Find proven treatment options at ChooseChangeCA.org.
If you have assets like a home, why not set up a trust or a will so everything transfers to your loved ones without costly delays? Make a quick call to Legal Docs by Me, and that's going to give you peace of mind. No expensive lawyers, no confusing websites, and you'll save thousands of dollars. Yes, I said thousands. All you have to do is call them right now. They're going to take down the necessary information and help you throughout the entire process. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say Legal Docs. Pound 250, Legal Docs. Again, pound 250 and say Legal Docs. Legal Docs by Me. No lawyers, save money. Southern California Edison. When wildfire risk is high, SCE may call a public safety power shutoff to help keep our communities safe. Safety is their top priority. Learn more at sce.com/wildfire. Contractor license 47781. Hey, Zach, it's that time again. What time? Rejuvenation. We gonna rejuvenate everyone's furnace? Yes, for just $129. Rejuvenating your furnace is extremely very important. If you have a gas furnace, there are 5 life-saving systems that need to be checked before you fire it up. And if you have electric heat, rejuvenating your system is even more extremely very important. $129 is all it takes to keep your family safe. Ghetto, air conditioning, and plumbing. GOETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Real estate owners, you know the savvy solution for that piece of property you're looking to get rid of? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Hey, it's Conway here. With costs at an all-time high, you'll be happy to hear that Cars for Kids
property. Donate today because time is running out for your 2022 tax deduction. To donate, visit carsforkidsrealestate.org or call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today. That's CARS with a K. It's Ryan Seacrest here. So you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. That's 833-422-4255. Again, 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
In Florida, they had everything pretty much wrapped up by 9:30 Eastern Time.
A lot of states are reporting 100%, 98%. What is it here?
This is Bulgaria?
John and Ken.
I don't understand why we have a system that is slower than it was in the 1800s.
Weekdays at 2 on KFI.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It's live everywhere. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We continue with Handel on the news on this Tuesday morning. Jennifer Jones-Lee, Wayne, and me.
Oh, control of the House is putting the spotlight on California. If you look at some of the political analysts, some of the races they are watching really closely to see if Democrats can flip any of maybe the districts in California. They're looking at District 22 in the Central Valley. They're looking at one in Los Angeles County between Mark Garcia and Christy Smith. District 41 in Riverside County, that's the one between Ken Calvert and Will Rollins. And they say, that watching some of these races could end up deciding whether Kevin McCarthy gets to end up being the leader of the House.
Jennifer, it's over already. The Republicans have 217. They just need one more. And they have the House. So that's a given. Now, the Kevin McCarthy story is a different story because there is a fight going on among the far right wing of the Republican Party to possibly unseat him, but probably not. He's got enough.
And then it's the question of, does House Speaker Pelosi go for another seat? Does she go for the minority? Does she not? Is this the time that she steps down from a leadership position?
She'll probably step down, is my guess. But she's 83 years old. She just lost the House, control of the House as Speaker. And what is she going to do? Be the minority leader of the House? I don't think so. That's my guess. I may be dead wrong on this. I may be dead wrong.
California has announced the first death this year of a child under 5 from flu and RSV. Hospitals seeing a higher number of patients with one or both of those diseases than the last 2 years, where they were saying those caseloads were relatively low.
Yep, it's happening more and more. Well, the only thing is COVID is not exploding like they said it was going to. RSV is going crazy. We know that influenza is going to be a tough one. We were told that by the authorities, which is absolutely true for a bunch of reasons. Because we were masking, no one was seeing anybody. And right now, we're not masking. We're seeing everybody. We're having close contacts. We're having a lot more sex with strangers.
What? You were doing so good there.
Oh, maybe I missed it.
And also, uptake of flu vaccines is down. I think all the politicization of COVID and everything has spilled over into how some people feel about even getting the flu shot now.
Yeah.
We're having flu shots. Flu shots.
While and I'm going to put together the Trump supporters with the anti-vax. That's not that every Trump supporter is anti-vax, but every anti-vax person is a Trump supporter. There's no question about it. And they're becoming, and we talk about that a little bit later, one of the reasons this group of people, or any group of people, they're more engaged. They're simply more excited about not getting vaccines than the rest of us are about getting vaccines. I'm not going to go demonstrate pro-vaccine. That's not going to happen. Now, my neighbor, who let's say is anti-vax, and I'm pretty strong. I have a strong opinion about vaccination. The neighbor who is strong, the same equal level of the feeling of belief, that person is going to demonstrate. That person is going to be engaged.
Jennifer Newsom has testified in the sex assault trial of Harvey Weinstein. She, of course, the governor's wife. She talked yesterday about, she gave this graphic account of what she called this violent assault that lasted for over an hour. And she told the same kind of story that these other women, she was the seventh actually to testify, but also how Weinstein would use his stature to get them up to his room, meet with them alone. He would claim that he was going to talk with them about their work or intimate that that's what was going to happen, and then he would sexually assault them. She is expected to return to the stand today.
Yep. Once again, he's denying. Never happened. Everybody's a liar. All 435 women are liars. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit in terms of the numbers, but certainly dozens.
If you thought you felt one of those blasts of the Santa Ana winds, it might just have been the sigh of relief from Rudy Giuliani, who has learned that he will not face criminal charges. This coming like about a year, a little over a year after the feds came and searched his apartment and his office, and they were looking into whether he might have committed some kind of lobbying crime when he got involved in the effort to get rid of the then U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, or from Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch. But the feds have decided they do not have enough evidence to charge a crime.
Yeah, who remembers that, by the way, getting rid of...
I hadn't thought about it at all.
Nobody has.
This news came
Yeah,
out.
and the only issue is the amount of money. I think even if he were going to go to trial, I don't think he would lose. The issue is he doesn't have money, and he's not getting money. And the cost of defense on one of these cases when the feds are going after you is in the millions of dollars. I mean, there's no way around it. And he is effectively broke. You know, he had to let go of his security people. People have been with him for 20, 25 years. I mean, the guy has no money.
All right. At the beginning of the school year, we talked a lot about these reports of shooters at high schools and colleges. We had a lot of them that started at black colleges, primarily black colleges across the country. There might be something that's a little bit heartening in this report. Federal agents now believe that a lot of those false reports of shooters at high schools and colleges may have come from outside the country. They did a trace on these and found that a lot of the numbers and the internet addresses led them to believe that many of the calls may be generated overseas. So the danger, the imminent danger may not be what we thought it was. It may be from outside sources trying to create a false sense of a threat.
Any surprise with that happening?
No, I
surprising that somebody from outside the country may be making a lot of these.
Yeah, I'm not. Are you?
I mean, I think I don't know. The thing about these is that they're just designed to cause chaos. So
that's the whole point.
Anybody, anywhere, might want to do it. The thing about it, though, is learning that a lot of these calls are coming from outside the country doesn't really help anything. Because here's why. Every time a call like that comes in, you have to have a lockdown, and you have to have
and that's the point.
There's no, even if you called and said, "I'm kidding. I'm only kidding, but I'm gonna go shoot up a school."
Yeah, but
I really am not. But I'm just calling you to say it to cause chaos,
and that's
it'll still be the same.
Right, and the entire point is destabilization. That's exactly what the Russians are doing. That's what Chinese want to do, particularly the Russians. Jennifer, are you surprised at all?
I'm only surprised in the fact that it took this long for them to figure out that those calls were coming from overseas.
Yeah, it turns out that all the robocalls we get about Medicare and car warranties, it really is Russia trying to make your life miserable. I'm getting the car warranty crap every 10 minutes.
It's your turn. I think it was mine last month. It just moved on.
Well, speaking of school shootings, but not the actual shooting part,
there's a foundation, the Valley School District Foundation, that is in charge of overseeing the building of a new school to replace Robb Elementary School, which is going to be torn down. They have made their proposal for the school. A new $50 million school. It will be built 2 miles from the site of the old school. And it sounds like it's going to be a very nice facility. 39 classrooms, 3 science and tech rooms, art rooms, special ed classrooms. And it'll be built next to Flores Elementary, which is a school that I've never heard of this. I may be very ignorant. Have you ever heard of a school that is only pre-K through first grade?
No.
No. Well, Flores Elementary is pre-K through first grade, and then this new school will take over from there.
By 7:30, I'm going to do a story. We have some yet more information that's coming out. CNN just got a bunch of information about what happened with the chief and the head of the superintendent. And it is.
You're going to talk about the phone call?
Yes.
Okay.
It's at 7:30, and let me tell you, it's even more striking as to the other depravity. Not sexual depravity, but the social depravity, the police depravity, the dereliction. Well said. That's the word I was looking for. But then again, that's why I should go to you for definitions of words. Okay, let's just take a break at that point. Sure, why not? Here's Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A judge has delayed approving the settlement of a lawsuit over the homeless crisis in L.A. A federal judge says he wants to wait and see who becomes the next mayor of L.A. The judge yesterday indicated that the city and the county can do better in figuring out how to bring increased housing, outreach, and supportive services to the thousands of people living on the streets. The L.A. Alliance for Human Rights filed a lawsuit in 2020 accusing the city and county of not doing enough to address the homeless problem. A court hearing is expected in January once the election results are finalized. Deborah Mark, KFI News. News is brought to you by veteran-owned Semper Solaris. A man's been convicted of second-degree murder for speeding and killing a driver in Mission Viejo 5 years ago. Jurors deliberated for about 90 minutes before convicting Afif Dofi in the death of Judith Noval. Dofi had been ticketed multiple times for speeding before the crash in March of 2017. Democrat Katie Hobbs has been projected the winner in the race for governor of Arizona. The contest with Republican Carrie Lake was close. Officials say the results took a while because a record number of early ballots were dropped off on Election Day in Maricopa County. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he's calling for an investigation into widespread problems with elections in Harris County. He posted on Twitter allegations of election improprieties last week in the state's largest county may result from anything ranging from malfeasance to blatant criminal conduct. Israel says it will not cooperate with the U.S. Department of Justice's investigation into the fatal shooting of an Al Jazeera journalist. Israel's defense minister says the investigation is a grave mistake. Palestinian officials accused Israel of intentionally targeting and killing the journalist. She was a U.S. citizen who was wearing a helmet and a protective vest marked with the word press when she was shot last May in the West Bank. And World Cup fans have a chance to rank their favorite cup from around the world and get paid for it.
The month-long global quadrennial soccer competition is about watching 32 countries play a lot of soccer while usually drinking a lot of beer. You, not the players. The online sportsbook and casino review site Bonus Finder is offering cash and prizes to rank the suds. One lucky winner will get a beer from each of the countries playing in the World Cup. They'll jot down some notes and they'll rank the beers best to worst. The winner will also get a new television and $500 for their time. The World Cup kicks off in Qatar on Sunday, where the beer can only be sold in designated tents outside of venues, and they cannot be taken into the game. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
We'll get a look at your drive on the 5 in just a moment, but first it's Sports with Wayne.
Paul George was the scoring leader for the Clippers with 22 points as LA beat the Houston Rockets 122-106. They play the Mavericks in Dallas at 5:30 today. You can listen to it live on AM 570 LA Sports. The LA Kings lost to the Calgary Flames 6-5. The Ducks get the Detroit Red Wings at 7. And former Dodger Yasiel Puig has reached a deal to plead guilty to making a false statement for lying to federal authorities during an investigation of a sports gambling ring. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
Good night's sleep is, well, it's critical for a good day the next day, and likewise, a bad night's sleep guarantees a bad day the next day. And if you do that over and over again, let me tell you, your life is pretty good or it's god-awful miserable.
So the Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed, this is good quality sleep. This gives you the good night's sleep. You can customize, adjust each side of the bed to your ideal firmness level.